999X Cultivation System Chapter 1 to Chapter 138. Kanglan Empire, Chaoyang Ancient City, Demon Beast Mountain Range. Ha. 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 A severely injured young man was panting heavily as he struggled to run forward. His legs were sore and swollen. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and knelt on the ground weakly. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of him. "Little trash, why aren't you running anymore? Try running again if you dare." The young man mocked, "Since you can't run anymore, I'll send you down to accompany your two old men." Jiyu closed his eyes in despair. His lips curled into a self-mocking smile. So what if he died? It wasn't his first time dying anyway. However, at this moment, an emotionless and cold voice rang in his mind. Ding! It's detected that the owner is in danger. The 999 times cultivation system has been activated in advance. The moment the cold voice rang, Jiyu suddenly felt that his body was filled with energy. To be precise, he recovered from his severely injured state to his peak state in an instant. It was the system? Jiyu opened his eyes abruptly. As a transmigrator, how could he not know about the system? With hope rekindled, he did not plan to wait for death like this. The reason he knew about the system was that he had transmigrated from Earth to the mysterious heavenly continent 16 years ago. This was a fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong preyed on the weak. He did not have many memories of his birth parents. He was adopted by an ordinary family in Chaoyang Ancient City when he was young. He thought that he would be able to make a name for himself in this world. Who would have thought that the system would only be activated when he reached 18 years old? Not only that, his talent was extremely mediocre and his physique was almost useless. Just yesterday, he coincidentally obtained a miraculous elixir that could change one's aptitude. However, the young master of the Chen family, one of the three major families in Chaoyang Ancient City, found out about it. Overnight, his family was destroyed. His adoptive parents lost their lives in order to help him escape. Jiyu could not help but tremble at the thought of that scene. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes turned gloomy. He wanted to grind his teeth into pieces. However, Chen Yan wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. He kept running and Chen Yan's subordinates kept chasing after him. When he reached the Demon Beast Mountain, he was finally exhausted. Fortunately, he activated the system in time. Otherwise, he would have died just now. Jiyu calmed down the hatred in his heart. The most important thing now was to survive. He dodged to the side and dodged a dagger coming at him from the front. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Basic movement technique experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic movement technique has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic movement technique has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic movement technique has successfully broken through to the dominating refinement realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your basic movement technique has successfully broken through to the greater heights stage. Detected that the basic movement technique experience bar is full, automatically upgraded to the yellow rank low-grade profound skill soaring wind steps. At this moment, a series of voices bombarded his mind one after another, bombarding him until he was in a daze. He felt a large amount of information regarding the soaring wind steps suddenly surge into his mind, and he inexplicably grasped this profound movement skill. This system is too awesome. Jiyu's eyes were full of disbelief. He had just dodged a dagger and he had mastered a yellow-level skill. How could there be such a miraculous thing in the world? But he immediately recovered. It was not the time to be distracted. He could lose his life if he was not careful. The one who attacked Jiyu with the dagger was a young man in his 20s. Seeing that he missed, the young man was surprised. "Oh? I didn't expect you to have the strength to dodge. But what's the use? If Xianxia wants you to die, you will die today." The young man's eyes flashed with malice. The dagger went towards Jiyu's neck again. Although he didn't know why this trash still had the strength to resist, this trash only had a cultivation at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage and was now heavily injured. He could casually kill this trash. Jiyu's gaze was gloomy as he stared at the young man before him. He instinctively dodged and easily dodged the attack. However, he didn't dodge to the end this time. When he moved to the side of the young man, he clenched his right fist and instantly smashed it towards the young man's abdomen. At the instant his fist smashed out, that icy cold and emotionless voice sounded out once again. Ding. Master has struck a fist, basic fist technique obtained experience, won by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, basic fist technique has broken through to the perfection of perfection. Ding. Detected that basic fist technique experience is full, automatically upgraded to yellow rank low-grade profound skill, inch force fist. Similar to before, a large amount of knowledge instantly gushed into Jiyu's mind. He practically learned the inch force fist by himself. He was instantly pleasantly surprised. Earlier, he casually took a step and obtained a yellow rank movement technique. Now, he casually struck a punch and obtained a yellow rank fist technique. An expensive profound skill was actually so easily obtained in front of him. Was there anything more awesome than this in the world? At the same time, on the other side, because Jiyu's speed was truly too fast, the young man didn't even have time to react before his abdomen was heavily struck by Jiyu's basic fist technique that had already reached the perfection of perfection stage. Cough. The young man only felt a burst of intense pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but bend down and cover his abdomen with both hands. His expression was unsightly and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't dare believe that this trash's speed was actually so fast, and was even able to injure him who had a higher cultivation. The young man looked at Jiyu with a savage expression. How did this trash become so strong? Jiyu laughed coldly. It's your turn now. His gaze turned cold as he instantly executed the inch force fist and smashed it towards the young man without holding back in the slightest. Ding. Master has executed the inch force fist. Inch force fist obtained experience, 20 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the yellow rank inferior profound skill inch force fist has successfully broken through to initial success. With a muffled bang, the young man was sent flying 1 or 2 meters away. Jiyu coldly looked at the unconscious young man at her feet. There was no trace of pity in her eyes. Then, he walked to a rock and sat down. Jiyu raised his head slightly and sighed. The system was finally activated. He no longer had to endure the humiliation of others. A sinister light flashed across his eyes. With this system, he must kill that dog, Qin Yan. At this moment, he recalled the system's performance just now. It seemed that no matter what he did, he would receive 999 times experience enhancement. The system's name was also called the 999 times cultivation system. Suddenly, a thought rose in his mind. Since that was the case, would practicing martial arts also give him 999 times more experience? In order to prove her conjecture, Jiyu couldn't wait to start cultivating. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quickly entered a meditative state. A martial artist needed profound qi to practice martial arts. Profound qi was an illusory thing between heaven and earth. He was absorbing profound qi from heaven and earth. It flowed from the top of his head into his body, then flowed through his meridians and finally gathered in his dantian. At this moment, Jiyu had already started cultivating for more than half a minute. However, he still didn't hear the system's notification. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But very quickly, he felt relieved. After all, the system was already awesome enough. If practicing martial arts could give him 999 times experience enhancement, then it would be ridiculously awesome. However, just as Jiyu was about to give up on cultivating, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. Jiyu's body suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with both joy and shock. It turned out that he had to cultivate for a full minute to get the 999 times experience enhancement. He almost gave up. Furthermore, his martial cultivation had a breakthrough just like that. This was too terrifying. Before this, he had been stuck at the early stage of the third level of the body tempering realm for 2 to 3 months. Now, he only needed 1 minute to break through. This is too awesome. Jiyu was wild with joy. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he could find Xinyan for revenge. Then, he continued to cultivate his martial arts. With the 999X cultivation system, breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking tea for him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level of the body tempering realm. After about 2 hours, Jiyu directly broke through 5 stages. His cultivation rose from the middle stage of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm to the middle stage of the 4th level of the body tempering realm. If this kind of terrifying cultivation speed were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire Chaoyang ancient city and even the Kanglan Empire. However, he wasn't a fool. He couldn't reveal this kind of information. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of trouble and even get himself killed. It was already late, so Jiyu started to leave. On the way out of the Demon Beast mountain range, Jiyu encountered a few first-grade demonic beasts. He killed them and collected some demonic beast materials. Human martial artists were divided into the body tempering realm, defensive realm, Tongxian realm, spirit profound realm, and so on. There were a total of 4 types of demonic beasts in the Demon Beast mountain range. They were divided into 1st grade to 4th grade demonic beasts. 1st grade demonic beasts corresponded to body tempering realm martial artists, 2nd grade demonic beasts corresponded to defensive realm martial artists, and so on. While hunting demonic beasts, soaring wind steps and inch force fist had also been strengthened to the mastery level. Minor success, mastery, perfection, and great perfection. These were the 4 realms of Xian techniques. After leaving the Monster Beast mountain range, he stopped at a small town outside the Monster Beast mountain range and found a grocery store. During this trip, he had obtained a lot of Demon Beast materials. He planned to exchange them for some gold coins. Gold coins were the universal currency of this world. In other words, it was money. The shopkeeper sitting behind the counter wanted to receive the guest, but when he saw the young man covered in wounds and blood, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had stayed here for many years and had seen many heavily injured martial cultivators. However, this was the first time he had seen someone who could still be so lively despite being heavily injured. Jiyu didn't say a word and directly put the sack of demonic beast materials in front of the counter. The shopkeeper came back to his senses and opened the sack to take a look. These demonic beast materials are worth about 90 gold coins in total. I'll give you 100 gold coins. Alright. Jiyu nodded slightly and left the grocery store with a small cloth bag containing 100 gold coins. However, just as he stepped out of the grocery store, he happened to pass by 2 people who came in from outside. Jiyu took a glance and found that it was a girl in a red dress and a maid holding a sword. The girl in the red dress was elegant and had unforgettable facial features. Jiyu recognized the girl in the red dress. It seemed that she was Jiang Yuechu, the daughter of the city lord of Chaoyang ancient city. Moreover, she was undoubtedly the first genius. It was said that her cultivation had reached the defensive mystic realm. However, even if this girl was strong, he wouldn't have much of a reaction. After all, for him, practicing martial arts was almost as simple as eating and drinking tea. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed the first genius. Although this girl was a rare beauty, his soul wouldn't be taken away. He just casually glanced at her and no longer paid attention to her. After a while, the maid holding the sword looked back at the young man who was gradually disappearing. "What's wrong?" the girl in the red dress asked with an elegant voice. "Nothing. I just feel that the young man is a bit special. He was injured so badly but still managed to come out of the Monster Beast mountain range alive." The maid holding the sword answered truthfully. Chaoyang Ancient City, Lin Family Mansion. Now that Jiyu's family was ruined, he could only go to the Lin family. The Lin family was one of the 3 great families in Chaoyang Ancient City, and their influence was on par with the Qin family. A year ago, in order to share the burden of the family, he ran to the Lin family to become a servant and listen to orders. He could also stay here. However, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He planned to find a new place to live because he was a servant in the Lin family and had to listen to orders at any time. How could he accept this, however? As one of the three great families, the Lin family had a great reputation in Chaoyang Ancient City and had detailed records of everyone in the mansion. If he left the Lin family without a word, it would be difficult for him to do anything in Chaoyang Ancient City in the future. Therefore, he came back to the Lin family this time to go through the procedures to leave the Lin family. Not long after, Jiyu came to a hall. A year ago, he was taken in by the Lin family here. If he wanted to go through the procedures to leave the Lin family, he had to go here as well. Of course, only solitary martial artists could go through the procedures. Members of the Lin family couldn't leave so easily. I want to go through the procedures to leave the Lin family, Jiyu said to an old man in front of him. The old man sized up Jiyu, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I remember that you came to my Lin clan a year ago, and now you've broken through to the 5th level of the body tempering stage. He could see that this young man's cultivation was at the 5th level of the body tempering stage. He remembered that when this young man first came to the Lin family, he was only at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. It had only been a year, but his cultivation had improved so much. He couldn't help but be amazed by this young man's martial talent. His gaze gradually became more serious. However, the old man didn't know that this was Jiyu's cultivation that had just broken through today. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised that the old man could see through his cultivation. This was because he had heard that this old man's cultivation level was at least at the 5th level of the defensive profound realm. An expert with such strength could easily see through his true cultivation level. The old man thought for a moment and said, I think I know why you want to leave the Lin family. You probably don't want to continue being a servant in the Lin family. That's right. Jiyu replied. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This old man was quite smart. He had guessed the reason why he wanted to leave the Lin family immediately. Actually, you don't have to leave the Lin family. Now that your cultivation has reached the 5th level of the body tempering stage, I can raise your status to the same level as those ordinary disciples. Moreover, you won't be restricted by the Lin family. The old man said. It was because of this kind of talent that he wanted to keep in the Lin family. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't even bother to say a word. This attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Usually, the elders rarely spoke, giving them the impression that they were serious and taciturn. They rarely saw the elders speak so politely to others. They couldn't help but guess who this young man was. After hearing the old man's words, Jiyu thought for a moment and respectfully said, Then I'll have to trouble elder. The reason why he wanted to leave the Lin family was because he felt uncomfortable with the status of a servant. Since he could get rid of his status as a servant and not be restricted by the Lin family, there was nothing wrong with continuing to stay in the Lin family. Then, from today onwards, you are no longer a servant. If you encounter any trouble, this token can prove your identity. As he spoke, the old man took out a white token and gave it to Jiyu. Thank you, elder. After receiving the command medallion, Jiyu bowed and left the place. He returned to his residence. It was a very simple and ordinary house, but he was used to it. Jiyu turned around and closed the door. Then, she began to study the 999 times cultivation system. The 999 times cultivation system is so awesome. There should be many functions that I haven't discovered yet. Based on the current situation, walking can strengthen one's movement technique, one punch can strengthen one's fist technique, and 1 minute of cultivation can increase one's experience by 999 times. Then, according to reason, one kick can strengthen one's leg technique, one slap can strengthen one's palm technique, and so on. Jiyu muttered and tried to perform a high side kick. Ding! Master kicked, basic leg technique gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, basic leg technique has broken through to peak of perfection. Ding! Basic leg technique gained experience, automatically upgraded to inferior yellow rank profound skill tempest kick. Sure enough, as Jiyu expected, a casual kick was able to strengthen his leg technique by 999 times. Just as he was about to continue experimenting, a series of soft knocks suddenly came from outside the door. Young master, the elder sent me to remind you that you can receive your salary today. Hearing the voice from outside the door, Jiyu immediately pulled his attention away from the system. I understand. Jiyu responded, and the person outside the door left. Not long after, Jiyu received some gold coins and 3 elixirs. This was the salary he could receive every month. Today just so happened to raise his status, otherwise, as a servant in the past, he would not be able to receive anything. After returning to his room, Jiyu sat on the bed and looked at the 3 elixirs in his hand. These 3 elixirs were all gradeless elixirs, small strength pills. Although their value was not high, they were suitable for body tempering stage martial artists to consume. I wonder if consuming these elixirs can also increase my experience by 999 times. Jiyu pondered as he threw one of the small strength pills into his mouth. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification sounded. Ding! Master has consumed a small strength pill. Experience gained in martial arts cultivation, 100*999x. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 5th level of the body tempering stage. Feeling the surge of profound energy in his body and breaking through 2 stages, Jiyu was immediately overjoyed. He discovered that all the effects of the small strength pill were instantly absorbed by him, and he did not feel any discomfort. This should be the system's credit. Then, Jiyu simply swallowed the remaining 2 small strength pills together. After a moment, he originally thought that he could directly break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage, but he was just a little bit short and stopped at the peak of the 5th level of the body tempering stage. However, he did not feel disappointed. He was very satisfied with the effects of the pills. Just 3 gradeless pills allowed him to break through 3 small realms in an instant. Jiyu thought to herself, tomorrow, I'll go to the Demon Beast mountain range to hunt more demon beasts. Although his strength was not bad now, there was still a big gap between him and the Chen family's eldest young master, Qin Yan. He remembered that Qin Yan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage and he possessed various yellow rank profound skills. If he were to encounter Qin Yan now, he would still be unable to contend against him. Therefore, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Currently, the fastest way to increase his cultivation was to consume pills, but pills were more expensive. With the gold coins he had on him right now, he couldn't buy many pills, so he had to go to the Demon Beast mountain range to hunt for more gold coins. 10 miles away from Chaoyang Ancient City, there was a place called the Monster Mountain Range. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire Kanglan Empire. The Demon Beast mountain range, as its name suggested, contained many demon beasts and was extremely dangerous. However, other than demonic beasts, there were also all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, many young talents chose to come here to train. Today, Jiyu changed into a clean white shirt and entered the Demon Beast mountain range again. Although the Demon Beast mountain range was very dangerous, it was divided into 3 areas, the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer region was the outermost ring. Usually, there were some rank 1 monsters. Even rank 2 monsters were extremely rare. The danger level was relatively low. Jiyu was planning to only hunt monsters in the outer region this time. With my current strength, as long as I'm careful in the outer regions, there shouldn't be any major problems. Jiyu murmured and strode into the Monster Beast mountain range. As he walked, he suddenly sensed a strong demonic aura coming from not far away. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked in the direction of the demonic aura. After passing through a patch of grass, he saw a pack of crimson-black demon wolves resting there. There were about a dozen of them. Jiyu could tell at a glance that these crimson-black demon wolves were all rank 1/3 to rank 4 demonic beasts. They were not much of a threat to him. Without much hesitation, he directly used the movement technique High Wind Steps and rushed over. Ding! Master used Soaring Wind Steps. Soaring Wind Steps gained experience, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Master used Inch Strength Fist. Inch Strength Fist gained experience, 20 by 999 times. First, the Inch Strength Fist killed a crimson-black demon wolf, and the movement immediately woke up the rest of the crimson-black demon wolves. When they saw their companion killed, they all let out a low roar, which was to warn Jiyu. However, Jiyu completely ignored the warning of the Crimson Black Demon Wolf and rushed to the second Crimson Black Demon Wolf without stopping. The third, the fourth, in less than 10 minutes, the last Crimson Black Demon Wolf was also killed by Jiyu with one punch. After killing all the Crimson Black Demon Wolves, his soaring wind steps and inch-strength fist had also grown to the point of perfection. Then, after harvesting all the valuable materials on the Crimson Black Demon Wolf's corpses, Jiyu continued to move forward. Half a day later, in the Demon Beast mountain range, Jiyu stood on the corpse of a demon beast that was beyond recognition, and he carried a heavy sack on his shoulder. In this half a day, he hunted a lot of demon beasts, and as long as there were valuable materials, he put them into the big sack. Because the big sack was full and couldn't hold anything more, he planned to go out and sell this sack of demon beast materials first. This is too troublesome. Let's see if I can get a storage ring, Jiyu thought. If he had to carry a big sack every time he came to hunt demon beasts, and he had to go out and empty the sack from time to time, it would be too troublesome. At this time, he needed a small thing called a storage ring. The small storage ring had its own space, and almost anything could be put in it, and it was very convenient to use. It was just that the price of a storage ring was relatively expensive, and he wasn't sure if he could buy it. No matter what, let's go and clean up these demon beast materials first, Jiyu muttered to himself as he walked toward the exit of the Demon Beast mountain range. While walking, the system had been constantly strengthening his movement technique. Jiyu felt that his movement technique, soaring wind steps, would be strengthened to perfection soon, and he was very curious if the strengthened soaring wind steps would still be upgraded. After a long time, Jiyu walked out of the Demon Beast mountain range and came to the town she had been to before. It was still the same grocery store. At this time, the shopkeeper was taking a nap. Suddenly, he saw someone carrying a large gunny sack walk in. Sensing that business was coming, he instantly woke up. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was the young man who had come again yesterday. The shopkeeper couldn't help but feel surprised. In less than a day, he had already collected so many materials. Selling materials. Jiyu placed the big sack in front of the shopkeeper and said coldly, "All right." The shopkeeper couldn't wait to open the sack. Immediately, the smell of blood rushed to his heart, but he seemed to be used to it. He didn't even frown. Because the sack was stuffed to the brim, some demonic beast materials fell out when it was opened. The shopkeeper looked at the countless demonic beast materials, his eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't help but ask the young man in front of him, "So many demonic beast materials, did you hunt them all by yourself?" Jiyu nodded slightly without any expression on her face. Hiss, the shopkeeper couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. According to the estimation of these demonic beast materials, the young man in front of him had hunted at least 20 or 30 first-rank demonic beasts, and it only took him one day. To have such strength at such a young age, he was probably a genius of a big family. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper suddenly became respectful. These demonic beast materials are worth a total of 670 gold coins. I'll give you 700 gold coins, how about it? He took out a large bag of gold coins from under the counter and waited for the young man in front of him to agree. Okay. Jiyu nodded. The price was reasonable, and he was given a few extra gold coins, so he naturally accepted it. The shopkeeper immediately handed the large bag of gold coins to Jiyu, and then asked, "Then, besides selling these materials, does young master want to buy anything else?" Jiyu said, "Do you have a storage ring here?" "How much is the price?" "I do have a storage ring. Does young master want a cheaper one or a more expensive one?" The shopkeeper was ready to take out a storage ring to show Jiyu. A few minutes later, a man wearing a black robe that covered his face walked out of the grocery store. It was Jiyu. In addition to spending 300 gold coins to purchase an inferior first-grade storage ring, he also bought a black robe. He checked the storage ring with his spiritual power and found that it was about the size of a thatched cottage. As for why he bought the black robe, it was because he was not strong enough to fight against Qianyan, so it was necessary to hide his identity. Jiyu walked back to Chaoyang Ancient City. He did not plan to go back to the Lin Mansion, but to the place where he could trade pills. Not long after, a magnificent building appeared in front of Jiyu. This building was called the Chaoyang branch. It was a branch of the Alchemy Guild. It was also the place where pills were traded in Chaoyang ancient city. In this world, there was a rather special profession called the alchemist. They were able to refine all kinds of pills that were similar to pills. There were many types of medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills that could assist in cultivation, medicinal pills that could restore Xianxia, medicinal pills that could heal injuries, and so on. Pills were so magical that the Alchemy Guild had always had a high status. They were special existences that all the major forces were willing to pay a price to recruit. However, not everyone could become an Alchemy Guild. To be precise, there was less than 1 in 10,000 people who could become an Alchemy Guild. To become a well-respected Alchemy Guild, one had to have strong spiritual power and talent in alchemy. The Chaoyang branch in front of him was a branch of the Alchemy Guild that was set up for all the Alchemy Guild in Chaoyang ancient city. As for why it was called a branch, it was because the Alchemy Guild was located in all the ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire. However, the main branch only existed in the imperial city of the Kanglan Empire. The rest of the branches could only be considered branches. Speaking of which, it would be great if I could become an Alchemy Guild. Jiyu could not help but sigh as he looked at the Alchemy Guild branch in front of him. If he could become an alchemist, there would be many benefits to him. Most importantly, he would be able to refine pills for himself to consume. Coupled with the system's 999 times cultivation speed, his cultivation would soar as if he was on a plane. However, he was still self-aware, and this kind of laughable thought quickly sank in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to come into contact with the Tao of Alchemy before, but at that time, whenever he saw the Tao of Alchemy in those books, his eyes would become dizzy and he wouldn't be able to absorb it at all. Even if he gritted his teeth and continued to study, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it at all. It could be said that his talent in alchemy was almost as mediocre as his talent in martial arts. He had no chance of becoming an alchemist at all. Jiyu shook her head in self-mockery. Not wanting to think about these messy matters anymore, she quickly walked into the Alchemist Guild. The reason why he specially came here to trade for medicinal pills was because there were many black-hearted stores that sold defective or fake goods. He didn't want to be cheated, so it was best to come here to buy medicinal pills. However, at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from behind. Yu Shiyun actually appeared. Where? That beautiful woman is Yu Shiyun? Who would have thought that I would actually be able to see the alchemy genius Yu Shiyun with my own eyes today? I heard that there's going to be an alchemy class soon, and the lecturer is this young lady Yu. Otherwise, why would we be able to see her so easily? Hearing the commotion coming from the surroundings, Jiyu subconsciously turned around to take a look. He saw a beautiful woman in a white dress with exquisite features appear in the crowd. She was like the moon surrounded by stars, but the beautiful woman's expression was still cold. Jiyu found out that this beautiful woman was called Yu Shiyun from the words of the people around him. Although he had never seen this woman before, he recalled her identity as soon as he heard her name. The daughter of the Chaoyang branch's president, the #1 alchemy genius in Chaoyang ancient city, and a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. These were all Yu Shiyun's reputation. Jiyu had stayed in Chaoyang ancient city for so many years, so he naturally heard of such a famous beauty. However, he only took a few glances and didn't continue to pay attention to Yu Shiyun. He admitted that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in this world, but he was bent on revenge and vowed to kill Chen Yin. After all, he and Yu Shiyun were not in the same world. Jiyu turned around calmly and continued to walk into the Chaoyang branch. On the other hand, Yu Shiyun completely ignored the gazes and noises around her. She looked straight ahead and happened to see Jiyu standing at the entrance of the Chaoyang branch. Jiyu glanced at her and turned around, which seemed to have attracted her attention. Jiyu walked into the Chaoyang branch and came to a hall. This was his first time in the Chaoyang branch, so he wasn't familiar with the place. Thus, he wandered around to see how he could buy pills. Not long after he wandered around, a pretty young woman called out to him, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Because Jiyu was wearing a black robe, the young woman couldn't see his face clearly. Of course, she didn't know that he was still a teenager. Jiyu glanced at the young woman and felt that she should be the receptionist of the Chaoyang branch. Then, he replied in a low voice, "I want to buy some pills." Hearing that he was here to buy pills, the receptionist was delighted and her attitude became more respectful. Then I will lead the way for you. Okay. Ji nodded slightly and followed behind the receptionist. Not long after, Ji followed the receptionist to an area with a lot of people. The function of the Alchemist Guild wasn't just to trade pills. There were many other functions other than that. Thus, there was a need for a special area to trade pills with customers. Mister, this is the area for trading pills. The receptionist smiled respectfully. Oh right, our Chaoyang branch will be holding an alchemy class soon. It will be taught by Miss Yu Shuyun. If you are interested, you can spend 1,000 gold coins in these 2 days to get the qualification to attend the alchemy class for free. Alchemy class, that's interesting, Ji Yu thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. I will see how it goes. In fact, he was already tempted. Since it was a free qualification, why not give it a try? It wasn't difficult for him to accumulate 1,000 gold coins. Although he only had about 400 gold coins left, he just needed to go to the Demon Beast mountain range again and he would be able to earn the rest of the gold coins he was lacking. After that, Ji Yu began to look for pills. He came to a small area that specialized in trading Tier 1 pills. All the counters in this area were filled with Tier 1 pills. However, first-grade medicinal pills were also divided into 3 grades: low grade, medium grade, and high grade. Low grade was the lowest, while high grade was the highest. Due to the high price of medicinal pills, Ji Yu could only buy some low-grade medicinal pills with the 400 gold coins she currently had. May I ask what kind of pills Mr. needs? A woman in charge of this counter walked over and asked in a respectful tone. Just give me a few low-grade Tier 1 medicinal pills that can help with my cultivation. Ji Yu said after pondering for a moment. All right. The woman immediately searched under the counter and found a small jade bottle with exquisite craftsmanship. She placed it in front of Ji Yu and introduced, this is the most commonly seen quenching body pill used to assist in cultivation. It's a first-grade pill. Please take a look, young master. Ji Yu took the jade bottle and pinched the stopper open to take a look. He found a total of 4 pellet-sized quenching body pills inside. He then asked, what's the price? This bottle of quenching body pills is sold for 400 gold coins. The woman replied. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. His face hidden under the black robe had a slight bitter smile. However, he still took out a large bag of gold coins from his storage ring and handed it to the woman. There's a total of 400 gold coins in here. Happy transaction. Thank you, mister. The woman respectfully bowed. After that, Ji Yu left the pill trading area. Buying a bottle of quenching body pills cost him 400 gold coins. Now that he didn't have many gold coins left, he naturally didn't need to continue to stay in the pill trading area. Ji Yu walked towards the exit while looking at the bottle of pills in his hand. Such a small bottle only contained 4 quenching body pills. In other words, 1 quenching body pill would cost 100 gold coins. This made him feel somewhat pained. Fortunately, he had the 999x cultivation system. These 4 quenching body pills should be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. What kind of realm would he be able to reach? Ji Yu endured the anticipation in his heart and quickly walked out of the Chaoyang branch. Under normal circumstances, even if he only took 1 quenching body pill, with the 999x cultivation system's support, he would be able to break through in an instant. Although the quenching body realm's breakthrough wouldn't cause much of a commotion, he didn't want to break through in a place like the Chaoyang branch where there were so many eyes. Not long after, Ji Yu walked into a deserted alley and prepared to take the quenching body pill. He sat on a stone bench and opened the jade bottle. He poured out a quenching body pill and impatiently swallowed it. Ding! Master has consumed a body tempering pill. Martial Dao experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, Martial Dao cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Ji Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. The body tempering pill actually increased his experience by so much. Not only did it allow him to break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage, but it also allowed him to reach the middle stage. If I consume the remaining 3 body tempering pills, my Martial Dao cultivation will at least break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. With anticipation in his heart, Jiyu directly stuffed the remaining 3 body-tempering pills into his mouth. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do what he did. He only dared to do so because he clearly knew that the pills didn't have any negative effects on him. Ding. Master has consumed a body-tempering pill, martial Dao experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial Dao cultivation has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 7th level of the body-tempering stage. The 3 body-tempering pills successfully converted to 999 times the experience. Jiyu's martial Dao cultivation directly jumped 5 stages, breaking through from the middle stage of the 6th level of the body-tempering stage to the middle stage of the 7th level of the body-tempering stage in one go. Such an awesome effect could be said to have exceeded his expectations. Next, I'll continue to hunt demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range to earn gold coins. As long as I don't slack off, relying on this 999 times cultivation system, I'll probably be able to reach the defensive profound realm in less than 7 days. Jiyu muttered to himself. Once he broke through to the defensive profound realm, it meant that he had enough strength to take revenge on Xianxia, 1 day later, in the Demon Beast Mountain range. During this entire day, Jiyu madly searched for demonic beasts to hunt. With the fastest efficiency, he hunted 39 demonic beasts. At this moment, he was currently hunting 40 demonic beasts. Ding. Congratulations Master, inferior yellow rank profound skill soaring wind steps has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding. Congratulations Master, inferior yellow rank profound skill inch force fist has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding. Detected inferior yellow rank profound skill soaring wind steps has reached perfection, automatically upgraded to intermediate yellow rank profound skill soaring cloud steps. Ding. It has been detected that the low yellow rank profound skill 1-inch punch has reached perfection and has been automatically upgraded to the middle yellow rank profound skill 7 punch. After killing the demonic beast in front of him with a single punch, Jiyu instantly heard a series of system notifications. He couldn't help but freeze in place. Automatically leveled up again, the 999X cultivation system gave him another surprise. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, there was a clear classification of mystical skills. From the weakest to the strongest, they were divided into 4 grades: yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. These 4 grades were further divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. Legend had it that there were even higher level mystical skills above the heaven rank. However, with his current knowledge, he had no way of knowing about them. After all, the highest level mystical skill in the entire ancient city of the rising sun was only a medium profound rank mystical skill. From the looks of it, it won't be long before it can automatically upgrade to a profound rank or even an earth rank profound skill. Jiyu was very excited. The ability of the 999X cultivation system was too awesome. After cutting off the valuable materials from the demonic beast's corpse, Jiyu put them into his storage ring. This is the 40th demonic beast. It's about time for me to go back, Jiyu muttered to himself as he walked out of the demonic beast mountain range. In fact, the storage ring could still hold a lot of things. However, he had to accumulate 1,000 gold coins in the Chaoyang branch in order to qualify for the free alchemy class. Today was the last day, so he had to go back first. After leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Jiyu sold all the demonic beast materials and obtained a total of 1,300 gold coins. Adding the gold coins he had left from before, he now had 1,400 gold coins. After returning to the Chaoyang branch, he bought 3 bottles of body-tempering pills in the elixir trading area, spending a total of 1,200 gold coins. Jiyu thought for a moment and bought 2 more profound recovery pills. He didn't have much gold coins left. Profound recovery pills were a type of low-grade first-rank elixir. Its effect was to recover Xianxia. In the demonic beast mountain range, he frequently used Xianxia and needed to rest for a while to recover his Xianxia after killing a few demonic beasts. Now that he had mastered a high-grade yellow rank intermediate rank Xian skill, the amount of Xianxia required to use it would be much higher than a low-grade yellow rank intermediate rank Xian skill. Therefore, he had to prepare 2 profound recovery pills for emergency use. Mister, you've already spent more than 1,000 gold coins. This is a token. When the alchemy class starts tomorrow afternoon, Mr. can bring this token to the class. At this moment, the receptionist he saw last time walked over. She held a token in her hand and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu took the token and put it in his pocket, then left the Chaoyang branch. This time, Jiyu planned to enter the demonic beast mountain range directly and start using pills to increase his cultivation. The alchemy class would only start tomorrow at the Chaoyang branch. Taking advantage of this time, he planned to continue tempering himself in the demonic beast mountain range. Jiyu walked to the outskirts of the demonic beast mountain range and sat down. He took off the black robe on his head and took out the 3 bottles of body-tempering pills from his storage ring. There were a total of 12 body-tempering pills in the 3 jade bottles. He felt that if he consumed these 12 body-tempering pills, he would be able to fly into the sky. Without thinking, he stuffed one pill after another into his mouth as if he was eating candy. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 8th level of the body-tempering stage. After continuously consuming 12 body-tempering pills, Jiyu's cultivation base directly rose from the middle of the 7th level of the body-tempering stage to the late stage of the 8th level of the body-tempering stage. He increasingly felt that breaking through cultivation was as easy as eating and drinking tea. As long as he had enough gold coins to buy medicinal pills, he could easily break through. Who told him to have 999 times experience multiplier? After that, Jiyu began to hunt demonic beasts to earn gold coins. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard the sound of an intense battle not far in front of him. He curiously walked up to take a look and saw a young girl in a pink dress, holding a thin sword and fighting with a huge black bear. This black bear, Jiyu's expression changed slightly. This was a brute force black bear. The brute force black bear was not only extremely powerful, but its speed was also extraordinary. Human martial artists of the same realm would not be able to gain the slightest advantage in front of the brute force black bear. It was one of the more difficult existences to deal with among the rank 1 monster beasts. The brute force black bear in front of him looked like it had just reached adulthood. Its cultivation base was around the 7th level of the rank 1 monster beasts, close to the 8th level of the rank 1 monster beasts. Although the young girl in pink's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the body-tempering stage, she was obviously at a disadvantage. She was constantly suppressed by the brute force black bear and was unable to escape. Jiang Yuexin resisted the brute force black bear's huge paw with all her might. Her heart was extremely vexed. She felt that her luck was really too bad today. She had just entered the Demon Beast mountain range and she had already encountered such a difficult brute force black bear. It was fine if she couldn't win, but this brute force black bear's speed was extremely fast. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to, so she could only continue to fight with this brute force black bear. However, there wasn't much profound chi left in her body. She would soon die here. With every second that passed, Jiang Yuexin became more and more anxious. She didn't want to die in this place. At this moment, she suddenly saw a black figure from the corner of her eyes. She immediately turned her head to look and saw a youth in a black robe standing there. Jiang Yuexin instantly seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She shouted loudly, "Hey, you over there, quickly come and help me." The black-robed youth was naturally Jiyu, but he acted as if he didn't hear anything. Not only did he ignore Jiang Yuexin, he even turned around and walked away. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but the girl's commanding tone made him feel very uncomfortable. It gave him a strong feeling of superiority. This kind of person was probably some family's rude and unreasonable young lady. Why should he go and save such a thankless person? Seeing that the black-robed youth was about to leave, Jiang Yuexin immediately became anxious and shouted, "I am the second young lady of the city lord's manor. My father is the city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. How dare you not listen to me?" Jiyu couldn't help but laugh. Not only did this girl order him, she even wanted to threaten him, however, he didn't show any signs of turning around. Instead, his footsteps became faster and faster. Jiang Yuexin was infuriated by this scene. At this time, the brute force black bear slapped her again, causing her to stagger back a few steps. She finally couldn't hold back her pride and cried out, You bastard, hurry up and save me. I will give you a lot of rewards as long as you save me." Hearing the girl in pink sobbing, Jiyu finally stopped in her tracks. He turned around to look at the girl in pink and asked indifferently, "What rewards?" Originally, he didn't want to bother with this girl, but if this girl could give a suitable reward, he might be able to help. When Jiyu said this, Jiang Yuexin almost fainted from anger. At this time, this guy didn't hurry to save her and still had the mood to ask for rewards. However, seeing that the brute force black bear was about to close in again, Jiang Yuexin couldn't care less and hurriedly said, 1,000 gold coins, no, 5,000 gold coins. As long as you save me, I will give you 5,000 gold coins. As Jiang Yuexin was focused on talking to Jiyu, she didn't notice the bear's paw coming towards her. When she came back to her senses, it was too late. Looking at the huge bear paw in front of her, her eyes were filled with panic and despair. At this moment, she wanted to curse the black-robed youth countless times in her heart. At the same time, the corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up slightly. Deal. Before his voice died away, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jiang Yuexin and extended a hand to block the brute force black bear's huge paw. Ding! Master used Soaring Cloud Steps experience gained, 50*999x. This was Jiyu's first time using the intermediate yellow rank Soaring Cloud Steps. The speed of the Soaring Cloud Steps did not disappoint him at all. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu, who had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her delicate face couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. This guy's speed was actually so fast? However, she quickly reacted and realized that he actually wanted to block the brute force black bear's attack with his bare hands. She immediately wanted to scold this guy for being an idiot. She originally thought that this guy could save her, but in the end, he was a brainless idiot. He actually dared to fight the brute force black bear with his bare hands. Wasn't this courting death? At the same time, the brute force black bear's face changed slightly. It was as if it wanted to laugh at this human in front of it for overestimating himself. In the next moment, Jiyu's palm instantly clenched into a fist. Ding! Master used 7 Strength Fist experience gained, 50*999x. Jiyu's thin and small fist collided with the brute force black bear's huge paw, creating a huge contrast. However, the thin and small fist actually pierced through the huge paw, opening a fist-sized hole in the middle of the paw. Blood immediately sputtered out. Jiyu's eyes flashed slightly. He quickly used Soaring Cloud Steps to avoid the blood splattering out. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the intermediate yellow rank mystical skill, Soaring Cloud Steps has successfully broken through to minor accomplishment. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu appeared a few meters away. There wasn't a single trace of blood on his body. Jiang Yuexin was standing behind Jiyu. After Jiyu dodged, the brute force black bear's blood directly splashed onto her body, causing her pink dress to become extremely bright. However, she was already stunned by the scene that just happened. She didn't even realize that her body was covered in blood. She didn't dare to believe what she just saw. This seemingly weak young man actually pierced through the brute force black bear's paw with his bare hands. What kind of terrifying strength was required to do this? If it was her, not to mention her bare hands, even if she used the sword in her hand to slash at the brute force black bear, it would be very difficult to cause any effective damage to the brute force black bear. At most, she would only be able to create a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Roar, roar, roar. Right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly woke her up. She saw that the brute force black bear in front of her had become extremely berserk. The intense pain caused it to enter a berserk state. Its eyes also became scarlet red. Jiang Yuexin temporarily couldn't care about the smell of blood on her body. Her first reaction was to quickly retreat. Right now, she couldn't withstand the attacks of the berserk brute force black bear at all. Jiyu, who was standing a few meters away, couldn't help but frown. This brute force black bear actually mutated. This isn't going to be good. A berserk wild beast was the most terrifying. Not only did it not know pain, its battle strength also increased greatly. Jiyu carefully considered for a moment and decided to retreat. This was because he didn't have much confidence in being able to solve this situation. He flashed to Jiang Yuexin's side and grabbed Jiang Yuexin's wrist to escape. Ah? Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed by someone and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The violent brute force black bear roared as it chased after him. There was only one thought in its mind, and that was to tear the human in front of it into pieces. Seeing the brute force black bear chasing after him, Jiyu planned to continuously use soaring cloud steps until he completely shook off the brute force black bear. After Jiyu continuously used soaring cloud steps several times, he finally shook off the brute force black bear completely. At the same time, soaring cloud steps also improved to the mastery realm. He let out a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down his footsteps. He couldn't help but rejoice that soaring cloud steps had broken through to the intermediate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to shake off the brute force black bear so easily. "Hurry up and let go of me." At this time, a delicate and angry voice sounded. Jiyu only felt that something in his hand was forcibly breaking free. "It hurts." Jiang Yuexin rubbed her reddened wrist. Her eyes were foggy, and she was almost about to cry. She said coquettishly, "Really, you bastard don't know how to be tender to a woman. If I was tender to a woman, you would have died just now." Jiyu said expressionlessly. I know, you're so inflexible." Jiang Yuexin complained. Just as Jiyu was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately stretched out a hand in front of Jiang Yuexin. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuexin didn't react for a moment. "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course it's a reward," Jiyu said indifferently. Reward? At this time, Jiang Yuexin finally understood what Jiyu meant. She lowered her head slightly and asked in a deep voice, "You saved me purely for the reward?" "Yes." Jiyu only spat out 2 words. At this time, Jiang Yuexin's mood was a little complicated. As the second miss of the city lord's mansion, she had been worshipped since she was young. No one dared to disrespect her. If it had been anyone else, they would have risked their lives to save her in that situation. However, the black-robed youth in front of him had done it purely for the sake of the 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin reckoned that if she hadn't mentioned the reward at that time, this young man would definitely have left without even looking at her. His life was not as valuable as 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yuexin was silent for a while before she said, "I don't like to bring too many things with me when I go out, so I only have 3,000 gold coins on me right now. I can only give you 3,000 gold coins first." As she spoke, she took out a few bags of gold coins from her storage ring. "Sure." Jiyu kept the bags of gold into her storage ring and continued, "But you have to write me an IOU for the remaining 2,000 gold coins." "You rascal." Jiang Yuexin was so angry that her shoulders trembled slightly. She was the dignified second miss of the city lord's mansion. How could she owe a mere 2,000 gold coins? However, she could only comply with the other party's wishes for the time being and write him an IOU. This guy's strength was higher than hers, and this was the monster beast mountain range. She felt that with this guy's character, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Jiyu took the IOU and glanced at it. When he saw the name Jiang Yuexin, he remembered that this girl seemed to have said that she was the second miss of the city lord's mansion before. "You are the second miss of the city lord's mansion, so your sister is the number 1 genius?" Jiyu asked. "Yes, my sister is the number 1 genius of martial arts in Chaoyang ancient city, Jiang Yuechu." Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin smiled slyly and said, "What's wrong? You suddenly asked about my sister. Are you interested in her? Do you think it's possible?" Jiyu's expression didn't change at all, and he said lightly. After that, he turned around and left directly. The reward was about to be paid, so he should leave. Seeing this, Jiang Yuexin was stunned at first, then she shouted, "Wait, don't leave so quickly. What else do you want?" Jiyu looked back at Jiang Yuexin and said. "Didn't you see this?" Jiang Yuexin instinctively almost said "this lady," but she realized this guy's character and quickly changed her words. "Didn't you see that I have no strength now?" "So?" Jiyu asked. This bastard, Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious, but she felt very embarrassed to say it directly, so she stammered, So. I want you to take me out of here." This was the first time that she took the initiative to ask for help from others, and she had never been treated like this before. It was really annoying. "Sorry, I don't want to take a burden, and I don't plan to leave the monster beast mountain range so early." After that, Jiyu ignored Jiang Yuexin and walked forward by himself. Jiang Yuexin was so angry that she stamped her feet. This bastard was so ungentlemanly. She had already asked for so much, but this bastard not only didn't help, but also said that she was a burden. But although she was angry, Jiang Yuexin still didn't want to die in this place, so she could only follow Jiyu silently. There was almost no qi left in her body now, and she could lose her life if she met any monster, so she had no choice but to follow this bastard. She didn't stay idle, and kept cursing this bastard behind Jiyu. Jiyu had long noticed that Jiang Yuexin was shamelessly following behind him, but he still completely ignored her and focused on hunting the demonic beasts. Soon, they encountered a first-grade 6th-stage demonic snake, but it was instantly killed by Jiyu with a single punch. Ding! Master used 7 Strength Fist. 7 Strength Fist obtained experience, 50*999x. Ding! Congratulations Master, the yellow rank intermediate profound skill 7 Strength Fist has successfully broken through to initial success. Once again witnessing a demonic beast being killed by Jiyu's bare hands, Jiang Yuexin still felt extremely shocked. She felt that this guy either had a powerful physical strength, or he knew some kind of powerful fist technique. At the same time, she was very curious about this guy's cultivation. How high is your cultivation? Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but ask. Just a little higher than yours. Jiyu glanced at Jiang Yuexin and said indifferently. Hearing Jiyu's reply, Jiang Yuexin guessed that this guy must be a genius from some family, but she had never heard of a genius from a family with such a rigid personality. Jiyu continued to look for demonic beasts to kill, while Jiang Yuexin silently followed behind him. After that, another 7 Strength Fist killed a demonic beast. Jiyu felt that the Xianxia in his body had already dried up. He immediately sat on a rock, took out a Xianxia pill from his storage ring, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ding! Master has consumed an inferior grade 1st grade pill Xianxia pill. The Xianxia recovery effect has increased by 999 times. The recovery effect of the Xianxia recovery effect was actually increased by 999 times. This was out of Jiyu's expectations. He only felt that the Xianxia in his body had instantly recovered to its peak state. Did you just eat a Xianxia pill? At this time, Jiang Yuexin came over and asked. Seeing the hope in Jiang Yuexin's eyes, Jiyu vaguely had a bad premonition. This has nothing to do with you. You must have more Xianxia pills, can you give me one? Jiyu didn't answer, but Jiang Yuexin directly insisted that it was a Xianxia pill. No, I only have one Xianxia pill left, how can I give it to you? Jiyu somewhat helplessly shook his head. TCH, stingy. Jiang Yuexin snorted and stopped pestering him about the profound returning pill. She knew that it was useless to continue pestering this guy. Ding! Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the mastery level of the intermediate yellow rank 7 Strength Fist. Along the way, Jiyu relied on the 7 Strength Fist to kill many demonic beasts, and the 7 Strength Fist gradually broke through to the next realm. Jiang Yuexin saw Jiyu cut off the materials of the demonic beast's corpse every time he killed one. She couldn't help but ask, do you keep killing demonic beasts to earn gold coins? Yes. Jiyu nodded. Which family are you from, what's your name? Jiang Yuexin asked. Lin family, a nobody. Jiyu casually said. He basically had no scruples now, and there was nothing to hide. Lin family, and what do you mean by a nobody? Jiang Yuexin naturally knew of the Lin family, one of the 3 great families, but she couldn't understand why he called himself a nobody. Her martial arts talent was one of the best in Chaoyang Ancient City, and this guy was obviously much stronger than her, but he called himself a nobody. Then what was she? It's the literal meaning. Jiyu said indifferently. Forget it, I guess you just don't want to say it. Jiang Yuexin didn't ask any more. Jiyu only took a few steps before he said to Jiang Yuexin, say, how long are you going to stay with me? I'm going to spend the night here. Huh? You're going to spend the night here? Jiang Yuexin was shocked. She had endured long enough, and the smell of blood made her feel very uncomfortable. This guy actually planned to spend the night here. Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin had an idea and said, wait, don't you still have a mystic recovery pill? Give me that mystic recovery pill, and I'll give you this. She took out an incense burner from her storage ring and gently placed it on the ground. What is this? Looking at the incense burner, Jiyu asked curiously. This is a special incense burner. It can attract nearby demon beasts by relying on internal qi, but it can only be used once. What do you think? Xianxia explained. This incense burner was naturally brought out by her from the mansion, and its value was not particularly expensive. Although the value of the mystic recovery pill was far less than this incense burner, the mystic recovery pill could give her the power to protect herself, but the incense burner couldn't. Now that she was in a hurry, she had to reluctantly give up this incense burner. Deal. Jiyu immediately took out the remaining mystic recovery pill from her storage ring and exchanged it with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything, directly swallowed the mystic recovery pill, and sat down with her eyes closed. She just wanted to recover her internal qi as soon as possible and leave the Demon Beast mountain range. After half an hour, Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, and the internal qi in her body had recovered by more than half. However, at this time, she found that the black-robed youth had left at some point. Recalling the black-robed youth's attitude towards her, Xianxia couldn't help but lightly clench her teeth. This bastard, this young lady will definitely find you, and when the time comes, I'll let my sister take care of you, humph. The next morning, in the demonic beast mountain range. Jiyu had been hunting demonic beasts in the outskirts of the demonic beast mountain range and had killed quite a few demonic beasts overnight. The alchemy class is in the afternoon, let's go back now. Jiyu left the demonic beast mountain range on foot and returned to the Chaoyang branch. Ding. Congratulations, master, the mid-yellow rank profound skill, Soaring Cloud Steps has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Jiyu's Soaring Cloud Steps had also broken through to the perfection stage by the time he reached the Chaoyang branch. As long as it broke through again, the mid-yellow rank Soaring Cloud Steps would be able to upgrade to a high yellow rank profound skill. Just as he entered the hall, the female receptionist from before came to greet him. Under the lead of the female receptionist, Jiyu arrived at a spacious classroom. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the classroom. These were all young men and women dressed luxuriously, most likely young masters and young mistresses of some power. Jiyu walked in wearing a black robe. Even if he didn't deliberately hide his face, he still attracted quite a few people's attention. After all, his dressing was still a bit strange. He casually glanced at the people around him, thinking that there were definitely people from the Qin clan among them. But he didn't care, because with his current strength, no one under the defensive profound realm could compare to him. Even if Qin Yan was present, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then, Jiyu casually found an empty seat under the podium and sat down, waiting for the alchemy class to begin. Not long after, the classroom gradually became noisy, as if some big shot had appeared. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family, Lin Qitian? He's also interested in alchemy? How is that possible? Don't you know that young master Lin is interested in Yu Shiyun? He must be here for Yu Shiyun. That's right, Lin Qitian is the #1 martial arts genius of the Lin family. He wouldn't waste time learning alchemy. This time, it just so happens that young Mistress Yu Shiyun is personally teaching, so he's here. Jiyu also recognized this Lin Qitian. After all, he had worked as a handyman for the Lin family for a year. There was no way he hadn't heard of who the young master of the Lin family was. This person had outstanding talent and was one of the best in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. It was said that his current martial cultivation was almost the same as Qin Yan's. They were both at body tempering stage 9 perfection and were one step away from entering the defensive profound realm. Lin Qitian acted like he was superior to everyone else. He didn't even look at anyone as if they weren't qualified to be looked at by him. Seeing Lin Qitian's expression, Jiyu shook his head. At first, he thought that it was some kind of big shot, but in the end, it was just like that. But for some reason, Lin Qitian walked straight towards him. Kid, this position belongs to this young master. Hearing Lin Qitian's order, Jiyu frowned. What's wrong with this guy? Jiyu suddenly felt a little baffled. She was sitting here perfectly fine, so why did Lin Qiyun come to find trouble with her? This young master will say it again, this position belongs to this young master. This time, Lin Qitian's tone wasn't just an order, but also a threat. It was as if Ji Yu didn't move away, he wouldn't be polite to Ji Yu. Seeing this happen, the surrounding people began to whisper to each other. This guy is really pitiful. Coincidentally or not, he's sitting in the seat under the podium. Yeah, that's the first row, right under the podium. Lin Qitian definitely won't let go of that seat for Yu Shiyun. This guy still hasn't moved away. Lin Qitian's methods are not a joke. Many people began to mourn for Ji Yu. However, Ji Yu didn't have the slightest fear. She coldly looked at Lin Qitian and smiled. What if I don't? As soon as Ji Yu's words came out, there was an uproar. This guy actually dares to provoke Lin Qitian. I originally felt some sympathy for him, but I didn't expect him to be an idiot. This kid is finished. He dares to offend the young master of the Lin family. I'm afraid his entire family will be wiped out. In Chaoyang Ancient City, there aren't many who dare to talk to Lin Qitian like that. This kid really isn't afraid of death. Lin Qitian's eyes turned cold. Kid, you're courting death. You can try and see if I'm courting death or not. Ji Yu didn't back down at all. He was now alone and had no worries. Although he had a high status in the Lin family, it didn't affect him much. He already offended a young master of the Chen family, Chen Yan, so he didn't mind offending another Lin Qitian. One more wouldn't be too much, one less wouldn't be too little. Lin Qitian's expression became more and more gloomy. However, just as he was about to let this kid have a taste of his own medicine, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Silence. Following this voice, the crowd quieted down. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. The person who came was a beautiful woman in a white dress. It was the Yu Shiyun that Ji Yu saw last time. As the #1 genius of alchemy, Yu Shiyun was now a rank 2 alchemist. Her status in Chaoyang Ancient City was extremely high. No one dared to act rashly in front of Yu Shiyun, so everyone was very obedient. Even Lin Qitian, upon seeing that it was Yu Shiyun, had no choice but to find another seat with a displeased expression. Yu Shiyun slowly walked to the podium and her beautiful eyes quickly swept across everyone. She then opened her mouth and said, since everyone is here, then the alchemy class will begin immediately. Today's alchemy class will first talk about the basics of alchemy, then we'll try alchemy practice at the end. Everyone present listened to Yu Shiyun's speech quietly. There was almost no noise at all. Hearing that there was no more noise in the hall, Yu Shiyun nodded slightly and continued, I'm sure most of you have very little contact with alchemy, so I'll start with the most basic things. To become a true alchemist, other than having a strong soul force, you also need to have a high enough talent in alchemy. These are all innate, and it's very difficult to improve through training. I hope everyone understands this point. Next, I'll talk about alchemy. Alchemy is refining pills, and you need to have Xianxia, fire seed, materials, container, and soul force. These 5 things can be said to be indispensable. At this moment, Ji Yu was also seriously listening to the class. Whether or not he could become an alchemist, it was always better to try. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Master has listened to alchemy class for 1 minute. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to rank 1 alchemist. Ji Yu's face was filled with disbelief. He had just listened to an alchemy class and he had become a rank 1 alchemist. At the same time, he felt a large amount of alchemy knowledge enter his mind. He also felt that his soul force had increased. He was shocked again. One had to know that soul force was innate, and it was very difficult to improve it through training. Right now, he only listened to a minute of alchemy class and his soul force increased. Without a doubt, he should now have the alchemy attainment of a rank 1 alchemist. Ji Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart with difficulty and focused more on the alchemy class. If he continued to listen, he would be able to get stronger. At the same time, Yu Shiyun was also teaching. Let's talk about Xianxia first. Every martial cultivator has Xianxia in their body, and alchemy is a very delicate job. Normally, it takes a long time to slowly refine pills. At the same time, alchemy requires Xianxia to be activated. The entire process consumes a large amount of Xianxia, so martial cultivation is very important to an alchemist. Alchemy. Alchemists. But there are some special alchemists. Alchemy. The materials were all kinds of heavenly treasures. If one wanted to concoct pills, one naturally had to prepare the materials needed to concoct pills. Containers are alchemy furnaces, alchemy cauldrons, and the like. You can use whatever you want. It depends on your habits. There is also soul force. Everyone is born with soul force. The strength varies from person to person. It is very difficult to increase one's soul force. I won't explain it here. The specific use of soul force is to identify materials, control the temperature, control the timing of alchemy, and so on. Control of the temperature must be appropriate. If the temperature is too high, all the materials will be wasted. If the temperature is too low, it will make it difficult to condense the pill. Controlling the timing of alchemy is also the same. The timing must be controlled accurately. Otherwise, it will cause a series of problems. Whether it is the control of the temperature or the timing of alchemy, it will affect the success or failure of the alchemy. And these all need to be controlled by soul force. This most basic knowledge has been explained. Next, I will explain to you the various types of alchemy and materials. Yu Shiyun's speech was not fast. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Most of the people were listening very seriously. After all, listening to a beauty's lecture was a different kind of enjoyment. Jiyu was also very focused. Every minute, there would be a system notification sound in his mind. Ding! Master has listened to alchemy class for 1 minute. Alchemy attainments gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has listened to alchemy class for 1 minute. Alchemy attainments gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, alchemy attainments has successfully broken through to become an intermediate grade 1 alchemist. Time slowly passed. Jiyu gradually rose from an inferior grade 1 alchemist to an intermediate grade 1 alchemist. This efficiency was simply too good, his eyes were filled with joy. In the past, he never dared to imagine that he could directly become an intermediate grade 1 alchemist after listening to a few minutes of alchemy class. Feeling a large amount of knowledge entering his mind and the increase in his soul force, Jiyu could be sure that everything that was happening was real. Alchemists were clearly divided into grades. From the lowest to the highest, they were divided into grades 1 to 9. There were also 3 grades: inferior, intermediate, and superior. He estimated that it would not be long before he could be promoted to an inferior grade 2 alchemist. On the stage, Yu Shiyun, who was known as the number 1 alchemist in Chaoyang Ancient City, was said to be only an intermediate grade 2 alchemist. The basic alchemy knowledge lesson has ended. The last part is alchemy practice. I will personally demonstrate the alchemy process for all of you. As Yu Shiyun spoke, she waved her hand and a cauldron appeared on the stage out of thin air. Following that, there were many alchemy materials. Jiyu knew that Yu Shiyun took these things out from her storage ring. Now, I will demonstrate the alchemy process for the gradeless strength pill. As Yu Shiyun refined the pill, she explained in detail to everyone, the first step is to start a fire and warm the cauldron. When the temperature of the cauldron is raised to a certain level, we can begin the second step. The second step is to put the materials needed to refine the strength pill into the cauldron. The third step is to control the temperature of the fire. I have just said the importance of controlling the temperature of the fire. It must be controlled properly. The materials in the cauldron will gradually turn into liquid pills. When all the materials have completely turned into liquid pills, the pills can be condensed. The fourth and final step is to control the timing of the pill condensation. The timing must be precise and not the slightest bit of carelessness. When Yu Shiyun finished explaining the entire alchemy process, she had also successfully refined a cauldron of strength pills. At this moment, there was a soft exclamation from below the stage. Miss Yu Shiyun is indeed the number 1 genius in alchemy. Her alchemy skills are so skillful. She is simply comparable to those veteran alchemists. A gradeless pill like this is a piece of cake for her. In just 2 to 3 minutes, a cauldron of strength pills was refined. It's really amazing. How good would it be if I could have Miss Yu Shiyun's alchemy skills? Pfft, you can continue daydreaming. You will never be able to reach Miss Yu's current level in this lifetime. Even Ji Yu was surprised. However, what surprised him was not Yu Shiyun's alchemy skills, but the sound from the system. Ding. Master has watched an alchemist refine pills for 1 minute. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Owner has watched an alchemist refine pills for 1 minute. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 1 by 999 times. Who would have thought that other than listening to lectures, watching others concoct pills would also give him 999 times experience enhancement? This ability was too heaven-defying. Ji Yu felt that she would soon be able to break through and become a superior grade 1 alchemist. It was a pity that Yu Shiyun was able to refine the energy dance so quickly. At the same time, Yu Shiyun opened her mouth and said, I have just demonstrated the entire pill refining process. In conclusion, the first step of heating the furnace and the second step of putting in the ingredients are the easiest. However, the third step of controlling the temperature of the fire and the fourth step of condensing the pill are very difficult. Now, who is willing to come up and try refining pills? Me. Ji Yu raised her hand. In fact, he didn't fight for it at all. It was because the others were hesitating that he became the first to volunteer. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on him. Isn't this the kid who had a conflict with Lin Qiqian just now? It's really him. He didn't even hesitate and wanted to be the first to try? It seems like he's really a hothead. I feel that his brain isn't working well. Could it be that he saw Miss Yu successfully refining the energy dance so easily and thought that this pill is easy to refine? That's right. Anyway, he will probably come down in less than a minute after going up. It won't take much time. Lin Qiqian listened to the mocking and ridiculing voices directed at Ji Yu from all around, making him feel very comfortable. He looked at Ji Yu with a mocking smile and mocked, I think you better not go up and waste your time. The energy dan isn't something that a trash layman like you can refine. Although he had never come into contact with alchemy, he still knew how difficult it was to refine pills. Even if it was just an ungraded energy dan, it wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, let alone this poor country bumpkin. Are you so sure that I don't know how to refine pills? Ji Yu stood up and glanced at Lin Qiqian, who was sitting on the right, and said indifferently. Lin Qiqian was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you can't be saying that you know how to refine pills, right? Not only Lin Qiqian, but many people around also laughed. A little brat dares to say that he knows how to refine pills. Is he here to be a joke? This brat is probably an idiot sent by the Chaoyang branch to ease the atmosphere. I'm dying of laughter. I think this brat isn't an idiot, but a retard. Ha ha ha. Hearing the mocking laughter coming from all around, Ji Yu suddenly felt quite speechless. He was too lazy to continue wasting his breath with these guys. Quiet. At this time, Yu Shiyun's cold and pleasant voice came and everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even if they couldn't speak, they all looked at Ji Yu with mocking eyes. These gazes were like sharp knives stabbing Ji Yu. After climbing up the stairs, Ji Yu stood beside Yu Shiyun. The ingredients are on the table. Take a set and you can start refining the energy pill. Yu Shiyun said in a friendly tone. Compared to those fellows below the stage who only knew how to talk, she thought more highly of this young man who volunteered. Although this young man basically had no chance of success, at least he had the courage to try refining the pill. She planned to pay close attention to this young man's refining process later so that she could give the best suggestions and help this young man. Ji Yu didn't know what Yu Shiyun was thinking. At this moment, he had already taken a set of ingredients to the furnace and was preparing to refine the energy pill. Following the steps Yu Shiyun demonstrated earlier, combined with the alchemy knowledge in his mind, he naturally started to warm the furnace. Ding! It has been detected that the owner has started to refine the gradeless energy pill. The success rate has increased by 999 times. Ji Yu was stunned. 999 times the success rate. After a while, he finally reacted. Did this mean that his success rate of refining the energy pill had increased by 999 times? Ji Yu couldn't believe what he heard. If the success rate of 999 times was real, then there was no possibility of him failing, From the beginning until now, the system had never lied to him. This time, the success rate of 999 times should be real too. He already had the alchemy skills of an intermediate grade 1 alchemist. In addition, the success rate had increased by 999 times. No matter what, there was no possibility of him failing. The more Jiyu thought about it, the more excited he got. He didn't have any psychological pressure when refining the pill. Now, he was very casual. When he felt that the temperature of the furnace was about right, he casually threw the ingredients into the furnace. Seeing this, Yu Shuyun frowned slightly. Throwing the ingredients casually like this, wasn't he afraid of causing some negative effects? After that, Jiyu started to control the temperature of the furnace. With the sole power of a medium grade 1 alchemist, this kind of ungraded energy origin pill was not a problem for him at all. He could easily control the flame to the most suitable state. Seeing this, Yu Shuyun's beautiful eyes showed a slight change. As a second-grade intermediate alchemist, she could naturally see that this young man had controlled the flame to an almost perfect state. Was this luck, or strength? Compared to the latter, Yu Shuyun felt that the former was more likely. If it was really luck, then it could be explained. It was not possible to rely purely on strength. If it was purely based on strength, one would need to be at least a level 1 alchemist or even a level 1 alchemist to achieve this level. She didn't believe that this young man had the ability to refine pills above the level of a grade 1 intermediate alchemist. Ji didn't notice that she had attracted Yu Shuyun's attention. She was still focused on refining pills. After a while, he successfully refined all the ingredients into liquid pills. The moment the ingredients completely turned into liquid pills, he suddenly made a pill condensing hand seal. This pill condensing hand seal was provided by the system when he broke through to become a grade 1 alchemist. It didn't seem to have a grade. It was just a very ordinary pill condensing hand seal. Immediately, an energy origin pill was successfully refined by Jiyu. Following that, a system notification sounded. Ding! Master has successfully refined an energy origin pill. Alchemy attainment obtained experience points, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to become a level 1 alchemist. Ding! It has been detected that Master's refinement of pills has no grade. The energy origin pill is complete. The success rate of refining pills has returned to normal. A familiar feeling came. Jiyu felt that his alchemy level, soul power, and other aspects had improved by leaps and bounds. According to this efficiency, he estimated that he would be able to break through to become a grade 2 alchemist after refining a few more pills. At the same time, a fragrance filled the classroom. After smelling this fragrance, the young men and women in the classroom reacted and were shocked. This fragrance. It's the same as the one that Yu Shuyun gave out just now. This means that. This is impossible. That kid actually refined the energy origin pill successfully. How long has it been? Could it be that a gradeless pill is really so easy to refine? I'm going to try it later. I think so too. I think it's because the gradeless energy origin pill is easier to refine. That's why that kid could refine it so easily. These people were not willing to believe that this was Jiyu's real strength. Instead, they all thought that it was because the energy origin pill was easier to refine. Not only that, but Lin Shitian also thought so. He originally thought that he was going to lose face and was panicking. However, after hearing other people's doubts about the energy origin pill, he immediately calmed down. In the entire classroom, only Yu Shuyun's expression became serious. The performance of this young man in front of her had far exceeded her expectations. Previously, when he controlled the fire, it could still be explained by luck. Now that he had refined the energy origin pill, it couldn't be luck anymore. Because no matter how good his luck was, it was impossible for an ordinary person to refine a pill successfully. This young man's alchemy level was definitely not ordinary. Yu Shuyun gradually started to value Jiyu. She planned to find a chance later to test this black-robed young man's alchemy level. At the same time, she also felt that this alchemy class had become interesting. A young man who was looked down upon by everyone actually had an extraordinary alchemy level. A faint arc appeared on her lips as she looked forward to how things would develop next. I want to give it a try. Me too. It's such a simple energy pill. How can I be left out? A bunch of people were fighting to go up and try to perform in front of Yu Shuyun. Even that hothead could easily refine the energy pill, so they would definitely be able to do better. Ji Yu shook her head and smiled when she saw these people distorting the truth. A young man went up to try first. He looked very competent, as if he had accumulated a lot of basic knowledge. The first 2 steps were fine when he started to warm the furnace and put in the materials. However, when it came to the 3rd step of controlling the fire, the furnace exploded in a short while. The young man was dumbfounded. Wasn't the energy pill easy to refine? Not only that, but the group of people below the stage were also stunned. However, there were still many people who didn't believe it and went up to try one after another. In the end, they all failed in various ways. This time, they finally woke up and looked at Ji Yu in disbelief. Only Lin Qitian was still unwilling to believe it. He lowered his head with a gloomy expression and felt that his brain was trembling. These people must be too trashy, and that's why they all failed. The energy pill was still very easy. That's right, that must be it. At this moment, Yu Shuyun asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to go up and try?" After waiting for a while, no one made a sound. They knew very well that they would be completely embarrassed if they went up now. Since no one wants to go up, then forget it. However, there's still some time left. Are you willing to challenge a higher level pill? While speaking, Yu Shuyun shifted her gaze to Ji Yu, who was standing at the side. Then I'll try to refine a first-class pill. Ji Yu thought for a moment and nodded. As soon as she said that, everyone was shocked. F*CK, did I hear wrongly? He actually wants to refine a first-class pill? A superior grade 1 medicinal pill, that's a medicinal pill that can only be refined by a superior grade 1 alchemist. Is this guy crazy? Damn, he just refined an energy pill that doesn't even have a grade. How dare he try to refine a first-class pill? This guy is too arrogant. Even though Ji Yu had easily refined the energy pill earlier, no one thought that he had the ability to challenge the superior grade elixir. This was because the difference between a gradeless elixir and a superior grade elixir was not small at all. Some people were able to refine gradeless pills, but they were unable to refine gradeless pills. They were unable to become a real alchemist with status. From this, it could be seen how huge the gap between a gradeless pill and a low-grade pill was, let alone a high-grade pill that was 2 grades higher than a low-grade pill. Lin Qitian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Luckily, this brat didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, actually daring to challenge a high-grade pill. In the end, this brat would definitely lose. In that case, not only would he not be slapped in the face, he would also be able to properly mock this brat. Only Yu Shuyun's expression did not change. She already had a premonition that this young man had the ability to refine a first-class alchemist. She was not surprised that he would challenge a first-class superior-grade elixir. Yu Shuyun did not have the slightest intention of looking down on Ji Yu. Instead, she was looking forward to seeing if Ji Yu could really refine a first-class superior-grade elixir. However, she did not reveal her emotions. Alright, then I'll let you try the Xianxia pill. Yu Shuyun waved her hand and a pile of materials appeared out of thin air. There are a total of 3 sets of materials. If you successfully refine a Xianxia pill, I can directly apply to the Chaoyang branch to let you become a first-class alchemist. Ji Yu completely ignored the group of people below the stage and nodded slightly at Yu Shuyun. I understand. This woman's attitude and tone made him feel a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it and directly started to refine the pill. After he started a fire and put in the materials, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the owner has started to refine the first-class superior-grade elixir Xianxia pill. The success rate has increased by 999 times. Ji Yu could not help but be surprised. He originally just wanted to test his alchemy skills. He did not expect to get 999 times success rate under such circumstances. He could not help but think if he could refine a second-class or third-class elixir, would he be able to get 999 times success rate? With a 999 times success rate, Ji Yu immediately became more confident. Then, he started to control the fire with his soul power. The first-class Xianxia pill was indeed many times more difficult to refine than the strength origin pill. He had to control the fire carefully. Otherwise, the 999 times success rate would not help him. This was because if there was a problem with the fire, the success rate of refining the Xianxia pill would be 0. Wouldn't it still be 0? In the next half an hour, Jiyu had been controlling the fire. The speed of the materials turning into liquid was very slow. What's going on? Why hasn't this kid's furnace exploded yet? I think he's controlling the fire very low and is slowly burning the materials. This way, he won't be able to finish it by tomorrow. He's just wasting our time. There's no hope of success at all. I'm speechless. Many people below the stage were already impatient and started to complain softly. Jiyu did not care about anyone's complaints at all. He was fully focused on the alchemy furnace. After a few minutes, he finally felt that the materials in the alchemy furnace had all turned into liquid. He immediately made a hand seal to condense the liquid into a pill. Then, a Xianxia pill was successfully condensed. Ding! Master has successfully refined a first-class superior-grade elixir Xianxia pill. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 100 by 999 times. At the same time, many people below the stage instantly smelled a strong pill fragrance. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that they couldn't even close their jaws as they looked at Jiyu in a daze. They only felt a great shock in their hearts as their minds went blank and they couldn't say a word. Especially Lin Qitian, his eyes were full of disbelief as he shook his head in a daze. He murmured, "Impossible, this is impossible." Even Yu Shiyun was a little surprised. Although she had a hunch that this young man might be able to pass the challenge, but that speed just now was still beyond her expectations. Generally, it would take more than an hour for a top grade 1 alchemist to refine a top grade 1 pill, but this young man only used half an hour to successfully refine it. This speed surpassed most of the top grade 1 alchemists. If it was when she was still a top grade 1 alchemist, she would be ashamed of her inferiority to this young man in the same realm. Jiyu took out the successfully refined Azure Profound pill from the alchemy furnace. Just as he was about to take this Azure Profound pill to Yu Shiyun for inspection, Yu Shiyun spoke first. "You don't need to let me look at it, you have already completed the challenge, so this Azure Profound pill is yours, and the remaining 2 materials are also for you." "Thank you." Jiyu thanked her. This Azure Profound pill and the remaining 2 materials could be said to be a generous gift, they were truly worth 1,000 gold. Originally, these things should be returned to Yu Shiyun. After all, these things originally belonged to Yu Shiyun, but now Yu Shiyun gave them to him for free. Such a generous gift, how could he not be grateful? "No need to be so polite, I will soon help you apply for a top grade 1 alchemist's identity, come with me later." Yu Shiyun said. "Yes." Jiyu nodded. "Today's alchemy class is over, everyone can disperse." Yu Shiyun said lightly, then got up and left the classroom. Jiyu immediately followed. The rest of the people were still sitting there in a daze, obviously they haven't recovered from the shock just now. Jiyu silently followed behind Yu Shiyun. Not long after, he followed Yu Shiyun into a room. This room looked like it was used to receive guests. Yu Shiyun flicked her sleeves and elegantly sat down. She stretched out her hand and said, "Sit as you please." "Okay." Jiyu was not too reserved and casually sat on a chair. "Please tell me your name and age. When I help you apply for the alchemist's identity, I will need it." Yu Shiyun talk, she went straight to the point. "Jiyu, 16 years old." Jiyu's answer. Ji-yu, for a short moment, Yu Shiyun's name. However, she realized that she had no impression of the name Jiyu at all, which meant that she had never heard of this name before. Not only that, she had never heard of a family with the surname Ji. In the next moment, she determined that the name Jiyu was a fake name. Yu Shiyun believed that the youth in front of her deliberately used a fake name, not wanting to reveal his real name. In her opinion, this youth was only 16 years old, but he already had the skills of a first-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to be a lone martial artist. Talent was important, but the power he belonged to was also very important. If a genius only had talent but didn't have a power to discover this genius, then this genius could only become a commoner. Yu Shiyun deeply understood this point, so she determined that this youth had used a fake name. Yu Shiyun would never have thought that not only was Jiyu's real name, but he also didn't have any power behind him. At this time, Jiyu didn't know what Yu Shiyun was thinking. She only heard him ask, then, "Does Miss Yu have anything else to say?" Yu Shiyun said without changing her expression, "I want to know when you started to learn alchemy. Is it convenient for you to tell me?" "About a year ago." Jiyu didn't think too much and casually made up a lie. If he said that he had only started to learn alchemy today, it would be too much of a lie. No one would believe him. He couldn't possibly reveal the system, right? So he could only casually make up a lie. Only a year? Yu Shiyun was slightly surprised, but then she praised, "Your talent in alchemy is very good. You've only been learning alchemy for a year, but you've already reached the level of a first-grade alchemist. Miss Yu is too kind." Jiyu said modestly. In fact, he really wanted to curse in his heart. How could this be considered good talent? "Then I hope you can reach the level of a second-grade alchemist as soon as possible. When the time comes, I have a very important matter to ask of you." Yu Shiyun's tone suddenly became a little solemn. Then she added, "Of course, I won't be stingy in terms of remuneration. We'll talk about it when you become a second-grade alchemist." Although he was a little confused, Jiyu still nodded. The other party had already given him a lot of benefits. As long as it was something he could do, he didn't mind helping. Moreover, the other party also said that he would be rewarded when the time came. "Then it's settled. From tomorrow onwards, you'll have a real identity as a first-grade alchemist. When the time comes, you must remember to come to the Chaoyang branch to get your alchemist badge. That's a symbol of your identity," Yu Shiyun said. "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Yu. I'll take my leave first." There was nothing else, so Jiyu left the room. Looking at Jiyu's back as he left, Yu Shiyun's beautiful eyes flickered a little. In Chaoyang Ancient City, in front of the Lin family's gate, a luxurious carriage slowly approached. "Second miss, we have arrived at the Lin family's gate." The driver seemed to be talking to the person in the carriage. A small head popped out of the carriage and looked around. This person was the second miss of the mayor's mansion, Xianxia. At the same time, in the Lin family's meeting hall. "What did you say? The second miss of the mayor's mansion came to our Lin family?" A middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament exclaimed. "It's true, master." The person on the other side was an old servant. That middle-aged man was obviously the current master of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan. After hearing the old servant's words, Lin Zhanshan fell into deep thought. Why did the second miss of the mayor's mansion, who had never visited the Lin family before, suddenly come today? Did something happen? At the moment, Lin Zhanshan couldn't care too much. He immediately instructed the old servant, "Quickly send someone to prepare. I will personally go and welcome Miss Jiang." "Yes." The old servant obeyed and left. Lin Zhanshan also quickly walked out of the meeting hall. The second miss of the mayor's mansion actually came to the Lin family. This was a very big deal. Although the Lin family was one of the three great families in Chaoyang Ancient City, there was another power that had a transcendent status, and that was the mayor's mansion. The mayor's mansion controlled the entire Chaoyang Ancient City, and the Lin family didn't dare to offend them. Otherwise, why would the master of the Lin family personally come out to welcome a little girl? Soon, Lin Zhanshan arrived in front of the gate. He looked at Jiang Yuexin, who was walking down from the carriage, and said with a flattering smile, "Miss Jiang, why did you suddenly come to my Lin family today? You are the master of the Lin family, Lin Zhantian?" Jiang Yuexin didn't hold back at all. "That's me." Lin Zhanshan maintained his smile. Although the other party didn't give him face, he didn't dare to complain. "I came to the Lin family today to see someone," Jiang Yuexin said calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Lin Zhanshan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Jiang Yuexin to come here to look for someone. He then asked, "Who does Miss Jiang want to see?" Jiang Yuexin thought for a moment, then replied, "Who is the number one martial arts genius of the Lin family?" "He's the person I'm looking for." "The number one genius of our Lin family?" "Miss Jiang is referring to my son, Lin Qiqian?" Lin Zhanshan asked in shock. Yes, it should be him. Jiang Yuexin nodded without hesitation. She thought for a moment. With that bastard's strength, he was definitely the #1 martial arts genius in the Lin family. But the name Lin Qitian didn't sound good to her. Lin Zhanshan was delighted. Miss, please come to the Lin family first. My son, Lin Qitian, went out and hasn't returned yet, but he should be back soon. The second miss of the mayor's mansion wanted to see his son, Lin Qitian. This was good news for the Lin family. In his opinion, this Miss Jiang must have taken a fancy to Lin Qitian's talent and was interested in him, so she came to see him. If Lin Qitian and this Miss Jiang could be a couple, the Lin family would be able to climb up the mountain of the mayor's mansion. Then, the Lin family would be able to soar to the top. Okay. Jiang Yuexin followed Lin Zhanshan into the Lin family mansion. There were several guards in black following behind her. Not long after Jiang Yuexin entered the Lin mansion, Ji Yu returned to the Lin mansion. However, he did not see Jiang Yuexin and walked straight to his residence. Although he had offended the Lin family's young master, Lin Qitian, he did not take Lin Qitian seriously and continued to come and go as he pleased. After a long time, Ji Yu arrived at his residence. Once he entered the room, he sat on the bed and took out a primary strength pill and an azure mystic pill from his storage ring. He could not wait to eat the azure mystic pill. He was looking forward to how much this first-grade pill would increase his cultivation base. However, Ji Yu still planned to eat the ungraded energy pill first as an appetizer before eating the main event, the azure mystic pill. After eating the primary strength pill, Ji Yu did not feel any obvious increase in his cultivation base. This was because his current cultivation base was higher, so the primary strength pill that did not even have a grade would not have much effect on him. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, the primary strength pill was only an appetizer. The azure mystic pill was the main dish. Ding! Master has consumed a Xianxia pill, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 3000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of body tempering stage level 8. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of body tempering stage level 8. Feeling the increase in his cultivation base, Ji Yu was very satisfied. The azure mystic pill did not disappoint him at all. Now that my cultivation base has reached the peak of body tempering stage level 8, I'm just one step away from breaking through to body tempering stage level 9. That bastard Qin Yan's cultivation base is at the peak of body tempering stage level 9. If I refine 2 more azure mystic pills and consume them, I should be able to crush him. Ji Yu thought to himself. Then, he took out a cauldron and some alchemy materials from his storage ring. This cauldron was the one from the alchemy class. It was also given to him by Yu Shiyun. As for the alchemy materials, they were the materials needed to refine the azure mystic pill. Without wasting any time, Ji Yu immediately began to refine the pills. At the same time, in the meeting hall of the Lin mansion, Jiang Yuexin seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. Without the slightest trace of politeness, she questioned Lin Zhanshan, "Where did that guy go? Why hasn't he returned after so long?" "Miss Jiang, I only know that Qi Tian went to the Chaoyang branch to attend an alchemy class. I'm not sure why he hasn't returned yet." The smile on Lin Zhanshan's face was a little forced. No matter what, he was still the head of the family. To be treated like this by a junior was really embarrassing. If the other party was not the second miss of the city lord's mansion, he would have been enraged. He forced himself to endure and continued, "However, he has already left for more than 2 hours. He should be back soon." Lin Qitian walked back to the Lin mansion with soulless eyes. Suddenly, he saw an old servant running towards him. "Young master! Young master! Hurry up and go to the meeting hall, the city lord's mansion's second miss is looking for you." The old servant hurriedly shouted. "What?" Lin Qitian was stunned when he heard this. The city lord's mansion's second miss. That Jiang Yuexin, why is she suddenly looking for me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Other than this, Lin Qitian couldn't think of any other reason. This was because he had never seen that Jiang Yuexin before, nor did he have any interactions with her. Thinking that Jiang Yuexin might have taken a liking to him, Lin Qitian's originally gloomy mood quickly disappeared. Although he had never seen Jiang Yuexin before, he had seen Jiang Yuexin's older sister, Jiang Yuechu. With Jiang Yuechu's peerless appearance, as her sister, Jiang Yuexin shouldn't be too bad either. Anyways, as long as it was a beauty, he would be happy. Lin Qitian immediately quickened his steps towards the meeting hall. He couldn't wait to see how beautiful Jiang Yuexin was. Not long after, Lin Qitian arrived at the meeting hall. Other than his father, there was also a pink-dressed girl and some black-clothed people in the hall. "Father, I'm back," Lin Qitian first said to Lin Zhanshan. "Qitian, you're finally back," Lin Zhanshan said with a smile. He then introduced to Jiang Yuexin, "Miss Jiang, this is my son, Lin Qitian, the #1 martial genius of our Lin family." When Lin Zhanshan said this, Lin Qitian's gaze immediately fell on the pink-dressed girl. This was Jiang Yuexin. Her appearance wasn't bad. Lin Qitian's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable greed. If he could get this Jiang Yuexin, that would be great. However, Jiang Yuexin seemed to have caught Lin Qitian's gaze. A trace of disgust appeared on her delicate face as she said, "The person I'm looking for isn't this lecher." "Not him?" Lin Zhanshan said with a surprised expression, "But he is indeed the #1 martial genius of our Lin family. There is no one else." After saying this, he glared at Lin Qitian. For Miss Jiang to call him a lecher, it must be Lin Qitian's problem again. Lin Qitian's neck shrunk slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Yuexin's eyes to be so sharp. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was what was going on. It sounded like Jiang Yuexin came to the Lin family to find the #1 martial genius. But wasn't the #1 martial genius of the Lin family him? I remember very clearly that it's definitely not him. Although that guy is a bit of a bastard, at least he's much more handsome than him. Jiang Yuexin didn't hold back and said whatever she wanted to say. She couldn't help but wonder if that bastard lied to her and wasn't from the Lin family at all. Lin Zhanshan was speechless and didn't know what to say. Lin Qitian's face was also a bit ugly. She was clearly saying that he was ugly. Lin Zhantian forced a smile on his face and asked, "Then can Miss Jiang describe his appearance in detail? If he is really someone from the Lin family, I can help you find him." Appearance, his face is quite handsome. He looks around 16 or 17 years old. The most special thing is that he always wears a strange black robe. Jiang Yuexin thought carefully and said. Lin Zhantian thought for a while and shook his head, "Our Lin family doesn't have such a person." Lin Qitian also thought for a while. 16 or 17 years old, always wearing a black robe, wait, at this moment, he almost blurted out, "It can't be that brat, right?" Hearing Lin Qitian's sudden exclamation, Jiang Yuexin immediately asked, "Do you know that guy?" "I know one, but he shouldn't be the person Miss Jiang is looking for. He's only talented in alchemy, but he can't be the #1 martial genius of our Lin family." Speaking of that person, Lin Qitian's face was very strange and his heart was full of resentment. Talented in alchemy? Jiang Yuexin frowned slightly. That bastard's martial strength was very strong. Normally speaking, his alchemy skills couldn't be as strong. Maybe it really wasn't the same person. But no matter what, she still wanted to see him first. She said, "Go find him for me, I want to see him." It will take a lot of time to find him. During this time, Miss Jiang, Lin Qitian said with a bit of difficulty. "During this time, I will stay in your Lin family until you find that guy." "What, do you have a problem with that?" Jiang Yuexin said coldly. "No problem, of course no problem." Lin Qitian was very uncomfortable, but he could only smile. After that, Lin Zhanshan went to arrange accommodations for Jiang Yuexin and the others, leaving Lin Qitian alone in the meeting hall. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just been slapped in the face in alchemy class, and now he had to submit to Jiang Yuexin. He felt extremely humiliated. As the young master of the Lin family, when had he ever suffered such grievances? Since he couldn't touch Jiang Yuexin, he planned to vent all his resentment on that brat. Even if Jiang Yuexin didn't say anything, he would find out who that kid was. Once Jiang Yuexin confirmed that the brat was not the person he was looking for, he would make that brat pay a painful price, At this time, Jiyu was still refining the Azure Mystic Pill. She had no idea what was going on in the meeting hall. Ding! Master has successfully refined a Xianxia pill. Experience gained in alchemy, 100 by 999 times. In less than an hour, Jiyu had successfully refined an Azure Mystic Pill. This time, his alchemy technique was much more skillful than the first time he refined the Azure Mystic Pill. The entire alchemy process was much smoother, and even the time it took was much shorter. He could guarantee that the next time he refined the Azure Mystic Pill, he would be even better. First, because successfully refining an alchemy pill would greatly increase his alchemy skills. Second, because the more he refined the Azure Mystic Pill, the more proficient he would naturally become. Jiyu was not in a hurry to consume the Azure Mystic Pill. Instead, she began to refine the second set of ingredients. When the time came, it would be more satisfying to consume the 2 Azure Mystic Pills together. This time, it took less time than before. Jiyu only used about 40 minutes to successfully refine the Azure Mystic Pill. Just like that, 2 high-quality Azure Mystic Pills appeared in Jiyu's hands. Without any hesitation, she swallowed the 2 Azure Mystic Pills together. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Following the breakthrough of his martial cultivation from the perfect stage of the 8th level of the body tempering stage to the late stage of the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Jiyu instantly felt the profound energy in her body explosively increase. It was obvious that the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. Consuming 2 high-quality first-grade Azure Mystic Pills together only allowed her to break through 3 small realms. It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can break through to the defensive mystic realm. Jiyu thought to herself. But with my current cultivation, it is enough. As long as I use my profound skills, I will be able to crush Qinyan. A body-tempering realm martial artist's comprehension and acceptance were limited. Although Qinyan was the eldest young master of the Qin family, his cultivation was still in the body-tempering realm. He would definitely be unable to cultivate a superior yellow rank profound skill. Even a middle yellow rank profound skill would be difficult for him to cultivate. However, Jiyu was completely different. She didn't need to learn a profound skill as the system itself came with a profound skill that could be upgraded. Currently, he had 2 middle yellow rank profound skills that would soon be upgraded to superior yellow rank. Furthermore, he was at the late stage of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Even if Qinyan's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. Since I want to strengthen my profound skill, I'll make a trip to the martial arts field. Jiyu muttered to herself as she walked out of the room and headed to the martial arts field. Not long after, Jiyu arrived at the Lin family's martial arts field. This was a martial arts field specially built by the Lin family for all the Lin family disciples to cultivate. At this moment, there were many Lin family disciples on the martial arts field. Some were cultivating basic techniques, some were cultivating fist techniques, and some were gathered together to brag. Jiyu didn't greet anyone as she prepared to cultivate her profound skill. Ding! Master has used Soaring Cloud Steps. Soaring Cloud Steps obtained experience, 50*999x. The moment he used the Soaring Cloud Steps, his figure disappeared from his original spot and appeared not far away in the next moment. This shocking speed attracted the attention of many Lin family disciples on the martial arts field. F***CK, did you guys see that? That guy's speed is so fast. I saw it too. That guy moved so far away in the blink of an eye. He should have used some kind of yellow rank profound skill. When did our Lin family have such a powerful person? Why haven't I seen him before? The surrounding Lin family disciples were all shocked. When they saw Jiyu's true appearance, a small portion of them suddenly recalled something. Wait. I've seen this youth before. He seems to be a servant of our Lin family? You're not joking, right? With such strength, how could he be a mere servant? It seems to be true. I also remember that he was a servant. I used to ask him to do things. Many people immediately began to argue about this matter. However, Jiyu didn't care about these people in the slightest. She continued to use Soaring Cloud Steps to strengthen her movement technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the yellow rank medium grade profound skill, Soaring Cloud Steps has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding. It has been detected that the middle yellow grade mystical skill, Soaring Cloud Steps, has been fully upgraded to the high yellow grade mystical skill, Ling Tian Steps. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu finally upgraded the mid-yellow rank Soaring Cloud Steps to a high yellow rank profound movement skill. During this period of time, almost all of the Lin family members in the martial arts field had forgotten about their own cultivation and were constantly looking at the black-robed youth. This was the first time they had seen someone who could move at such a fast speed. Furthermore, he didn't stop at all. Why does he keep flashing here and there? Could it be that he's cultivating some sort of profound movement skill? He must be using some sort of profound movement skill. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to be as fast as him. Even if he's cultivating a movement skill, it's still too scary. Not to mention how high the level of the movement skill he's using is, he's still not exhausted even after using it so many times. His martial cultivation is definitely not ordinary. The main point is that he's also a servant of our Lin family. I really don't understand why he wants to be a servant of our Lin family. The surrounding Lin family members were discussing about Jiyu. They didn't know that Jiyu had already broken away from the status of a servant. At the same time, Jiyu's movement skill had already been upgraded to the high yellow grade. He finally stopped. He planned to first rest and recover the profound chi in his body before starting to cultivate his fist technique. After about half an hour, Jiyu felt that he had more or less recovered and prepared to start cultivating his fist technique. During this half an hour, not a single Lin family member dared to disturb him. At most, they would sneak a few glances or whisper a few words in private. After that, Jiyu stood up and walked towards a wooden stake. The people standing around the wooden stake all consciously dispersed. They instinctively had a sense of awe towards the strong. The following scene completely stunned them. They saw the black-robed youth throw a punch. With a ping sound, the entire wooden stake was instantly smashed into pieces. At this moment, all of the Lin family members present were flabbergasted and dumbstruck. They didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. Just one punch was able to smash the wooden stake into pieces? The wooden stakes in their Lin family's martial arts field were specially made of extremely hard materials. In the past, there was basically no Lin family member who was able to damage the wooden stakes. It was said that only geniuses at the 9th level of the tempered body stage could cause damage to these wooden stakes. But this black-robed youth actually smashed the wooden stake into pieces with one punch. Didn't this mean that this youth's martial cultivation was at least at the 9th level of the tempered body stage? Jiyu had used all of his strength in this 7-strength fist, but he didn't expect that he would accidentally break the wooden stake. He didn't know if he would be asked for compensation. Forget it, since I've already broken one, I'll continue. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to care so much and continued to walk to the next wooden stake. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the middle grade yellow rank profound skill 7-strength fist has successfully broken through to perfection. Another punch smashed the wooden stake. At the same time, Jiyu's 7-strength fist had also reached the perfection realm. As long as it broke through again, it would automatically upgrade to a high-grade yellow rank profound skill. Now, he had already smashed 2 wooden stakes, followed by the 3rd, 4th, 5th, until Jiyu used his fist to smash more than half of the wooden stakes in the martial arts field. Many of the surrounding Lin family disciples suddenly reacted. Wait, why is this guy still destroying the wooden stakes? Is this guy crazy? He has no intention of stopping at all. Could it be that he wants to destroy all the wooden stakes here? Hurry up and stop him. If we are discovered, we will all be in trouble. Damn it, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you try stopping him? Everyone knew the severity of the matter, but no one dared to go forward and stop the black-robed youth. Even the sturdy wooden stakes couldn't withstand a single punch from the youth. If they rashly ran up, they would probably break apart. At this moment, a scolding voice came from behind them. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Why aren't you going to practice martial arts? A tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked over. When the Lin family disciples saw that it was Manager Lin, they immediately opened their mouths. Manager Lin, quickly look. That guy has already destroyed more than half of the wooden stakes in the martial arts field. That's right, with that guy doing this, we won't be able to properly practice martial arts. We also want to stop him, but we can't beat him. Hearing these complaints, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man called Manager Lin frowned and raised his head to look at the black-robed youth. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He originally thought that these fellows were exaggerating. How could anyone destroy the wooden stakes in the martial arts field? However, the reality in front of him was that most of the wooden stakes in the martial arts field had turned into debris. You brat, stop. The burly middle-aged man came back to his senses and immediately rebuked the black-robed youth. Jiyu chose to ignore the burly middle-aged man's voice because he felt that his 7-strength fist was about to break through to the greater perfection realm, which meant that it could be upgraded to a superior yellow-rank fist technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the yellow-rank medium-grade 7-strength fist has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection. Ding! It has been detected that the middle yellow-rank profound skill, 7-strength fist's experience bar is full. It has been automatically upgraded to the upper yellow-rank profound skill, stone-breaking fist. Seeing that this brat dared to ignore him, the burly middle-aged man angrily walked towards Jiyu. Didn't you hear what I said? Scram. Jiyu spat out 2 words. You. After being provoked by a little brat time and time again, the burly middle-aged man could no longer bear it. You little brat, see how I'll take care of you. He slapped towards Jiyu, only to see that Jiyu executed the stone-crushing fist at an even faster speed. Because Jiyu's speed was too fast, the burly middle-aged man was unable to react in time. In the next moment, the burly middle-aged man flew a few meters away and crashed onto the ground, unconscious. At this moment, the surrounding Lin family members were scared silly. They were very clear that Manager Lin had a cultivation at the perfect 8th level of the body tempering stage, but he was knocked down by a single punch from the black-robed youth without the slightest chance to retaliate. At this moment, Jiyu looked at the burly middle-aged man on the ground without a trace of pity in his eyes. Those wooden stakes weren't valuable, and he could pay for them at any time. But this guy just had to come looking for trouble. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Now that the fist and movement profound skills had both been upgraded to superior yellow-level profound skills, Jiyu didn't plan to continue staying here and slowly left. Jiyu walked out of the Lin family mansion and prepared to stroll around the streets. Not long after he left the Lin family mansion, he suddenly discovered a man pasting something on the wall. He curiously walked over to take a look and shockingly discovered that it was a portrait of himself. The portrait on the wall was exactly the same as him, and below it was a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. This was clearly a bounty poster. Jiyu frowned and immediately used the cloud-soaring steps to arrive in front of the man who had just pasted the portrait. He directly grabbed the man's neck with one hand and coldly questioned, "Who ordered you to put this up?" The man looked at Jiyu with a face full of fear and stuttered, It's young Master Yin." After obtaining the answer, Jiyu immediately exerted some force. With a crack, the man's neck was directly broken by him. This person was obviously Yin's lackey, so he naturally wouldn't let him off so easily. At this moment, Jiyu's eyes turned gloomy and fierce. Damn you, Yin. You're really trying to kill us all. Fortunately, Jiyu had the 999 times cultivation system, so he had nothing to fear. The bounty was only marked with a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. This kind of bounty could only attract some lone warriors with small strength at most. Any martial cultivator with some influence or strength would not be interested in this kind of bounty. Moreover, with his current strength, unless it was a defensive profound realm expert, no one would be able to pose a threat to him. Jiyu wished he could kill Yin right now, but there were so many experts in the Qin clan that he couldn't just barge into the Qin clan. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength while looking for a suitable opportunity. If it really didn't work out, he could wait until he was strong enough to go against the entire Qin clan and then settle the score with Yin. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Strength was the true king. At this time, Jiyu was no longer in the mood to go shopping. He planned to return to his residence and cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, Lin Qitian had already sent people to investigate the identity of the black-robed youth. He was now waiting for news. Young master, I found out the identity of the black-robed youth. At this time, a middle-aged man barged in. Lin Qitian's eyes lit up. Speak. The black-robed youth's real name is Jiyu. He was adopted by an ordinary family when he was young. A year ago, he came to our Lin family and became a servant. A few days ago, he was no longer a servant. Recently, he has been active in our Lin clan. The middle-aged man said. Lin Qitian was slightly startled. He didn't expect that kid to be related to the Lin family. Then what's his cultivation level? Lin Qitian continued to ask. A year ago, when he came to our Lin family, he was only at the second level of the body tempering stage. It seems that he had just broken through to the third level of the body tempering stage. The middle-aged man thought for a moment before replying. All right, you can leave. Lin Qitian nodded and said indifferently. Yes. The middle-aged man immediately left the place. Not long after the middle-aged man left, Lin Qitian suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, so it's a piece of trash. At the same time, he was certain that this brat was definitely not the person that Jiang Yuexin was looking for. After all, the person that Jiang Yuexin mentioned seemed to possess a very high level of martial arts. It was impossible for him to be a trash at the third level of the body tempering stage. At this moment, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, as if he was scheming something. At this very moment, Jiyu was cultivating her profound energy in her own room. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Jiyu, right? The head of the Lin family wants you to go to the discussion hall. He said that the second miss of the city lord's estate is looking for you. The person outside the door seemed to leave as soon as he finished speaking. Jiyu immediately withdrew from her cultivation state, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why did that little girl, Jiang Yuexin, suddenly come to find him at this time? He walked out of the room and headed for the meeting hall. Not long after, Jiyu arrived at the Lin mansion's meeting hall. She saw that there were only two people in the meeting hall, Lin Qitian and Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu first looked at Lin Qitian, only to see that Lin Qitian was looking at her with a ridiculing gaze. Jiang Yuexin also saw Jiyu walking in. She immediately revealed a joyful expression and said, "You bastard, you're finally here." At this moment, Lin Qitian was dumbfounded. This wasn't right, this brat was clearly a trash. Shouldn't the person that Jiang Yuexin was looking for not be this brat? Why did you come to find me? Jiyu expressionlessly asked. You're really boring. Seeing Jiyu's expression, Jiang Yuexin shook her head and sighed. Then, she took out a white card from her bosom. Here, this is the 2,000 gold coins that I owed you last time. This time, I'll pay you back in full. Jiyu took the white card and was a bit surprised. I didn't think that you would take the initiative to pay me back. If Jiang Yuexin didn't mention this matter, he would have forgotten that she still owed him 2,000 gold coins. Really, what kind of person do you think this miss is? Jiang Yuexin wrinkled her nose and unhappily said, no matter what, this miss won't go so far as to not pay back. Yes, yes, yes. Jiyu casually said. Hearing Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin's conversation, Lin Qitian's expression became more and more strange. He didn't think that this brat would not only know Jiang Yuexin, but also have a good relationship with her. Now he couldn't make a move on this brat. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back first. Jiyu put the white card in his pocket and said to Jiang Yuexin. Don't be in a hurry to go back. This miss did come to find you for something else. Jiang Yuexin said, I'm going to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to collect some medicinal herbs. I want you to go with me. Sorry, I can't help you with this. Jiyu shook his head almost without hesitation. Why? Don't you like to hunt demonic beasts in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range? Jiang Yuexin asked, unable to understand. Do you still need to ask why? I don't want to bring a burden along. Jiyu said without hesitation. Kid, it's your fortune that Miss Jiang is willing to bring you to the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. Don't be so shameless. At this moment, Lin Qitian couldn't help but interrupt. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Even he had to be obedient in front of Jiang Yuexin, but this kid dared to speak so impudently to Jiang Yuexin. Not to mention that he felt unbalanced in his heart. If this kid said something wrong and angered Jiang Yuexin, then the entire Lin family would suffer a calamity. You don't have the right to speak here. scram to the side. Ji Yu said coldly. Lin Qitin suddenly became angry and was about to flare up. But he heard Jiang Yuexin echo, that's right, that's right. You don't have the right to interrupt. When we're talking. This time, Lin Qitin was completely dumbfounded. He was clearly speaking up for Jiang Yuexin, but Jiang Yuexin not only didn't appreciate it, but also scolded him along with the kid. He felt more and more strange. This kid was so impudent, but Jiang Yuexin didn't seem angry at all. What was the relationship between this kid and Jiang Yuexin? Lin Qitin still didn't believe it and continued, Miss Jiang, I think you shouldn't invite this kid. This kid is purely a martial arts trash and won't be of any help to you. Why don't I accompany you to the demonic beast mountain range? When Lin Qitin said this, before Ji Yu could say anything, Jiang Yuexin said with a displeased face, what? You said he's trash? She had seen Ji Yu's strength with her own eyes. She admitted that she was much weaker than that guy. But this Lin Qitin actually said that guy was trash. Didn't that mean that she was worse than trash? What else? This kid is just a trash at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Lin Qitin said with disdain. After hearing Lin Qitin's words, Jiang Yuexin's expression gradually turned somewhat strange. He's a trash at tempered body 3rd layer? Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu strangely. Ji Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. Wasn't this bastard at least at the 9th level of the body tempering stage? When did he become a trash at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage? Seeing Ji Yu's expression, Jiang Yuexin seemed to have understood something. This bastard must have tricked Lin Qitin. She immediately thought of something interesting and said to Lin Qitin, you said he's trash, right? But I'm not as strong as him, so you're saying I'm not even trash? Lin Qitin wanted to say yes, but when he heard Jiang Yuexin's words, he felt that something was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. His entire body was frozen. For a moment, he couldn't react to what was going on. If he said yes, he would offend Miss Jiang. If he said no, he felt that something was wrong. He didn't know if he should say yes or no. After a while, Lin Qitin suddenly reacted. Ji Yu, that brat is clearly a trash at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Then why did Miss Jiang say that he was calling him trash? Lin Qitin clearly remembered that the eldest miss of the city lord's mansion was the #1 martial genius in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. The second miss martial talent was only second to the eldest miss. Logically speaking, Jiang Yuexin's strength shouldn't be inferior to Ji Yu's brat. The more Lin Qitin thought, the more he couldn't understand. What was going on? Seeing Lin Qitin's foolish appearance, Jiang Yuexin almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But she didn't plan to continue joking. Her expression was normal as she said to Lin Qitin, I'll let you off for speaking rudely to me. You don't have to do anything now. Then she turned to Ji Yu and said, let's go, Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't say anything and followed Jiang Yuexin out of the hall. He didn't want to stay with Lin Qitin anymore. Even after Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu left, Lin Qitin was still wondering how he had offended Miss Jiang. What do you think? I helped you to tease that guy. Don't you have anything to say? Walking on the road, Jiang Yuexin asked Ji Yu. In Ji Yu's eyes, this guy was like a child asking for praise from his parents. He thought for a moment, then put his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head and patted it. He praised, yes, you are very good. Jiang Yuexin was stunned and didn't react for a while. The next moment, she quickly slapped away Ji Yu's hand and pointed at Ji Yu with shame and indignation. You, don't treat me like a child. Although that feeling, she didn't hate it. Didn't I do as you said? Ji Yu was a little confused. This was clearly what the other party asked. I don't want you to touch my head. I want you to go with me to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Jiang Yuexin said. So you were talking about that. You should have said it earlier. Ji Yu said helplessly. Jiang Yuexin couldn't help trembling with anger. This bastard touched her head inexplicably. Why did he make it seem like she was wrong? Okay, I will go with you to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Ji Yu said with a smile. After what happened in the conference hall just now, his perception of Jiang Yuexin had changed a little. He felt that this guy was not as annoying as before. Instead, he felt that this guy was quite cute. It just so happened that he could go to the Demon Beast mountain range to hunt demon beasts and earn more gold coins. In the future, when he had enough gold coins, he could buy materials to refine elixirs and sell them. This kind of profit was very high. He could earn a lot of gold coins very soon. That's good. The anger on Jiang Yuexin's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by joy. Then I will come to you tomorrow. Where do you live? Seeing how Jiang Yuexin's expression changed so quickly, Ji Yu couldn't help but sigh. Women really changed their expressions faster than flipping a book. He pointed in a certain direction. Go straight down this road and stop in front of a small forest. Then, turn right. After a while, you'll see a small thatched hut. That's where I live. A small thatched hut. You actually live in such a place? Jiang Yuexin had a look of disbelief on her face. I seriously suspect that you're lying to me. With this guy's ability, she didn't believe that this guy would be willing to live in such a place. Why would I lie to you? After thinking about it, Ji Yu was too lazy to explain. Forget it. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Jiang Yuexin still chose to believe Ji Yu. Even if this guy was really lying to her, she could find this guy at any time. It was just that it was relatively more troublesome. Then I'll go back first. After speaking, Ji Yu walked back to his residence. Soon after, Ji Yu returned to his residence. He sat on the bed and recalled what happened earlier. From his observation, that Lin Qitian should have already sent people to investigate his background. But no matter how much they investigated, it was practically impossible to know his performance in the Demon Beast mountain range. That was why they said that he was a trash at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Moreover, from the fact that Lin Qitian didn't mention Chen Yan, he guessed that that guy probably didn't know about Chen Yan's actions. Thinking up to here, Ji Yu couldn't help but coldly smile. That dog Chen Yan really hit it well. There probably wasn't a third party in the entire Chaoyang city who knew about that dog's murder and robbery. After pondering for a while, Ji Yu didn't find any key clues. Thus, he didn't think about those things anymore and prepared to continue cultivating his profound qi. Ding. Master cultivated the martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master cultivated the martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. An entire night had passed. Although his cultivation still hadn't broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Ji Yu could feel that his current cultivation had stabilized by a lot. Recently, he had been using medicinal pills to increase his cultivation. Although the system minimized the drawbacks of using medicinal pills, the drawbacks accumulated, causing him to feel that his cultivation was slightly unstable. Thus, it was necessary to stabilize his cultivation from time to time. It's already morning. I'll go to the Chaoyang branch and get the alchemist badge first. Ji Yu opened his eyes and looked out the window as he muttered to himself. Chaoyang Ancient City, Chaoyang branch. A man in a black robe walked out of the Chaoyang branch. He was none other than Ji Yu. He had already received his alchemist badge. There was a badge with a purple star engraved on it. The number of stars represented the alchemist's grade. The color of the stars represented low grade, mid grade, and high grade. For example, white represented low grade, blue represented mid grade, and purple represented high grade. Therefore, the badge with a purple star engraved on it in Ji Yu's hand symbolized that he was a first-grade superior alchemist. After becoming a first-grade superior alchemist, he would be able to enjoy the corresponding benefits. He had just received a lot of alchemy materials from the Chaoyang branch. Furthermore, he would be able to enjoy a discount when trading pills in a place like the Chaoyang branch. After returning to the thatched cottage in the Lin mansion, Ji Yu immediately took out the alchemy furnace and a pile of alchemy materials from his storage ring. These alchemy materials were given to him by the Chaoyang branch for free. They could be used to refine various low-grade and mid-grade elixirs. Ji Yu immediately started a fire and placed a set of materials into the alchemy furnace. Ding! It has been detected that Master has started to refine the low-grade elixir Mystic Recovery Pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. About 10 minutes later, a profound returning pill was successfully refined by him. Jiyu then continued to refine other elixirs. Since these elixirs were all low-grade and mid-grade elixirs, he was able to refine them quickly and easily. In just over an hour, he had finished refining all the elixirs. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to a second-grade inferior alchemist. After Jiyu finished refining all the elixirs, his alchemy attainment had also been upgraded to a second-grade inferior alchemist. His alchemy skills and soul power had also increased tremendously. He looked at the elixirs that he had refined. 5 of them were for cultivating celestial qi while the other 3 were for recovering celestial qi. He casually grabbed the 5 pills used to cultivate Xianxia and directly stuffed them into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial Dao cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Jiyu originally thought that these 5 elixirs would allow his cultivation to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage, but it stopped at the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. However, he could feel that he was just a little bit away from breaking through from the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. It was just a matter of time. Dong dong dong, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Immediately after, a voice sounded. Jiyu, I'm here. Jiyu knew that the person was Jiang Yuexin. She slowly walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a cute little head poked in. Wow, you actually live in a place like this. Jiang Yuexin exclaimed. Didn't I tell you? You just didn't believe me. Jiyu said, wait outside for a while. I need to prepare something. After speaking, Jiyu walked back into the house to prepare, but Jiang Yuexin directly followed her in. He glanced at Jiang Yuexin who walked into the house behind him, but didn't say anything. Jiang Yuexin looked around the entire thatched house and said in surprise, I didn't expect your house to be so clean and simple. Speaking of which, why don't you live in a better place? I'm used to living here. Jiyu said indifferently. At this moment, he was putting away the pill furnace and the remaining 3 profound returning pills into his spatial ring. When Jiang Yuexin saw this, she suddenly recalled that Lin Qitian said that this guy's talent in the Tao of alchemy was very high. She asked curiously, so you're a pill master? Your talent in the Tao of alchemy should be very high, right? It's just SOSO. Jiyu said casually. TSK, I knew you would say that. Jiang Yuexin looked at Jiyu with disdain. I'm ready, we can go now. At this time, Jiyu said. Then let's go. With that, Jiang Yuexin followed Jiyu out of the thatched house. After a few steps, Jiang Yuexin said again, don't you want to cover your face with a black robe first? Jiyu looked at Jiang Yuexin with a slightly changed expression, it seems that you already know. Of course, this young lady is not blind. Now the streets are full of wanted posters for you. Jiang Yuexin said. Since you already know, you still dare to be with me? Jiyu said while covering his face with a black robe. Why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Yuexin said proudly, although I don't know what happened to you, it has nothing to do with me inviting you to the Demon Beast mountain range. What's more, as the second young lady of the city lord's mansion, she doesn't need to put the Chen family in her eyes. Jiyu couldn't help but smile softly, that's true. Jiang Yuexin suddenly seemed to be keenly aware of something, did you just smile? No. You must have smiled, take off your black robe and let me see. I said no, don't make trouble. At this moment, Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin had arrived at the Demon Beast mountain range. Speaking of which, I still don't know what kind of medicinal material you want to collect. At this time, Jiyu suddenly thought of something and asked. It's a kind of purple sun grass, which usually grows next to swamps. Jiang Yuexin said. Purple sun grass, Jiyu thought for a moment. This was a relatively precious medicinal material, which was the main ingredient needed to refine some second-grade medicinal pills. But speaking of swamps, he remembered that there were not many swamps in the outer area of the Demon Beast mountain range. I remember that there are no swamps in the outer area of the Demon Beast mountain range. Did you go deep into the inner area? Jiyu asked. Yes, but the swamps are located at the junction of the outer area and the inner area. It's more dangerous, so I deliberately went to find you. Jiang Yuexin said. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Aren't you the second miss of the City Lord Mansion? Why don't you ask those powerhouses of the City Lord Mansion to accompany you? Ji Yu said. No. Jiang Yuexin suddenly said excitedly. Her face was slightly pale, and she struggled to shake her head. They can't. Noticing that Jiang Yuexin's state was very strange, Ji Yu immediately knew that he said something wrong, but he couldn't understand why Jiang Yuexin was so excited. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that she was wrong, but her expression was still a little depressed. Sorry, I just lost my composure. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's hurry to the swamps. Ji Yu immediately changed the topic. Although he didn't know what happened to Jiang Yuexin, he felt that it was better not to ask. Jiang Yuexin tried to calm her emotions. Along the way, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin encountered all kinds of rank 1 beasts. All of them were taken care of by Ji Yu. Not only did her heaven-trampling steps and stone-breaking fist reach the initial success stage, but she also obtained a lot of demonic beast materials. After another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge swamp. The trees on all sides had withered, giving people a feeling of death. We'd better be careful. Not far ahead is the intersection between the outer and inner regions. If we're unlucky, we might encounter a rank 2 monster beast. Jiang Yuexin said as she looked ahead warily. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. A rank 2 demonic beast was equivalent to a human cultivator in the defensive profound realm. As long as a random rank 2 demonic beast appeared, they would have to flee. Unless it was a demonic beast that had just broken through to the first stage of second grade, Ji Yu might be able to contend against it. After all, a rank 1 monster beast and a rank 2 monster beast were like the body-tempering realm and the defensive profound realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. I see purple sun grass. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin exclaimed softly. Ji Yu followed Jiang Yuexin's gaze and saw a stalk of purple sun grass standing firmly at the edge of the swamp. Without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Yuexin quickly walked over. Wait. Ji Yu wanted to stop Jiang Yuexin, but it was too late. Oh no, Ji Yu cursed in his heart. This was because he sensed an extremely strong demonic aura in the swamp. There was definitely an undefeatable existence hidden in the swamp. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had already walked to the edge of the swamp and reached out to pluck the purple sun grass. In the next moment, a huge gray python with red stripes all over its body rushed out from the swamp, opening its bloody mouth and charging towards Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin was dumbfounded when she saw the gigantic mouth coming at her. Her smile froze on her face. Luckily, Ji Yu's reaction was fast enough and he immediately used the Ling Tian steps. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu appeared next to Jiang Yuexin in a flash. She quickly carried Jiang Yuexin in her arms and performed the heaven-trampling steps again to escape. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin finally regained her senses. Due to the huge shock, not only did she not realize that Ji Yu was carrying her in a princess carry, she even used her hands to hug Ji Yu's neck tightly. Ji Yu originally thought that he had escaped safely, but found that the red-striped python's speed was shockingly fast, chasing after him relentlessly. He gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. This red-striped python was obviously a second-grade demonic beast, and it was not an ordinary second-grade demonic beast. It was an existence that he could not fight against at all. Furthermore, he was still carrying Jiang Yuexin, so his speed was more or less affected. It was extremely difficult for him to completely escape from this red-striped python. But no matter what, Ji Yu could not just stand there and wait for death, so he continued to use the Ling Tian steps to escape. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have realized that she was being carried by Ji Yu, but she did not struggle. Instead, she tried to relax her body to reduce the pressure on Ji Yu. After escaping for an unknown period of time, Ji Yu had even forgotten how many times he had used the Ling Tian steps, but he was still unable to escape from the red-striped python's pursuit. Ji Yu, put me down, at this moment, Jiang Yuexin said with a sorrowful expression. However, Ji Yu completely ignored her and focused on escaping. To be honest, if this continues, we will both die. Why don't you let me, a burden, hold it back? At least you can escape. Jiang Yuexin still did not give up on her idea. She took out the purple sungrass and continued, I only have one last request. I hope that you can give this purple sungrass to my sister. I will not leave you behind. Ji Yu looked ahead with a serious expression and said this with a heavy tone. Jiang Yuexin was slightly stunned, then said with a struggling expression, don't joke around. If this continues, you will also die. Don't worry, neither of us will die. Ji Yu said in a low voice. This was because he could feel that his Ling Tian steps was about to break through to the mastery level. Once he broke through to that level, his speed would definitely be faster than the red-striped python behind him. After hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuexin knew that no matter what she said, this guy would not listen. She sighed sadly in her heart. She immediately regretted bringing Ji Yu to the Demon Beast mountain range. The current situation was all her fault. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the yellow rank superior profound skill Ling Tian steps has successfully broken through to the mastery stage. After using the Ling Tian steps for God knows how many times, the system finally strengthened the Ling Tian steps to the realm of mastery. Ji Yu was immediately overjoyed. Now he could shake off the giant python behind him. Ding. Master has used Ling Tian steps. Ling Tian steps obtained experience, 100*999x. After using the Ling Tian steps again, Ji Yu could clearly feel that his speed was much faster than before. Jiang Yuexin, whose cultivation wasn't weak, also faintly felt this. She turned her head to look at the giant python behind her and was shocked to find that Ji Yu was getting further and further away from it. Her delicate face immediately revealed a trace of disbelief, and her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. The strength that Ji Yu displayed once again shocked her. She suddenly felt that this youth in front of her was as mysterious as a bottomless pit, and she would never be able to see through this youth. Hope was rekindled, but Ji Yu's profound qi was about to be overdrawn. With some difficulty, he said to Jiang Yuexin, I don't have enough profound qi in my body. I'll take out the profound returning pill from my storage ring, but I'll have to trouble you to feed it to me. As he spoke, he used his spiritual power to take out a profound returning pill from his storage ring and placed it in Jiang Yuexin's hand. Jiang Yuexin looked at the profound returning pill in her hand, and a strange idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She put the profound returning pill in her mouth, and a faint dark red color appeared on her delicate face. She slowly leaned towards Ji Yu's lips. Ji Yu, who was completely focused on escaping, didn't notice Jiang Yuexin's appearance. Only when he felt a cool sensation on his lips did he realize that Jiang Yuexin was actually holding the profound returning pill in her mouth and feeding it to him. In reality, Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu's lips didn't directly touch, but even so, Ji Yu was still shocked. Ding. Master has consumed an inferior grade 1 pill, the Xian returning pill. Xian Qi recovery effect has increased by 999 times. The moment Ji Yu ate the profound returning pill, the profound qi in her body was instantly restored. It was also at this time that he heard the system notification that he came back to his senses. Now that he was in danger, he had no time to think about Jiang Yuexin. He forced himself to focus his attention in front of him. Seeing Ji Yu's shocked expression just now, Jiang Yuexin covered her mouth and snickered, but the blush on her face showed that she was actually even more shy. Even if they didn't touch directly, it was still an indirect kiss. She didn't know why she suddenly became so bold. Originally, she just wanted to tease this guy. Ji Yu continued to use the heaven-trampling steps. Occasionally, she would turn around to look, but she could no longer see the giant python's figure clearly. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that there was no road ahead. He hurriedly stopped running. In front of him was a cliff. When he looked down, he couldn't see the bottom. Ji Yu's expression immediately became ugly. Just as he thought that he could survive, the heavens played a small joke on him. He couldn't turn around now, because behind him was that second-stage giant python. In front of him was a bottomless abyss, and behind him was a powerful demonic beast that he couldn't resist. There was no way to escape now. Ji Yu, how do we run now? Jiang Yuexin anxiously asked. She also didn't expect that there would be a cliff here. Jiyu was silent for a moment, then he put Jiang Yuexin down. Under Jiang Yuexin's bewildered gaze, he fearlessly rushed down the red-striped python. Since there was no way to escape, Jiyu decided to fight this red-striped python to the death. He instantly flashed to the red-striped python's side, and used the 7-strength fist to smash the red-striped python's head. With a ping sound, Jiyu shockingly discovered that his full-strength fist didn't cause any obvious damage to the red-striped python's head. He only saw a small dent. The red-striped python's reaction was extremely fast. Its bucket-sized thick tail swept towards Jiyu's waist at an extremely fast speed. Jiyu's pupils suddenly contracted, but because the difference in strength was too great, he couldn't dodge in time, and forcibly received the red-striped python's sweep. Pooh! Jiyu immediately felt as if his waist was cut in half, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew out, and directly flew over the cliff. His consciousness gradually blurred. He could only hear the system beep in his mind, but he couldn't hear Jiang Yuexin's heart-wrenching screams. Ding! Master's body has suffered heavy injuries, basic defensive mystic skill, experience gained, 9 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, basic defensive mystic skill has successfully broken through to greater heights. Ding! It has been detected that basic defensive mystic skill experience is full, automatically upgraded to the yellow rank lower mystic skill thick earth armor. Jiyu! Jiang Yuexin screamed at the top of her lungs, but she didn't hear any response from Jiyu. She didn't hesitate to hug Jiyu, but the impact was too strong. She couldn't stabilize her body and fell down the cliff together with him. The moment he fell down the cliff, Jiyu suddenly woke up. He felt that the injuries on his body had healed quite a bit, and his consciousness was gradually coming back. It seemed to be because of the system's voice just now. Right at this moment, Jiyu suddenly realized that he was carrying Jiang Yuexin in his arms, and they were falling down the cliff at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to change the direction of his body's fall, so he tried his best to lean against the cliff and reduce the speed of his fall as much as possible. Ding! Protagonist has used thick earth armor. Thick earth armor gained experience, 20 by 999 times. Jiyu instantly used the low yellow rank defensive skill he just obtained, which could reduce the damage he received. Ding! Master's body has received damage. Thick earth armor gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master's body has received damage. Thick earth armor gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the low yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor has successfully broken through to small success. With the help of the low yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor, Jiyu's back had been rubbing against the cliff, but he didn't receive too much damage. At most, it was just some superficial wounds. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw a huge rock protruding not far from him. He could land on it. Jiyu immediately used his hand to press down on Jiang Yuexin's head, and slightly curled up his body. Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a moment. Although Jiyu's actions were a bit rough, that warm chest made her feel at ease. She could almost hear Jiyu's heartbeat, which made her heart beat faster. When he was about to fall onto that huge rock, Jiyu immediately used thick earth armor in an attempt to reduce his injuries. With a ping sound, Jiyu's back fell onto the rock. Other than a slight pain on his back, he didn't receive too much damage. But his waist that was heavily injured by the red patterned giant python was very painful, making it difficult for him to get up. The waist was the core of the human body, so every movement would affect the waist. Thus, Jiyu's back was lying on the rock without any movement to avoid unnecessary pain. Jiang Yuexin got up from Jiyu's embrace. Looking at Jiyu's pale face, she could not help but laugh as she cried, "You're really a hopeless bastard. Let me rest a bit first." Jiyu felt extremely exhausted. A wave of drowsiness hit her and she gradually closed her eyes. Wait. Jiang Yuexin immediately turned pale with fright and shook Jiyu's shoulder, "You mustn't die." Jiang Yuexin's shaking and the constant system notifications in his mind woke Jiyu up. Right now, his body was still very weak, so Jiang Yuexin's shaking could cause slight damage to him. He immediately opened his eyes and bitterly smiled, "Stop shaking, I'm not dead yet. If you keep shaking me like this, I'll really die from you." Jiang Yuexin realized that she was in the wrong. She immediately apologized, "I'm sorry. I just need to rest a bit, I'm too tired right now." Ji Yu guessed that Jiang Yuexin had misunderstood him, so he immediately explained. Too many things had happened before, and his waist was heavily injured. Right now, he was both mentally and physically exhausted. Okay. Jiang Yuexin nodded as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin's emotions had stabilized, Ji Yu immediately closed his eyes and continued to rest. Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu's sleeping face, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her face suddenly turned slightly red, and she slowly moved closer to Ji Yu's face. She gently held Ji Yu's head with her hands, placed her legs under the back of Ji Yu's head, and then slowly placed the back of Ji Yu's head on her thighs. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yu gradually woke up from his sleep. The moment he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a warm and soft sensation at the back of his head. It was as if he was lying on a comfortable pillow, but he didn't know why, but there was also a warm sensation. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a long and slender leg. At this moment, Ji Yu couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, he couldn't react to what had just happened. Then he turned his head and found that he was lying on Jiang Yuexin's lap. He slightly frowned and carefully thought about it. He didn't remember doing this before he fell asleep. Could it be that he climbed onto her lap after he fell asleep? The hell? Thinking of this, Ji Yu couldn't remain calm. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin, who was originally dozing off, felt her leg itch. Then she found that Ji Yu had woken up. "Ji Yu, you're finally awake." Jiang Yuexin was overjoyed. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's expression, Ji Yu's first reaction was to be very surprised. Logically speaking, Jiang Yuexin should be embarrassed and angry to see him lying on her lap, right? However, Ji Yu didn't say anything and sat up with a calm expression. He could still feel the pain from his waist. It was probably an internal injury that was difficult to heal, but at least it was much better than before. Speaking of which, here, just as Ji Yu was about to ask something, she suddenly saw a pitch-black cave behind her. He looked at the gray sky again and helplessly said, "It seems that we can only spend the night in this cave." Spend the night? Realizing that she and Ji Yu were going to spend the night in a dark cave, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. He saw her face become redder and redder, and soon it became as red as an apple. However, perhaps Ji Yu didn't notice it, or perhaps she didn't care at all. She continued to walk into the cave. "Let's explore the entire cave first, in case we get ambushed by demonic beasts while we sleep at night." Yes. Although Jiang Yuexin was very shy, she could only follow Ji Yu inside. There was no light in the cave. The later Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin walked in, the darker the surroundings became. In the end, they couldn't see anything clearly. "Do you have anything on you that can give off light?" "It's too dark in here," Jiang Yuexin said timidly, grabbing Ji Yu's sleeve with one hand. "What's wrong? You're already so old and you're still afraid of the dark?" Ji Yu couldn't help but complain. "How is that possible? I'm just not used to it," Jiang Yuexin said stubbornly, but her slightly trembling legs betrayed her. Ji Yu shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't have anything on me that gives off light. Just follow me carefully and don't spread out." "Yes," Jiang Yuexin whispered. She didn't look anywhere. She just grabbed Ji Yu's sleeve and followed Ji Yu closely. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above. Ji Yu's consciousness was very sharp. He instantly noticed this drop of water. Although he knew that this drop of water was completely harmless, he still subconsciously tilted his head, completely avoiding this drop of water. Drip, in the next moment, only the sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. The sound should have been very soft, but in this silent cave, it was very loud. Coincidentally, this drop of water fell in front of Jiang Yuexin's feet. She thought that something was going to attack her and immediately screamed. Not only that, she also subconsciously hugged Ji Yu tightly. "It's just a drop of water, what are you afraid of?" Ji Yu said somewhat speechlessly. At this time, Jiang Yuexin finally realized that it was indeed the sound of water droplets. At the same time, she also realized her posture and hurriedly separated herself from Ji Yu's back. I don't feel any demonic aura nearby. Let's continue walking, Jiyu said and continued to walk forward. N. Jiang Yuexin grabbed her lapel with one hand and Jiyu's sleeve with the other. After walking for an unknown period of time, Jiyu suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickened his pace in the direction of the gust of wind. Not only that, Jiyu also felt a surge of mystical aura in his palm. If something bad were to happen, he would be able to react immediately. Eh? Wait for me. Suddenly realizing that Jiyu had quickened his pace, Jiang Yuexin was afraid that she would lose him, so she also quickened her pace. After walking for a while, Jiyu saw a ray of light not far in front of him. The scene in front of him gradually became brighter. He saw that there was an open stone door in front of him, and the light was shining out from the gap in the stone door. Jiyu pushed open the stone door with force, and his eyes suddenly opened up. What appeared in front of him was a huge space. It looked like an underground world of its own. It was about 60 to 70 feet high, and its length and width could not be estimated with the naked eye. In this underground world, there were flowers, grass, trees, rivers, some pavilions, and many stone paths, as well as a simple stone house. Walala, he could hear the sound of water splashing in the river, and there were many fishes playing in the river. The surrounding trees were in picturesque disorder, and it was a scene full of vitality. There was also a pavilion outside the small stone house, and that pavilion had a stone table and stone chairs. There was also an old teapot and several teacups on the stone table. Jiyu looked at the strange scene in front of him, and his expression gradually became vigilant. He did not dare to act rashly. This place is so beautiful. Jiang Yuexin, who was following behind him, couldn't help but exclaim. Jiyu made a should gesture to Jiang Yuexin. Keep your voice down. It's very likely that someone lives here. The reason why he didn't go in rashly was because he was afraid that there might be some reclusive old monster living in seclusion here. If he rashly barged into someone else's residence, that person would definitely be disgusted. He first looked around but didn't see anyone. Then, he shouted, "Is there anyone here?" After a long time, there was still no response. "Is there anyone here?" Jiyu asked a few more times, but no one responded. He could only hear his own voice echoing in the cave. His eyes flickered slightly as he cautiously walked into this underground world. At the same time, he was mentally prepared. Seeing Jiyu walking in, Jiang Yuexin followed him carefully. Jiyu walked straight to that small stone house. If there was someone, that person would definitely be in that small stone house. He walked over and lightly knocked on the stone door. After a long time, no one responded, so he simply pushed open the stone door. After looking around, he found that there was no one in this small stone house. This small stone house was about the same size as the thatched cottage he lived in. Apart from some very simple tools, there seemed to be nothing else. Is there anything in there? At this time, Jiang Yuexin's small head suddenly poked in and asked softly. Nothing special. There should be no one in this underground world for a long time. Jiyu shook his head and said. Then, he looked up and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. There was a peerless beauty in the portrait. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes flickered with a dark light. She was surrounded by a monstrous aura, like a peerless demoness. It was just a portrait, but Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned. Although the woman in the portrait was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen since he came to this world, even Yu Shuyun and Jiang Yuexin were slightly inferior to her. In fact, he was not stunned because he was obsessed with the woman in the portrait, but because of the notification from the system. Ding! Master has seen the portrait of the seventh demoness, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the first volume of the King-level cultivation technique Skysplitter. You can break the heavenly Tao and see the secrets. At this moment, a lot of knowledge about Skysplitter appeared in Jiyu's mind. He was stunned at first, then he was wild with joy. From what he knew, there were only 4 levels of cultivation techniques: yellow, black, earth, and heaven. Now, there was actually a king-level cultivation technique, and it sounded very awesome. This king-level cultivation technique must be above the heaven level. Just by looking at the portrait, he could comprehend a king-level cultivation technique that was higher than the heaven level. No one else could do this. At this time, Xianxia pouted and said, "A certain guy is almost drooling after looking at a portrait." How embarrassing. Jiyu couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know how to explain, so he simply didn't explain. After all, he couldn't say that he lost his composure because he obtained a king stage cultivation method. Anyway, there's no one in this underground world. Let's stay here temporarily until we think of a way to get out. Jiyu returned to the topic at hand. In fact, he had a way to get out, and that was to climb up the cliff at the entrance of the cave. However, his waist injury was serious and he couldn't move much, let alone climb up the cliff with Jiang Yuexin on his back. "Then I'll go wash up first." Jiang Yuexin was no longer stubborn about Jiyu's obsession with the portrait. She walked out of the small stone house to find the river. After being tormented for half a day today, she was now covered in dust, which made her very uncomfortable. Jiyu continued to look at the portrait on the wall, trying to see if he could get any other good things. After a while, the system didn't send out any more notifications. It seemed that it was useless. That's true. One can't be too greedy. A king stage cultivation method is already abnormal enough. Jiyu shook his head and smiled. Next, he prepared to flip through the relevant knowledge in his mind to see how awesome this king stage cultivation method Sky Splitter was. He found the knowledge related to Sky Splitter in his mind and immediately read it. After a few minutes, Jiyu finally understood. This Sky Splitter was indeed a king stage cultivation method that was higher than the heaven stage. However, he only had the first volume. Simply speaking, it was a fragment. He didn't know how many more volumes there were. However, it was fortunate that this was the first volume. At least it could be used for cultivation. If it was the second or third volume, it would be equivalent to a piece of trash. A secret manual without a beginning and an end couldn't be cultivated at all. The so-called Sky Splitter was to break the heavenly Tao. Once he mastered the first level of Sky Splitter, he could break free from part of the heavenly Tao's shackles. The speed of mystical qi absorption would directly double, and the quality of mystical qi in the body would also improve. While Jiyu was reading the knowledge in his mind, the system's notifications kept ringing. Ding! Master has taken a look at the first volume of the King Stage Cultivation Method Sky Splitter and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You've successfully comprehended the first level of the King Stage Cultivation Technique, Heaven Splitter. Was that even possible? Jiyu was once again shocked by the awesomeness of the system. Even if it was a king tier cultivation technique, he could instantly comprehend it with a single glance. Who else in this world could be more awesome than him? At this time, Jiyu was ready to try and see if her cultivation speed had really doubled. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed and entered a state of cultivation. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 2 by 999 times. Sure enough, when he heard the system notification, he knew that his cultivation speed had indeed increased. Intuitively speaking, it was the effect of his cultivation. Right now, I've only just learned it. Even if it's only the first tier, there should be higher realms after this. Let's see if my knowledge will improve. With that thought in mind, Jiyu continued to read the knowledge about sky splitting in her mind. Ding! Master has watched sky splitting for 1 minute. Sky splitting EXP gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has watched sky splitting for 1 minute. Sky splitting EXP gained, 1 by 999 times. Sure enough, the first tier of sky splitting could still increase one's realm. Then, when he broke through to the minor success realm, the cultivation effect should still increase. Jiyu continued to read the knowledge, trying to break through to the minor success realm of the first tier of sky splitting. But after a long time, the realm of sky splitting did not move at all. However, this was considered normal. After all, it was a king stage cultivation technique. It was indeed not so easy to break through the realm. Since the efficiency of watching was too slow, Jiyu planned to try circulating the cultivation technique to see if the efficiency would be faster. Ding! Master has activated Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter gained experience, 10,000 999x. It was obvious that the efficiency of activating the technique was 10,000 times better than just looking at it. Jiyu finally understood that if he wanted to increase the level of this king-level technique, the most efficient way was to activate the technique. However, activating the king-level technique consumed too much Xianxia. After only 2 activations, all the Xianxia in his body was depleted. He could only take out a Xianxia pill from his storage ring and consume it. Ding! Master has consumed an inferior level 1 pill Xianxia pill. Xianxia recovery effect increased by 999 times. After consuming the Xianxia pill, Jiyu's Xianxia was instantly restored. He immediately continued to activate the Sky Splitter. After activating the Sky Splitter twice, Jiyu's Xianxia was once again depleted. Now, he only had 1 Xianxia pill left in his storage ring, which meant that he could only activate the Sky Splitter twice. He felt that he couldn't break through the first layer of the Sky Splitter to the initial success stage so quickly, so he temporarily gave up. After consuming the last Xianxia pill, the Xianxia in his body was once again restored. However, this time, Jiyu didn't continue to activate the Sky Splitter. He planned to refine more Xianxia recovery pills after leaving this place, and then slowly cultivate this king-level technique. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin had just finished washing the stains on her body and returned. Jiyu, I'm hungry. Do you have any food on you? Jiang Yuexin asked as soon as she walked into the small stone hut. How could I carry food with me? Jiyu shook his head and said. Then what should we do? I don't have any food in my storage ring, and now we can't leave. Are we going to starve to death here? Jiang Yuexin said with a melancholy expression. Of course not. Aren't there fish in the river outside? Those fish can be used as food. Jiyu pointed at the river not far from the small stone hut and said. Fish? So you can roast fish? Jiang Yuexin asked in surprise. She did not expect Jiyu to be so capable. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to roast fish. I can only say that I'll try my best. Jiyu shrugged. You don't know how to roast fish. Jiang Yuexin was speechless. She was surprised that this guy had some skills, but it turned out that she was overthinking things. At this time, Jiyu also felt a little hungry. She immediately said, let's go. I'll catch some fish and roast it. We have to try it first. All right. Jiang Yuexin followed behind Jiyu. In fact, she didn't have much hope for the grilled fish. Jiyu walked to the riverside and looked at the fish swimming in the river. She quickly reached out and caught them. Ding! Master caught a fish, basic claw skill, experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your basic claw technique has successfully broken through to the greater perfection stage. Ding! Detected that your basic claw technique experience is full. Automatically upgraded to the low yellow rank Swift Shadow Claw. Jiyu did not expect that even catching a fish would give him a claw skill. But since he obtained a low yellow rank claw skill, he naturally had to make good use of it. Ding! Master used Swift Shadow Claw experience gained, 20 by 999 times. Jiyu tried to use the low yellow rank Swift Shadow Claw and very quickly caught another fish. Using a mystical skill to catch fish, only Jiyu would be so extravagant. Reality proved that this claw skill was indeed good for catching fish. It was fast and accurate, and he did not lack that bit of mystical chi. Jiyu continued to use the Swift Shadow Claw and used it to catch fish. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low yellow rank mystical skill, Swift Shadow Claw, has successfully broken through to the small success stage. Using the claw skill and movement technique, in just a few seconds, Jiyu had already caught more than 10 fish and threw them onto the riverside. Even though Jiang Yuexin knew that Jiyu's true strength was very mysterious, she was still shocked by this scene. Jiyu said, alright, that's more or less enough. I'll go and try to grill the fish. Jiyu returned to the shore and used his hands to chop some branches. He only chopped off some of the branches and did not hurt the trunk of the trees. This way, the trees could continue to grow. Relying on the strength of a peak 9th level body tempering cultivator, he casually chopped off a branch. Ding! Master has chopped with a palm, basic palm technique obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, basic palm technique has successfully broken through to the greater mastery stage. Ding. Detected that basic palm technique experience is full, automatically upgraded to wind-shattering palm, low-grade yellow rank profound skill. It was like this again, but Jiyu was already used to it. To be able to obtain a low-grade yellow rank palm technique by chopping off a branch, to this system, it was no longer a miraculous thing. After that, Jiyu simply used this low-grade yellow rank palm technique to chop off the branches. As usual, it was faster and more convenient. After chopping off many branches in a short while, Jiyu's wind-shattering palm also broke through to the lesser mastery stage. Jiyu immediately placed the branches beside the dozen or so fish by the river and started a fire. While the fire was burning, he used a small knife to first thin the remaining branches, then cleaned the fish's scales and directly cut open the fish's intestines. This kind of fish in the river must be cleaned, otherwise, when roasted and smoked, there would be a mixed smell. At this time, Jiyu suddenly thought of something and said with a slightly regretful expression, "Speaking of which, we don't have any seasonings, the roasted fish later will be tasteless and will be a bit unpalatable." "Well, whatever, I feel that it's already not bad if you don't roast the fish later." Obviously, Jiang Yuexin did not believe in Jiyu's skills. Jiyu was immediately dissatisfied. "Although it's my first time trying, it's not as bad as you say. Watch carefully later." Then this young lady will watch carefully. If you can't roast the fish well, you will be this young lady's servant for a day and obey me no matter what. How about it? Jiang Yuexin smiled proudly. "Sure, but if I don't spoil the fish, you'll be my maid for a day. No matter what, you have to obey me. Do you dare?" Jiyu said with a mocking expression. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin was stunned. Then, she thought of something that was not suitable for children. She didn't feel anything when she said it, but when it came from someone else, especially a man, she felt that something was wrong. However, her dignity as the second miss of the city lord manor did not allow her to lower her head in front of Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin blushed as if she was ready to throw caution to the wind. "What is there that I don't dare to do?" "It's settled then. You said it yourself." Jiyu skewered each fish from head to tail with a wooden skewer. 2 branches were placed on each side of the firewood pile, and then the roasted fish could be fixed at the intersection. Although Jiyu had never grilled fish before, she still knew how to grill it. During the grilling process, she kept rolling the fish to prevent it from burning. Under the burning of the fire, the skin of the fish quickly turned a charred yellow. Gradually, she could smell the fragrance of the fish. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had a bad feeling. It seemed that Jiyu was almost done grilling the fish. In other words, she had to. During the grilling process, Jiyu did not add any more firewood. Gradually, charcoal appeared. Next was the smoking of the fish. The smell of the smoke of the charcoal gradually seeped into the fish that was almost done grilling. Finally, when the fish oil dripped down, the grilled fish was done. "It's done. Try it first." Jiyu handed the grilled fish to Jiang Yuexin. Then, she went to grill another fish. Jiang Yuexin silently took the grilled fish from Jiyu. She could not help but let her imagination run wild as she looked at the bright yellow grilled fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This grilled fish was undoubtedly a success. After that, she would have to obey this guy's request, no matter what it was. When the time came, if it was something embarrassing, she wouldn't be able to resist. Jiang Yuexin immediately blushed. She stole a glance at Jiyu and found that Jiyu was almost done grilling the second fish. Not long after, the second fish was done roasting. This one was Jiyu's, so he immediately tasted it. Ding! Master has eaten a piece of fish meat that contains mystic energy. Martial Dao experience gained, 20 by 999 times. A notification came from the system as soon as he took the first bite. Jiyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This fish meat contained mystic energy, although he didn't know why. This was a very big surprise to him. The cultivation experience gained from eating a piece of fish meat was equivalent to him cultivating for 10 minutes. Eating an entire fish was equivalent to him eating dozens of gradeless pills. Moreover, there were still many fish that hadn't been roasted yet. Jiang Yuexin. At this moment, Jiyu called out. Eh? Jiang Yuexin was still thinking about those embarrassing things when Jiyu suddenly called out her name. She immediately panicked. Speaking of which, do you feel anything different in this fish meat? Jiyu asked. What's the difference? After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin realized that this fish meat was indeed a little strange. After tasting it carefully, her eyes widened. There seems to be mystic energy in this fish meat? That's right. That's why you can absorb the mystic energy while eating. Don't waste it. The reason why Jiyu said this was to remind Jiang Yuexin. After all, Jiang Yuexin couldn't directly obtain 999 times cultivation experience from the system like him. Even if she ate the fish meat, she had to absorb it well to use the mystic energy in it. After that, Jiyu continued to eat the fish meat. Although there was no seasoning to add, Jiyu still felt that the fish was roasted quite well. The fish itself wasn't big, so he quickly finished the entire fish. He could feel that his cultivation had increased a lot compared to before, but he still couldn't break through to the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm so quickly. Jiyu wasn't in a hurry and continued to roast the fish unhurriedly. In the end, Jiyu ate 3 roasted fish, while Jiang Yuexin ate 2. Alright, now that we're full, it's time to get down to business. Jiyu stood up and looked at Jiang Yuexin with a smile. Serious business? Jiang Yuexin suddenly panicked. She lowered her head and pinched Nini with both hands. You said earlier that if I didn't spoil the fish, you would be my maid for a day. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin was silent, Jiyu thought that Jiang Yuexin was going to break the contract. I will do it. Bring it on. Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath. She was going for broke. She shyly used her hands to slowly unbutton her clothes. Is it hot here? Why don't you take a breather here first and clean up the small stone house later? Seeing this, Jiyu asked in confusion. Eh? Jiang Yuexin was stunned. Her hands that were unbuttoning her clothes also stopped in midair. What's wrong? Jiyu asked. That's all? Jiang Yuexin said in a daze. Yes, that's all. If you think it's not enough, you can also clean up the area around the small stone house. Jiyu said, then I'll go back and cultivate first. Then Jiyu walked back to the small stone house, leaving Jiang Yuexin sitting there in a daze. Her face became redder and redder. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. In the end, it was all her wishful thinking. After returning to the small stone house, Jiyu immediately sat on the bed and began to cultivate Xianxia. Because he had comprehended the first layer of the king-level cultivation method Sky Splitter, he could get double the effect of cultivating Xianxia. Naturally, he had to cultivate more. At night, Jiang Yuexin followed Jiyu's instructions and cleaned the small stone house inside and out. After she was done, Jiang Yuexin sat on a stone chair in the house and looked at Jiyu, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This youth was the most peculiar man she had ever seen in her life. At this moment, she recalled the matter of her undressing and couldn't help but want to ridicule this guy if there was something wrong with him. She had already gone to that extent. She wasn't sure if this guy really didn't understand or if he did it on purpose. Could it be that she wasn't attractive enough to this guy? This was the first time Jiang Yuexin was not confident in her appearance. She had never been like this in the past, so she didn't know what was wrong with her today. At the same time, Jiyu was still cultivating his profound qi. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 2 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 2 by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu could feel that he had already filled half of the huge pit of the peak 9th level of the body tempering stage. Just half more and he would be able to break through to the perfection stage of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. However, in the next moment, he stopped cultivating because it was already late and it was time to sleep. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yuexin staring at him with an indescribable expression. He was puzzled for a while and couldn't help but point at his face and ask curiously, "That? Is there something dirty on my face?" Ji sudden voice gave Jiang Yuexin a fright, but she quickly calmed down. There's nothing. Ji still had a puzzled expression, but he didn't continue to ask. I'm about to go to sleep. You see if you want to sleep on the inside or outside. Ji immediately started talking about serious matters. I'll sleep on the inside, you sleep on the outside. Jiang Yuexin said indifferently. This time, however, her heart was as calm as still water because she could clearly see that this guy was a blockhead and definitely wouldn't do anything to her. Thinking of this, she felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Then I'll go to sleep first. Make yourself at home. After that, Ji lay down on the side of the bed and fell asleep. After that, Jiang Yuexin also climbed onto the inner side of the stone bed and lay down. The moment she laid down, she had an indescribable feeling. This was her first time lying on the same bed with a man. Even if the other party was a blockhead, she still felt a little shy. She couldn't calm down, so she didn't sleep well the entire night. The next morning, Ji was woken up by her biological clock. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin hadn't woken up yet, Ji didn't intend to wake her up. She quietly walked out of the small stone house. At this moment, Ji subconsciously stretched. The moment he stretched out his hand, he suddenly remembered that his waist was still injured. Stretching like this would definitely hurt him to death. Eh? Just as Ji was about to withdraw his hand, he realized that the pain in his waist wasn't as intense as it was yesterday. He tried to stretch his waist and felt that it was only slightly painful. What's going on? How did the injury heal so quickly? Ji immediately felt that it was a bit strange. He clearly didn't do anything, but the injury on his waist had already healed a lot. Wait a minute. If I have to say something, it's that I ate those roasted fish yesterday. At this moment, Ji suddenly thought of those roasted fish yesterday. Although it was a bit inconceivable, he didn't come into contact with anything else other than those roasted fish. If those roasted fish really had the effect of healing injuries, then he would be able to leave this underground world very soon. Why don't I try roasting a few more fish? Ji thought to himself and immediately began to act. In order to avoid wasting, Ji only caught 4 fish this time. Then, as usual, he chopped a lot of branches with his bare hands. While chopping the branches, Ji strangely discovered that the branches that he chopped off yesterday had all grown back. The self-recovery ability of these trees is actually that strong? Ji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the injury on his waist healed so quickly because he ate the roasted fish made from these branches? He felt that it was most likely the case. The self-recovery ability of these branches was so strong that it couldn't be unrelated. Then, just like yesterday, he placed most of the branches on the fire. Then, he crossed 2 branches on each side of the fire and used a small knife to cut the remaining branches into wooden skewers. He cut open the fish and washed it 2 or 3 times. Then, he skewered the fish and began to roast them one by one. He ate 1 fish after roasting it. He didn't want to eat too much early in the morning, so he only ate 2 roasted fish. After eating 2 whole roasted fish, Ji began to roast the 3rd fish for Jiang Yuexin. Just as he was about to wake Jiang Yuexin up after roasting this fish, Jiang Yuexin's voice sounded. Ji, are you roasting fish? Jiang Yuexin rubbed her eyes and walked out of the small stone house sleepily. She was like a confused kitten that was attracted by the smell of roasted fish. You're awake. This fish will be done soon. Ji said as he rolled the fish. Jiang Yuexin went to the river to wash up and then sat down by the fire. She looked at Ji roasting fish for her and felt warm in her heart. At this moment, Ji spoke again, speaking of which, I realized that the branches here have very strong self-healing abilities. After eating the fish roasted with the branches, the injury on my waist healed quite a bit overnight. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin opened her mouth slightly, but she did not say anything. Ji continued, if nothing unexpected happens, we can leave this place by tomorrow at the latest. At this time, Jiang Yuexin couldn't hold it in anymore. She said with a struggling expression, do we have to leave this place? She lowered her head slightly, and there was a trace of sadness in her expression. Seeing this, Ji was a little concerned. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Jiang Yuexin was silent for a moment. Then, she sighed in her heart and said to Ji with a smile, when you're better, we'll leave this place. In Jiyu's eyes, this smile was very forced. This made him even more concerned. Jiang Yuexin obviously had some difficulties, but he couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that Jiang Yuexin didn't want to reveal it, so he didn't plan to ask. The fish is ready. Hurry up and eat. Jiyu changed the topic, and the heavy atmosphere immediately lightened up. Jiang Yuexin took the skewer of grilled fish and began to eat. Her mood gradually improved. After dealing with the roasted fish, Jiyu continued to cultivate her profound qi. After half a day had passed, Jiyu still felt that she was too far away from breaking through to the perfection stage of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The speed of cultivating Xianxia is really too slow. It's better to wait until we get out of here and take some pills to break through. Jiyu murmured. It was almost noon now. He left his cultivation state and continued to roast fish outside to recover as soon as possible. After filling his stomach, he returned to his room to cultivate. However, he temporarily gave up on cultivating Xianxia. Instead, he began to read the knowledge of the king rank cultivation method Sky Splitter in his mind. Occasionally, he would circulate the Sky Splitter. Because circulating the cultivation method once would consume more than half of his Xianxia, he would change to reading the knowledge after circulating the cultivation method once. When the Xianxia in his body had recovered, he would continue to circulate the cultivation method. This repeated cycle was the most efficient. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The first layer of the King Rank Cultivation Method Sky Splitter has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. Another half a day passed. Jiyu finally broke through to the initial success stage of the first layer of the Sky Splitter. Logically speaking, as one broke through to the next level, the effect of cultivation would also improve. Jiyu immediately prepared to start cultivating Xianxia to see how much the effect of cultivation had improved. Ding! Master cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 4 by 999 times. It could be heard that the effect of the cultivation had doubled again. Compared to the beginning, it had quadrupled. Jiyu was quite satisfied with this kind of cultivation effect. At night, he ate roasted fish with Jiang Yuexin. Then, he continued to cultivate Xianxia and finally fell asleep. It was a new day. The first thing Jiyu did when he woke up was to check the injury on his waist. He found that it had recovered a lot compared to yesterday. Basically, this injury was nothing more than a minor injury to him, which meant that he could get out of this place. After Jiang Yuexin woke up, Jiyu roasted fish for the last time. After eating the roasted fish, Jiyu hesitated for a moment. Then, he said to Jiang Yuexin, "My injury is almost healed. We can go out now." Okay. This time, Jiang Yuexin did not show the same expression as yesterday. She nodded calmly. Jiyu took a deep look at Jiang Yuexin. Then, he got up and walked toward the exit of the underground world, which was also the entrance. Jiang Yuexin followed behind Jiyu without saying a word. There was no emotion on her face. At the same time, no one knew what she was thinking. At this time, Jiyu was walking in the dark cave. Jiang Yuexin followed him while holding the corner of his clothes like last time. After a long time, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Looking at this familiar place, Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, he fell here. Otherwise, he would definitely die if he fell to the bottom of the cliff. Jiyu looked up and found that it was quite difficult to climb up from here. It was very far away. He stretched his muscles and said to Jiang Yuexin, "Come, get on my back. I'll climb up later." Jiang Yuexin was stunned. After a while, she reacted and said in surprise, "You want to climb up directly from here? What else can I do? I don't have any other choice. Let's go." Jiyu said helplessly. Okay, Jiang Yuexin walked over and lay on Jiyu's back. Then, she wrapped her arms around Jiyu's neck. "Hold on tight. Don't fall down later," Jiyu reminded him. Then, like a gecko, he began to climb the cliff. However, this speed was too slow. He wanted to use his movement skill to see if it could increase his speed. After using the heaven ascending steps, Jiyu's climbing speed on the cliff became much faster. At the same time, Jiang Yuexin's hands wrapped tightly around Jiyu's neck. Seeing that this was effective, Jiyu continued to use his movement skill to climb up. Using his movement skill, Jiyu soon reached the top. Then, he put Jiang Yuexin down. I'm finally here. Jiyu exhaled and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. What do you plan to do next? Jiang Yuexin suddenly asked. Of course I'm going home. You've already picked that purple sun grass. Jiyu said matter-of-factly. That's not what I meant. Jiang Yuexin hesitated for a while. Then, she said, why don't you stay at the city lord's mansion for a while? That way, you'll be safer. That won't be necessary. Jiyu shook his head slightly. He could tell that Jiang Yuexin was doing this for his own good. She wanted him to stay at the city lord's mansion temporarily so that he wouldn't be threatened by the Chen family and the Lin family. However, he had his own ideas. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Yuexin. It was just that he didn't know the exact situation at the city lord's mansion. Forget it. Do whatever you want. I won't care about you anymore. Jiang Yuexin looked a little angry. She was being nice to this guy, but he was unwilling. Although she didn't know how this guy offended the Chen family, it wasn't just the Chen family. Even the Lin family didn't seem to have a good relationship with this guy. If he offended two big families in Chaoyang Ancient City at the same time, normal people wouldn't be able to survive in Chaoyang Ancient City. Moreover, this guy was a lone warrior. If this guy was willing to stay at the city lord's mansion temporarily, then she wouldn't have to worry about the Chen family and the Lin family. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go first. Jiyu said, why don't I leave first? You can go back by yourself. After saying that, he strode forward in large strides. You bastard. Don't walk so fast. Jiang Yuexin immediately chased after him. They were close to the inner area. They might encounter more second-rank beasts like before. If she went back by herself, it would be very dangerous. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's tone, Jiyu felt a little relieved. Along the way, the two of them encountered many demonic beasts. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any second-rank demonic beasts, which were easily dealt with by Jiyu. Not only that, his movement technique Heaven Trampling Steps had broken through to the Impeccable Realm, and his fist technique Stone-Breaking Fist had broken through to the Mastery Realm. All the demonic beasts that he killed were cut off the more valuable materials. Now, his storage ring was almost filled with demonic beast materials. After a long time, Jiyu and Jiang Yuning arrived at the entrance of Chaoyang Ancient City. Are you sure you don't want to go to the city lord mansion with me? Jiang Yuexin was a little worried about Jiyu, so she asked again. I'm sure. At this time, Jiyu had already put on a black robe to cover his face. Jiang Yuexin sighed slightly. All right then, but if there's any danger, you must come to me. I know. Jiyu nodded slightly. After that, he parted ways with Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin returned to the city lord mansion, while he left for the Chaoyang branch. Not long after, Jiyu walked to the Chaoyang branch. He didn't show his face, only showing his alchemist badge, and someone immediately came to receive him. Sir, what do you need? The person who came to receive him was a woman he had never seen before. I want to sell some demonic beast materials. Jiyu said lightly. Please follow me, sir. The receptionist then led Jiyu to the trading area. Soon, Jiyu arrived at the trading area. He threw out all the demonic beast materials in his storage ring, which shocked everyone present. How many demonic beasts did this person kill? He's definitely an expert. I even saw the materials of a first-rank 9th-rank demonic beast. Maybe he's a defensive mystic realm expert. This is too cruel. All the demonic beasts I've killed in the past year don't add up to the amount he has. The attention of the surrounding people who were trading was attracted as they exclaimed. How much are these worth in total? Even the people in charge of the transaction were stunned. Only when Jiyu spoke did they come back to their senses. Please wait a moment, sir. We have to settle the accounts. Jiyu quietly waited at the side. After a long time, that person opened his mouth and said, Mister, the total value of these materials is 3,800 gold coins. Ji Yu nodded slightly and said, then transfer it into this white card for me. As he spoke, he took out a white card from his storage ring. This was the white card that Jiang Yuexin gave him last time. It was something called a business card, which was equivalent to a virtual gold coin transaction. Yes, sir. Seeing that the black-robed man in front of him actually had a white business card, that person's attitude suddenly became more respectful. After a while, Ji Yu's white merchant card had an extra 3,800 gold coins. In addition to Jiang Yuexin's debt, there was now a total of 5,800 gold coins in it. These gold coins were enough for him to buy a lot of materials to refine elixirs. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me choose some alchemy materials, especially materials specially used to refine second-grade elixirs. The total value should not exceed 5,800 gold coins. Ji Yu said. That person was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly went to choose the materials. During this time, the surrounding people constantly exclaimed. 5,800 gold coins in one go, how generous. However, Ji Yu did not care about the surrounding exclamations at all. After a while, that person came back with a large pile of materials. Mister, these are the materials needed to refine second-grade elixirs. The total value is 5,500 gold coins, please take a look. Hearing that person's words, Ji Yu casually glanced at it a few times, then took out a token and showed it to that person. Superior Grade 1 Alchemist Badge. Then I'll give Mr. 5,225 gold coins. That person immediately said. As long as one was a first-grade alchemist, they would be able to get a 95% discount on anything they bought at the Chaoyang branch. Therefore, that person immediately changed the price. After deducting 5,225 gold coins, Ji Yu's white card now had 575 gold coins left. After putting away the materials for the second-grade pills into his storage ring, Lin Fan left the Chaoyang branch and returned to the Lin mansion. Just as Ji Yu walked to the entrance of the Lin family's mansion, he suddenly realized that the security of the Lin mansion was much tighter than usual. There were twice as many guards at the entrance as usual. Hey, you over there, take off your black robes. Just as he was about to enter the Lin mansion, the leading guard suddenly called out to him. Then, the other guards surrounded him, making it impossible for him to enter or leave. The leader of the guards gave a look to one of his companions, who quickly walked into the Lin mansion. Then, the leader of the guards coldly said to Ji Yu, Young master has ordered that anyone who wants to enter the Lin mansion is not allowed to cover their face with a black robe. Otherwise, they will be arrested. Oh? Ji Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Lin Qitian would want to make a move on him so soon. After all, he was the only one who would wear a black robe in the Lin mansion. Moreover, these people did not even ask about the situation before directly surrounding him. There was no other reason other than to target him. Why are you still talking so much? You just want to make a move on me, so just come at me. So it's you. Capture this brat. Seeing Ji Yu's true identity, the leader of the guards immediately scolded him. At his command, the rest of the guards surrounded Ji Yu with unfriendly looks on their faces. You can all try. Ji Yu smiled faintly, without the slightest trace of panic on his face. One of the guards seemed to want to steal the credit, and charged towards Ji Yu. Ding! Master has used Stonebreaking Fist. Stonebreaking Fist obtained experience, 100*999x. With one punch, the guard was sent flying, knocking into a few of his companions along the way. Ji Yu's punch had shocked all the guards present. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stood rooted to the ground. The leader of the guards was also dumbfounded. His subordinates were all elite guards specially nurtured by the family, and their cultivations were at least at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. How could they not even withstand a single punch from this brat? Why aren't you moving? Ji Yu sneered. Since it's like this, then it's my turn. Even if these guards did not dare to attack him now, he would not let them go. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I'll definitely offend them. If they offend Ji Yu, then don't think they'll have a good time. Ji Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the leader of the guards in an instant. The leader of the guards was a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist, and although his opponent's speed was so fast that he could not see clearly, he was still able to react in time. His eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness as he slashed his sword towards Jiyu. The leader of the guards thought that his sword was fast and ruthless, but in the eyes of Baiju Chen, it was like a child playing with a sword, not worth mentioning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it towards the sword. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out as the leader of the guard's sword was shattered by Jiyu's stone-breaking fist. The guard captain looked at the broken sword in his hand. He was dumbfounded. His mind went blank. He even forgot who he was for a moment. When the surrounding guards saw this scene, their faces were filled with disbelief. They were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. They couldn't believe their eyes. One had to know that the sword in their captain's hand was a grade 1 treasure, yet it was shattered by a single punch from this young man? Without giving him any chance to catch his breath, Jiyu punched him in the face again. The guard captain couldn't react in time and took Jiyu's punch head-on. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to have heard the sound of his facial bones shattering. The captain of the guards rolled sideways and smashed into the wall of the Lin family's residence, creating a dent in the wall. One could see that his face had caved in and was covered in blood. He was almost disfigured. The surrounding guards who witnessed all of this felt as if their legs were filled with lead. They were frozen in place, unable to move because they were completely dumbfounded. The few who still had some consciousness didn't dare to go up and help, nor did they dare to run away. In their eyes, Jiyu was like a fierce beast in human form. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him abnormal. Even the strongest captain had been beaten to a pulp by a single punch. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Jiyu indifferently looked at the disfigured captain of the guards. Suddenly, his eyes turned and his cold gaze fell on those guards. Those guards suddenly trembled and didn't dare to breathe loudly. There were even some guards who couldn't hold on any longer and crazily ran in all directions. Seeing that some of their companions had already run away, the rest of the guards also began to run. Even though their captain had been killed, they only had one thought in their minds. That was to run. If they didn't run, they would die. You still want to run now? Jiyu coldly snorted. His figure blurred and disappeared. In almost an instant, he had caught up to the guard who had run the furthest. With one punch, there was nowhere to run. After dealing with one, Jiyu immediately chased after the next one. After dealing with the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. Ding! Congratulations, master, the yellow high-grade profound skill, stone-breaking fist, has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. After killing over 10 guards in one breath, Jiyu had finally dealt with the last one. Even his profound fist skill, stone-breaking fist, had unknowingly broken through to the perfection realm. You, also go and die for me. Jiyu coldly said as he gripped the last guard's neck with one hand. This guard's face was green and purple from being choked. His eyes were filled with fear. He kept ripping at Jiyu's hand, but he couldn't move it at all. He was almost unable to breathe as he weakly begged, Don't. Don't. Kill me, I am innocent. Jiyu smiled. His smile was very helpless. Before you caught me, did you ever think that I was innocent? From the beginning, he had never done anything that offended the heavens. But because he coincidentally obtained a spirit pill, his family was ruined and he was even chased to the point of being exterminated. In the next moment, his smile suddenly stopped because he heard Lin Qiqian's voice. Stop for me. He saw Lin Qiqian appear at the entrance of the Lin Manor. The guard who came with him was so scared that he fell to the ground. Jiyu coldly glanced at Lin Qiqian. His right hand squeezed and broke the guard's neck. Jiyu, you've got guts. You dare to act wildly in my Lin mansion. Lin Qiqian looked at the miserable situation in front of him and angrily rebuked. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this brat a trash at the third level of the body-tempering realm? Why was his strength so terrifying? Even the guard captain was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he was also dead. From where Lin Qiqian was standing, he couldn't see the guard captain lying in the hole in the wall. Jiyu casually threw away the guard's corpse and coldly looked at Lin Qiqian. You're going to die too. Jiyu appeared in front of Lin Qiqian in a flash. She clenched her right fist and used the stone-shattering fist to smash at Lin Qitian. What? Lin Qitian was shocked. He didn't see Jiyu's movements clearly. Before he could even react, Jiyu had already appeared in front of him. Lin Qitian, who was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, subconsciously crossed his arms to protect his head. Bang! Lin Qitian suddenly felt an intense pain in his arms. Only then did he realize that the bones in his arms were about to shatter. He was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm and was only one step away from the defensive profound realm. In the entire Chaoyang city, there weren't many below the defensive profound realm who could be his opponent. The brat in front of him was clearly above the defensive profound realm. He wasn't someone he could fight against. He was scared. His eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he truly realized what kind of monster he had provoked. Oh? Jiyu's cold voice sounded. Not bad. You actually took the first punch. Can you take the second punch? Hearing this voice, Lin Qitian's body suddenly trembled. Especially when he heard that the opponent was going to give him a second punch. He couldn't take the first punch. Wouldn't the second punch take his life? No, Lin Qitian felt that he had to get away from this monster. He fiercely clenched his teeth and endured the pain in his arms. He used all his strength to use his movement skill to escape into the mansion. Seeing this, Jiyu sneered, "Do you think you can escape?" Before he finished speaking, he had already caught up with Lin Qitian at a speed far exceeding his own. Lin Qitian heard Jiyu's voice and was about to turn around to see if Jiyu was chasing after him when Jiyu suddenly appeared behind him. He was so frightened that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Sitting on the ground, he retreated in a sorry state. You. Don't come any closer. Lin Qitian looked at Jiyu in shock and fear as he cried out. Jiyu didn't stop at all. She walked over and grabbed Lin Qitian's head. She twisted Lin Qitian's head with one hand, and Lin Qitian was lifted into the air. Ding! Master used Swift Shadow Claw. Swift Shadow Claw experience gained, 20*999x. Jiyu had a lot of strength in her hand. Lin Qitian felt as if his head was about to explode. The pain was unbearable. He frantically tried to grab Jiyu's hand that was twisting his head, trying in vain to break free from Jiyu's iron grip. However, he could only leave a small scratch on the back of Jiyu's hand. Ding! Master's body has been injured. Low yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor experience gained, 1*999x. Ding! Master's body has been injured. Low yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor experience gained, 1*999x. Ding! Congratulations Master, low yellow rank profound skill thick earth armor has successfully broken through to mastery realm. Although Lin Qitian's scratches allowed Jiyu's defensive profound skill thick earth armor to break through, in reality, these scratches were like tickles to Jiyu. There was almost no pain at all. He gradually increased the strength in his hand, causing Lin Qitian to feel an unbearable pain. Ah! Lin Qitian continuously screamed in agony. There were many Lin clan disciples and servants who saw this scene, but no one dared to take half a step closer. They all watched from afar, and only a very small number of people secretly ran to report this to the higher-ups. Tell me the truth, did you want to attack me yourself, or did you listen to someone else's instructions? At this time, Jiyu suddenly spoke. It's Xianxia's instructions. Ah, please let me go. Lin Qitian was in so much pain that his facial features were twisted together, looking very ugly. Good, then you can die now. Jiyu let go of Lin Qitian, but at this moment, he immediately followed up with a punch towards Lin Qitian's chest. The reason why he didn't directly kill Lin Qitian and instead tortured him was because he wanted to torture Lin Qitian's mind until he broke down. That way, Lin Qitian would confess the truth. This Lin Qitian did listen to Xianxia's instructions as expected. It must have been when he was trapped in the underground world with Jiang Yuexin, Lin Qitian and Xianxian, these two dogs, colluded together. Xianxian deserved to die, Lin Qitian also deserved to die. A stone-shattering fist smashed into Lin Qitian's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking rang out as Lin Qitian was sent tumbling backwards. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and shielded Lin Qitian. The owner of this figure was the current head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan. Seeing that even Lin Zhanshan had appeared, Ji Yu's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Lin Zhanshan appearing so quickly was far beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to leave immediately after dealing with Lin Qitian. Ji Yu didn't hesitate and immediately used his movement skill to turn and run. This Lin Zhanshan was one of the few Tongxian experts in Chaoyang Ancient City. The Tongxian realm was the realm above the defensive profound realm. Ji Yu had no chance of winning against Lin Zhanshan, and might even be killed in an instant. "You hurt my son, and you still want to run?" Lin Zhanshan's expression was extremely gloomy as he coldly snorted, and the profound qi around his body surged. The profound qi around his body gradually solidified, forming a qi aura that shot towards Ji Yu at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked body. The speed of this qi aura was actually much faster than Ji Yu's movement skill, and could almost catch up to Ji Yu in the next second. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the superior yellow rank profound skill Ling Tian Steps has successfully broken through to the Greater Heights realm. Ding! Superior yellow rank profound skill Ling Tian Steps has been detected, and has automatically upgraded to inferior black rank profound skill 1000 Illusory Flash. At the same time, Ji Yu used Ling Tian Steps to escape the Lin family mansion. Coincidentally, the superior yellow rank Ling Tian Steps had also been upgraded to inferior black rank 1000 Illusory Flash. He was pleasantly surprised, as there was always a way out. There was a huge difference between a profound rank profound skill and a yellow rank profound skill, and its speed was definitely much faster than a yellow rank profound skill. With this low profound rank movement technique, he should be able to escape. However, before Ji Yu could be happy for more than a second, an invisible qi aura shot towards his back. Suddenly, he felt as if his back was being torn apart by some kind of incomparably sharp gas. In an instant, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, he fell forward uncontrollably. Ding! Master's body has suffered heavy injuries. Experience gained from the yellow rank low class profound skill thick earth armor, 10 by 999 times. An incomparably large wound had appeared on Ji Yu's back. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound. Ji Yu's face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The piercing pain in his back made it difficult for him to get up. Seeing that Ji Yu had lost the ability to escape, Lin Zhanshan's face was filled with a cruel and merciless smile. He slowly walked towards Ji Yu. "I absolutely can't, I can't die here." With great difficulty, Ji Yu propped himself up with his hands. The intense pain in his back made his expression very ugly, and he was about to faint from the pain. However, the intense unwillingness and hatred in his heart supported him to maintain his last bit of consciousness. He had yet to take his revenge. How could he die here like this? The veins on Ji Yu's forehead bulged. He angrily roared and used the 1000 Illusory Flash. This was his final struggle. Ding! Master has used the 1000 Illusory Flash. Experience gained from the 1000 Illusory Flash, 200 by 999 times. Seeing that Ji Yu could still move, Lin Zhanshan's expression suddenly changed. He used the same move again, and another profound qi aura attacked Ji Yu. However, he was shocked to see that the profound qi aura he used this time could not catch up to that brat. He could only watch as that brat disappeared into the distance. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, but that he was too careless. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late to chase. Lin Zhanshan's expression became incomparably gloomy once again. "Ji Yu, you dared to hurt my son. I will definitely make you pay with your blood." At this time, Ji Yu's consciousness was already blurred. He didn't even know where he had escaped to, but he was worried that Lin Zhanshan would catch up. He used the last of his willpower to use the 1000 Illusory Flash again. After a while, his consciousness almost disappeared, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation on his face, but his body was powerless. He couldn't even open his eyes as his consciousness faded away. In the next moment, he completely lost consciousness. Ji Yu didn't know that it was Jiang Yuexin who had discovered him while taking a stroll. When he was about to lose consciousness and fall forward, it was Jiang Yuexin who used her own body to protect him. "Ji Yu! Ji Yu!" Jiang Yuexin hugged Ji Yu, who had fallen on top of her, and continuously called out Ji Yu's name. However, Jiyu still didn't give any response. Jiang Yuexin immediately understood that Jiyu had fainted. At this time, she suddenly discovered that her hands were covered in blood. Her pupils shrank as she looked at Jiyu's back. She saw a ghastly wound with blood continuously flowing out. She immediately looked away, not having the heart to look. Jiang Yuexin gently hugged Jiyu's head in her arms. She couldn't help but tear up. How long has it been? What did you experience during this time? It hadn't even been an hour since she and Jiyu had parted ways at the city gates. In such a short period of time, the powerful Jiyu was actually injured to such a miserable state. She really couldn't imagine what had happened to Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin understood that now wasn't the time to cry. She hurriedly wiped the tears from her cheeks and carefully carried Jiyu on her back. Although her body was petite, she was still an 8th-level body-tempering realm martial cultivator. Carrying a man on her back was not a problem. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Jiang Yuexin walked step by step back to the city lord's mansion. In a small room, an old man with blood on his face was protecting a young man. His eyes were fixed on the young man in luxurious clothes opposite him. His eyes were full of determination. Run! The old man shouted angrily and rushed to the luxurious young man. The young man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but he couldn't wipe away the sorrow in his eyes. He tried to escape from the back door. Before he escaped far, he couldn't help but look back. The old man in the room had been pierced through the chest by a sword, but he was looking at him with a gratified smile. At this moment, the dream shattered. Jiyu suddenly opened his eyes, but there was only white in front of him. When he looked carefully, he was lying on a bed. He immediately understood that it was just a dream. Recalling the face of the luxurious young man in the dream, Jiyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Hiss, Jiyu was about to get up when he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his back. Only then did he realize that he was seriously injured. Your injury is still very serious. You'd better not move. Suddenly, a cold unpleasant voice came. Jiyu subconsciously exclaimed, Jiang Yu? He was just about to say the name Jiang Yuexin, but at the same time, he saw a red figure. I'm Jiang Yuechu. The girl in the red dress said. Jiyu recognized the girl in the red dress. She was Jiang Yuexin's sister. He had met her once in the grocery store outside the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Moreover, Jiang Yuechu was the eldest daughter of the city lord mansion and the first martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. Almost everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City knew her. Did you save me? The pain in his back made Jiyu's voice tremble slightly. It wasn't me who saved you. It was Jiang Yuexin. She didn't sleep last night and is now sleeping next to you. Jiang Yuechu said coldly. Jiyu endured the pain in his back and turned his head. Because he was lying on the bed and not lying down, turning his head slightly would affect his back. However, if he was lying down, it would only hurt more. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Jiang Yuexin curled up and sleeping soundly beside him like a little kitten. Seeing the tear stains on Jiang Yuexin's cheeks, Jiyu couldn't help but feel touched. She slowly reached out and gently wiped away the remaining tears at the corners of Jiang Yuexin's eyes. If it wasn't for Jiang Yuexin saving him, he probably would have died in some unknown place. Wait a minute, at this moment, Jiyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. What Jiang Yuechu said just now was that she didn't sleep at all. He didn't sleep the entire night, Jiyu immediately asked, how long have I been unconscious? About half a day. Jiang Yuechu replied. I see. Jiyu slowly let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he had been unconscious for a few days. He continued to ask, is this the city lord's mansion? From what he could see, he seemed to be in a young girl's boudoir. That's right. This is Jiang Yuexin's boudoir. She was the one who carried you here and personally treated your wounds and changed your clothes. Jiang Yuexin said expressionlessly. There was no trace of emotion on her delicate face. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiyu couldn't help but fall silent. Also, when she carried you here, she didn't tell anyone. Apart from me, no one knows that you're in her room. While no one knows that you're here, you should hurry and leave this place when your wounds are more or less healed. Jiang Yuechu said with a cold gaze. Jiyu couldn't help but frown slightly. This woman's attitude made him very uncomfortable. But it was true that he was surrounded by enemies in Chaoyang Ancient City. It was normal that he wasn't liked by the city lord's mansion, so he didn't say anything. Sister, don't talk to him like that. He did not know when Jiang Yuexin had woken up. Her nose was slightly wrinkled. That's all I have to say. Jiang Yuechu didn't pay attention to Jiang Yuexin. She left those words to Jiyu and leisurely left. Just as she was about to leave the room, she turned around and said to Jiang Yuexin, also, don't call me sister in the future. I'm not your sister. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's cold and emotionless voice, Jiyu's expression became a little strange. He felt that the relationship between these two sisters was very strange. He glanced at Jiang Yuexin. He saw that Jiang Yuexin had a depressed expression and was silent. After Jiang Yuechu left, Jiyu solemnly thanked Jiang Yuexin. I can't thank you enough for this kindness. He originally wanted to ask about the relationship between these two sisters. But after thinking about it, he didn't want to get involved. After all, he was just an outsider. Hearing Jiyu's serious tone, Jiang Yuexin's originally gloomy face couldn't help but laugh. Who are the two of us? What's there to be grateful for? As soon as her voice fell, she felt that her words had a different meaning. She hurriedly explained, what I meant was that we're friends for life. Don't misunderstand. What? Jiyu was a bit confused. He didn't understand the meaning behind Jiang Yuexin's words. However, Jiyu didn't care about such a trivial matter. As long as Jiang Yuexin's mood could recover a bit, it was fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. I really want to know what happened to you after we separated yesterday. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin suddenly asked. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Jiyu hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. The reason why he didn't want to talk about what happened yesterday was that he didn't want Jiang Yuexin to interfere in the matter between him and the Lin and Chen families. Jiang Yuechu's words just now and Jiang Yuexin's loss of composure in the underground world. Through these factors, he could guess that Jiang Yuexin's situation wasn't very good. Although he didn't know what exactly was wrong, he didn't want Jiang Yuexin to be caught in the whirlpool between him and the Lin and Chen families. Why, are you unwilling to tell me? However, Jiang Yuexin didn't say this sentence out loud. And, Jiang Yuexin finally let out a low sigh. Her expression was a bit sad. Although she knew that it was definitely the Lin family or the Chen family that did this to Jiyu, she couldn't help much if Jiyu didn't reveal the truth. This made her feel very useless. She wasn't someone that Jiyu could rely on at all. The atmosphere became very heavy. Jiyu wanted to ease the atmosphere and joked, this room is really childish and cute. It must be your room. However, Jiang Yuexin didn't respond at all. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and awkward. This time, Jiyu really didn't know what to say. The two of them were silent for a long time. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have calmed down a little. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, the injury on your back is still very serious. You should continue to rest. I'll get you some more pills. There's no need for pills. I have a lot of branches in my storage ring that I use to roast fish in the underground world. You can try to boil them into medicine later. They should be effective. As she spoke, Jiyu took out many tree branches from her storage ring. When he discovered that these branches had healing properties, he deliberately collected some of them. He didn't expect that they would come in handy so soon. I didn't expect you to take these away. This makes things a little easier. Jiang Yuexin was both delighted and surprised. She immediately ran out of the room with the branches in her arms. Seeing that Jiang Yuexin had left, Jiyu began to recall what had happened yesterday. He deeply remembered that Lin Zhanshan had only used one move to make him lose his ability to resist. That move was a move unique to Tongxian realm experts. Once a martial cultivator entered the Tongxian realm, they would be able to release the Xianqi in their body and form a Xianqi aura. It could be used for both offense and defense. It was an extremely powerful ability. If he hadn't broken through his limit at the last moment, he would have already died in Lin Zhanshan's hands. At this moment, Jiyu's eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The strong impulse in his heart made him ignore the blood flowing out of his palms and the intense pain from his back. That was to become stronger. The reason why he had fallen to such a state was because he was too weak. He shouldn't vent his anger on his tragic and innocent fate. Instead, he should work hard to become stronger. As long as he was strong enough to become invincible, then all fate was nonsense. Without any hesitation, Jiyu gritted his teeth and forcefully endured the pain in his back. He immediately sat up and began to cultivate his Xianxia. If he didn't become stronger as soon as possible, when he met the Lin family and the Chen family in the future, his end would be even more miserable than now. Jiyu desperately cultivated his Xianxia. However, he didn't notice that Jiang Yuechu was secretly watching everything from outside the window. Seeing this youth forcefully endure the pain and crawl up to cultivate, Jiang Yuechu's cold eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. It was already very miraculous that this youth could hold on until today. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't be able to wake up again. She felt that it was very inconceivable. Such tenacious willpower shocked her to no end. Jiang Yuechu coldly stared at Jiyu. Her eyes flashed with a strange light as she pondered. Soon, she left. Although Jiyu had a lot of second-grade alchemy materials in his storage ring, which he bought at the Chaoyang branch yesterday. But in his current state, he couldn't refine pills no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, he could only rely on cultivating qi to improve his cultivation. This was the only thing he could do now. After an unknown period of time. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. "Why are you sitting up?" Hearing that Jiang Yuexin was back, Jiyu slowly opened his eyes. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuexin said anxiously, "Why don't you lie down? Why are you still cultivating at this time?" Jiyu was silent. Jiang Yuexin was angry and anxious. "I don't care what's wrong with you. You have to lie down obediently. Otherwise, she thought hard for a long time but couldn't think of what to say to threaten Jiyu. She said anxiously, "Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Hearing this, Jiyu was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and shook his head. It was time to drink the medicine now. Jiyu said, "I'd better continue to sit. Otherwise, how can I drink the medicine when I lie down?" "You're right." Jiang Yuexin's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Indeed, she had not thought it through. "Well, give me that bowl of medicine. Let's see if the medicine made from this branch is effective," Jiyu said. With that, he reached out to take the bowl of medicine in Jiang Yuexin's hand. "No, you can't move your body. I'll feed you this bowl of medicine," Jiang Yuexin said softly. "Okay, anything is fine." Jiyu put down his hand with a chuckle. "That's more like it," Jiang Yuexin said with satisfaction. Then she took a spoonful of medicine and blew it gently for a while. After blowing the hot medicine until it was not so hot, she fed it to Jiyu. Although feeding a man personally made Jiang Yuexin feel a little shy, she didn't dare to be distracted in this situation. Her shy and serious expression made her look very cute. Ding! Master drank a mouthful of medicine with recovery ability. Recovery ability increased by 999 times. As soon as Jiyu drank the first mouthful of medicine, the system prompt sounded. He instantly felt the pain on his back relieved a lot. He could even faintly feel the wound healing a little. But because the injury on his back was too serious, even so, he didn't recover much. At the same time, he also felt a little puzzled. This was the first time he had heard this notification sound. Why hadn't there been any notifications about this before? Could it be that when he was roasting the fish, there wasn't much of the branch's effect left, so it didn't trigger the system's 999 times amplification? That was the only explanation he could come up with. After all, decocting the twigs into medicine would retain almost all of its effects. Ding! Master drank a mouthful of recovery medicine, and his recovery ability has increased by 999 times. Ding! Master drank a mouthful of medicine with recovery ability. Recovery ability increased by 999 times. Jiang Yuexin carefully fed Jiyu spoonful by spoonful. Jiyu drank a mouthful by mouthful, and the injury on his back healed very quickly. Not long after, the whole bowl of medicine was finished. Jiyu could clearly feel that the pain on his back was greatly reduced. He wasn't sure how much the wound had healed, but it was definitely healed by a lot. How is it? Is it effective? Do you need me to get another bowl? Xianxia quickly asked. Yes, it's very effective. Ji Yu nodded. Really? Xianxia immediately asked with a look of joy. You'll know when you see it for yourself. While speaking, Ji Yu slowly turned his back. Wait. Xianxia hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. She couldn't bear to look at the hideous wound on Ji Yu's back. Then, Xianxia slightly moved her hand away from her eyes. She was surprised to find that the wound on Ji Yu's back was much smaller than before. Although it still looked a little scary, he had indeed recovered a lot. Those tree branches were actually so effective. I'll go get another bowl. Seeing that Ji Yu had recovered so quickly, Xianxia immediately rushed out of the room with the empty bowl. Soon, Xianxia came back with a bowl full of medicine. She fed Ji Yu spoonful by spoonful. After drinking another bowl, the wound on Ji Yu's back had also recovered a lot. It could be seen that his wound was now half as small as before. It also didn't look so scary anymore. Not long after, Xianxia came back with the third bowl of medicine. In the end, even Ji Yu himself couldn't remember how many bowls of medicine he had drunk. His back injury was finally more or less healed. He immediately got off the bed and moved his muscles. He found that as long as he didn't deliberately touch his back, he wouldn't feel much pain. Xianxia was so happy that she was about to cry. Okay, I've already recovered a lot. This time, it's all thanks to you. While speaking, Ji Yu couldn't help but reach out and stroke Xianxua's soft hair. Xianxua rubbed her moist eyes and nodded. In the next moment, she suddenly realized that her head was being touched again. She immediately resisted. Didn't I say not to treat me like a child? Why are you touching my head again? I don't treat you like a child. I just feel that your hair is very comfortable to touch. Ji Yu said honestly. Is that so? Xianxua felt a trace of joy in her heart. Her beautiful face flushed red. She immediately stopped resisting and even slightly lowered her head in accordance with Ji Yu's hand. After a while, she felt that she was going too easy on Ji Yu, so she took a step back and stopped Ji Yu from touching her. I'll only let you touch me for a while. Otherwise, you'll definitely push your luck. Give me an inch, and I want a yard? Ji Yu asked in confusion. Nothing. Xianxua immediately wanted to change the topic. You should stay here for the rest of the time. Otherwise, you'll definitely get hurt again if you run out. Ji Yu replied with a soft and didn't express anything else. He was also planning to endure for a while and wait until he was strong enough to take revenge. Now, because of him, the Lin family and the Chen family were definitely planning to join forces to deal with him. The Lin family and the Chen family were both big families in the ancient city of Chaoyang. There were many powerful martial artists in their houses, including Tongxian realm martial artists like Lin Zhanshan. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to shake these two powerful families. Not to mention taking revenge on Chen Yan, he might not even be able to enter the Chen family. Although Ji Yu definitely had no problem dealing with Chen Yan alone, one's background was also a part of one's strength. Chen Yan had a powerful background like the Chen family, so his overall strength was still much higher than his. If he wanted to take revenge on Chen Yan, he would have to face the entire Chen family. Not only that, but he also wanted to take the life of that old dog, Lin Zhanshan. In other words, the enemies Ji Yu was facing now were the entire Lin and Chen family. There might even be some fellows who wanted to take his head for the sake of the bounty reward waiting in the dark. The injury on my back should be completely healed in a few days. I have to quickly increase my strength before anyone discovers that I'm still alive. Ji Yu muttered to himself. He had suffered such serious injuries. The Lin family and the Chen family probably thought that he was dead. Now that those people were most relaxed, it was the best opportunity for him to take advantage of. At this moment, Ji Yu took out a pill furnace and a large pile of second-grade pill refinement materials from his storage ring. Xianxua saw this scene and asked curiously, "Are you planning to refine pills?" "That's right." Ji Yu nodded in response. As he spoke, he started a fire to warm the furnace. "You really are a pill refinement master," Jiang Yuexin exclaimed in surprise. She didn't believe it at first, but now she had no choice but to believe it. After all, it wasn't that easy to become a pill refinement master. Most people who were strong in martial arts didn't have the extra energy to cultivate pill refinement. However, Ji Yu was not only strong in martial arts, but also an accomplished pill refinement master. This made her even more surprised. At the same time, Ji Yu had already placed the first set of materials into the pill furnace. This was a set of materials to be used to refine the Mystic Gathering Powder. The Mystic Gathering Powder was an inferior second-grade pill. It was the most suitable pill for defensive Profound Realm cultivators to use for cultivation. Although Ji Yu's cultivation hadn't reached the defensive Profound Realm yet, the pills he took were all cultivation experience provided by the system, so there was no such thing as whether it was suitable or not. Ding! It has been detected that the master has begun to refine the inferior second-grade pill Mystic Gathering Powder. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Even though it was his first time refining an inferior second-grade pill, Ji Yu's pill refinement techniques weren't unfamiliar. In addition, the system activated the 999 times success rate of refining pills, so he was able to refine pills with ease. "Ji Yu, what kind of pill are you refining?" Jiang Yuexin, who was watching from the side, asked curiously. Jiang Yuexin didn't know much about pill refinement, so she didn't know that she shouldn't disturb a pill refinement master who was refining pills. However, Ji Yu didn't belong to this category. Not only was he able to refine pills with ease, he could even chat with others while refining pills. "I'm refining the Mystic Gathering Powder," Ji Yu replied. "Mystic Gathering Powder?" Jiang Yuexin thought for a while and said in surprise, "Isn't that an inferior grade 2 medicinal pill?" "You can actually refine an inferior grade 2 medicinal pill?" "There's nothing to be surprised about. It's actually very simple." "Ji," you said calmly. "Tisk, you're trying to trick me again. Do you think I'll be fooled by you again?" Jiang Yuexin said disdainfully. Although she didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, it didn't mean that she didn't know how high the threshold to become an alchemist was, let alone a grade 2 alchemist. After being exposed by Jiang Yuexin, Ji Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. After about an hour, Ji Yu successfully refined a Mystic Gathering Powder. Ding! Master has refined a Mystic Gathering Powder. Alchemy attainment gained experience, 200 by 999 times. This was the first time he refined an inferior grade 2 medicinal pill. Ji Yu couldn't wait to try the effects of this inferior grade 2 medicinal pill. He immediately took out the Mystic Gathering Powder from the cauldron and threw it into his mouth. Ding! Master has consumed a Mystic Gathering Powder. Martial Dao cultivation gained experience, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Martial Dao cultivation has successfully broken through to the perfection of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. After consuming the Mystic Gathering Powder, Ji Yu's martial Dao cultivation instantly broke through to the perfection of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Not only that, but he also felt that he could break through to the defensive Profound Realm very soon. This kind of medicinal effect made him feel very satisfied. Ji Yu only rested for a while before continuing to refine the second set of materials. After about 40 minutes, the second Mystic Gathering Powder was refined. Then the third set of materials. After about half an hour, then the fourth set of materials. The fifth set of materials. The sixth set of materials. Until the last set of materials. Ding! Congratulations to Master for successfully breaking through to become an intermediate second-grade pill refinement master. Ji Yu's refining speed of the Profound Gathering Powder became faster and faster. In the end, she only spent a little more than 2 hours and refined a total of 10 Profound Gathering Powders. At the same time, she also obtained the overall level of a second-grade intermediate alchemist. At this time, Jiang Yuexin's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. The Profound Gathering Powder had always been expensive, but in Ji Yu's hands, it was actually so easy to refine so many of them. After that, Ji Yu prepared to take the 10 Mystic Gathering Powder. She was very much looking forward to what realm she would reach in the end. At the same time, in a hall of the Chen family's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. If Jiyu were here, she would definitely be furious. Because almost all of the people sitting here were his enemies. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhantian, the head of the Chen family, Chen Wuheng, Chen Yan, the Lin family, and the rest of the Chen family. Many people gathered in the Chen family's mansion, and they were planning something. Head of the Lin family, are you sure that Jiyu, that brat, can't live? Chen Wuheng asked Lin Zhantian. Of course, he hurt my son, Qi Tian. I will definitely not be merciful. He will definitely die. Lin Zhantian said, it's a pity that he used up his last breath to escape. It's not easy to find his body. It's best if he's really dead. That brat is very unpredictable. His strength suddenly increased in just a few days. I don't know what's going on. Chen Wuheng's eyes flickered slightly as he said. Head of the Lin family, don't take it lightly. One of my subordinates chased that brat to the Demon Beast mountain range. At that time, that brat was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. In the end, my subordinate never came back. I think, at this time, Chen Yan suddenly opened his mouth. Oh? Nephew Chen, you mean? Lin Zhantian asked curiously. I think that brat accidentally obtained some kind of opportunity in the Demon Beast mountain range. That's why his strength increased so much in just a few days. Chen Yan's expression was cold as he said, don't be so sure that the brat is definitely dead. If he's not dead, we should find a way to capture him and force him to hand over the opportunity. Nephew Chen is really thoughtful. That brat is really strange. If it's really like what Nephew Chen said, we should torture that brat and interrogate him. Lin Zhantian immediately praised. Then it's settled. From today onwards, we'll search the entire city for Jiyu. Chen Wuheng immediately ordered. At this moment, the corner of Chen Yan's mouth raised into a sinister sneer. Jiyu, this young master can snatch your spirit pill once, I can snatch your opportunity again. All your treasures will always be this young master's. Speaking of which, I heard that Nephew Chen snatched a spirit pill from that brat Jiyu not long ago and even killed his entire family. Is that spirit pill really so important that it's worth Nephew Chen making such a big fuss? Lin Zhanshan's tone was filled with curiosity. I've already refined that spirit pill. As for whether it's worth me making such a big fuss, the head of the Lin family will know tomorrow. Chen Yan said with a mysterious smile. Then I really have to look forward to it, ha ha ha, Lin Zhanshan laughed. Chaoyang Ancient City, City Lord's Mansion, Jiang Yuexin's room. Ding. Master has consumed a mysterious gathering powder, martial cultivation experience gained, 5000*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of defensive profound realm. When Jiyu consumed the first of the 10 mysterious gathering powder, his martial cultivation had directly broken through to the first level of defensive profound realm. He had long expected this to happen, so he promptly used the sky splitter to forcefully suppress the commotion caused by breaking through to the defensive profound realm. It wasn't that Jiyu didn't want Jiang Yuexin to notice that his martial cultivation had broken through to the first level of defensive profound realm, but he didn't want to alarm the other people in the City Lord's mansion. There were many experts in the City Lord's mansion, so if he didn't suppress the aura of his breakthrough, it would definitely alarm many of the experts in the City Lord's mansion. At that time, not only would it cause a lot of trouble, there would also be many uncertain factors, which would only do him more harm than good. In addition, to prevent Jiang Yuexin from becoming suspicious, he temporarily put away the remaining 9 mysterious gathering powder. After all, under normal circumstances, pills required a long time to absorb, and if an ordinary person consumed too many pills at once, they would definitely explode and die. Jiyu became an abnormal person because of the system. If Jiang Yuexin saw it with her own eyes, she would definitely find it strange. No matter who it was, even if his biological parents were in front of him, he wouldn't reveal any secrets about the system. Not long after, Jiang Yuexin said that she was going to instruct the chef to prepare an extra meal. After Jiang Yuexin left, Jiyu took out the 9 mysterious gathering powder and continued to consume them. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of defensive profound realm. After consuming the 9 mysterious gathering powder, Jiyu's martial cultivation broke through 3 small realms, from the early stage of the first level of defensive profound realm to the peak of the first level of defensive profound realm. He didn't properly experience the difference of the defensive profound realm just now, so he immediately circulated the Xianxia in his body. He could clearly feel that the profound energy in his body had undergone a qualitative change. Compared to before, both the quality and quantity of profound energy had increased by several times. In addition, cultivating the heaven splitter brought about almost the same effect. The quality and quantity of Xianxia in his body now far exceeded that of martial cultivators of the same realm. However, the peak of the first level of the defensive profound realm was still far from enough for Jiyu. At this time, Jiang Yuexin came back with a basket of food. After having lunch with Jiang Yuexin, Jiyu continued to cultivate her Xianqi in order to stabilize her newly broken cultivation. Jiang Yuexin seems to understand Jiyu's difficulties, so she doesn't disturb Jiyu when she is cultivating. About 2 to 4 hours later, Jiyu felt that her cultivation base had more or less stabilized, so she left the state of cultivation. Jiyu didn't stop to rest. She immediately took out all the remaining materials from her storage ring. The materials she used to refine before were all materials needed for the Xian gathering powder to cultivate Xianqi. And now, these materials were all refining materials for the Xianqi recovery pill. The reason why Jiyu had prepared so many ingredients to refine pills to recover profound qi was so that he could raise the first level of the sky splitter technique. After all, circulating the sky splitter technique required a huge amount of profound qi. She started a fire to warm the furnace and put in the materials. Refining 5 Xianqi recovery pills in one go, Jiyu immediately prepared to circulate the heaven splitter technique. Now that his cultivation base has reached the peak of the first level of the defensive profound realm, he should be able to circulate the heaven splitter technique a few more times. It won't be like before, where all the Xianqi in her body was only enough to circulate the heaven splitter technique twice. Ding! Master has circulated heaven splitter gained experience, 10,000 * 999 times. Ding! Master has circulated heaven splitter gained experience, 10,000 * 999 times. In total, this time, Jiyu had to circulate the first level of the heaven splitter technique 5 times before she didn't have much Xianqi left in her body. Previously, she could only circulate it twice at a time, but now she could circulate it 5 times. It was obvious that the breakthrough in her cultivation base had more than doubled the Xianqi in her body. Then, Jiyu immediately consumed a Xianqi recovery pill, and the Xianqi in her body immediately recovered to its peak. Then, she continued to circulate the heaven splitter technique. When her Xianqi was depleted, she consumed the Xianqi recovery pill again. After repeating this cycle, Jiyu finally finished consuming all the Xianqi recovery pills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the first level of the King level technique Heaven Splitter has successfully broken through to the Mastery realm. Finally, when Jiyu was about to exhaust all of her Xianqi, the first level of the Heaven Splitter technique finally broke through to the next level. Since he had broken through to the next level, he naturally wanted to see the effects of the breakthrough through cultivating Xianqi. Ding! Master has cultivated for 1 minute. Martial cultivation experience gained, 6x 999x. This time, it went from 4x to 6x. Next time, it should go from 6x to 8x. Jiyu thought to himself. For the rest of the day, he cultivated his celestial qi ding. Congratulations, Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of first level of the defensive profound realm. In the middle of the night, Jiyu broke through again. He immediately stopped cultivating and prepared to sleep. To his surprise, he found that Jiang Yuexin had already fallen asleep beside him. It seemed that Jiang Yuexin was already used to sleeping with him. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's cute sleeping face, he couldn't help but lightly scratch her pink nose. The next day. As Jiyu slept too late last night, he only slowly woke up when it was almost noon. However, at this moment, a few voices suddenly came from outside the room. Second young miss, bad news. Eldest young miss has been defeated. What did you say? Who defeated my elder sister? She was defeated by that young master of the Qin family, Qin Yan, in less than 3 moves. Upon hearing the 2 words Qin Yan, Jiyu instantly woke up. Defeated in less than 3 moves? How is this possible? Jiang Yuexin's face was filled with disbelief. It is true, second young Mississippi. I have to hurry back. The servant opposite her seemed to have something urgent to attend to and hurriedly ran away. How is this possible? How could elder sister, Jiang Yuexin muttered, as if she was in a dream. Let's go and take a look. At this moment, Jiyu appeared behind Jiang Yuexin, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Hearing Jiyu's voice, Jiang Yuexin immediately came back to her senses. You want to go too? She thought for a moment. Jiyu and that Qin Yan definitely had a big grudge. Jiyu's back injury must have been related to that Qin Yan. Wait a moment, let me find something for you first. As Jiang Yuexin spoke, she quickly ran back into the house. No one knew what she was going to get. About a minute later, Jiang Yuexin walked out with a mask in her hand. What is this? In Jiyu's eyes, it was just a flesh-colored mask. He couldn't help but ask curiously. This is a magical mask that my mother gave me. After wearing it, it can completely change one's appearance, and it is very difficult for people to discover it. Jiang Yuexin explained. So you're saying that I have to wear this mask before I go? Jiyu could almost guess what Jiang Yuexin meant. That's right. Although I don't know what's going on around you, I can tell that you have a grudge with the Qin family. This time, there will definitely be experts following Qin Yan around. If they see you, you'll be in trouble. Jiang Yuexin said. Yes, what you said does make sense. Jiyu nodded. He took the mask from Jiang Yuexin's hand and tried to slowly put it on his face. He only felt a cool and comfortable feeling, and then the mask miraculously fit his skin completely. He walked in front of a mirror and found that his appearance had changed tremendously compared to before. Moreover, he couldn't tell that there was a mask on his face at all. How is it? Isn't it magical? Jiang Yuexin walked over and said, It's best that you change your clothes. That way, you'll be perfect. After that, Jiyu changed into a steward's uniform. Jiang Yuexin wanted him to disguise himself as a steward of the city lord's mansion. This way, he wouldn't be discovered. After finishing the preparations, the two immediately set off for the martial arts arena of the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Jiyu, who was disguised as a steward, followed Jiang Yuexin to the martial arts arena. At this moment, many people had gathered in the martial arts arena. Jiyu was the first to catch sight of Jiang Yuechu's figure. He saw that Jiang Yuechu was being supported by 2 maids as she walked down the martial arts arena. Her pretty face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Yuechu had lost miserably. However, he found that most of the people in the city lord's mansion were looking at Jiang Yuechu with all kinds of strange gazes. Only a few people showed sympathetic expressions. Seeing this scene, Jiyu suddenly felt very strange. However, he soon felt relieved. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Jiang Yuechu was the #1 martial arts genius in the city lord's mansion, or even the entire Chaoyang ancient city. The city lord's mansion definitely had high hopes for her. However, this time, she had lost to Qin Yan of the Qin family in less than 3 moves. The greater the hope, the greater the rebound at the moment of failure. Obviously, the people in the city lord's mansion were like this. At the same time, he was also a little surprised that Jiang Yuechu had really lost to Qin Yan in less than 3 moves. Although Qin Yan was not weak, he was only at the same level as Lin Qitian, who was at the peak of body tempering stage level 9. However, Jiang Yuechu had already broken through to the first level of the defensive profound realm. Their strength was not at the same level at all. However, Jiang Yuechu had lost. Moreover, she had lost in such a humiliating manner. This was really a little strange. Thinking of this, Jiyu raised his head to look at the martial arts arena. His gaze was fixed on Qin Yan, who was the center of attention. After so many days, he finally saw Qin Yan, this dog, again. Very good gaze. Qin Yan's reaction was very quick. He immediately noticed Jiyu's gaze. However, because Jiyu had changed her overall appearance, he did not recognize that it was Jiyu. However, he liked to see this kind of gaze the most. In the end, he would make this person feel deep despair and powerlessness. That was the real pleasure. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu was supported by the two maids to a middle-aged man. Go back and recuperate. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disappointment as he said coldly. Looking at his eyes, Jiang Yuechu's face turned even paler. Sister, are you okay? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin ran over and asked anxiously. Although Jiang Yuechu did not respond, a trace of imperceptible gratification flashed through her beautiful eyes. Jiyu noticed this gaze, and he immediately seemed to be lost in thought. From today onwards, I'm the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. On the stage, Chen Yan suddenly spoke in a very high-profile manner. As soon as he said that, many people below the arena whispered to each other. Sigh, I don't know what's wrong with Miss today. She actually lost to Chen Yan and caused him to behave atrociously in the governor's mansion. Miss is really... I feel like she's not paying attention at all. She's not serious about the fight. Although he did defeat Miss, he doesn't have to be so arrogant, right? Chen Yan glanced at the people below the stage, whose expressions had changed. He then smiled and said, oh right, this young master has one more thing to announce to the public. Not long ago, this young master awakened his acquired spiritual body. Acquired spiritual body? Everyone was shocked when they heard Chen Yan's words. How could they not know about the acquired spiritual body? It was an extremely rare body type. In the Kanglan Empire, almost everyone had the most ordinary body type. Only a few people could awaken spiritual bodies. Some were born with innate spiritual bodies, while others were born with acquired spiritual bodies. Although acquired spiritual bodies were not as powerful as innate spiritual bodies, they were many times stronger than ordinary bodies. The few martial cultivators who could awaken spiritual bodies were all peerless geniuses who dominated an era. In the end, they all became the most powerful people in the Kanglan Empire. They found it hard to believe that Chen Yan had awakened his acquired spiritual body. If this was true, then it wouldn't be long before Chen Yan shook the entire Kanglan Empire. Jiang Yuechu, who had not gone far, heard Chen Yan's words and laughed self-deprecatingly. No wonder he was so thoroughly defeated. It turned out that he had an acquired spiritual body. At that moment, Jiyu frowned. Who would have thought that Chen Yan had actually awakened his acquired spiritual body, and it just so happened that it had happened in the past few days. He couldn't help but guess that the reason why Chen Yan could suddenly awaken his acquired spirit body was probably because he had taken that spirit pill. That was a miraculous pill that Jiyu had obtained by chance, but Chen Yan snatched it away by force, leading to the destruction of his family. Every time she recalled that scene, Jiyu couldn't help but want to immediately kill Chen Yan to take revenge. In other words, this acquired spirit body should have belonged to Jiyu. Jiyu's heart was filled with hatred when Chen Yan snatched away such a powerful physique. However, he couldn't make a move now. Chen Yan had many experts by his side. If he made a move, he would be finished. He forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart and watched Chen Yan leave. That day, the news of Chen Yan defeating Jiang Yuechu in 3 moves and his awakening of his acquired spiritual body spread throughout the entire Chaoyang Ancient City. Everyone was shocked, especially when they heard that Chen Yan had awakened his acquired spiritual body. This was earth-shattering news. Regardless of whether it was an innate spiritual body or an acquired spiritual body, as long as one awakened their spiritual body, they would definitely become the strongest person in the Kanglan Empire, as long as they didn't die prematurely. Everyone on the streets and alleys were talking about Chen Yan's awakening of his acquired spiritual body. Soon, this news became known to the entire Chaoyang Ancient City. Before the next day, the news had spread from Chaoyang Ancient City. Countless forces in the Kanglan Empire were alarmed by this news. The Kanglan Empire Academy directly announced that they would be recruiting students at the Chen family in Chaoyang Ancient City in 7 days. This was equivalent to saying it out loud. Their intention was obvious, which was to recruit Chen Yan, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, into the Kanglan Empire Academy. Once the news of the Kanglan Empire Academy spread, it shocked everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City. It also caused a stir among countless forces in the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire Academy was the #1 force in the entire Kanglan Empire. It was the holy land of martial arts that countless young men and women in the Kanglan Empire dreamed of. As long as one was able to enter the Kanglan Empire Academy to cultivate, they would be famous once they graduated. It could only be said that Xianxia was indeed an acquired spiritual body. The Kanglan Empire Academy actually took the initiative to recruit him. However, the Kanglan Empire Academy wasn't the only holy land of martial arts in the Kanglan Empire. There were a total of 3 holy lands of martial arts in the Kanglan Empire. Their overall foundation was similar. They were the Kanglan Empire Academy, the Qianyuan Martial House, and the Xianxia sect. After the Kanglan Empire Academy's announcement, the Qianyuan Martial House and the Xianxia sect followed suit and planned to recruit students at the Qin family in Chaoyang Ancient City. When the time came, the martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire would flock to Chaoyang Ancient City. After knowing about this, Jiyu was even more eager to improve his strength. Although this was originally his treatment, now that he had obtained the 999 times cultivation system, it wouldn't affect his mentality. After 7 days, he was determined to improve his strength to the point where he could crush Qianxia. Now that I've completely changed my appearance, no one will be able to recognize me. I can go to the Chaoyang branch again to buy some materials. Although Jiyu had spent almost all of his gold coins to buy materials at the Chaoyang branch, he obtained quite a lot of gold coins from the Lin family guards when he killed them. Therefore, he now had enough gold coins to go to the Chaoyang branch to buy materials so that he could make pills to increase his strength. Without saying anything, Jiyu immediately left the mayor's mansion and headed to the Chaoyang branch. After arriving at the Chaoyang branch, he used all of his gold coins to buy materials for the second-grade pills. About 70% of them were for the profound gathering powder, and the other 30% were for the profound recovery pill. Half an hour later, at the mayor's mansion. At this time, Jiyu had already returned to the mayor's mansion and was making the profound gathering powder. After making all the materials, he swallowed all of the profound gathering powder in one go. Ding! Master has consumed an inferior grade 2 medicinal pill, profound gathering powder. The experience gained for martial cultivation is as follows: 5,000 by 999 times, ding. Master has consumed an inferior grade 2 medicinal pill, profound gathering powder. The experience gained for martial cultivation is as follows: 5,000 by 999 times, ding. Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of the second level of the defensive profound realm. Just like that, Jiyu relied on the profound gathering powder to break through from the peak of the first level of the defensive profound realm to the peak of the second level of the defensive profound realm in one go. In the following 7 days, Jiyu not only cultivated his Xianqi to stabilize his realm, but also practiced his fist and movement techniques from time to time. The superior yellow-ranked fist technique, stone-crushing fist, which was originally at the perfection stage, had been cultivated to the greater perfection stage in these 7 days. Furthermore, it had automatically upgraded to the inferior profound-ranked fist technique, mountain-shaking fist. The inferior black-ranked movement technique, Thousand Phantom Flash, which had just been upgraded, was cultivated to the mastery stage. Although Jiyu had been staying in Jiang Yuexin's room for the past 7 days, he had learned about the outside world from Jiang Yuexin. It was said that many martial arts geniuses from all over the world had come to the Qin family to challenge Qianxia, but they were all rejected by the Qin family with all kinds of reasons. The Qin family not only invited everyone to a banquet, but also avoided challenges from all martial arts geniuses. All the forces were guessing the meaning behind the Qin family's actions. Many big shots believed that this was to allow Qianxia to shine brilliantly on the day when the various holy lands of martial cultivators came to recruit disciples. On the 7th day. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial cultivation 2s to the peak of the second level of the defensive profound realm. After cultivating his Xianqi, his martial cultivation to reach the peak of the second level of the defensive to the peak of the second level of the defensive profound realm. At this moment, Jiyu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. The day has finally come. He got off the bed, changed into the steward uniform of the mayor's manor, and walked out. Jiang Yuexin was already waiting for him outside the door. Jiyu, are you really going to come with us? She asked worriedly. That's right. How can I not go and take a look at the Chen family today? Jiyu said with a slight smile. Alright, when we reach the Chen family, you must not expose yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Yuexin reminded him. Jiyu nodded. But what he would do when the time came was still up to him. After that, Jiyu used the alias Shanji to act as Jiang Yuexin's steward and followed the mayor's manor to the Chen family. On the way, he noticed some details. The mayor's manor master, the middle-aged man who was most disappointed in Jiang Yuechu, seemed to be a little distant from Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin suddenly took in a new steward, but the manor master didn't even ask about it. If it was a normal person, wouldn't he at least show some concern for his daughter? At the same time, he saw that Jiang Yuechu was also in the group. Jiang Yuechu was silently riding a horse behind the manor master, looking a little unnatural. After a while, they arrived at the Chen family manor. Looking at the entrance of the Chen family manor, Jiyu's eyes gradually turned cold. Chen Yan, just you wait. Blazing flames shrouded the ancient capital of Chaoyang ancient city. There was a vast mansion in the capital. Chaoyang ancient city, Chen family mansion. A grand banquet was being held in a square in the Chen family mansion. Countless forces from all over the world had gathered, and the entire mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. There was an arena in the center of the square, where some juniors were sparring with each other. At this moment, Jiyu had already arrived at the square with the city lord's mansion's people. He took a closer look and saw Chen Yan, who was conversing with various forces on the high platform. He came back to his senses after a single glance, because the city lord's mansion's people were climbing up the high platform. The city lord's mansion's people sat down somewhere on the high platform. The mansion master and the leaders of the other forces exchanged pleasantries. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin also occasionally went over to greet them. Jiyu, on the other hand, sat quietly and did not interact with anyone. Since he was bored, he decided to cultivate his celestial chi here. However, at this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mansion Master Jiang, how have you been since we last met? Jiyu instinctively opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Lin Zhanshan walking over. Jiyu closed his eyes and suppressed the resentment rising in his heart. He was still no match for Lin Zhanshan. Moreover, this was the Chen family's territory. He could not be impulsive. Thank you for your concern, Lin family's mansion master. Mansion Master Jiang said politely. I heard that Jiang Yuechu was defeated by Chen Yan not long ago. She should have recovered by now, right? Lin Zhanshan said with a fake smile. Of course. As for your son, he seemed to have been taught a lesson by a young man not long ago. Mansion Master Jiang did not get angry and asked in return. Jiyu could hear the sarcasm in their words. It seems that your father has a bad relationship with Lin Zhanshan. Jiyu looked at the two of them and said to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin nodded. That's right. My father has been on bad terms with Lin Zhanshan for a long time. My father used to use my sister to mock Lin Zhanshan, but this time, my sister, sure enough, their relationship was not good. Jiyu's eyes flickered slightly. He couldn't help but think that this manor head Jiang might be able to help him. At this moment, not far from the square, there was a group of figures walking side by side. As soon as this group of people appeared, the scene immediately became restless. Their white robes are engraved with the unique mark of the Qianyuan martial house. These people are from the Qianyuan martial house. Qianyuan martial house, it really is the Qianyuan martial house, one of the 3 holy lands of the Kanglan Empire. Jiyu's attention couldn't help but be attracted by the exclamations around her. These people from the Qianyuan martial house were all dressed in white, except for the woman in the lead who was wearing a purple dress. This purple-dressed woman's appearance was extremely perfect, just like a beautiful scenery. Especially those purple eyes, they gave people a mysterious feeling. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Master has discovered the bloodline eye technique purple glazed eyes, triggering 999 times comprehension. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the second half of the purple glazed eyes cultivation manual. Following that, a large amount of knowledge regarding the purple glazed eyes appeared in Jiyu's mind. He was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. He felt that his mind was in a mess. Purple glazed eyes, bloodline eye technique, what the hell is this? Jiyu pondered for a moment and thought to himself, it's probably the same as when I comprehended the sky splitter technique. This time, I've comprehended a bloodline eye technique cultivation manual. However, this bloodline eye technique cultivation manual seems to only have the second half. I wonder if it'll be useful. He curiously browsed through the contents of the purple glazed eyes in his mind, but because this bloodline eye technique only had the second half, he didn't understand these things. Also, no matter how he looked at it, the system didn't trigger the 999 times comprehension ability to learn this secret manual. It seems that if I want to learn this bloodline eye technique, I'll have to get the first half of the secret manual. I don't know how to get the first half, but I'll just ignore it for now. Jiyu thought to himself and narrowed his eyes at the woman in the purple dress, but this woman, her purple eyes should be the purple glazed eyes. She's definitely not a simple person. When the Qianyuan martial house arrived, the head of the Qin family, Qin Wuheng, immediately stood up and said politely, "Everyone, please take your seats." The lady in the purple dress nodded slightly and led the Qianyuan martial house members to their seats. Not long after the Qianyuan martial house members sat down, the square was in an uproar again. Look, that's the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Xianxia sect. The other two holy grounds are here too. The three holy grounds are gathered in the Qin family. This is an unprecedented event. The Qin family is going to rise to the top this time. After all, Qin Yan has awakened the acquired astral body. Those who can awaken the acquired astral body are all peerless talents in the Kanglan Empire. All the sects are going to fight for him. Two groups of people appeared in the square. On one side were people wearing tulip badges. Tulip was the symbol of the Kanglan Empire Academy. These people were obviously from the Kanglan Empire Academy. On the other side were people wearing green robes. They were from the Xianxia sect. When the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Xianxia sect took their seats, the banquet officially began. The students of the Kanglan Empire, the Xianxia sect, and the Qianyuan martial house. The three holy grounds of the Kanglan Empire are all here. There was not a single person present who was not excited. The Kanglan Empire was vast. There were many academies, martial houses, and sects, and these three were the most powerful. The three holy grounds were here for Qin Yan, who had awakened the acquired astral body. The other forces knew that they couldn't win over Qin Yan, so they didn't come. Although the banquet had begun, the entrance exam hadn't started yet. Jiyu was here to meet Qin Yan in the entrance exam. The entrance examination had not started yet, so Jiyu began to cultivate on her own. Jiyu could feel that her cultivation was improving, but she was still far from breaking through to the third level of the defensive mystic realm. After an unknown amount of time, the leaders of the three forces finally arrived at the front of the high platform. One of them said to the crowd, "The time has come. The recruitment test will now begin." Following this voice, the entire place quieted down. Almost everyone had a serious look on their faces. Many of them were young talents from all over the Kanglan Empire. They were all gathered here to participate in the recruitment exam. There wasn't a single genius in the entire Kanglan Empire who wouldn't be moved by the joint recruitment exam held by the three great holy lands of armaments. A bone age below 18, and a martial Dao cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering stage or above. So long as you satisfy these two conditions, you can participate in the recruitment test. Now, those who meet the requirements and are interested, please come to the stage. The person on the high platform continued. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately became restless. However, there were also many people who shook their heads regretfully. Only those who were below the age of 18 and possessed a cultivation of the 8th level of the body tempering stage or above had the qualifications to participate in this recruitment test. This condition was not something that everyone could achieve. Those who could achieve it were almost all geniuses. Most of the people present did not even have the qualifications to participate in the test. At the same time, there were young men and women who went to the stage one after another. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, just as Jiyu was about to stand up, he suddenly heard Jiang Yuexin beside him ask in a low voice, "Jiyu, are you going to participate in the recruitment test?" "Yes, I am." Jiyu nodded slightly. In reality, he wasn't very interested in this recruitment test. He purely wanted to be able to meet Chen Yan during the recruitment test so that it would be convenient for him to settle accounts. As he spoke, Jiyu stood up and walked towards the three great powers. Then I'll go with you to try. Jiang Yuexin immediately stood up and cheerfully followed behind Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin glanced at Jiang Yuechu and said in a cold voice, Jiang Yuechu, you go with him. Jiang Yuechu was sitting behind Jiang Yuexin and nodded after hearing this. Yes, father. Soon, Jiyu arrived at the high platform where the three major forces were. Just then, Chen Yan stepped forward from the high platform on the other side. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes fell on Chen Yan at the same time. Although this was the first time they had seen Chen Yan with their own eyes, they already had a very deep impression of Chen Yan, which was his acquired spiritual body. The reason why the acquired spiritual body was special was that it had a better affinity with celestial qi than ordinary physiques. It could easily absorb celestial qi and its cultivation speed was many times faster than ordinary people. Chen Yan looked down at the crowd with an arrogant expression and walked down step by step. Soon after, Chen Yan arrived at the high platform where the three major forces were. Although there were already hundreds of people here, the people from the three major forces were all staring at Chen Yan like torches and did not care about the others. After all, they were mainly here for Chen Yan and the recruitment test was just a formality. In an instant, Chen Yan became the most eye-catching person and all the brilliance gathered on him. Looking at Chen Yan's dazzling appearance, everyone's eyes were filled with worship and respect. Even Jiyu was looking at Chen Yan. However, there was no reverence or respect in his eyes. There was only a trace of hatred hidden deep in his heart. Is there anyone else who wants to take the test? At this moment, the person from the three major forces who had described the requirements for taking the test asked. After a long while, no one else stepped onto the high platform. That person continued, then the recruitment test will begin now. Not long after he finished speaking, a huge black stone tablet appeared on the high platform. It looked like a very ordinary stone, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. What is that? Why did they suddenly put out such a huge black stone? They really haven't seen the world. This is not an ordinary stone. This black stone tablet is specially used to test a martial artist's physique. I see. Then it seems that the first round of the test is to test one's physique. Chen Yan has no suspense at all in the first round. Yes, that's an acquired spiritual body. No one here can compare to him. Not many people could recognize this stone tablet because it was extremely rare and precious and only a few major forces could take it out. First of all, the first round is the physique test. We will test your physique. The person from the three major forces said, you may begin now. When the test began, the first person went up to take the test. This was a young man who was eager to give it a try. He walked up to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on it under the guidance of the people from the three major powers. In an instant, the black stone tablet suddenly changed. A faint white light flashed from the black stone tablet. Not only that, but a white halo also slowly rose up and surrounded the black stone tablet. Following that, more and more white halos appeared. In the end, a total of 4 white halos appeared. But after that, the black stone tablet no longer changed. The black stone tablet flickered with white light and was surrounded by 4 white halos. When the people from the three major forces saw this, they shook their heads slightly. 4th grade mortal body talent. The person in charge of the assessment said faintly, you can leave now. The young man, who had been full of anticipation, suddenly felt a sense of loss and walked off the stage dispiritedly. This was only the first round of the test, and he was already eliminated. This is only the first round of the examination, are the requirements so strict? Actually, it's not that bad. I heard that the requirement to pass this round is to have at least a 5th grade mortal body talent. A 4th grade mortal body is indeed a little lacking. How can a 5th grade mortal body be so simple? This is a talent that only those geniuses have. After all, this is a recruitment test organized by the three major forces, so the requirements are naturally not low. Seeing that the first person was eliminated, the crowd below the stage started to discuss. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, everyone had a certain physique. Almost all of them had a mortal body, which was the most ordinary physique. But there was still a difference between them. The mortal body was divided into 9 grades. Basically, the person with the worst physique was a first-grade mortal body. Even so, it was enough to absorb Xianxia and cultivate martial arts. In other words, the physique was the talent. A first-grade mortal body cultivator had the worst talent. The higher the grade, the higher the talent, and the higher the affinity for Xianxia. A first-grade mortal body determined that this person had almost no future. It would be very difficult for them to break through to the defensive profound realm in their lifetime, and they could only stay in the body-tempering realm. A second-grade mortal body was slightly better than a first-grade mortal body, but it was still difficult for them to achieve great things. Generally, a second-grade mortal body talent would be considered good if they could break through to the defensive profound realm before they died. A third-grade mortal body and a fourth-grade mortal body talent were considered rare, but most of them had a bleak future and could only hover around the defensive profound realm at most. The Academy of the Kanglan Empire, Xianxia sect, and Qianyuan martial house were the 3 strongest schools in the Kanglan Empire. They definitely wouldn't accept such a person who didn't have much of a future. A 5th-grade mortal body talent and above had a certain chance of reaching the common profound realm. Above the 5th grade, the higher the talent, the higher the chance. The 3 major forces needed this kind of genius. For a peerless genius like Chen Yin who had awakened the acquired spiritual body, there was no doubt that he would become a common profound realm expert. It was just a matter of time. This was also why the 3 major forces were so eager to get Chen Yin. At the same time, there was a slight change in Jiyu's expression. He might not be able to pass the first round of the assessment. Although cultivating martial arts was as easy as eating and drinking tea, that was because he had the help of the system. Before he obtained the system, he was really a mediocre person. He barely reached the 3rd level of the body tempering stage after cultivating martial arts for many years. Even though Jiyu had never tested his talent, he could roughly guess it. His talent was probably at the 2nd grade of the mortal physique at most. It was very likely that he was at the 1st grade of the mortal physique. If I can't even pass the first round of the assessment, I won't be able to get even with Chen Yin. This is going to be difficult, Jiyu thought to himself and could not help but sigh softly in his heart. Forget it. I'll just take one step at a time and see how things go. Jiyu adjusted his emotions and did not let these things affect his state of mind. The second one is me. Although the first person to undergo the test had been eliminated, a second person immediately stepped forward. This young man seemed to be a genius from a certain clan in Chaoyang ancient city. Many people present recognized him. Isn't that Zhang Tong from the Zhang clan? He should be able to pass this round of the assessment, right? Of course, the Zhang clan is one of the 3 great clans. Zhang Tong's cultivation is ranked 3rd in the Zhang clan, so his talent shouldn't be too bad. I heard that Zhang Tong broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage not long ago. I have high hopes for him too. Many people recognized this young man. He was the genius disciple of the Zhang clan, one of the 3 great clans in Chaoyang ancient city, Zhang Tong. Under the gazes of many people in Chaoyang ancient city, Zhang Tong confidently walked to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on it. In an instant, the black stone tablet flickered with a faint white light. Then, 5 white halos continuously rose and surrounded the black stone tablet. 5th grade mortal physique talent, pass. The person in charge of the assessment said slowly. It was only a 5th grade mortal physique talent, so it did not attract the attention of the people from the 3 great clans. Seeing this scene, although Zhang Tong had successfully passed this round of examination, he was not very happy. After Zhang Tong left, the young men who participated in the assessment went forward one by one. 3rd grade mortal physique talent, fail. 5th grade mortal body, qualified. 4th grade mortal body talent, disqualified. Not long after, more than half of the people who participated in the assessment had already gone through the talent test. There weren't many people who were able to reach 5th grade mortal physique and above. Among the majority of people, less than 50 people passed while the rest were directly eliminated. Such a frightening elimination rate made many of the remaining candidates who had yet to take the test a little flustered. They had never taken a talent test before, so they had no idea what their talents were. Even some examinees whose cultivations had reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage were like this. Many of them came from wealthy families and had been instilled with various cultivation resources. They didn't have much confidence in the level of their own talent. Soon, it was Jiang Yuexin's turn to take the test. What should I do, Jiyu? I feel like I might not be able to pass this round. Jiang Yuexin said to Jiyu in a panic. Jiyu was speechless. Even he, who had a trash physique, didn't say anything. What was this little girl talking about? It can't be. It's only the first round and so many people have already been eliminated. I think the number of people who can pass this round won't be more than 100. Then how many people will be left? I've heard that the Kanglan Empire Academy, the Xianxia sect, and the Qianyuan Martial House would hold a recruitment test every month in various places in the Kanglan Empire. However, each force only accepts 10 people at most. This time, the 3 forces are holding a recruitment test together. I estimate that only 30 people will be recruited in the end. While the crowd below the stage was discussing, Jiang Yuexin walked out from the crowd of examinees. Jiang Yuexin was the second young miss of the city lord's estate. Many people below the stage began to discuss when they saw her. That seems to be the second young miss of the city lord's estate. Her name is Jiang Yuexin. Looks like it's her turn. It's said that Jiang Yuexin's cultivation hasn't reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I reckon she won't be able to pass the test. I think so too. Zhang Tong, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, barely reached the passing line. Almost no one was optimistic about Jiang Yuexin. In addition, they didn't know much about Jiang Yuexin. They were completely guessing based on their own thoughts. Jiang Yuexin naturally heard the voices below the stage. She couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. However, she wasn't discouraged. In a spurt of energy, she walked over and placed her hand on the black stone tablet. 6 white rings of light immediately shone out. 6th grade mortal physique, qualified. Looking at the 6 white rings of light that appeared on the black stone tablet, the people from the 3 forces finally nodded in satisfaction. 6th grade mortal physique. Although it wasn't very high, it was still considered okay. I really didn't expect Jiang Yuexin to actually have a mortal physique 6th grade talent. This is the first mortal physique 6th grade talent to appear so far. Since that's the case, why is she only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage? Could it be that she deliberately concealed her cultivation? This round of assessment is quite interesting. A bunch of 9th level body tempering stage participants were eliminated, but Jiang Yuexin, who was only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, actually passed. Many people were puzzled. Jiyu helplessly shook his head when he heard these words. This group of people simply didn't know. Jiang Yuexin had always been a person who did things her own way. She didn't have the heart to cultivate, so her cultivation was naturally not high. From the beginning, he didn't think that Jiang Yuexin would be eliminated. Because even someone like Jiang Yuexin could cultivate to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, her cultivation talent definitely wouldn't be that low. Jiang Yuexin ran back with a face full of joy. She was a little too excited and accidentally said Jiyu's real name. Fortunately, she reacted in time and hurriedly stopped herself, then changed her words. Xianxia, did you see that? This lady passed the assessment. With regards to Jiang Yuexin's ostentatious appearance, the other participants didn't have the slightest bit of complaints. After all, this little girl's talent was higher than theirs, so they didn't have anything to say. Jiyu, on the other hand, had a false alarm. He was almost tricked by this little girl. If this little girl said his real name, then it would be very troublesome. Seeing Jiang Yuexin's cute appearance that wanted to be praised, he once again placed his hand on Jiang Yuexin's head. However, this time he used a little more strength and messed up Jiang Yuexin's hair. You, this guy, why did you mess up my hair? Jiang Yuexin angrily said. However, she couldn't vent her anger on Jiyu, so she could only stomp her feet. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's expression, Jiyu couldn't help but smile. After Jiang Yuexin passed the test, it was Jiang Yuechu's turn. Jiang Yuechu was very famous in Chaoyang ancient city. She was much more famous than Jiang Yuexin. As soon as she went on stage, she attracted most of the people's attention. The first miss of the city lord's mansion is also here. She will definitely pass this round. In the past, Jiang Yuechu was the #1 martial arts genius in Chaoyang ancient city. Her cultivation had also broken through to the defensive profound realm. Other than Chen Yan, her martial arts talent was definitely the highest. It's a pity that Chen Yan's rise was too sudden. A few days ago, he defeated Jiang Yuechu in just 3 moves. That was really a merciless crushing. Jiang Yuechu's delicate face showed a determined expression. She tried her best not to be affected by external factors so that she could perform at her highest level. She calmly placed her hand on the black stone tablet. In an instant, the black stone tablet flashed with a faint white light like before. Then, white halos slowly rose. 1, 2, 3. At the same time, many people in the venue had high expectations for Jiang Yuechu's talent test results. After all, Jiang Yuechu was the #1 martial arts genius before Chen Yan's rise. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very strong. She was also the target of all the young talents in Chaoyang ancient city. Even if she was a little down now, she was still not comparable to other geniuses. 4, 5, 6, there were already 6 white halos, but the black stone tablet didn't seem to stop. There was a sign that the 7th white halo would appear. In the end, the 7th white halo appeared as well. 7th grade mortal body talent, qualified. As the person in charge of the test finished speaking, the people from the 3 major factions nodded. They all felt that it was necessary to fight for this girl named Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu's 7th grade mortal body talent didn't surprise the people in the venue. After Jiang Yuechu stepped back, Ji Yu immediately stepped forward. Do your best, you definitely won't have a problem. Jiang Yuexin shouted from behind. In her opinion, Ji Yu was very strong. If even she could pass the test, Ji Yu definitely wouldn't have a problem. However, Ji Yu had a faint bitter smile on his face. He could almost predict that he was going to be eliminated. When he walked up, it didn't cause any discussion. After all, he had changed his appearance. Apart from Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, no one recognized him. Walking in front of the black stone tablet, Ji Yu took a deep breath and placed his hand on the black stone tablet. Regardless of whether he passed or not, he planned to treat it as normal. Ji Yu couldn't help but hold his breath, waiting for the black stone tablet to react. However, after a while, the black stone tablet didn't change at all. The people from the 3 major factions all frowned, and there was also a wave of confusion from the audience. What's going on? Why hasn't his talent been tested after so long? That's strange. Didn't the black stone tablet change immediately before? Why is it different when it's this guy's turn? If I remember correctly, even the most useless martial cultivator's talent is at least 1st grade mortal body. What's wrong with this guy? Everyone was confused. Even Ji Yu himself didn't know what was going on. However, in the next moment, his body started to circulate the sky splitter technique. Ding! Master has circulated the king level technique Sky Splitter, king level technique Sky Splitter, obtained experience, 10,000 * 999x. Just as Ji Yu was puzzled by the technique circulation, the black stone tablet in front of him suddenly flashed with a white light. Seeing that the black stone tablet finally reacted, Ji Yu stopped thinking about the technique and focused on the black stone tablet. 1, 2, 2 white halos rose one after another, which didn't surprise Ji Yu at all. 3. Seeing the appearance of the 3rd white halo, Ji Yu was slightly surprised. However, it didn't matter. After all, this round required one to have a mortal physique 5th stage talent. However, at this moment, the 4th white halo appeared. This was somewhat out of Ji Yu's expectations. He was already a little surprised when the 3rd white halo appeared. After all, he thought that he was at most a mortal physique 1st or 2nd stage talent. While he was still in a state of shock, a 5th white halo appeared. Then, the 6th one appeared. It didn't even show any signs of stopping. Under Ji Yu's incredulous gaze, the black stone tablet finally stopped at 7 white halos. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu was completely shocked. He was very surprised. When did he have a mortal physique 7th stage talent? At the same time, the people from the 3 factions were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that there would be a mortal physique 7th stage talent in this small Chaoyang ancient city. Who is this guy? He actually has the same mortal physique 7th stage talent as Jiang Yuechu. I don't know. He shouldn't be a genius from our Chaoyang ancient city. I've never seen this person before. I think I saw him and Jiang Yuexin know each other. He should be from the city lord's mansion. Those from other places haven't started the assessment yet. Exclamations came from below the stage. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Although they knew that Ji Yu's martial Dao talent was definitely not bad, they were still a little surprised after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Chen Yan slightly took a look at Ji Yu. In his eyes, Ji Yu was a stranger he had never met before, which was why he paid a little attention to him. After all, even he did not know when a martial arts genius similar to Jiang Yuechu had appeared in Chaoyang ancient city. He only took a glance at him before he no longer paid any attention to this unfamiliar young man. It was as if this person was not qualified for him to take a second look. At this moment, the woman in the purple dress's eyes, among the people from Qianyuan Martial Mansion, of course, had a hint's eyes as his eyes. Her beautiful purple eyes flashed as if she had just seen something interesting on Ji Yu's body. You've got to pay attention to this on. The woman in the purple dress slightly opened her red lips, and a voice as pleasant as a nightingale's came out. When the other people from Qianyuan Martial Mansion who were sitting next to her heard the voice of the woman in the purple dress, they suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, Ji Yu walked back to Jiang Yuexin and Jiang Yuexin. Now he somewhat understood what had just happened. He found that the black stone tablet suddenly reacted because the sky splitting in his body was automatically activated. In other words, he guessed that the sky splitting had changed his physique, but it could only be detected when the sky splitting technique was activated. The original useless physique no longer existed. That was why the black stone tablet didn't have any changes before the sky splitting technique was activated. Although it was just his guess, he felt that it should be close to the correct answer. Ji Yu couldn't help but feel happy. Not only did the sky-splitting technique solve his useless physique, but it could also improve his physique. For example, if the first stage of the sky-splitting technique broke through to the next stage, impeccable, his physique talent might be improved to the 8th grade mortal physique. Now, except for Chen Yan, all the native candidates in Chaoyang Ancient City had gone through the first round of testing. More than half of the candidates were martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire. Next, it was the non-native candidates' turn to take the test. 6th grade mortal physique, qualified. 4th grade mortal physique, not qualified. 7th grade mortal physique, qualified. Most of the spectators were natives of Chaoyang Ancient City. They weren't very interested in the outsiders, except for some of the more powerful geniuses. Most of the martial arts geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire had passed the first round of testing. Among them, there were several 7th grade mortal physique and 8th grade mortal physique holders. There was even a 9th grade mortal physique genius. Unfortunately, there was also a peerless genius who had awakened the acquired spiritual body. This 9th grade mortal physique genius could only be overshadowed by Chen Yan's brilliance. Chen Yan was dazzling as soon as he appeared. Everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. Even the people from the three forces were looking at Chen Yan with anticipation. They were looking forward to seeing if Chen Yan had really awakened his acquired spiritual body like the rumors had said. That was why they had specially come to a remote place like Chaoyang Ancient City to hold the recruitment test. They wanted to test the authenticity of the acquired spiritual body. Chen Yan smiled faintly and walked toward the black stone tablet. His smile triggered the cheers of countless young girls who were yearning for love. Young Master Chen is so handsome. I must have a monkey with young Master Chen. You wish. Young Master Chen won't even look at you with that ugly face of yours. You don't agree? You're not much better than me with that airport-shaped face of yours. Only Jiang Yuexin had a look of disdain. She looked at the people below the stage in disdain and complained, I really don't know if there's something wrong with the aesthetic standards of these love-struck girls. I can't figure out what's so handsome about Chen Yan. Maybe this is the effect of being strong. Chen Yan is not ugly to begin with, and he's also a peerless genius. Naturally, he's different from ordinary people in the eyes of those people. Jiang Yuechu said slowly. Although it makes sense, sister, you don't think that Chen Yan is handsome, do you? Hearing her sister's voice, Jiang Yuexin turned around and said. Of course. Although Chen Yan is talented and powerful, I don't like his looks and personality. Jiang Yuechu shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful face, which had been as cold as an ice mountain, suddenly curved up slightly. Compared to Chen Yan, I still think that guy's original appearance is more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Yuexin was stunned when she heard that. She followed Jiang Yuechu's gaze in disbelief and saw her sister staring at Jiyu. She opened her mouth slightly and stopped talking. No way, no way. No way. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's heart was in turmoil. Her sister, who had always been as cold and aloof as a winter plum, seemed to be interested in Jiyu. In addition to feeling incredulous, Jiang Yuexin also felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She didn't know why, but she was very worried. It was as if she was worried that her sister would take away the most important thing in her heart. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu turned to look at Jiang Yuexin. Her cold eyes flickered as if she had seen through everything. She leaned over to Jiang Yuexin's ear and whispered, "You should feel the same, right?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Jiang Yuexin's jade-like shoulders trembled slightly as she whispered shyly, "Yes, yes." Her eyes secretly glanced at Jiyu from time to time, as if she was afraid that Jiyu would hear something. However, in fact, Jiyu didn't notice what Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were doing at all. His attention was all focused on the black stone tablet. At this time, Chen Yan had already walked in front of the black stone tablet and slowly placed his hand on it. Under his proud and confident expression, the black stone tablet suddenly flashed a light that was completely different from before. It was a green light that was much more dazzling than the white light from before. Following that, a green halo slowly rose and surrounded the black stone tablet. First-grade spirit body talent, qualified. The person in charge of the assessment trembled slightly as he said this in an excited tone. Hiss, as. Soon as these words came out, the surroundings became extremely quiet. Many people couldn't help but gasp. The next moment, the whole audience was shocked. First-grade spirit body talent. Weren't there some people who questioned Xianxia's spirit body before? Why don't they come out and say something now? It seems that Xianxia's awakening of the acquired spirit body is true. Qingyi is really awesome to have awakened such a powerful physique. I think Qingyi doesn't even need to continue the assessment. He will be directly recruited by one of the three major forces. Almost everyone under the stage was discussing intensely. Those from the three major forces were also very excited and couldn't wait to start recruiting people. Chen Yan, I am a teacher of the Kanglan Empire Academy. On behalf of the Kanglan Empire Academy, I welcome you to join us. The leader of the Kanglan Empire Academy was a middle-aged man with a unique temperament. His tone was steady and powerful. After the first round of assessment, the Kanglan Empire Academy had already thrown an olive branch to Chen Yan. However, the Xianxia sect was not to be outdone. The leader of the Xianxia sect was a green-robed elder. Our Xianxia sect also welcomes you to join us. The green-robed elder said lightly, if you are willing to join our Xianxia sect, our sect master will personally accept you as a disciple and will favor you with cultivation resources. Hiss, everyone was shocked again. The sect master will personally accept a disciple? Favor him with cultivation resources? These two conditions were simply too generous. Although the Xianxia sect was only ranked second among the 100 cities of the Kanglan Empire, and its overall strength was not as strong as the Kanglan Empire Academy, it was not too far behind. Moreover, Chen Yan would be able to become the sect master's pro-disciple as soon as he entered the Xianxia sect. Coupled with the monstrous talent of the acquired spirit body, he would probably soar into the sky. Before Chen Yan could reply, the instructor from the Kanglan Empire Academy spoke again. Although I can't promise you the same treatment as the Xianxia sect, the Kanglan Empire Academy is definitely the #1 force. I hope you can consider it. Chen Yan hesitated for a while before bowing slightly to the Xianxia sect elder. I'm sorry, but I've chosen the Kanglan Empire Academy. It's fine, it's your choice. The green-robed elder sighed, but he wasn't particularly surprised. It was as if he had already guessed the outcome. It was because of the difference between the Xianxia sect and the Kanglan Empire Academy that he would offer such a huge olive branch. He just felt that it was a pity that he couldn't properly train this peerless genius. At the same time, the audience was in an uproar. Many people couldn't understand why Chen Yan would choose the Kanglan Empire Academy. Why? Why didn't Chen Yan choose the Xianxia sect? I don't understand either. I really don't know what's going on in Chen Yan's head. Do you really think Chen Yan doesn't know how good the Xianxia sect's treatment is? He's not stupid. He must have thought about it more thoroughly than us. Yeah, let me explain to you why. The Kanglan Empire Academy is the #1 force. Although the Xianxia sect has given him extremely good treatment, he can definitely reach a higher level in the Kanglan Empire Academy than the Xianxia sect. He obviously wants to reach that level with his own strength. Now that you've said it, I understand. It does make sense. Yeah, Chen Yan has awakened his acquired spiritual body. It's not particularly difficult for him to reach that level. The fact that he chose the Kanglan Empire Academy shows that he's not an ordinary person. The surrounding people nodded, thinking that it made sense. Especially the instructor from the Kanglan Empire Academy, he was very satisfied with Chen Yan's answer. Speaking of which, why didn't the Qianyuan Martial House say anything? Speaking of which, I didn't hear anything either. Did the Qianyuan Martial House just give up? Probably. After all, the Xianxia sect's offer was rejected. The third-ranked Qianyuan Martial House has no hope at all. At this time, many people noticed that the people from the Qianyuan Martial House didn't say anything. On the Qianyuan Martial House's side, the leader of the group, the purple-clad woman, remained calm and collected. It was as if she didn't care that Chen Yan was snatched away by the Kanglan Empire Academy. On the other hand, the Qianyuan Martial House members behind the purple-dressed woman looked worried, but no one dared to say anything. It was just like how none of them dared to speak before the purple-dressed woman spoke. Then, the test continued. Next up is the second round of assessment, which tests one's comprehension ability. The person in charge of the test said, in a while, every single participant will have a low-grade yellow rank profound skill manual in their possession. If you're able to comprehend the basics of the profound skill within 2 hours, then you'll be considered to have passed the test. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. While he was speaking, every examinee was given a low-grade yellow rank fist technique called Zephyr Fist. At this time, there were still over 100 candidates who had advanced to the second round. They looked at the secret manuals in their hands, and many of them showed a panicked expression. They had to comprehend the Zephyr Fist within 2 hours in order to pass the second round of assessment. The difficulty level of this test was extremely high. Although their physiques and talents were outstanding, their comprehension ability did not have much to do with their talent. It's over, looks like many people will be eliminated this time. 2 hours, that's too short. It's really too short. When I learned the low-grade yellow rank profound skill, it took me at least a few days to learn it. The crowd below the stage sighed. Only Jiyu looked relaxed. No matter if it was a profound skill or a cultivation technique, no matter how high its grade was, he could learn it with just a glance. This round of assessment was simply a piece of cake for him. Soon, the second round of assessment began. Every examinee began to read the Zephyr Fist manual with all their might. As for Chen Yan, he had already joined the Kanglan Empire Academy, so he didn't need to participate in this round of assessment. At this time, Jiyu calmly flipped open the Zephyr Fist manual in his hand. As soon as he took a look, the system beeped. Ding! Master has taken a look at the low-grade yellow rank profound skill manual Zephyr Fist, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the low-grade yellow rank profound skill Zephyr Fist. With just a glance, Jiyu had learned the Zephyr Fist. In other words, he only used a breath's time to pass the second round of assessment. However, Jiyu was not in a hurry to put down the Fear Scale Fist in his hands. He thought that since he had already learned it, he might as well learn it to the highest level first. Furthermore, if he let others know that he had already learned the Fear Scale Fist, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, in this world, there was no one like him who could instantly comprehend a secret manual with just a glance. Towards the end, Jiyu could not help but use the Fear Scale Fist. What is that person doing? Seeing someone suddenly move on the stage, many of the spectators were puzzled. Even the people from the three major powers were alarmed because they could clearly see that the person was using the fear scale fist. The person in charge of the assessment hurriedly looked at the time and discovered that only 10 minutes had passed since the start of the second round of assessment. Almost everyone from the three major powers was extremely shocked that this youth had only used 10 minutes to learn the fear scale fist. Not only that, his movements were also very proper and not rusty at all. Xianxia's face was slightly puzzled as he looked at the people from the three major powers. He did not understand why these people's expressions were so exaggerated. Xianxia had never practiced the fear scale fist before, so he did not know that someone was using it. That person was Jiyu. Not long after, Jiyu had mastered the fear scale fist to the greater perfection realm. However, this time, the system did not send out an automatic notification to upgrade the mystical skill. It was probably because the fear scale fist was not a mystical skill or technique that came with the system, so it could not be upgraded automatically. It was also at this time that Jiyu finally realized that he had involuntarily used the fear scale fist just now. However, it was a good thing that 10 minutes had passed since the start of the assessment, and it was not to the point where he would be in trouble. Looking at the people from the three major powers who looked like they had seen a ghost, he could not help but feel helpless. He did not want to be like this, but he really could not help it. The people from the three major powers all stared at Jiyu with blazing eyes, as if they could not wait to take him in as their disciple. He only spent 10 minutes to learn the low-grade yellow rank profound skill Zephyr Fist. Although it was not as shocking as the post-celestial spiritual body, it was enough for them to fight over him. At the same time, although the audience had never seen the Zephyr Fist before, some of them felt that something was wrong. I say, that guy on the stage isn't using Zephyr Fist, is he? He seems to be quite powerful. How is that possible? Zephyr Fist isn't some mediocre profound skill. Even though that brat has a 7th grade mortal physique, his perception shouldn't be that high. You can't say for sure. Look at those people from the three major powers, they all look like they've seen a rare treasure. I feel that this young man has probably already comprehended the Zephyr Fist. It's true. From the looks of it, it is indeed possible. Hearing the discussions coming from below the stage, the Qin clan head, Qin Wuheng, frowned slightly. He didn't care much about that young man before, but now he couldn't help but care. He remembered that the young man seemed to have come with the people from the city lord's mansion. He immediately used his mental energy to send a message to Jiang Manor Head Jiang, who was that young man? Mental energy transmission was a special ability of Tongxian realm experts. It allowed them to communicate without letting anyone else hear them. He is from the city lord's mansion. Manor Head Jiang replied calmly using his mental energy. In fact, he didn't know where that brat came from. He only remembered that the brat seemed to be by his second daughter, Jiang Yuexin's side. However, Qin Wuheng obviously had ulterior motives, so he naturally wouldn't tell him anything. After hearing Manor Head Jiang's words, Qin Wuheng didn't say anything else. His eyes flickered slightly. No matter how high this brat's perception was, he couldn't compare to Yan Er's post-celestial spiritual body. There was still a long time before the second round of the exam ended. Jiyu naturally didn't stay idle. She sat down and continued to cultivate her profound energy. Continuously gaining 999 times the experience, Jiyu's martial cultivation base slowly stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, the second round of the exam finally ended. After 2 hours, only 36 examinees managed to learn the Zephyr Fist within the allotted time. The rest were eliminated. Jiyu took a few quick glances and discovered that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had both passed this round of the exam. The second round of the exam has ended. A total of 35 people passed this round. At this moment, the person in charge of the exam said, because this time only 30 people will be recruited. The 6 people who took the longest among the 35 of you will need to challenge the other 29 examinees. If they succeed, they will replace the loser spot. If they fail, they will be eliminated. As soon as this was said, the 6 examinees who took the longest time instantly panicked. If they failed, they would be eliminated. They had already come this far, so they really didn't want to be eliminated. The other 29 examinees were also uneasy, especially the weaker ones. They were all afraid that they would lose their qualifications if they succeeded. After all, although the 6 examinees had poor comprehension abilities, it didn't mean that they were weaker than the other 29 examinees. Only Jiyu didn't care at all. Even if all 6 of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to hurt her at all. She continued to cultivate her profound energy and waited for these people to finish their challenges. After about 2 hours, the 6 examinees finished their challenges. 4 of them succeeded, while the other 2 failed. Alright, the last round is over. The person in charge of the exam said, next, we will rank the examinees. Xianxia is ranked first, and the remaining 29 examinees will be ranked according to the length of time spent in the second round. The 4 examinees who just succeeded will replace the loser's original spot. Does anyone have any objections? Yes. If there are no objections, then the next round will be. The person in charge of the exam was about to continue when he suddenly froze. His expression was slightly stiff as he looked in a certain direction. He realized that it was the youth who took the first place in the comprehension ability test who objected. Not only that, everyone's eyes fell on Jiyu. No one would have thought that this young man would suddenly interrupt them. Then what is your objection? Seeing that it was this rather special youth, the person in charge of the exam asked in a gentle tone. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't necessarily have such an attitude. What right does he have to be first? Jiyu pointed at Xianxia, who was standing on the Kanglan Empire Academy's side, and said coldly. What is he saying? He seems to be saying that young Master Chen isn't qualified to be number 1? Is this guy crazy? How dare he question young Master Chen? The audience was in an uproar. Xianxia was worried and anxious. She couldn't understand why Jiyu would suddenly do this. Jiyu could have joined the 3 major factions and would have been safe then, but Jiyu just had to pick this moment to clash with Xianxia. The people from the 3 major factions all frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the young man's questioning. Only the woman in purple had a trace of doubt in her eyes, as if she was wondering why Jiyu would do this. Xianxia was slightly surprised, but he quickly recovered and said with a faint smile, You think this young master isn't qualified to be number 1? What else? Jiyu said coldly. Ha ha ha, this young master remembers that you're called Xianxia, right? You were just lucky enough to learn a low-grade yellow-rank mystic skill a little faster. Do you really think you can be compared to this young master? Don't you know how much you're worth? Xianxia laughed, his tone full of disdain. Sorry, I'm not some Xianxia, my name is Jiyu. Before he finished speaking, Jiyu tore off the mask on his face, revealing his original face. I remember him, isn't he the guy who was wanted by the entire city? It's really him. He actually appeared here, and even changed his appearance. This is interesting. I remember that the Qin clan issued the arrest warrant. It seems that young Master Chen has a lot of grudges with this guy. Because the Qin clan had issued the arrest warrant for the entire city, most of the people present knew who Jiyu was. Xianxia was even more anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Jiang Mannerhead glanced at Jiyu, then looked at Xianxia's expression. He then recalled some of the things that had happened before and suddenly came to a realization, as if he understood something. Looking at Jiyu who had revealed her true appearance, the purple-dressed woman's lips curled up slightly. Things were getting interesting. A look of astonishment finally appeared on Xianxia's face. Clearly, he did not expect that Jiyu would actually dare to appear here, and even appear in front of him as the second-ranked person. It took a while for Xianxia to regain his senses, but his expression was still arrogant. So what if you're Jiyu? Although I don't know how you got to where you are now, in my eyes, you are still a complete piece of trash. It's useless to say more. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Jiyu ignored the surrounding noises and stared coldly at Xianxia. A battle to the death? At this moment, everyone present had the same thought in their minds. This brat is really crazy. A duel to the death, as the name suggested, would never end until one side died. This kid dared to have a life-and-death duel with young Master Chen, which was something none of them expected. Young Master Chen had awakened his acquired spiritual body and had easily defeated Jiang Yuechu a few days ago. His current strength must be higher than before. This brat was simply courting death by challenging young Master Chen to a life-and-death duel. At this time, Jiang Yuechu could not bear it anymore and said to Jiang Yuexin next to her, "Aren't you going to stop him? Chen Yan's strength is not something he can compete with at all. I know his character very well. Once he decides to do something, no one can persuade him." Jiang Yuexin shook her head sadly. She wanted to stop Ji Yu more than Jiang Yuechu, but at this point, it was useless to say anything. She did not expect that Ji Yu would suddenly challenge Chen Yan to a life-and-death duel. Now it was too late to react. But Jiang Yuechu still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. "You want to have a life-and-death duel with this young master?" Chen Yan sneered disdainfully. "Fine, then I'll accompany you in a round." Ji Yu proposed a life-and-death duel, which was exactly what he wanted. He could deal with this brat now. In case this brat joined Xianxia sect or Qianyuan martial house, then he would not have a chance. The people from Kanglan Empire Academy did not say anything because they felt that they did not need to worry about Chen Yan at all. Chen Yan, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, was definitely much stronger than the brat who only had a mortal 7th grade talent. Even the people from Kanglan Empire Academy did not say anything, let alone the people from Qingxian sect and Qianyuan martial house. They just felt a little pity that a genius with some potential was going to die soon. The purple dress woman kept staring at Ji Yu, her pair of mysterious purple eyes flashing. Ji Yu stepped onto the ring with a calm face. Standing opposite him was Chen Yan. "I heard that Lin Qitian was beaten up badly by you, but if your strength is really that little, then it's not that big of a deal." Chen Yan looked at Ji Yu with disdain. "This young master will give you 3 chances to make the first move, so that you won't say this young master is bullying you. Young Master Chen is really awesome. He even gave that kid 3 moves first. Anyway, no matter how many moves he gives, that kid is bound to lose." Although that kid defeated Lin Qitian is only at the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He's still far from young Master Chen. Isn't that so? Chen Yan won in less than 3 moves when he fought with Jiang Yuechu. It'll be a piece of cake for him to deal with that kid. Seeing that Ji Yu and Chen Yan were about to start a life-and-death duel, Jiang Yuexin had no choice but to pray and cheer for Ji Yu in her heart. Ji Yu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Chen Yan and quietly waited for the duel to begin. At this moment, the 3 major forces sent out a powerful old man to preside over this life-and-death duel. The old man lightly jumped into the ring and stood between Ji Yu and Chen Yan for a while. Then he began to count down. 3, 2, 1, let the duel begin. As the old man's voice fell, Ji Yu's figure instantly turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Chen Yan in the blink of an eye. Almost no one could see his figure with the naked eye. The moment he arrived in front of Chen Yan, he clenched his right hand and punched towards Chen Yan's face. This time, he didn't hold back at all and used all his strength. He couldn't wait to smash Chen Yan to death with one punch. Even Chen Yan could barely see Ji Yu's movements. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't bad, and before he was hit by the punch, his head tilted to the other side. But he couldn't completely avoid Ji Yu's punch. His left ear was grazed by Ji Yu's punch, as if it was cut by a sharp blade, and there was a burning pain. Not only that, he suddenly felt a ringing in his left ear. Chen Yan couldn't help but use his hand to protect his left ear and hurriedly used his movement technique to retreat quickly, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, he stared at Ji Yu with eyes full of horror. How could this kid be so fast? His strength was also very strange. He felt that if he hadn't dodged that punch, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Yan, who originally had absolute confidence, was shaken by Ji Yu's punch. Before this, he didn't even dare to imagine that he would actually be afraid of this kid's fist. Following the scene just now, the audience below the stage also felt that it was strange. I didn't see wrongly, right? What just happened? Young Master Chen is actually at a disadvantage in the hands of that kid. This is impossible, right? I think Chen Yi deliberately went easy on him. Although the kid was ridiculously fast, I didn't see the kid's fist hit Chen Yi. Most of the cultivators present didn't have high cultivations, so they couldn't see Ji Yu's movements clearly. Only the people from the 3 major forces and a small number of spectators with higher cultivation bases were able to see the truth of what had just happened. They could all see that because the youth named Jiyu was too fast, Chen Yan's left ear was grazed by the youth's fist. Perhaps he was too shocked, so he temporarily dodged the attack. Not to mention Chen Yan, even the seniors were very surprised. They originally thought that Chen Yan would be able to crush the youth, but they didn't expect that Chen Yan would be at a disadvantage. However, this was only the first exchange of blows, and Chen Yan hadn't even made a move yet, so they couldn't see much. They still felt that Chen Yan had no suspense. Low-class profound class movement technique. Interesting. Really interesting. The woman in purple stared at Jiyu with her beautiful eyes. The curiosity in her purple eyes grew stronger, as if she was becoming more and more interested in this youth. Because everyone else felt that Chen Yan had no suspense, they didn't pay much attention to the duel. Only the woman in purple saw that Jiyu was using a profound class movement technique. She was extremely curious about how many secrets this youth had. At the same time, looking at the retreating Chen Yan, Jiyu smiled faintly and said, "Your strength is only so." Hearing Jiyu's words, Chen Yan's face immediately darkened. He was about to say something when he realized that Jiyu's figure had suddenly disappeared again. His eyes widened in shock. It was that strange speed again, just like before, Jiyu appeared in front of Chen Yan in an instant. He didn't intend to give Chen Yan too much time to catch his breath. He immediately threw another punch at Chen Yan. This time, not only did Chen Yan focus his attention, he wasn't as hurried as he was the first time. He was also very indignant and used his best fist technique to fight back against Jiyu. Seeing that Chen Yan wanted to fight back with his fists, Jiyu couldn't help but smile. This dog was simply overestimating himself. If this dog continued to dodge, he might find it troublesome. If he dared to fight back against him, he would be digging his own grave. The next moment, with a crisp cracking sound, Jiyu's mountain-shaking fist smashed into Chen Yan like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Chen Yan's entire fist was smashed out of shape. Feeling the intense pain from his fist, Chen Yan couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable groan. If it weren't for his pride supporting him, he would have cried out in pain. His other hand tightly grasped the wrist of his hand that had been smashed out of shape, as if this could slightly relieve the pain. Chen Yan couldn't help but kneel on the ground. His expression became extremely gloomy. His facial features were somewhat distorted from the intense pain, but his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He couldn't believe that he couldn't beat his opponent even after using all his strength. Not only that, his opponent's strength and speed were so terrifying that he felt terrified. Looking at the scene in the ring, everyone below the ring was completely dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone was flabbergasted and dumbstruck. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The students from the Kanglan Empire finally realized that the situation was not good. That young man's strength had far exceeded their expectations. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that the young man could defeat Chen Yan, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body. On the other side, Jiang Yuexin covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had always known that Jiyu was very strong, she had never thought that Jiyu's true strength would be so terrifying. Jiang Yuexin was actually fine, but Jiang Yuechu looked like she was doubting her life. Not long ago, she was the #1 martial arts prodigy in Chaoyang Ancient City, but a few days ago, she was defeated by Chen Yan in 3 moves. She had been worried about Jiyu, but that guy had beaten Chen Yan to the point that he could not even fight back. "We haven't even used the 3rd move, and you're already at your limit?" At this moment, Jiyu looked at Chen Yan with a mocking smile. From the previous exchange, he could roughly sense that Chen Yan's cultivation was at the mid-second level of the defensive profound realm. He had to admit that this bastard's strength had increased very quickly after he awakened his acquired spiritual body. It was no wonder that he could defeat Jiang Yuechu in 3 moves. However, this level of cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of him. Moreover, he had mastered 2 low-level mystic skills, which was not something that this bastard could hope to achieve. "You, hiss." Chen Yan wanted to say something, but he could not because of the unbearable pain. "It's time to end this." The mocking smile on Jiyu's face disappeared instantly, and was replaced by endless coldness. He gathered a strong mystic chi on his fist again, and was ready to end Chen Yan's life with this punch. "No, no." Chen Yan's eyes were filled with fear, and he kept shaking his head to beg for mercy. He knew that if this punch landed, it was very likely that he would really lose his life. Let him go. At this moment, the instructor from the Kanglan Empire Academy could no longer sit still and stopped him. However, Ji did not seem to hear him at all. He had no intention of stopping, and immediately threw another punch at Xianxia. Stop. The moment Ji swung her fist, the instructor from the Kanglan Empire Academy smashed the chair he was sitting on with a single palm strike, and rushed towards the ring at a terrifying speed. But at this moment, a purple figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Morong Zili, get out of my way. The tutor from the Capital Institute bellowed and did not slow down at all. No matter what, he could not allow that youth to kill Xianxia. The purple-dressed woman called Morong Zili didn't comply. Her slender jade fingers slightly waved, and a huge light purple barrier suddenly formed around her, blocking the middle-aged instructor's path. The middle-aged instructor had no choice but to slow down. His expression turned gloomy. Don't blame me for being impolite. He pulled out the long sword at his waist in an instant. His wrist moved quickly, and the sword flashed with a faint green light. His aura ferociously pierced toward the purple barrier. At the same time, Jiyu's mountain-shaking fist landed on Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a huge rock, and his entire body tumbled out of the ring. Seeing this, the middle-aged instructor's expression changed drastically, and he forcibly stopped the long sword in his hand. His figure flashed towards Xianxia, and just as Xianxia was about to fall out of the ring, he caught him. The middle-aged instructor checked Xianxia's condition and heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Xianxia was not completely dead yet. Seeing this, a trace of regret could not help but flash across Jiyu's eyes. His punch actually did not kill Xianxia directly. Kid, did you take my words for granted? At this moment, the middle-aged instructor turned to stare at Jiyu, his eyes full of malice. This is a battle of life and death. Jiyu calmly spat out 5 words. Facing an expert from the Kanglan Empire Academy, his face was incomparably cold, without the slightest hint of panic. It was also at this moment that the crowd below the ring finally reacted. Yeah, this is a battle of life and death. Didn't the battle of life and death end when one side dies? Is it really okay for the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy to interfere like this? It can't be helped, Sai. Who asked Xianxia to awaken his acquired spiritual body, and he has already joined the Kanglan Empire Academy? Of course, the Kanglan Empire Academy doesn't want Xianxia to be killed by that kid. The crowd below the ring sighed. Most of them were on Jiyu's side, and felt that the instructor from the Kanglan Empire Academy was being unkind. They were only here to watch the show, and they weren't familiar with Jiyu or Xianxia. Whichever side was strong and reasonable, they would lean towards that side. Jiang Yuexin was especially angry. Forcefully interrupting a battle of life and death, and even speaking to Jiyu like that, how shameless. Chen Wuheng's expression became very unsightly. Today was supposed to be his son's day to shine, so how did it develop into this? Lin Zhanshan's expression wasn't much better. He didn't expect Jiyu, this kid, to not only live well, but also crush Xianxia. Moreover, the people from the 3 major powers were present, so this kid would definitely join one of them. In the future, if he wanted to take revenge for Qi Tian, it would be very difficult to find an opportunity to do so. Hearing the voices of criticism all around, the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy all had awkward expressions. At this moment, Morong Zili's red lips suddenly opened. Disrupting a battle of life and death, does your distinguished self want to go back on your word? Following this cold unpleasant voice, the middle-aged instructor gradually realized that he had violated the rules and was in the wrong first. However, he was someone from the Kanglan Empire Academy, so how could he lower his head in front of so many people? My Kanglan Empire Academy will never welcome you. The middle-aged instructor coldly snorted, and after saying this to Jiyu, he took Xianxia and left the ring. Hearing this, Jiyu smiled but didn't say anything. He never thought of joining the Kanglan Empire Academy. He only appeared here for one purpose, and that was to kill Xianxia. This was a pity. Now that Xianxia was taken away by this person, he couldn't continue to put Xianxia to death. Just as Jiyu was about to leave the ring, he noticed the purple-dressed woman in front of him. He bowed slightly to the purple-dressed woman and thanked her. Many thanks for Senior's help. If this purple-dressed woman didn't appear, that Kanglan Empire instructor would definitely have made a move on him, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I am the master of the Qianyuan martial house. Are you willing to join my house? As soon as she said that, the entire audience went silent. There were over 10,000 people present, and they were all shocked by the words of the purple-dressed woman. The Qianyuan martial house was ranked third in the entire Kanglan Empire. Together with the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Xianxia sect, they were known as the Three Holy Lands. And the master of the Qianyuan martial house was actually a young and beautiful woman? Even the mentor who took Qianyan away turned his head to look at Murong Zili in astonishment, his eyes full of amazement. This woman has actually become the master of the Qianyuan martial house? The middle-aged instructor looked at Murong Zili with amazement. But he wasn't just shocked because of this. He had just cut off his relationship with that brat, and this woman directly threw an olive branch to him. Obviously, this woman didn't put him in her eyes at all. This was something he didn't expect at all. Even Ji Yu couldn't help but be stunned. The purple-dressed woman in front of her was actually the master of the Qianyuan martial house. What do you think? Murong Zili was very interested in Ji Yu and was looking forward to Ji Yu's reply. I'm willing. Ji Yu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Right now, he had made too many enemies. From the number one holy land of the Kanglan Empire, the Kanglan Empire Academy, to some lone martial artists in the ancient city of Chaoyang, they were all his enemies. If he didn't have the protection of a powerful force, he would easily lose his life. Not to mention the strength of the Qianyuan martial house, this purple-dressed woman also came forward to help him. He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he had already passed the entrance exam. If he wanted to join one of the three major forces, the Qianyuan martial house would naturally be the best choice. As for the Xianxia sect, he also excluded it because he didn't know the position of those people in the Xianxia sect. Rashly joining would be very risky. Very good, then you come with me. Murong Zili's face showed a trace of satisfaction. She walked down the stage with light steps. Ji Yu slightly nodded and immediately followed her. Then, Ji Yu followed Murong Zili to the Qianyuan martial house's location. The person who was originally sitting next to Murong Zili consciously got up and gave way, hinting Ji Yu to sit down. Just like this, Ji Yu sat beside Murong Zili and became a member of the Qianyuan martial house. Looking at this scene, the audience below the stage began to discuss incessantly. This young man really joined the Qianyuan martial house. But Chen Yan is from the Kanglan Empire Academy. If the Qianyuan martial house did this, they would offend the Kanglan Empire Academy. Wouldn't that be very bad? This young man's strength is so terrifying. Even Chen Yan, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, was beaten by him. If I were the master of the Qianyuan martial house, I would definitely offend the Kanglan Empire Academy to recruit him. Moreover, the Qianyuan martial house is one of the three holy lands of martial arts. There is no need to fear the Kanglan Empire Academy. That's right. I think the Kanglan Empire Academy is even more upset. The peerless prodigy that they just won over was crushed by someone else in 3 punches. If it wasn't for that instructor interrupting the duel, the peerless prodigy would have been beaten to death by someone else's fists. Ha ha ha, at this moment, the faces of the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy were not looking good. Chen Yan's injuries are very serious. You guys quickly send someone to treat him. The middle-aged instructor sternly ordered the others. Yes. Immediately, someone took the unconscious Chen Yan and left the place. Then, the middle-aged instructor's gaze turned and stared at Ji Yu, who was not far away. Brat, don't be happy too early. The potential of an acquired spiritual body is something you can't imagine. In his opinion, Chen Yan had just awakened his acquired spiritual body and had yet to display its enormous potential. In addition, that brat's strength was strange. That was why he was defeated so miserably. After a while, Chen Yan would definitely be able to surpass that brat. At this moment, Ji Yu noticed the middle-aged instructor's gaze. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something and a slight smile appeared on his face. He suddenly stood up and slowly said, "That's right, I almost forgot to mention something." Murong Zili looked at Ji Yu's sudden action and a trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. Ji Yu coldly looked at Qin family's patriarch Qin Wuheng with a faint smile and continued, "Does everyone want to know why Qin Yan was able to suddenly awaken his acquired spiritual body? Why could he suddenly awaken his acquired spiritual body?" Ji Yu's words immediately attracted the intense interest of everyone present. Not only that, but even the people from the three major factions were very curious. After all, this was related to the secrets of the acquired spiritual body. Who wouldn't care? Qin Wuheng, who was being stared at by Ji Yu, panicked. How could he not know what Yan did? Qin Yan didn't awaken his acquired spiritual body out of thin air. Instead, he used some kind of miraculous spiritual pill to forcefully change his physique. Ji Yu's tone gradually turned cold. However, that miraculous spiritual pill was originally an opportunity that I obtained by chance, but he forcefully took it away. Not only did he destroy my family, but he also wanted to kill me. Is this true? Qin Yan actually did such a thing? If this is true, then Qin Yan is a despicable person. Damn it, Pui. To think that I used to treat Qin Yan as my idol. How disgusting. Everyone was furious. Jiang Yuexin was also furious. She did not expect Ji Yu to be treated so unfairly. She had been wondering why Ji Yu was always targeted by the Qin family and wanted to kill Qin Yan at all costs. So this was the reason. At the same time, she could not help but feel a sense of loss and sadness. Even so, Ji Yu, that bastard, had never mentioned these things to her. He had always suffered silently by himself. At this time, the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy were all dumbfounded. When they came back to their senses, they all whispered to the middle-aged teacher. "Teacher, is it really okay for us to recruit such a despicable person?" "Yes, teacher. Although Qin Yan has awakened his acquired spiritual body, his character is too. Why don't we just give up on him? We can't accept such a despicable person." The middle-aged teacher scolded, "Shut up, all of you. Don't jump to conclusions before we know the truth." Hearing the scolding around him, Qin Wuheng finally could not hold it in anymore. He stood up and retorted to Ji Yu, "You're slandering him." "You're saying that I'm slandering him?" Ji Yu smiled calmly and said, "Since you think that I'm slandering that despicable person, why do you look so flustered? Are you hiding something?" Qin Wuheng looked even more guilty in the face of Ji Yu's doubts. He tried his best to control his expression and not give himself away. "Stop pestering me. If you have the guts, show me the evidence. Don't try to ruin my Yenner's innocence." Qin Wuheng scolded. "I really can't show you the evidence. After all, your son of a bitch is very secretive about his actions." Ji Yu said helplessly, "However, no matter how secretive it is, it can't be completely hidden. If you're interested, you can go and investigate. In fact, most of you already know what the Qin family has been doing to me recently." As soon as this was said, many people present had already reacted. Recently, the Qin family had indeed done a lot of things, and they were all targeting Ji Yu alone. They weren't fools. The Qin family wouldn't think of ways to kill a young man for no reason. Basically, many of the people present had already settled down. Before Qin Wuheng could speak, Ji Yu continued, "Apart from that, the bodyguards who usually follow Qin Yan around are also involved. Do you dare to ask them to step forward, Master Chen?" Hearing Ji Yu's words, Qin Wuheng's heart suddenly trembled. Right at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. This manner head knows a little about the soul-searching technique. It will come in handy. Morong Zili, who was sitting next to Ji Yu, suddenly opened her mouth. Soul-searching technique. Qin Wuheng's head suddenly thumped. The soul-searching technique was a powerful secret technique that could invade the soul to search a person's memory. This time, Qin Wuheng didn't dare to ask those people to step forward. Qin Wuheng was very anxious. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. "What, you don't dare?" Ji Yu stared at Qin Wuheng and smiled faintly. Qin Wuheng's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't say a word. Looking at family head Chen's appearance, I guess he's so guilty that he can't speak. It seems that what that young man named Ji Yu said is true. I really didn't expect that the dignified Qin family would do such a despicable thing. Next, let's see what the Kanglan Empire Academy will do. They definitely wouldn't have thought that Chen Yan, who has awakened his acquired spirit body, is actually a despicable person. At this time, everyone present had a rough idea of what to do. Gradually, more and more people's gazes fell on the Kanglan Empire Academy people. Feeling the gazes from all directions, the Kanglan Empire Academy people didn't say a word. It seemed that they were waiting for the leader of the instructors to speak. Things had already developed to this point. No matter what they said, it was useless. The decision lay with the instructor alone. The middle-aged instructor's expression was very conflicted. He really didn't want to give up on a genius who had awakened his acquired spirit body, but now that tens of thousands of people were looking at him, it was difficult for him to make a choice. After a while, he finally made a decision. In a low voice, he said, regarding Chen Yan, the Kanglan Empire Academy can't directly expel him. After all, the truth is still not clear. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Chen Wuheng and gave him a subtle look. Also, I would like to ask family head Chen to hand over the bodyguards that our young friend Ji Yu mentioned. This will allow the Kanglan Empire Academy to investigate the truth. Chen Wuheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Wuheng understands. Ji Yu frowned. The Kanglan Empire Academy was obviously trying to cover for Chen Yan. Once the bodyguards of the Chen family were handed over to the Kanglan Empire Academy, the beautiful principal wouldn't be able to use the soul-searching technique on them. When that time came, the truth would definitely be completely covered up. But it didn't matter. He had already achieved his goal of exposing this matter, and that was to let everyone see the true colors of that dog, Chen Yan. However, the young friend Ji that the instructor mentioned really made him want to vomit. Not only that, but most of the people present also understood the intentions of the Kanglan Empire Academy. I'm really speechless. The Kanglan Empire Academy still hasn't done anything. They have no sincerity at all. They didn't do it kindly enough. Sigh, what can they do? Chen Yan is a genius who has awakened his acquired spirit body. The Kanglan Empire Academy will definitely do everything they can to protect Chen Yan. There was still a wave of dissatisfaction below the stage. However, the middle-aged instructor didn't care. Compared to the acquired spirit body, the abuse of a group of ordinary people didn't matter to him. The farce ends here. Let's continue with the business. The middle-aged instructor forcibly ended Chen Yan's matter and said with a calm expression, the 29 people who passed the entrance exam, you can choose your own sect to join. Then, one by one, the people who passed the exam began to choose the sect they liked. Although the Kanglan Empire Academy wasn't very honest, it was still the #1 holy land in the Kanglan Empire. More than half of the examinees still chose the Kanglan Empire Academy. However, there were several examinees who were weaker in talent and strength who were rejected by the Kanglan Empire Academy because the Kanglan Empire Academy always accepted at most 10 people at a time. These rejected examinees could only choose the Xianxia sect or the Qianyuan martial house. The Xianxia sect didn't reject anyone and accepted as many as they wanted. As for the Qianyuan martial house, it was ranked last among the 3 holy lands. Not many people were willing to join the Qianyuan martial house. However, the Qianyuan martial house's behavior was very strange. They didn't accept many people and all of them were rejected by Murongzili. Many people were puzzled when they saw this situation. Could it be that the Qianyuan martial house only wanted to accept Ji Yu alone? Master Murong, why didn't you accept them? At this time even Ji Yu couldn't help but ask Murongzili. No need. Murongzili slowly said these 3 words. She seemed very domineering. Ji Yu was speechless and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't help but silently ridicule in his heart. The beautiful master in front of him really had a strange temper. Those 2 sisters should be your friends, right? At this time, Murongzili suddenly asked. That's right. What's wrong? Ji Yu was slightly stunned. She immediately realized that the master was referring to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, so she nodded. Okay. Murongzili slightly nodded. Then she ordered the others, go invite those 2 girls to join our Qianyuan martial house. Ji Yu, after Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were invited to join the Qianyuan martial house, Jiang Yuexin trotted over at once. However, as soon as she arrived in front of Ji Yu, she suddenly didn't know what to say. Find a seat and sit down. Ji Yu said with a smile. Yes, yes, Jiang Yueshi nodded. Then, she and Jiang Yuechu sat down behind Ji Yu. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuexin finally organized her words and said softly to Ji Yu, if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, can you not bear it silently and tell me? Hearing the trace of pleading in Jiang Yuexin's words, Ji Yu fell into a short silence. He nodded and pondered for a moment, then said in a somewhat low voice, the thing is that this is between me and that guy Chen Yin. Before the matter is more or less settled, I don't want to involve you. You see, you're like this again. Can't you trust me a little more? Jiang Yuexin's tone was mixed with a trace of anger. She really didn't like Ji Yu to take on everything by himself. She was completely like an outsider who couldn't help at all. Just like how Ji Yu was seriously injured not long ago. If she didn't happen to bump into him and save Ji Yu in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you encountered any accident, then what should I do? As Jiang Yuexin spoke, a faint mist gradually appeared in her eyes and her voice sounded more and more like crying. But halfway through her words, her voice suddenly stopped. Jiang Yuexin's delicate face flushed red, as if she realized that what she just said wasn't very good. She secretly glanced at Ji Yu in front of her and found that Ji Yu didn't have any reaction. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but inexplicably felt a little disappointed in her heart. Jiang Yuechu saw the scene and shook her head slightly and sighed. My sister is really too much. She could have said it directly, but at the last moment, she shrank back. Ji Yu was the only one who didn't notice anything wrong. His expression was still serious as he said, I understand. I will try my best to change in the future. It's good that you understand. Jiang Yuexin's face was still red from embarrassment. She said softly, don't forget after a few days. No matter what happens, you have to discuss it with me. Okay. Ji Yu softly responded. Unknowingly, he had gradually regarded Jiang Yuexin as one of his own. He wouldn't treat Jiang Yuexin as coldly as before. At the same time, although Morong Zili didn't speak, she sat beside Ji Yu. However, she had been sitting next to Ji Yu the whole time. Of course, she had heard the conversation between Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin clearly. At this moment, Morong Zili had an interesting expression on her face. A girl who is not honest. And a very slow boy in some aspects. This combination is really interesting. At the back, Jiang Yuechu watched as Jiang Yuexin and Ji Yu destroyed the good atmosphere. She couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. She felt that she had to think of a way to let these two go one step further. Otherwise, with these two's personalities, they might not have a chance even after 8 to 10 years. No one knew her younger sister better than her. Her younger sister was a very dishonest person who would rather die than lose face. And that Ji Yu was clearly good at everything, but in this aspect, she was unusually slow. It really made people feel helpless. Not long after, all the examinees who passed the exam joined the three major powers. The Kanglan Empire Academy accepted 10 people, the Xianxia sect accepted 17, and the Qianyuan Martial House only accepted 3 people. These 3 people were Ji Yu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. Just like this, the joint recruitment exam held by the 3 major powers came to an end. Originally, Chen Wuheng wanted to do some things after the exam, but Ji Yu's sudden appearance and many other terrible things completely disrupted his plans. In other words, he should have been the biggest winner today, but now he became the biggest loser. After the exam ended, everyone left the Chen mansion. The Kanglan Empire Academy and the Xianxia sect also left. They had already recruited new people, so there was no need to continue staying here. However, those examinees who had already joined the major powers didn't leave with their major powers. Instead, they went back to their own families. Perhaps it was because they wanted to go back to report the good news or make preparations. After all, being able to join the 3 major cultivation holy lands of the Kanglan Empire was a great honor. At this time, the Qianyuan Martial House people were also preparing to leave. However, Morong Zili still had to explain to Ji Yu. Go back and rest or prepare for a while. Within a month, take this token and go to the Qianyuan Martial House in King City. Before leaving, Morong Zili said to Ji Yu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin. As she spoke, 3 bronze tokens suddenly appeared in her hand. She gave the 3 tokens to Jiyu and the others. Afterwards, Morongzili gracefully left. After walking for a short distance, she turned back and glanced at Jiyu. Her lips curled into a smile. Interesting young man, how many more secrets do you have? After that, Jiyu followed the people from the city lord's mansion and left the Chen family. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, manor head Jiang would occasionally pay attention to Jiyu. This young man's performance today had truly shocked him. Chen Yan, who had awakened his acquired spiritual body, was actually easily crushed by this youth. His strength was extremely strong. In addition to strength, his mentality, willpower, and other aspects also surpassed ordinary people. Manor head Jiang didn't know when his second daughter had gotten acquainted with such a young monster. Moreover, his second daughter seemed to have a good relationship with this young man. He pondered for a moment. It was indeed time for his second daughter to look for a man. However, he still had many questions to ask this young man. However, now wasn't the time. At the same time, Jiyu naturally sensed manor head Jiang's gaze. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he was thinking about his own matters. Now that Chen Yan has been protected by those guys from the Kanglan Empire Academy, I can only find an opportunity to take his dog life in the future. Before that, I can't relax. The acquired spiritual body still has some tricks up its sleeve. Jiyu thought to himself. Although Chen Yan's acquired spiritual body was definitely not as powerful as his system, if he relaxed and the Kanglan Empire Academy focused on nurturing Chen Yan, who knew what kind of accident would happen. At the very least, he couldn't relax until he took Chen Yan's dog life. Soon, Jiyu followed the group of people back to the governor's mansion. At this moment, manor head Jiang suddenly said to him, "My young friend, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for you to come with me now?" "Of course it's convenient." Jiyu nodded. Although he didn't know why manor head Jiang was suddenly looking for him, he didn't hear any arrogance in manor head Jiang's tone. Therefore, he naturally had to give him some face. Not long after, Jiyu followed manor head Jiang to a luxurious room. "Feel free to sit anywhere," manor head Jiang said politely to Jiyu. Hearing this, Jiyu found a mahogany chair and sat down. Then, he went straight to the point and asked, "What is it, manor head Jiang? Please tell me. What do you think of Yuexin?" Manor head Jiang didn't beat around the bush and directly said what was on his mind. "Yuexin? Are you talking about Jiang Yuexin, manor head?" Jiyu was slightly stunned and asked. "That's right. She's my second daughter." Manor head Jiang nodded with a smile. Jiyu was silent for a while. Although he didn't know why manor head Jiang suddenly asked this question, he still answered truthfully, "Overall, I have a good impression of her." Other than that, he didn't know how to answer. Then, Jiyu couldn't help but be shocked when he heard manor head Jiang's words. He didn't expect that manor head Jiang would suddenly bring this up. However, just as Jiyu was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. "Father, how could you tell Jiyu these things without permission?" It was Jiang Yuexin who had barged in. Her fair, flawless cheeks were flushed red, but her face was filled with anger. It seemed that she had been waiting outside the door to listen in. Jiyu wanted to say something, but hesitated. He could tell that there was something wrong with Jiang Yuexin's tone of voice. "Jiang Yuexin, how could you be so rude?" Manor head Jiang frowned and reprimanded Jiang Yuexin. "I don't care. I don't want you to make decisions for me without permission." Jiang Yuexin was so anxious that her face turned red. She shook her head vigorously. "I'm doing this for your own good, and also for the good of the entire city lord manor," manor head Jiang said matter-of-factly. Seeing everything unfold before him, Jiyu thought that the relationship between father and daughter was indeed not good. However, the actual situation was worse than he had originally imagined. From his point of view, it was very obvious that manor head Jiang had privately discussed the engagement with him without asking for Jiang Yuexin's opinion at all. With Jiang Yuexin's personality, she definitely wouldn't be happy after discovering this. Furthermore, the relationship between father and daughter was already not good to begin with. This only intensified the conflict. This was only Jiyu's conjecture. He wasn't particularly clear about the actual situation. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's expression immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, I will make decisions for my own matters. I don't want you to interfere. Before she could finish speaking, she quickly walked over and grabbed Jiyu's hand. Let's go. Jiyu was forcefully dragged away by Jiang Yuexin. He didn't resist at all, nor did he say a single word. This was because he felt that it was best not to do anything unnecessary before he figured out the ins and outs of this matter. Jiang Manorhead stared blankly as Jiang Yuexin took Jiyu away, but he didn't say anything. After Jiang Yuexin and Jiyu left, he shook his head slightly and sighed. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin had already pulled Jiyu away. Finally, she gradually came to a stop. The anger on her face had subsided quite a bit. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry for letting you see such a joke. Nothing much, but did something happen between you and Manorhead Jiang in the past? Jiyu asked with concern. Jiang Yuexin looked hesitant. After a while, she said, that person. He never cared about my feelings or my mother's feelings. Your mother? Jiyu's eyes flashed slightly. This was the first time he heard Jiang Yuexin mention her mother. Speaking of which, he had been in the city lord's manor for so many days, but he had never seen Jiang Yuexin's mother. My mother has been suffering from a strange illness for many years. She lies in bed all year round, and it's hard for her to even take care of herself. Usually, I'm the one who takes care of her. When she mentioned her mother, Jiang Yuexin's expression became very sorrowful. Suddenly, a trace of anger flashed through her eyes. But that man actually never cared about my mother. He even kept saying that it was for the good of all of us. Jiyu suddenly realized that no one knew where Jiang Yuexin went every day. It turned out that she was taking care of her mother. However, he didn't say anything. He quietly listened to Jiang Yuexin continue speaking. Originally, he wasn't like this a long time ago. Ever since my mother fell ill, he suddenly became like a different person. He became selfish, and no matter what he did, he would never care about my feelings. Jiang Yuexin said in a low voice, not only that, after my mother fell ill, he gradually neglected us. He completely didn't care about my mother's life or death. Halfway through, Jiyu seemed to have realized something. When Jiang Yuexin finished speaking, he asked, what was Manorhead Jiang like a long time ago? No matter what, for a person to suddenly have such a huge change in personality, there must be some unknown secret. A long time ago, he was very good to my mother and me. It's completely different from how he is now. Jiang Yuexin said, now, he only treats big sister slightly better. However, in terms of martial arts, he is extremely strict with big sister. Then, he's not so strict with you? Jiyu calmed down and thought for a moment before asking. At first, he was, but I didn't listen to him at all. Later on, he slowly stopped caring about me. So that's how it is. Jiyu once again sank into a brief moment of contemplation. He kept feeling that Manorhead Jiang was hiding something, but he couldn't be completely sure. The main thing was that he didn't understand Manorhead Jiang's character at all, so he had no clue what Manorhead Jiang was hiding. He carefully pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something. When he summed up all of Manorhead Jiang's actions, it was as if he desperately wanted to increase his own strength. Not long ago, Jiyu had also desperately wanted to become stronger because of Qinyan's matter, so he was very sensitive to this aspect. That was why he kept feeling that Manorhead Jiang was hiding something. It was very likely that he was trying to increase his strength. Manorhead Jiang's strength could be Manorhead Jiang himself, or it could be Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. It could even be the entire city lord's manor and all the people he could use. It was precisely because Manorhead Jiang had taken a fancy to his talent and strength that he wanted to privately betroth him to Jiang Yuexin. This way, he would become a part of the city lord's manor and become one of Manorhead Jiang's strengths. The reason why Manorhead Jiang was so strict with Jiang Yuechu in terms of martial arts was so that Jiang Yuechu could become stronger as soon as possible, and thus Manorhead Jiang's strength would also increase. Even Jiang Yuexin had been subjected to such harsh requirements. However, Jiang Yuexin was completely disobedient, so Manorhead Jiang gave up in the end. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly recalled that 7 days ago, Jiang Yuechu had been defeated by Qinyan in 3 moves. Manor Head Jiang's face was filled with disappointment, and the events of that time further confirmed his conjecture. Of course, all of this was still just Jiyu's conjecture. Before the truth was confirmed, he wouldn't easily come to a conclusion. In that case, he would continue to think based on this conjecture. Since when did Manor Head Jiang become so desperate to increase his strength? According to what Jiang Yuexin said, it was after her mother fell ill that he suddenly became like this. When he thought of this, Jiyu's mind once again formed a new conjecture. The root of all this was very likely to be the illness of Jiang Yuexin's mother. How did your mother get that disease? Jiyu asked. I'm not too sure about that either. I've asked my mother many times, but she wouldn't talk about it every time. Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Jiyu frowned slightly. This was a little troublesome. He pondered for a moment on how to ask. After thinking it through, he asked, then where did she get sick? Was it in the city lord's mansion? I'm not sure about that either. I only know that after my mother and father returned from somewhere, she inexplicably contracted that strange illness. I don't even know how to treat it. Jiang Yuexin still shook her head. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, speaking of which, when I went with you to the demonic beast mountain range to collect purple sun grass, it was to see if it could treat my mother's strange illness. However, that stalk of purple sun grass didn't have any effect on my mother's strange illness. Jiang Yuexin's words once again disrupted Jiyu's train of thought. At that time, where did Manor Head Jiang and his wife return from? There was no way to know. Why did his wife contract a strange illness? There was also no way to know. Why don't you take me to see your mother? Hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously asked. Why? Can't I? Jiyu asked in return. If Jiang Yuexin was unwilling, it would be useless even if he said his conjecture. Moreover, those were his own conjectures. Jiang Yuexin might not necessarily believe him even if he said them out loud, so he might as well not say them first. It's not that you can't, but there should at least be a reason. Suddenly, at this moment, Jiang Yuexin looked into Jiyu's eyes with a vigilant expression. I keep feeling like you're hiding something from me again. Why do you always like to bear everything by yourself? Would it kill you to tell me? I know. Jiyu sighed slightly. He couldn't help but feel like laughing. He didn't expect this girl to be so sharp. She actually noticed this. I'll tell you. Let's talk as we walk. Jiyu said. That's right. Then come with me. Jiang Yuexin nodded happily. She led Jiyu to her mother's residence. On the way, Jiyu told Jiang Yuexin about his previous conjectures. After he finished speaking, he added, First, look at what I said from an outsider's point of view. Do you think it makes sense? The reason why he said this was so that Jiang Yuexin's thoughts wouldn't be affected by her hatred towards Manor Head Jiang. Jiang Yuexin pondered for a while. Then, she nodded with a complicated expression. Although I really don't want to admit it, what you said does make some sense. Relax a little. I'm not saying this to change your opinion of Manor Head Jiang. Moreover, you were the one who asked me to say these things. Jiyu said gently as he looked at Jiang Yuexin's complicated expression. Then, he continued, no matter what, I'll go see your mother with my own eyes first. Perhaps I'll be able to figure out the truth of the matter then. I understand. Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. When her expression relaxed, she began to quicken her pace. All right, let's continue walking. Jiyu nodded slightly and also quickened his pace to catch up with her. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a simple and crude hut. It's here? Seeing this hut, Jiyu couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the manor head's wife would actually live in a place like this. Jiang Yuexin could hear the astonishment in Jiyu's voice and immediately explained, This is an old house from more than 10 years ago. Back then, mother gave birth to elder sister in this house and then gave birth to me here. Ever since she fell ill, she has been staying here. Every time elder sister and I asked her to move to a better place to live, she refused. As she spoke, Jiang Yuexin's expression slowly became warm and her eyes gradually became infatuated as she looked at the small house. Perhaps even if Jiyu spoke now, she might not be able to hear. Jiyu quietly looked at the small house and cooperatively did not disturb Jiang Yuexin. After a while, Jiang Yuexin suddenly came back to her senses and felt her eyes become moist. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes and covered it up. Some sand accidentally entered my eyes. I'll be fine soon. Jiyu had already seen through her, but she did not say it out loud. Very quickly, Jiang Yuexin finished rubbing her eyes. All right, let's go in. Jiyu followed Jiang Yuexin into the small house. The outside looked extremely simple and crude, but the inside was a warm and quaint little house. There were all kinds of flowers and plants in the house, causing the air to be filled with a refreshing fragrance. Mother's favorite thing is flowers and plants. I'm the one who raised them here. Jiang Yuexin slowly said. Jiyu slightly nodded as she pondered in her heart. After that, Jiang Yuexin brought Jiyu to a wooden bed. Lying on the wooden bed was a young woman with a face full of black gas and a haggard appearance. Seeing this young woman, Jiyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Ding! Master has discovered Black Demon Fatal Poison, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the high-grade profound rank profound skill Black Demon Fatal Palm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully comprehending the pill formula of the superior grade 3 pill, the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. In addition, Jiyu's mind was flooded with a large amount of knowledge regarding the Black Fiend life-ending palm and the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. The Black Fiend life extinguishing palm was a high-level profound palm technique. If one was struck by the Black Fiend life extinguishing palm, a poisonous gas known as the Black Fiend life extinguishing poison would be left in one's body. This kind of poisonous gas would not kill people quickly. It would remain in the body and continue to torture the poisoned person. The 7 profound spirit clearing pill was the antidote to this poison. Black Fiend life-ending poison. So the manor head's wife was inflicted with this kind of poison. She was actually able to persevere after being tortured for so many years. Jiyu couldn't help but admire the extraordinary willpower of the mansion mistress. In his knowledge of the Black Fiend life extinguishing palm, it was mentioned that most people who were poisoned by the Black Fiend life extinguishing poison would not be poisoned to death, but they would usually commit suicide in less than a year. Because this kind of poison was constantly tormenting the poisoned person, ordinary people simply couldn't endure it. In comparison, how strong was the mansion mistress in front of him to be able to persevere until now? Jiyu simply couldn't imagine it. Right at this moment, the woman lying on the bed seemed to sense that someone had entered. She slowly opened her eyes and discovered that it was her daughter. A forced smile appeared on her pale and haggard face. Yuexin. You're here, the woman found it difficult to even speak. Her voice sounded weak and feeble. In the next moment, she suddenly noticed that there was an unfamiliar young man standing beside Jiang Yuexin. She immediately asked, "Who is this?" "He's my friend. His name is Jiyu. I brought him with me to visit you, mother." Jiang Yuexin hurriedly squatted down and held the woman's trembling hands with both of her hands. After hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, the woman seemed to immediately understand something. Her murderous and gloomy eyes revealed a trace of relief. She turned her gaze to the young man standing beside Jiang Yuexin and slowly said, "I hope that young master can be more tolerant of Yuexin. She's still young and immature. She often throws tantrums." Jiang Yuexin understood the meaning behind her mother's words. Her face instantly became extremely bashful as she said in a delicate voice, "Mother, I don't have that kind of relationship with him." Jiyu, on the other hand, had a calm expression on her face. She focused all of her attention on her own mind and almost didn't hear what the mother and daughter were saying. She said in a serious tone, "I know what kind of poison is in Madam's body." "What kind of poison?" Jiang Yuexin blurted out. "Black Fiend lethal poison," Jiyu said in a low voice. Hearing the words "Black Fiend lethal poison" from the young man in front of her, the woman's eyes instantly widened. Her pupils moved and her face was filled with shock. "You can actually see through this poison?" The woman's voice was filled with shock. Because she was too agitated, she aggravated the poison in her body, causing her expression to become even more unbearable. "Mother, don't be so agitated." Seeing her mother in such a state, Jiang Yuexin immediately panicked. That's right, I can see that the poison in your body is the black fiend lethal poison because I'm an alchemist. As Jiyu spoke, she revealed the alchemist badge that was originally concealed on her body. So young master is an alchemist, the woman's expression gradually eased a little. She slowly closed her eyes and pleaded, young master, please forget what happened here today. Please don't tell Yu about this black fiend lethal poison. Hearing this, Jiyu narrowed her eyes. Did the mansion master's wife mean that she was going to give up? Jiang Yuexin naturally understood the meaning behind her words. Mother, don't give up so quickly. Jiyu is a very powerful alchemist. Perhaps he can find a way to detoxify the poison. There was a hint of panic and sobbing in her tone. Yuexin, promise mother. Don't create trouble for Ji Gongzi. She had just seen that the badge on that youth was only a top grade 1 alchemist. Although the other party might have coincidentally understood the black demon deadly poison, but a top grade 1 alchemist would not be able to detoxify it. It was just that she did not want to say these words out loud. However, at this time, Jiyu suddenly opened his mouth. No, I really do have a way to detoxify it. The method to detoxify the black demon deadly poison was well remembered in his mind. The entire 7 profound spirit clearing pill formula could not be more detailed. What? Jiyu's sudden voice shocked the girl to the point that she could not speak. Really? Jiang Yuexin was also very excited. Her hands tightly grasped Jiyu's shoulders as she lowered her head and begged, Jiyu, I beg you to save my mother, I beg you. Don't worry, I will do my best. Jiyu promised. No matter what, he had obtained a top-grade profound-level palm technique from Jiang Yuexin's mother. This top-grade profound-level palm technique, Black Demon Deadly Palm, was a very pleasant surprise to him. After all, the highest-level profound-level skill he had was only a low-grade profound-level skill. Even in the entire Chaoyang ancient city, no one had a top-grade profound-level skill. A low-grade profound-level middle-grade profound-level skill was also regarded as a family heirloom. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to come into contact with it. Although the Black Demon Deadly Palm was very sinister, as long as it could increase his strength, he did not care so much. In addition, there was also a top-grade 3-pill formula for the 7 profound spirit-clearing pill. This kind of pill formula was very precious and rare. Many alchemy masters wanted to spend a sky-high price to buy this kind of top-grade 3-pill formula, but it was very difficult to do so. It was basically an existence that one could not ask for, and its value was not much inferior to the Black Demon Deadly Palm. Therefore, after taking benefits from others, he naturally had to help them. This was what it meant to be a kind person. What's more, Jiang Yuexin had saved his life before. He had not been able to repay that kindness. Although I don't know what kind of antidote Ji Gongzi has, I still hope that you can give up as soon as possible. After saying that, the woman's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. It seemed that there were still some things that she wanted to say, but she was hesitating whether she should say them or not. After a while, she sighed. Now that things have come to this, there's no need for me to continue hiding it. The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin and said, I don't know how many times your father has sought alchemists behind your back. No alchemist in the entire Chaoyang ancient city can detoxify this poison, even the president of the Chaoyang branch. How could this be? Jiang Yuexin felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her face turned pale in an instant. How could she not know that the president of the Chaoyang branch was the most accomplished alchemist in the entire Chaoyang ancient city? If even that alchemist couldn't do anything, then there was really no saving him. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Jiyu, but even if Jiyu's alchemy skills were high, it was impossible for him to be better than the president of the Chaoyang branch. Don't worry. Although I can't immediately cure the Black Demon Deadly Poison in your body, it's not a problem to alleviate the poison first. Looking at the mother and daughter, Jiyu scratched his head and said, Alleviate the poison? The woman was puzzled. She had never heard of the Black Demon Deadly Poison being able to alleviate the poison. However, at this time, the Black Demon Deadly Poison in her body was acting up more and more seriously, and it was so uncomfortable that she couldn't continue speaking. Jiyu nodded and said, Let's not talk about this. Madam, the poison in your body is very serious now. I'll go refine a pill first. After saying that, he directly walked out of the room. Jiyu. Seeing Ji Yu suddenly walk out of the room, Xianxia shouted. She struggled for a moment, but still decided to follow him out. At this time, the woman on the bed didn't make a sound and quietly closed her eyes. She had already mentally prepared herself. No matter what the final result was, she now looked at it with a calm heart. Only her husband and daughter couldn't let go. They were the only ones she cared about for so many years. At the same time, outside the room, Ji Yu quickly walked forward. Ji Yu, wait, where are you going? Xianxia had already caught up from behind. I'm going to buy the materials needed to refine the spirit cleansing pill, Ji Yu said as he walked. Unfortunately, with my current level of alchemy, I can't completely eradicate the black demon deadly poison in your mother's body. I can only use the spirit cleansing pill to alleviate the poison in your mother's body. Spirit cleansing pill? Xianxia had never heard of this kind of pill. In the next moment, she suddenly reacted. You're saying that the spirit cleansing pill can alleviate the poison in my mother's body? At this time, Xianxia didn't care about what kind of pill the spirit cleansing pill was. She urgently wanted to know if this kind of pill could really alleviate the poison. Every time she thought of the pain caused by the black demon deadly poison, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Yes. Ji Yu nodded and said, the clear spirit pill can effectively relieve the poison in your mother's body, so it's not difficult to refine it. Previously, when he was trying to understand the 7 profound spirit pill in his mind, he had seen some information regarding the clear spirit pill. The clear spirit pill was a type of medium grade 2 pill. In layman's terms, it was a low-grade version of the 7 profound spirit pill. The clear spirit pill was also effective against the black demon deadly poison, but its effect was much worse than the 7 profound spirit pill. Its effect was far from enough to completely eradicate the black demon deadly poison. At most, it could only temporarily relieve the effects of the black demon deadly poison. However, it was not only to relieve the effects of the poison, but also to gain more time to improve his alchemy skills. Currently, Ji Yu was only a medium grade 2 alchemist. It was enough to refine the clear spirit pill, but it was far from enough to refine the 7 profound spirit pill. A while ago, he found out that there was a limit to the 999 times success rate that was triggered by the system. As long as the level of the pill did not exceed his alchemist level, the 999 times success rate would be automatically triggered. Otherwise, it would not be triggered. His alchemist level was only a medium grade 2 alchemist, and the 7 profound spirit pill was only a high grade 3rd grade pill. It would not be able to trigger the 999 times success rate, so it was impossible to successfully refine it. Thus, he had to fight for enough time to raise his alchemy skills to a high-grade 3rd grade alchemist. Even though it had not been long since the end of the recruitment exam, Ji Yu's name had already spread to the ears of more than half of the people in Chaoyang Ancient City. When Ji Yu was on his way to the Chaoyang branch to purchase materials, almost everyone recognized him. Not a single one of them did not respect him, and no one dared to come out and find trouble with him. Ding! Master has taken a step, low-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step, low-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, low-grade profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. Not long after, Ji Yu arrived at the Chaoyang branch. Along the way, she had also broken through to the perfection realm. He had been to the Chaoyang branch many times, so he knew this place like the back of his hand. He quickly began to purchase materials to avoid wasting time. When the person in charge of the transaction of alchemy materials saw that it was a regular customer, his efficiency was very fast. In a short while, he helped Ji Yu gather all the materials needed to refine the clear spirit pill. Looking at these materials, a glimmer of hope lit up in Xianxua's eyes. She was extremely excited. Thank you. Ji Yu nodded politely before placing the materials into her storage ring and leaving. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure walking towards him not far in front of him. The woman wore a pure and flawless white dress. Her face was cold and beautiful. Yu Shuyun? Ji Yu immediately recognized this beautiful woman as Yu Shuyun. Jiyu? I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be the #1 martial genius in Chaoyang Ancient City. Yu Shiyun walked over and said. Obviously, she already knew about Jiyu's performance in the Chen Matters entrance examination. She could defeat Chen Yan with only 3 punches. She was definitely the #1 martial genius. Sorry, I have something urgent to do now. Miss Yu, please leave the matter for another time. Jiyu bowed to Yu Shiyun and then walked past Yu Shiyun. He could guess that Yu Shiyun's sudden appearance definitely meant that she was looking for him for something. However, he didn't have much free time now. He had to rush back to refine the spirit cleansing pill. Yu Shiyun's face suddenly revealed a trace of surprise because Jiyu's reaction surprised her. However, her expression soon returned to normal as she watched Jiyu leave with a young girl. This young girl, Yu Shiyun felt that the young girl behind Jiyu looked familiar. She then remembered that this girl seemed to be the second miss of the City Lord matter. Many people nearby heard the conversation between Jiyu and Yu Shiyun and started whispering. Damn, as expected of Jiyu. Only he would treat Yu Shiyun like this, right? This is really awesome. In the past, Yu Shiyun rarely took the initiative to look for others. Who knows how many young talents in Chaoyang Ancient City wanted to kneel down and lick her but didn't have the chance. However, Jiyu just said that he had something urgent to do and left. After all, he is the #1 martial genius. Even Chen Yan, who has awakened the acquired spiritual body, was completely defeated by him. His status is not lower than Yu Shiyun. There is no need to curry favor with Yu Shiyun. I don't think it's that simple. Didn't you notice that the second miss of the City Lord matter has been following Jiyu? Maybe there is some unspeakable secret between the 3 of them, he. Yu Shiyun acted as if she didn't hear anything. Her face was still as cold as ice. Yu Shiyun quietly looked at Jiyu's back as she left, a faint light flashing in her cold eyes. At this time, Jiyu was on her way back to the City Lord's mansion. Behind him, Jiang Yuexin was a little restless. She looked a little worried. After a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, Jiyu, who was that woman just now? Haven't you seen her before? She is the daughter of the president of the Chaoyang branch. She is also a rare genius in alchemy. Her name is Yu Shiyun. As she spoke, a hint of surprise flashed through Jiyu's eyes. He thought that Jiang Yuexin knew Yu Shiyun. After all, Yu Shiyun was quite famous in Chaoyang Ancient City. It's Yu Shiyun? I've heard of her name before, but I've never seen her before. Jiang Yuexin was a little surprised. That's true. I heard that she rarely appears in front of outsiders. Jiyu thought about it and found that to be true. He had heard that Yu Shiyun rarely appeared. Most people who had heard of Yu Shiyun's name had never seen Yu Shiyun before. In fact, what Jiang Yuexin wanted to know the most wasn't that woman's name. She immediately asked, Yu Shiyun, what's your relationship with that woman? At this time, Jiang Yuexin's tone sounded a little vigilant and uneasy. Relationship? Jiyu thought for a moment and casually said, it's not a big deal. I don't lose to her. Then why did she suddenly come to find you? Didn't you say that she rarely appears in front of outsiders? Jiang Yuexin asked again. This? How am I supposed to ask you? At this moment, Jiyu only felt a burst of F***ck in his heart. How would he know why Yu Shiyun suddenly came to find him? I don't care. I just want to know why that woman is looking for you. Jiang Yuexin said coquettishly and unreasonably. I really don't know. Jiyu was quite helpless. Let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing now is to go back and treat your mother's poison. Okay. Hearing the word mother, Jiang Yuexin could only listen obediently. However, the more Jiyu didn't say, the more she cared about that woman named Yu Shiyun. She didn't know why, but when she thought about that woman and Jiyu might have some kind of relationship, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although she wasn't very sure why Jiang Yuexin suddenly threw a tantrum, Jiyu didn't care too much about it. Instead, she quickened her pace and rushed back to the City Lord's mansion. Soon, Jiyu and Jiang Yuexin arrived at the City Lord's mansion. I'll be refining the spirit cleansing pill outside. See if you want to go in and take care of your mother. When they arrived in front of the small house, Jiyu said to Jiang Yuexin. Okay, I'll go in first. Jiang Yuexin nodded and walked into the small house. Then, Jiyu took out a pill refining furnace and a few sets of ingredients needed to refine the spirit cleansing pill from her storage ring. Ding! Detected that master has begun refining the medium grade 2 pill, spirit cleansing pill. The success rate of refining the pill has increased by 999 times. In the instant that he put the first set of ingredients into the pill refining furnace, the system gave him a success rate of 999 times. After almost 2 hours, all the ingredients in the pill refining furnace were finally melted into liquid pills. At this moment, Jiyu instantly formed a pill refining hand seal. Ding! Master has successfully refined a medium grade 2 pill, spirit cleansing pill. Pill Dao attainment obtained experience points, 300 by 999 times. After refining the first spirit cleansing pill, Jiyu didn't continue to refine the second one. Instead, she quickly walked into the small house. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin was sitting in front of the bed and taking care of her mother. Seeing Jiyu suddenly walk in from outside, she immediately looked at Jiyu with an expectant gaze and asked, "Has the pill been refined?" "Yes, this is the spirit cleansing pill. Just feed it to her." Jiyu walked over and handed the clear spirit pill to Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin immediately became excited. Her hands trembled as she took the spirit cleansing pill. This small pill was able to alleviate the pain her mother was suffering. How could she not be excited? "This is?" The woman on the bed looked at the pill in Jiang Yuexin's hand and asked in a weak voice. Jiang Yuexin said, "Mother, this is a medicinal pill refined by Jiyu. You won't feel so uncomfortable after eating it." What a silly child, the woman shook her head weakly and smiled. She still felt that there was no cure for the black demon deadly poison in her body. It was a pity that she wasted Ji Gongzi's energy and time. However, in order not to make her daughter sad, she still slowly ate the spirit cleansing pill. The moment the pill entered her mouth, the woman instantly felt a cool feeling spread from her mouth to her whole body. While she was still feeling wonderful about this cool feeling, she suddenly found that her whole body was no longer as painful as before. The black demon aura in the woman's eyes was about to disappear. It was replaced by shock. Everything happened so quickly and suddenly that she couldn't believe it was real. "Mother, how do you feel now?" Jiang Yuexin asked in a very urgent tone. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's voice, the woman finally regained her senses. Until now, her eyes were still filled with disbelief. Her face was a little sluggish as she replied, I really don't feel as uncomfortable as before." "That's great, that's really great." Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin's eyebrows immediately relaxed. Her face was filled with joy. In the next moment, she suddenly stood up and couldn't help but hug Jiyu tightly in front of her. She cried tears of joy. Jiang Yuexin buried her face in Jiyu's broad chest and couldn't help but cry. Feeling that petite body slightly trembling, Jiyu couldn't help but soften. He reached out and gently stroked Jiang Yuexin's hair. This time, Jiang Yuexin didn't resist like before. Instead, she allowed Jiyu to touch her. Seeing this scene, the woman's face revealed a warm smile. After a while, Jiang Yuexin realized that her mother was still watching. Looking at Jiang Yuexin's expression, Jiyu smiled but didn't say anything. "Alright, since Madam's poison has been suppressed, I'll continue to refine pills." After saying that, Jiyu walked out of the small room and prepared to refine the remaining ingredients. He had only refined one spirit cleansing pill before, and the remaining ingredients outside were enough to refine a few more. At this time, the woman still hadn't recovered from the shock just now. She asked curiously, "Yuexin, who is this Ji Gongzi?" Her husband had been searching for so many years, and even the Chaoyang branch president couldn't do anything about the black murderous poison, but this young man actually reduced the poison's effects. After that, Jiang Yuexin sat by the bed and told her mother everything that had happened between her and Jiyu, from beginning to end. As she listened, the woman's expression gradually became a little ambiguous. As soon as she heard that, she understood that her daughter had already fallen deeply in love with him. "Yuexin, you should like that Ji Gongzi, right?" The woman looked at Jiang Yuexin with an I know expression. No, Jiang Yuexin was shocked. She shyly lowered her head and denied it very softly. Don't be so shy, there's only us here. Mother won't say anything if you tell her in private. The woman smiled. Jiang Yuexin was still very shy. She stuttered, I like him. Although she didn't really understand what kind of feelings she had for Jiyu, she knew that she should like Jiyu. She just didn't know how Jiyu felt about her. See, it's better to be more honest like this. The woman said with a smile, if you can be more honest with Ji Gongzi, he'll definitely like you too. Oh really? Jiang Yuexin asked with a very concerned expression. Of course it's true. The woman held Jiang Yuexin's hand and said seriously, you are so cute. He will definitely be charmed by you. Jiang Yuexin blushed as she nodded and answered softly. At this moment, her face was filled with a joyful smile. At the same time, he told himself that he would try to muster up his courage next time and be a little more frank. Mother will cheer you on. The woman encouraged. Speaking of which, Mother, do you really not feel uncomfortable now? Jiang Yuexin was still a little worried. It's true. Mother's body is very good now, and she's slowly recovering. She should be able to get out of bed in a few days. The woman nodded. Although there was still some poison in her body, she didn't know how many years it had been since she felt so comfortable. It's all thanks to Jiyu. If it wasn't for him, I really don't know what to do. Even now, Jiang Yuexin still felt a lingering fear and couldn't help but hug the woman. That's why, you should try to be more forthright later and properly thank young Master Ji. How about it? The woman comforted Jiang Yuexin and said gently. Okay, Jiang Yuexin responded in a small voice. Jiyu saved her mother's life this time. She felt that she had to be honest for once. Ding. It has been detected that Master has begun to refine the medium grade 2 pill, spirit cleansing pill. The success rate has increased by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu was refining the second spirit cleansing pill outside the house. Although he had already alleviated the poison in the mansion mistress's body, it could only last for a while. Therefore, he had to refine a few more spirit cleansing pills so that the mansion mistress could last for a while longer. Ding. Master has successfully refined a medium grade 2 pill, spirit cleansing pill. Experience gained in alchemy, 300 by 999 times. Ding. Master has successfully refined a medium grade 2 pill, spirit cleansing pill. Experience gained in alchemy, 300 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, your alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to a superior grade 2 alchemist. After about 4 hours, 5 spirit cleansing pills appeared in Jiyu's hands. Not only that, refining these 5 spirit cleansing pills had also allowed him to advance to a superior grade 2 alchemist. He could now begin to refine superior grade 2 pills. At some point, Jiang Yuexin had already walked out of the house. She sat by the door and looked at Jiyu in a daze. Jiyu turned around and saw Jiang Yuexin. He immediately said, the spirit cleansing pill from before can only last for 10 days at most. I've refined another 5 spirit cleansing pills. You can keep them for yourself or your mother in case of future trouble. As he spoke, Jiyu walked over and handed the 5 spirit cleansing pills to Jiang Yuexin. Hearing Jiyu's voice, Jiang Yuexin came back to her senses and took the 5 spirit cleansing pills from Jiyu. She seemed to be a little absent-minded. Her face revealed a faint blush, as if she wanted to do something but was too embarrassed to do it. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Yuexin holding the spirit cleansing pills but not moving, Jiyu asked with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yuexin struggled for a while before she finally mustered up her courage and made up her mind. She murmured, thank you. Jiang Yuexin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. However, at Jiyu's current level of cultivation, his hearing was different from ordinary people's. He could barely hear Jiang Yuexin's voice. Jiyu nodded and smiled. At the same time, he was slightly surprised that this girl actually knew how to thank him. Then I'll go in first. Jiang Yuexin ran into the hut like a frightened rabbit. Her mouth was filled with a joyful smile. Jiyu followed him in unhurriedly, thinking about something else. At present, although I have already reached the level of a superior second-grade alchemist, I am still very far away from refining a superior third-grade pill, the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. During this period of time, I will speed up my alchemy attainments. Ji Yu thought to himself as he walked into the hut. The fastest way to improve one's alchemy attainments was to obtain 999 times the experience through refining pills. Inside the hut, the woman on the bed looked at Jiang Yuexin, who walked in, and smiled kindly. Yuexin, did you do it? Yes, I did. Jiang Yuexin nodded happily, but there was still a trace of shyness on her face. Also, mother, Ji Yu just refined 5 spirit clearing pills. He said that the effect of 1 spirit clearing pill can only last for 10 days. He asked you to keep it as a backup. With that, Jiang Yuexin placed the 5 spirit clearing pills in the woman's hand. I got it. The woman nodded slightly. At this moment, she saw Ji Yu come in and said gratefully, Ji Gongzi, thank you so much this time. It's nothing. Ji Yu waved his hand and said modestly. I really don't know how to repay you. At this moment, the woman suddenly thought of something and turned to Jiang Yuexin. Yuexin, go and tell your father about this. At the mention of her father, Jiang Yuexin's smile gradually disappeared. She looked a little reluctant. The woman seemed to have seen through Jiang Yuexin's thoughts and advised her earnestly, be good, Yuexin. Your father has his own difficulties. Difficulties? Jiang Yuexin muttered softly and then shook her head, as if she was still unwilling to meet that man. Yuexin, listen to me. No matter how many bad things your father has done, don't hate him. If you want to hate someone, hate me. It was my mistake back then that caused him to become like this. The woman said in a sorrowful tone. Mistake back then? Ji Yu's eyes flashed. The words of the manor head's wife had caught his attention. Yes. If I hadn't insisted on doing that, I wouldn't have been poisoned by the black demon fatal poison, and Jiang Zhongtian wouldn't have become like this. The woman said. Jiang Zhongtian? Are you talking about manor head Jiang? Ji Yu asked. That's right. My husband's name is Jiang Zhongtian. The woman nodded. Then, madam, can you tell me in detail what happened back then? Ji Yu was a little curious about what happened back then. It's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. The woman shook her head. Hearing that the manor head's wife was unwilling to talk about the past, Ji Yu didn't continue to ask. Besides, he was just curious. There was no need to get to the bottom of it. When the time came to refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill, everything would be settled. Mother, you rest here first. I'll go tell father now. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin sighed and said solemnly. With that, she grabbed Ji Yu's hand and left the room. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, the woman smiled with relief. She was dragged away by Jiang Yuexin again. Ji Yu asked in confusion, why do you have to drag me along? Can't you go alone? Idiot. Jiang Yuexin pouted playfully, then said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's fly, you. If you're not here. I feel a little uneasy. All right. Hearing this, Ji Yu smiled faintly. Not long after, Jiang Yuexin dragged Ji Yu to the door of Manor Head Zhang's room. Jiang Yuexin, who was walking in front of Ji Yu, slowly hid behind Ji Yu. She tugged at the corner of Ji Yu's clothes and whispered, go open the door. Why? As soon as Ji Yu asked this question, he seemed to suddenly understand something. Previously, when she was with the manor head's wife, Jiang Yuexin actually didn't particularly hate manor head Jiang. Instead, it was because after Jiang Yuexin found out the truth, she felt a trace of guilt towards manor head Jiang. This trace of guilt made Jiang Yuexin too embarrassed to continue facing manor head Jiang. Jiang Yuexin's current thoughts were more or less the same as what Ji Yu had guessed. Although her father's actions these past few years were very overboard, when she thought about how those actions were all for her mother's sake, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Not only couldn't she bring herself to hate him, but she also felt a little guilty. Why do you care so much? Just go when I tell you to. Jiang Yuexin said unreasonably. Yes, yes, yes. Ji Yu smiled, then stepped forward to open the door. Soon after, he heard manor head Zhang's voice. Who is it? Inside the room, Jiang Zhongtian was reviewing some things when he suddenly heard someone open the door. He raised his head and saw that the person who entered was Ji Yu. He immediately changed his tone and asked, "Little friend Ji Yu, what is the matter?" "It's not that I have something to say, but Jiang Yuexin is looking for you," Ji Yu said calmly. "Jiang Yuexin?" Jiang Zhongtian tilted his head slightly, only to discover that Jiang Yuexin was hiding behind Ji Yu. Ji Yu used his elbow to lightly nudge Jiang Yuexin behind him, then said in a low voice, "It's fine, just say what you want to say." Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuexin could only take a small breath, then mustered her courage and walked out from behind Ji Yu. However, her gaze was a little erratic, like a little girl who had done something wrong, not daring to meet her father's gaze. "If there's nothing important, then don't disturb me." Seeing that Jiang Yuexin still wasn't speaking, Jiang Zhongtian said impatiently. "No." Jiang Zhongtian was slightly taken aback. Jiang Yuexin's behavior today made him feel a little strange. Mother, she can be saved." Jiang Yuexin lowered her head and said. Originally, she still felt a trace of guilt towards Jiang Zhongtian, but Jiang Zhongtian's impatient tone just now had agitated her. What did you say?" Hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiang Zhongtian was so agitated that he instantly slammed the table and stood up. "If you believe me, then go and see mother." After saying this, Jiang Yuexin turned and left. Ji Yu lightly clicked his tongue and helplessly shook his head. This manner had Jiang really made people speechless. He didn't plan to stay here any longer, so he also left with Jiang Yuexin. Only Jiang Zhongtian was left standing there stiffly, his face full of shock. After a while, he gradually regained his senses. Recalling what Jiang Yuexin had just said, he almost crazily rushed out of the door. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin didn't return to her mother's small room. Instead, she was wandering around the city lord's estate. "Don't you want to go back and take a look? Normally, Manor Head Jiang should be at your mother's place soon." Ji Yu walked beside Jiang Yuexin and asked as she walked. "No need." Jiang Yuexin shook her head. Although she still felt that she hated that man, she could tell from her mother's words that that man always cared about her mother very much. Once that man saw that her mother had recovered a lot, he would definitely show that kind of mushy scene that she didn't like. Thus, she didn't plan to go back. No matter what, the result is still good. When the time comes, I will refine this 7 profound spirit-clearing pill and it will be a perfect ending," Ji Yu said. Speaking of which, even the president of the Chaoyang branch couldn't do anything about the black fiend lethal poison. "How did you know that the spirit-clearing pill could reduce the poison's effects?" Jiang Yuexin was suddenly concerned about this issue and asked. She had heard from Ji Yu that the spirit-cleansing pill was a medium-level second-level pill. The famous president of the Chaoyang branch was a third-level alchemist. How could he not know about the spirit-cleansing pill? It couldn't be that he didn't want to help on purpose, right? If it was true, then it was too despicable. "Because I am the only one in the entire Chaoyang branch who knows the antidote to the black demon poison. Even the Chaoyang branch leader doesn't know. As for how I know, that's a secret," Ji Yu said with a mysterious smile. The black fiend life-extinguishing poison was caused by the black fiend life-extinguishing palm, and the black fiend life-extinguishing palm was a high-level profound rank profound skill that was not something the people of Chaoyang ancient city could come into contact with. Thus, no one knew how to deal with this poison. It could only be said that the system in his body was too awesome. It could comprehend the corresponding antidote just by looking at the poisoned person. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Stingy, Jiang Yuexin said with a tisk. Jiang Yuexin, that person over there should be your sister, right? At this moment, Ji Yu pointed in a certain direction and suddenly said. Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin immediately looked in the direction that Ji Yu pointed and realized that it was indeed her sister. She could see that there was a beautiful girl in a red dress on a martial arts field not far away. She seemed to be practicing a certain sword technique. Jiang Yuexin's footsteps gradually quickened. Previously, when she found out about her sister's experience from Ji Yu's guess, her feelings for her sister were even more special. Sister, aren't you going to rest first? Soon, Jiang Yuexin arrived at the martial arts field and shouted at Jiang Yuechu, who was practicing her sword technique. "Why are you here?" Suddenly, when she heard Jiang Yuexin's voice, Jiang Yuechu was slightly surprised. In her impression, her sister didn't like the martial arts field and hadn't been here for a long time. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yuechu's tone suddenly changed. She said coldly, "Didn't I tell you not to call me sister?" "Sister." Jiang Yuexin opened her mouth slightly and looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly said, "Jiang Yuechu, I can roughly guess why you deliberately pretended to be cold to your sister." Suddenly, Jiang Yuechu's pupils contracted slightly. Obviously, Ji Yu was right. However, she still said stubbornly, "I didn't deliberately pretend to be cold to her. If I'm not wrong, you probably don't want your father, Manor Head Jiang, to see how close you and your sister are. That's why you purposely gave Jiang Yuexin the cold shoulder." Ji Yu said calmly, "You want to pretend that you have nothing to do with Jiang Yuexin. That way, you can silently bear everything on your own. Am I right?" At this moment, Jiang Yuechu's expression finally changed. She could no longer remain calm. "Looking at you like this, it seems that I'm right," Ji Yu said with a smile. He could guess this because he didn't see the slightest bit of disgust in Jiang Yuechu's eyes at all. Furthermore, Jiang Yuechu was still very normal just a moment ago. The next moment, she suddenly became cold and indifferent, giving off a very deliberate feeling. Logically speaking, if Jiang Yuechu really hated her younger sister, she shouldn't have acted like this. Combined with the matter between Manor Head Jiang and his wife, he could more or less guess what was going on. Jiang Yuechu couldn't refute Ji Yu's words. She bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and averted her gaze. "Older sister, why are you acting the same as this guy?" Jiang Yuexin immediately put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. Jiang Yuexin's current appearance was as if she had become the older sister and was scolding her younger sister. Hey, why are you suddenly dragging me into this?" Ji Yu said with a slightly helpless expression. "Why do you all like to bear everything on your own? Why don't you tell me?" Jiang Yuexin sighed and said, "But it doesn't matter. Mother's condition is much better now. Father shouldn't be like before either." In reality, she wasn't really angry. It was just that her feelings were a little complicated. What did you say happened to mother?" Jiang Yuechu seemed like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her face was full of disbelief. Ji Yu personally refined a kind of pill that suppressed the poison in mother's body. "Mother is now out of danger," Jiang Yuexin said. "Out of danger?" Jiang Yuechu's lips trembled slightly as she said excitedly, "I'm going to see my mother." As she spoke, she threw away the sword in her hand without caring about the sword technique she was practicing. It was unknown what kind of powerful movement technique she used, but in a short while, she disappeared from sight. "Continue? Or do you want to go back with your sister?" At this time, Ji Yu asked Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin shook her head slightly. "I'm not going back. I want to walk with you." However, she was too embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence. "Yes," Ji Yu said casually. He didn't mind at all. He could go to the Qianyuan martial house any time within a month. He was not in a hurry. These few days, he could relax a little. Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin were strolling leisurely along a shady path. They were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very good. At this time, it was already late. The setting sun hung in the air like a jade plate. Jiang Yuexin looked at the beautiful scene in front of her and slowly shifted her gaze to Ji Yu's handsome face. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. "Ji Yu, I have something to tell you," Jiang Yuexin whispered softly. Her jade cheeks were slightly red, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. In the light of the setting sun, she looked more attractive and lovely. "What?" When Ji Yu turned his head to look at Jiang Yuexin, suddenly, a cold voice came from not far behind. "I finally found you." Hearing that someone was coming, Jiang Yuexin was shocked. She was about to say something, but she forcibly swallowed the words she was about to say. Ji Yu also looked back subconsciously and found that Yu Shuyun was coming from behind. "You actually found this place?" Ji Yu was a little surprised. Why can't I find this place? Yu Shiyun said with a cold face. In Jiyu's opinion, Yu Shiyun was a real cold beauty. No matter who she faced, she had a feeling that strangers should not approach her. In contrast, Jiang Yuechu was different. Although Jiang Yuechu usually looked cold, it was basically a pretense. In fact, she was a very normal girl. No, I'm just a little surprised. Jiyu said. When are you free? I have something to ask you. Yu Shiyun asked. I'm free now. Jiyu said. Alright, come with me now. With that, Yu Shiyun turned around and was about to leave. But at this time, she suddenly felt a sense of hostility from the girl beside Jiyu. Yu Shiyun looked coldly at Jiang Yuexin and slowly said. If I remember correctly, you should be the second miss of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuexin, right? That's me. Jiang Yuexin stared sharply at Yu Shiyun, her eyes full of hostility. You're that famous Pildao genius Yu Shiyun. Why are you looking for Jiyu? That's not convenient to say directly here. Yu Shiyun frowned slightly. She didn't know why the girl in front of her was so hostile to her. She didn't remember offending anyone from the city lord's mansion. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of outsiders. Yu Shiyun said coldly. What do you mean? Do you think I'm an outsider? Jiang Yuexin said with dissatisfaction. I don't mean to target you. This matter can't be revealed to anyone other than me and him. Yu Shiyun's expression remained the same. Why don't you wait here first? I'll come find you later. Jiyu suddenly said to Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at this time. He was just a little confused. Why did Jiang Yuexin have a problem with Yu Shiyun as soon as they met? The two of them clearly hadn't seen each other many times before this. Hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin was slightly stunned. Then, she slowly lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then, she quickly walked away without saying a word. After walking for an unknown distance, Jiang Yuexin came to a pond and gradually slowed down her pace. She complained to herself, really, why do I care so much about that hateful bastard? That bastard. While complaining, Jiang Yuexin suddenly recalled that she was interrupted by Yu Shiyun when she was about to say something. When she thought about how Jiyu actually spoke up for that woman, she became even angrier. She stomped her feet and said, Bastard! 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 On the other side, Jiyu looked in the direction that Jiang Yuexin had left and couldn't help but be a little concerned. He felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Yuexin just now, although he didn't know why Jiang Yuexin became like that. He planned to quickly deal with this matter and then find Jiang Yuexin. There shouldn't be anyone else nearby. Let's just talk here. At this time, Yu Shiyun said, Do you remember what I told you in private? I remember. You said that when I became a second-grade alchemist, you had something very important to ask of me. Jiyu thought for a moment and said. That's right. Yu Shiyun said, Then what level of attainment have you reached in alchemy now? I've already broken through. Jiyu said casually. Very good. Yu Shiyun nodded in satisfaction. Previously, the other party's alchemy level was very close to that of a second-grade alchemist. Now that the other party said that she had broken through, it must be that she had broken through to the second-grade alchemist level. However, what Yu Shiyun didn't expect was that Jiyu was far from just breaking through to the second-grade alchemist level. She was already close to the third-grade alchemist level. I hope you listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Yu Shiyun's tone suddenly became serious. Please go ahead. Jiyu nodded. You should know that the Alchemist Guild in our Chaoyang branch is only a branch. That's why it's called Chaoyang branch. Yu Shiyun said. There are many ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire and there's an alchemist guild in each of them. Although they all belong to the same faction, there's still intense competition between them. Yu Shiyun continued. Jiyu listened quietly without making a sound. Although she did not get to the main point, she knew it was not a small matter when she mentioned all the alchemist guilds in the Kanglan Empire. Among them, the most representative one, and also the one with the most intense competition, is the Alchemy Conference. Yu Shiyun continued, the Alchemy Conference that's held once a year is held by all the Alchemist Guild branches in the Kanglan Empire. Every Alchemist Guild branch will send young alchemists to participate in the Alchemy Conference as representatives. Those who perform well will be able to further their studies at the Alchemist Guild. Jiyu seemed to have understood something after hearing Yu Shiyun's explanation. So, you're planning to ask me to participate in the Alchemy Conference? Jiyu asked tentatively. That's right. Yu Shiyun nodded and said, you're very talented in alchemy. If you team up with me in this Alchemy Conference, you'll have a chance to get a good ranking. Why team up? Is there only a duo competition and not a single competition? Jiyu asked curiously. Yu Shiyun shook her head and said, no. The Alchemy Conference has both a single competition and a duo competition. However, there are too many monstrous geniuses participating in the single competition. The competition is very fierce. In comparison, the duo competition is much easier. I see. When will the Alchemy Conference begin? Jiyu asked. This year's Alchemy Conference will begin in half a month's time. It'll be held in the Bright Sun Ancient City that's close to our Chaoyang Ancient City. It won't delay your trip to the Qianyuan Martial Mansion. Yu Shiyun said. Alright. Here's the question. What's the reward? Jiyu was very direct. If someone wanted his help, they would talk about the reward unless he was indebted to them. Without enough reward, he would not give them any face even if they were beautiful. You don't have to worry about the reward. Yu Shiyun's expression didn't change at all, as if she had been prepared for this. This is the Cyan Light Seal, a medium-grade alchemy seal. If you agree to participate in the Alchemy Conference with me, I'll give you this alchemy seal. She took out a secret manual and said, aside from this, if we successfully obtain a ranking in the Alchemy Conference, all the rewards will be yours. I don't want a single one. Deal. Jiyu took the Cyan Ray Seal manual and immediately agreed. Alchemy hand seals were extremely important to alchemists. In order to become an alchemist, one must first learn an alchemy hand seal. When Jiyu first became a grade 1 alchemist through the system, she already had her own alchemy hand seal. However, that was only the most basic alchemy hand seal, which didn't help him much. In layman's terms, the alchemy hand seal was a type of buff that could enhance the alchemist's abilities. A medium-grade grade 2 alchemy hand seal was extremely terrifying. It was enough for all the alchemists in Chaoyang Ancient City to fight for this Cyan Ray seal. Although Jiyu could trigger a 999 times success rate when refining pills, the Cyan Ray seal was still very useful to her. For example, it could increase her refining speed, control of the fire, and other aspects. Then it's a deal. Yu Shiyun said, remember to look for me at the Chaoyang branch in half a month's time. Okay. Jiyu nodded. Oh right, there's one more thing. At this moment, Yu Shiyun seemed to have recalled something. When you were wanted by the Chen family, I happened to be in seclusion, so I couldn't help you at that time. Speaking of this, she didn't understand why she had to explain this to Lin Huang. Then, I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for Jiyu to say anything, Yu Shiyun floated away. After the matter was settled, Jiyu immediately looked in the direction Jiang Yuexin had left. After a while, he finally found Jiang Yuexin. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin was kicking a small stone by the pond. She seemed to be angry. It's getting late. It's time to go back. Jiyu walked to Jiang Yuexin and said. Hearing Jiyu's voice, Jiang Yuexin was startled. Even now, she was still angry. She pouted and said, you still know to come back. Why didn't you go back with that woman? Why should I go back with her? Jiyu didn't care. Let's go. Your mother will be worried if it's too late. As she spoke, Jiyu walked to the front. The topic was changed by Jiyu. Jiang Yuexin didn't know what to say, so she followed him. After a while, they returned to the small house. Jiang Yuexin stopped when they were near the door. Jiyu also stopped and said to Jiang Yuexin, let's go in. Your father and sister should be inside. Okay, Jiang Yuexin took a deep breath and strode into the small house. Jiyu didn't go in with her. Instead, he turned around and left. After all, it was someone else's family inside. He didn't need to go in. After that, Jiyu walked out of the Castellan mansion. He was going to find a place to stay. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof. Jiyu didn't lack gold coins now. He found a random hotel and rented a room for a month. He would leave Chaoyang Ancient City and go to the Qianyuan Martial House in less than a month. So he only rented a room for a month. After paying the rent, Jiyu walked into his room. He found that the environment here was good. Everything was normal. It was worth the money. Sitting on the bed, Jiyu immediately flipped open the alchemy hand seal secret manual that Yu Shiyun had given her earlier. Ding! Master has taken a look at the Cyan Light Seal, Class 2 Medium Alchemy Seal. 999 times comprehension ability has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations Master for successfully comprehending the medium. Grade 2 Pill Refinement Hand Seal, the Cyan Light Seal. With just one look, Jiyu mastered the Cyan Light Seal. Then, he prepared to refine a pill to test out the effects of this Cyan Light Seal. He immediately took out the pill furnace and pill refinement materials from his storage ring and began to refine the mystic gathering powder. Ding! It has been detected that Master has begun to refine the second-grade lower-class pill, profound gathering powder. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed the Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, experience gained, 300 by 999 times. While concocting the pills, Jiyu displayed the Cyan Light Seal, and a faint cyan light appeared in his hand. About 10 minutes later. Ding! Master has successfully refined an inferior Grade 2 medicinal pill, profound gathering powder. Experience gained in alchemy attainment, 200 by 999 times. It only took him 10 minutes to refine a second-grade lower-class pill. Jiyu was instantly overjoyed. It had to be known that before this, he had to spend around 20 to 30 minutes to successfully refine a single profound gathering powder. Compared to before, his pill refinement efficiency had at least doubled, and this was all thanks to the Cyan Light Seal. It could be seen that this Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal was very powerful. Moreover, he had yet to raise the level of the Cyan Light Seal. If he could raise it to the final level of greater perfection, wouldn't that be awesome? Thinking of this, Jiyu immediately began to practice the Cyan Light Seal. Ding! Master took a look at the Grade 2 Middle Grade Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal. Grade 2 Middle Grade Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal. Ding! Master has taken a look at the Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal, Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the Grade 2 Medium Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal, has successfully broken through to the minor accomplishment level. After a long time, Jiyu finally raised the level of the Cyan Light Seal to the minor accomplishment level. After all, it's too slow to raise the level by only reading the secret book to gain experience. It's faster to directly use the Cyan Light Seal to gain experience. Jiyu secretly thought in his heart. However, the alchemy hand seal must be used when refining pills, otherwise it would be meaningless. But currently, he didn't have any alchemy materials on him, so he had to buy some alchemy materials back. In addition, although he still had a few hundred gold coins on him, which was definitely enough for his daily expenses, these few hundred gold coins were too little to buy alchemy materials. Therefore, Jiyu now had to go to the Demon Beast mountain range to hunt demon beasts to earn gold coins. That boss Chen Yan is not completely dead yet. He will definitely come back soon. Now that I've rested enough, I've rested enough. Apart from Chen Yan, he still held a grudge against the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan. However, Lin Zhanshan was a Tongxian realm expert, and he couldn't fight against him in a short period of time. Jiyu planned to head to the inner region of the Demon Beast mountain range. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the second layer of the defensive profound realm, and even with the low-grade mountain rank fist technique, the mountain shaking fist, he wouldn't be able to fight against demonic beasts above the fourth layer of the second grade. However, apart from the mountain shaking fist, he also had a low-grade mountain rank technique, the 1000 illusory flash. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. The inner region of the Demon Beast mountain range was divided into many small regions, and each small region had a different level of danger. For example, The small regions with lower levels of danger gathered demonic beasts from the first layer of the second grade to the second layer of the second grade, while the small regions with higher levels of danger gathered demonic beasts from the ninth layer of the second grade. As long as Jiyu hunted demonic beasts in the small regions with lower levels of danger, there wouldn't be any problems. As for tonight, Jiyu planned to break through to the third layer of the defensive profound realm. First, he casually threw the profound gathering powder that he had just refined into his mouth. Ding! Master has consumed a low-grade second-grade pill, the profound gathering powder. Martial cultivation experience gained, 5000*999x. After that, Jiyu sat on the bed and calmed his heart, entering into a state of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the third layer of the defensive profound realm. An unknown amount of time passed and it was late at night. Jiyu's martial cultivation had finally broken through to the third layer of the defensive profound realm. However, he forgot to suppress his aura, and the sound of his breakthrough immediately alarmed the entire hotel, and even the people who lived near the hotel were affected. At this time, most people were sleeping. It was inevitable that they would be very unhappy to be suddenly awakened. However, when they realized that someone was breaking through to the defensive profound realm, they all acted as if nothing had happened. After all, they couldn't afford to provoke a defensive profound realm expert. The next morning, Jiyu put on a black robe as usual and went downstairs to eat breakfast. He casually found a place to sit down and ordered some food. However, at this moment, 3 burly men appeared beside him with unfriendly expressions. It was probably because the restaurant was full of people, and Jiyu had a 4-seater seat all to herself. However, Jiyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 3 of them. She didn't even look at them. "Kid, us 3 brothers want this seat." The bearded man who was the leader said arrogantly, "If you know what's good for you, then get the hell out of my way." "Yo, I didn't notice earlier." "You brat, you're imitating the genius Jiyu? Wearing a black robe? I've seen a lot of guys like that on the road. Young people nowadays are really sick. They imitate everything and aren't afraid of being laughed at." "Ha ha ha," the other 2 big men pointed at Jiyu and laughed loudly. Another young man who admires the genius Jiyu and imitates her. In the past 2 days, there have been a lot of people imitating Jiyu wearing black robes. Who asked Jiyu to be so strong? Even Xianxia, who has awakened his acquired spiritual body, could only be hung up and beaten. This young man is really pitiful. He met 3 unreasonable guys. Many people's attention was attracted by the 3 big men's mocking laughter, and they all started to talk about it. However, Jiyu didn't panic at all. Instead, she wanted to laugh. Imitating myself, these 3 big men also made Jiyu laugh. After waiting for a while and seeing that the other party didn't move at all, the bearded man who was the leader said with an unfriendly expression, "Hey, kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Did you hear me? Hurry up and get lost. The 3 of us are tired of standing. If you don't get lost, don't blame us for being rude." The other 2 big men also threatened. At this moment, Jiyu silently took off the black robe on her head and said coldly, "What a joke." The moment she took off the black robe, silence, incomparable silence, everyone around was dumbfounded. They recognized that the young man in front of them was Jiyu. Especially those 3 burly men, they were completely dumbfounded. Before this, they would never have thought that this black-robed man in front of them was Jiyu himself. No matter who it was, they would never have thought that the number 1 genius who had surpassed the acquired spirit body, Xianxia, would actually be eating breakfast in this small tea house. The leader, the bearded burly man, was the first to react and his attitude immediately changed drastically. "Ji Gongzi Ji. Ji Gongzi, we were just joking, we hope that young master will not take it to heart." When he was speaking, not only was his body retreating backwards, his legs were also trembling non-stop. The other 2 burly men also gradually regained their senses and sincerely apologized. That's right. We were just joking." "Joking?" Jiyu's expression was cold and indifferent. "Are you guys treating me like a fool?" No. The 2 burly men's faces were filled with fear as they hurriedly shook their heads. Seeing that the situation was extremely bad, the bearded burly man immediately broke into a run, not caring about the life or death of his two brothers. Want to escape? Jiyu used his leg to kick and directly sent the table in front of him flying. Ding! Master kicked, low yellow rank profound skill gale kick, obtained experience points, won by 999 times. The table flew at an extremely fast speed towards the bearded burly man. That bearded burly man was completely unable to dodge and was directly smashed by the table until his head was bleeding. The bearded burly man was unable to escape and fell to the ground unconscious. When the other two burly men saw this frightening scene, they were so frightened that their legs went soft. They directly knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed to Jiyu, begging for mercy. The two of you, slap yourselves 100 times and make a loud sound. Otherwise, you will end up like him. Jiyu's gaze fell on the two men who were kneeling and begging for mercy as he coldly said. They were just two pieces of trash who had not even reached the defensive profound realm, he was too lazy to dirty his hands. Yes, yes. In order to preserve their lives, the two burly men immediately did as they were told. Slap. Slap. They all followed Jiyu's instructions and slapped themselves with their hands. Moreover, they slapped themselves very loudly. In the face of death, they no longer cared about pain or even their dignity. Pa. 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 Just like that, the two of them kept slapping themselves. Every slap was forceful. They were afraid that the sound they made would not satisfy Jiyu. Hiss, seeing the three burly men being taken care of by Jiyu in the blink of an eye, the surrounding people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The sound of the slaps made their hearts beat faster and faster, making them feel uneasy. This was because most of them had been talking about Jiyu before. Although they weren't as direct as the three burly men, they were still a little afraid. Only a very small number of people rejoiced that they had not said a single word from beginning to end and had not provoked that terrifyingly powerful genius youth. Pa. 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 After an unknown amount of time, the resounding slaps finally stopped. At this moment, the two burly men's faces were already swollen to the point where they looked even uglier than a pig's head. Jiyu didn't carefully count if the two of them had slapped themselves 100 times. He only knew that it was about enough. However, even if he didn't count, he knew that the two of them wouldn't dare to slack off. At this moment, the waiter trembled as he brought 2 dishes over. Just nice, this 1 gold coin is the compensation for that table. Seeing the waiter come over, Jiyu immediately took out a gold coin and threw it to the waiter. The waiter immediately panicked and almost didn't catch the gold coin. He was extremely terrified. I don't dare, I don't dare. Just accept it when I tell you to. Also, get me a table. Jiyu said indifferently. Yes, yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly and hurriedly ran to help Jiyu get a table. After eating breakfast, Jiyu indifferently left under the gazes of the surrounding people. As for the unconscious bearded man, he left him to the boss. Relying on the low-level profound rank movement technique 1000 Mirage Flash, Jiyu arrived at the Demon Beast Mountain Range not long after. After entering the Demon Beast Mountain Range, he directly went deep into the central area. Along the way, he encountered many demonic beasts, but they were all easily dealt with by him. Ding! Master has used the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist. The experience gained from the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist is 200 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist. The experience gained from the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist is 200 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. Along the way, no matter what demonic beasts they encountered, they were all dealt with by Jiyu with 1 punch. After all, the outer area was filled with weak first-grade demonic beasts. At the same time, his Mountain Shaking Fist had also been upgraded to the initial success realm. Soon, Jiyu entered the inner area. The moment he entered the inner area, he could feel that the surrounding demonic aura had become much denser. If it was an ordinary person here, they would probably be corroded by the demonic aura and go crazy. Fortunately, Jiyu's cultivation was high enough, so the demonic aura did not affect him much. Ding. Master has been corroded by demonic aura. The experience gained from the basic spiritual power is 1 by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard a new notification from the system. Jiyu was a little confused. How could he strengthen his spiritual power like this? Everyone was born with spiritual power, and it could be improved along with the cultivation of martial arts. If one's spiritual power reached a certain level, it could even be transformed into a spiritual attack, killing people invisibly. Jiyu was very happy that he could strengthen his spiritual power in the middle area of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Ding. Master has been eroded by demonic aura, basic spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has been eroded by demonic aura, basic spiritual power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, basic spiritual power has successfully broken through to the initial level. Ding. Congratulations Master, basic spiritual power has successfully broken through to the advanced level. Ding. Congratulations Master, basic spiritual power has successfully broken through to the perfect level. Ding. Basic spiritual power has been detected to have reached the perfect level, automatically upgraded to bronze level spiritual power. After wandering around the middle area for a while, Jiyu's spiritual power was upgraded to bronze level. As far as he knew, spiritual power was divided into 4 levels, from low to high, bronze level, silver level, gold level, and platinum level. He had no way of knowing if there were any higher levels after that. Once his spiritual power was strengthened to bronze level, the surrounding demonic aura had almost no effect on Jiyu. At this time, Jiyu was no longer wandering around aimlessly. In fact, he went deep into the middle area of the Demon Beast Mountain range not only to kill demonic beasts to earn gold coins, but also to search for some materials. In his mind, he remembered the materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit purifying pill. The 7 profound spirit purifying pill was a superior 3rd-grade elixir, and the materials needed were very rare. Even in the Chaoyang branch, not all the materials were available. For example, most of the materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit purifying pill could not be found in the Chaoyang branch, but some of them could be found in the middle area of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Jiyu also planned to find some strong 2nd-grade demonic beasts to practice with. It had been so long since he had broken through to the defensive profound realm, but he had never fought to his heart's content. Now that all the geniuses of the same generation in the ancient city of Morning Sun were no match for him, he could only come here to find powerful demonic beasts to practice his skills. Just as Jiyu was about to take out the map to find the location, an extremely dense Xiaoqi suddenly approached from a distance. He suddenly frowned. This demonic qi was not simple. It was not much weaker than the red-striped python he had encountered before. Obviously, he was being targeted by a tough guy. After a while, a ferocious-looking giant grizzly bear appeared in front of him. This grizzly bear was more than twice as tall as Jiyu. Its body was like a small mountain, and its eyes were flashing with scarlet light. The grizzly bear in front of him reminded him of the brute force black bear that he encountered when he first met Jiang Yuexin. Compared to this grizzly bear in front of him, that black bear was simply a small dot. If Jiyu was not mistaken, this grizzly bear should be a 2nd-grade demonic beast, the ferocious bear, which was relatively rare in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. The ferocious bear, as its name suggested, was extremely violent and liked to cruelly torture the weak. Judging from the demonic qi it emitted, Jiyu felt that the ferocious bear in front of him should be at the 3rd grade of the 2nd grade, which was not much different from his 3rd grade of the defensive profound realm cultivation. However, the ferocious bear's strength was extremely terrifying. It was an extremely troublesome existence for Jiyu. However, Jiyu did not plan to run away. He smiled at the ferocious bear and said, "I'll use you to practice." The ferocious bear seemed to understand Jiyu's words. With a roar, it charged towards Jiyu. Ding! Master has used the low-grade mystic skill 1000 Mirage Flash. Experience gained from the low-grade mystic skill 1000 Mirage Flash, 200 by 999 times. Jiyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant, perfectly dodging the ferocious bear's fierce charge. Bang! With a violent muffled sound, a large tree was directly knocked down by the ferocious bear. Seeing this shocking scene, Jiyu couldn't help but click his tongue a few times. If he were to be hit by this, his bones would probably fall apart. At the same time, he confirmed that the violent wild bear in front of him was indeed at the third stage of the second stage. It was a very suitable target for practice. However, practice was practice. If he wanted to win against this violent wild bear, the difficulty was not ordinary. This was because demonic beasts were much stronger than human cultivators in terms of strength and toughness of their flesh. At the same level, human cultivators were usually at a disadvantage. Realizing that it didn't hit its target, the violent wild bear became even more furious. It charged towards Jiyu again and used its huge bear paw to slap Jiyu's head. Jiyu instantly used Thousand Mirage Flash and easily dodged the violent wild bear's attack again. However, this time, he didn't dodge far away. His figure flashed to the side of the violent wild bear, and he condensed profound chi on his fist and smashed it towards the weakest part of the violent wild bear's body, which was its waist. Ding! Master has used the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist. The experience gained from the low-level profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist, 200 by 999 times, Jiyu used all the strength in his body and fiercely smashed towards the violent wild bear's waist. Bam! It could be seen that the violent wild bear's thick waist, under this Mountain Shaking Fist, fiercely shook its thick skin and flesh. It was obvious that this punch had caused effective damage to the violent wild bear. However, Jiyu couldn't help but sigh. This violent wild bear's skin was really thick. This was because he was very clear that his Mountain Shaking Fist had at most caused a small injury to the violent wild bear's waist. It was completely impossible to rely on this punch to gain the upper hand. Therefore, Jiyu didn't dare to let his guard down. In the short moment before the violent wild bear could react, he added another punch. The violent wild bear felt the pain from its waist and furiously turned around to slap Jiyu. Jiyu's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She once again used Thousand Phantom Flash to dodge, and took the opportunity to give the violent wild bear another punch. Jiyu had tried and tested this method of playing with the violent wild bear. He was faster than the violent wild bear in all aspects. It was impossible for the violent wild bear to touch him. It could only passively take a beating. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the low profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist has successfully broken through to the mastery level. After repeating it countless times, Jiyu's Mountain Shaking Fist had been strengthened to the mastery level. Gradually, Jiyu felt that something was wrong. Although this violent wild bear would soon be exhausted to death if this continued, there was no point in continuing like this. He suddenly appeared in front of the violent wild bear and said with a playful expression, "Beast, come again." The violent wild bear, which was already exhausted and covered in wounds, went berserk again when it saw the cunning human in front of it. It once again slapped down with its palm, wanting to tear the human in front of it apart. However, this time, Jiyu did not dodge and directly faced the violent wild bear head-on. Ding! Master has used the low profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist. Low profound rank profound skill Mountain Shaking Fist obtained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Ding! Master's body has been injured. Low yellow rank profound skill Thick Earth Armor obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Even though the violent wild bear was not in a good state, its strength was still frightening. Jiyu was at a disadvantage under the violent wild bear's attack. He took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. However, not only was he not the slightest bit timid, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Without the slightest bit of dodging, he completely relied on his flesh and blood to clash head-on with the violent wild bear. At the same time, within 10 miles of Jiyu's location, a few young men and women were slowly moving forward. They wore the same clothes and seemed to be from the same faction. Among them, a young woman was the most eye-catching. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. When she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament. There was a light veil on her face, which added a trace of mysterious beauty to her. It made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and did not dare to blaspheme. "Miss, we are about to enter the middle area of a monster beast mountain range. At this time, a well-built man who looked older and calmer walked to the side of the stunning woman and said in a low voice. The woman nodded slightly and didn't mean to stop. In addition, there were two young men behind. Their eyes secretly glanced at the veiled woman from time to time, and their eyes flashed with imperceptible admiration. The team of 4 continued to move forward. Suddenly, at this moment, the calm man stopped and said in a deep voice, "Wait. What's wrong?" The two young men asked in bewilderment. The veiled woman frowned slightly and raised her head slightly to look into the distance. She seemed to have noticed something. "There seems to be 2 powerful monsters fighting fiercely in front of us," the calm man said with a dignified look. In his opinion, this kind of momentum could only be caused by 2 powerful monsters fighting each other. "Let's move forward." At this time, the veiled woman finally opened her mouth, and a cold and ethereal voice came. "But..." The calm man was about to say something to dissuade her, but he gave up after thinking about it. He guarded the veiled woman's side, always vigilant to see if there would be any monsters around them. The other 2 young men followed tremblingly, not daring to make the slightest sound. However, they kept walking and didn't encounter a single monster. The excited momentum also became louder and louder as they approached. Obviously, it was because of this fierce battle that the nearby monsters hid. Finally, the team of 4 was about to reach the place where the monsters were fighting. The next moment, the veiled woman's beautiful eyes shrank, the calm man was shocked, and the 2 young men were dumbfounded. In front of them, there was a young man in a black robe fighting with a monster, and it was a violent wild bear. The black-robed young man punched and smashed with the violent wild bear, which brought great shock to their eyes. Although the human youth was a bit at a disadvantage, it was still extremely terrifying. The calm man couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. There was a human who could fight head-on with the violent wild bear with his body, and it seemed that he was doing it with ease. The calm man looked back and found that the 2 young men were already stunned. He then whispered to the veiled woman, "Miss, should we go up and help?" The veiled woman shook her head slightly and stared at the black-robed young man. "Wait." The calm man nodded and hid in the jungle quietly watching. Jiyu's mountain-shaking fist had already reached the pinnacle of mastery when she clashed with the violent wild bear. Not only that, his low yellow rank defensive mystic skill thick earth armor was also continuously increasing by 999 times. At the same time, it had also broken through to the realm of mastery. After that, Jiyu gradually turned the tables around. This was because his fist technique was constantly being strengthened, and he could take pills to recover his profound chi at any time, which was equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. On the other hand, the violent wild bear's stamina was depleting very quickly. By now, it was truly exhausted. In the end, the situation had turned into a one-sided suppression by Jiyu. The violent wild bear's stamina was already exhausted, and it had no room to fight back. Not long after, the violent wild bear was already on the verge of death. Phew, Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had fought so well. "Alright, you can die now." Jiyu looked at the dying violent wild bear in front of him and said with a faint smile. Then, with a punch, the violent wild bear was completely dead. At this moment, the calm man and the 2 young men who were hiding in the woods not far away were completely stunned. Is he still AF * King Human? This is simply an incomparably powerful humanoid beast. With just the strength of his bare hands, he killed a ferocious bear, and there were not many injuries on his body. This young man is too terrifying. The veiled woman's eyes flickered, and she was thoughtful. Ji didn't notice that there were people hiding nearby, and he was cutting the body of the ferocious bear. After cutting off the most valuable parts of the ferocious bear's body and putting them into the storage ring, he was ready to leave. However, just as he walked a few steps, he suddenly found a purple leaf under a stone at his feet. "This is..." Ji then crouched down and flipped open the rock. Underneath the rock, she dug out a stalk of spirit grass with 2 purple leaves. "This is the twin purple spirit grass?" Ji couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The twin purple spirit grass was an extremely precious and rare spirit grass that generally only grew under stones. Although it was pressed by stones all year round, the vitality of the spirit grass was extremely tenacious and could continue to grow under stones. The most important thing was that the twin purple spirit grass was one of the main materials needed to refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. To be able to find this twin purple spirit grass by chance, Jiyu's luck could be said to be extremely good this time. But just as he was about to put this twin purple spirit grass into the storage ring and leave, suddenly an ethereal and cold voice came from not far behind him. Wait a minute. Jiyu turned around and saw a slender figure appear in the forest not far away at some point in time. Soon after, 3 more men appeared. Jiyu looked at the 4 people and said with narrowed eyes, "What do you want?" Our young lady came to the monster mountain range from thousands of miles away to find the twin purple spirit grass. I wonder if young hero can use the twin purple spirit grass in your hand to exchange with us? The calm man immediately said respectfully. He just saw the black-robed young man, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful. No. Jiyu didn't even think about it and directly rejected him. He was going to use this twin purple spirit grass to refine the 7 profound spirit clearing pill. If he exchanged with someone else this time, it would be even more difficult to find a second twin purple spirit grass in the future. Therefore, no matter how much the other party was willing to pay, he did not intend to trade. At this moment, the beautiful figure of the veiled woman flashed and arrived less than 10 meters away from Jiyu. Miss. The steady man was worried about the young miss facing the fierce young man alone, so he immediately chased after her. On the other hand, the other 2 youths didn't move at all. They were afraid that the black-robed youth would tear them apart with his bare hands in a moment of displeasure. How could they dare to approach the black-robed youth? I can give you satisfactory conditions. The veiled woman said coldly. I don't need it. Goodbye. Jiyu was already feeling a little impatient. She directly used her movement technique to leave. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful and mysterious, it was far from enough to shake his heart. After all, it was not like he had never seen a beautiful woman before. Seeing the black-robed youth disappear in an instant, the steady man breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that the black-robed youth would suddenly attack. With the young man's strength that could fight with the violent wild bear, he was no match for the young man at all. The most important thing was that the young miss was safe. The veiled woman stared at the direction where the black-robed youth disappeared. There was a trace of excitement in the depths of her beautiful eyes, as if she was waiting for something exciting to happen. Ding! Master has used the low profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash. Experience gained from the low profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash, 200 by 999 times, ding. Master has used the low profound rank profound skill mountain shaking fist. Experience gained from the low profound rank profound skill mountain shaking fist, 200 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the low profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm, ding. Congratulations Master, the low profound rank profound skill mountain shaking fist has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm, ding. It has been detected that the low profound rank profound skill 1000 illusory flash has reached the perfection stage and has automatically upgraded to the middle profound rank profound skill myriad flash, ding. It has been detected that the low profound rank profound skill mountain shaking fist has reached the perfection stage and has automatically upgraded to the middle profound rank profound skill fist suppressing all directions. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu had also forgotten how many demonic beasts he had killed. Only when his storage ring was completely stuffed did he stop hunting demonic beasts. In the process of hunting demonic beasts, his fist technique and movement technique had already leveled up to the middle profound rank profound skill. In addition to these, he had also obtained some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After this trip, Jiyu had obtained a full pot of gold. Since the storage ring could no longer hold anything, it was time for him to return. Ding. Master has used the middle profound rank profound skill 10,000 incarnations. Experience gained from the middle profound rank profound skill 10,000 incarnations, 300 by 999 times, ding. Master has used the middle profound rank profound skill 10,000 incarnations. Experience gained from the middle profound rank profound skill 10,000 incarnations, 300 by 999 times. Using the newly obtained middle profound rank movement technique, Jiyu returned to Chaoyang Ancient City in a short while. After selling a large pile of demonic beasts materials, he used gold coins to buy a large amount of alchemy materials. When the bystanders saw so many demonic beasts materials, they were already used to it. After all, the person standing in front of them was the undisputed #1 genius of the martial Tao. Who would dare to doubt the strength of a super genius who could crush an acquired spiritual body with 3 punches? After buying the materials, Jiyu returned to her residence. Once she was back, she immediately began to refine pills to improve her alchemy skills. Ding! It has been detected that Master has begun to refine grade 2 pills. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. 10 minutes later, Jiyu successfully refined an inferior grade 2 pill. Ding! Master has successfully refined an inferior 2nd grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from alchemy attainment, 200 by 999 times. Ding! It has been detected that Master has finished concocting the 2nd grade pill. The success rate of concocting pills has returned to its original state. However, just as Jiyu finished refining the first pill, someone suddenly knocked on the door from the outside. Dong dong dong, who? Jiyu asked. It's me. A familiar voice came from outside the door. When Jiyu heard it, he felt that it was Jiang Yuechu's voice. He immediately walked over and opened the door. As expected, Jiang Yuechu came into view. How did you find this place? Jiyu asked in surprise. With the means of the city lord mansion, it was not strange that Jiang Yuechu, as the eldest daughter of the city lord mansion, knew that he was here. But shouldn't Jiang Yuexin come to find him? After all, he was more familiar with Jiang Yuexin. He only knew Jiang Yuechu slightly. Young master, don't you welcome Yuechu to visit? Jiang Yuechu said with a slight sadness. Stop acting. Just say what you want to say. Jiyu saw through Jiang Yuechu's act and exposed Jiang Yuechu without hesitation. As expected of young master, your awareness is really sharp. Jiang Yuechu praised. At the same time, she silently said in her heart, it's a pity that you are so slow in some aspects. So, why did you suddenly come to find me? Jiyu asked straightforwardly. After all, he was not familiar with Jiang Yuechu. In his opinion, Jiang Yuechu suddenly came to find him for something. There is indeed something, and it is a very important thing. Jiang Yuechu stared solemnly into Jiyu's eyes and said, please become my Tao companion. Jiyu was shocked by Jiang Yuechu's words. His entire body froze. After a while, he finally reacted and asked in shock, what did you say? Please become my Tao companion, Qin Wendian said. Jiang Yuechu repeated with a determined look in her eyes. Wait, let me calm down a bit. Jiyu still hadn't regained his composure. He wanted to calm down and think about it. After a while, he finally calmed down. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. He hadn't interacted with her that much, so why did she suddenly, in the next moment, Jiyu's pupils suddenly constricted as if he thought of something. He almost forgot that Jiang Yuechu liked to act, even though she wasn't very good at it. With that thought, Jiyu carefully observed Jiang Yuechu. He realized that Jiang Yuechu had a serious look on her face from beginning to end, as if she was trying to achieve some kind of goal. Of course, not. Jiyu replied. No matter what Jiang Yuechu's goal was, there was no need for him to accept her. Although Jiang Yuechu was a little beauty, he wasn't the kind of person who would reject anyone. At least, before he completely dealt with Chen Yan and Lin Zhanshan, Jiyu didn't want to think about romantic relationships. Why? Jiang Yuechu was slightly surprised. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? She thought that Jiyu would gladly accept, but she didn't expect to be directly rejected. It has nothing to do with whether you're pretty or not. Jiyu shook his head and said, besides, you're already very pretty. Is that so? Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in her heart. Of course, I don't need to lie to you. Jiyu nodded honestly. He was indeed speaking the truth. If anyone said that Jiang Yuechu wasn't pretty, they were either lying or had extremely high standards. Cough, Jiang Yuechu coughed lightly and regained her composure. Even if you don't accept it, I won't give up. Up to you. This is your choice. Ji Yu said, but then again, this time, you deliberately came to find me and wanted to become my Dao companion. It should be because of some unspeakable secret, right? No. Jiang Yuechu shook her head, but her slightly averted eyes betrayed her. Ji Yu keenly captured this point and confirmed that Jiang Yuechu indeed had ulterior motives. As expected, this fellow, Jiang Yuechu, was still the same as before. Previously, in order to prevent Manor Head Jiang from blaming Jiang Yuexin, she had deliberately distanced herself from Jiang Yuexin. She was an old actress. No matter what your intentions are, I won't easily accept someone I'm not familiar with. Ji Yu smiled and said, of course, if you can make me infatuated with you, then you can try. I'll do it. Jiang Yuechu nodded with a serious expression. Amen, I understand. Then, goodbye. With that said, Ji Yu was about to close the door. Wait. However, before he could close the door, Jiang Yuechu pulled on the door. Is there anything else? Ji Yu asked. If I want you to be infatuated with me, then I naturally have to stay with you. Jiang Yuechu's tone was reasonable and convincing. Ah, Rui Di? Ji Yu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but speak in bird language. What did you say? Jiang Yuechu was stunned and didn't understand what Ji Yu was saying. Nothing. Ji Yu said somewhat awkwardly, I'm saying, are you sure? I'm sure. Jiang Yuechu said with a solemn expression. Alright, then you can do whatever you want. Ji Yu couldn't be bothered to care so much, so he just let Jiang Yuechu do whatever she wanted. I'm going to continue refining pills first. Remember to close the door behind you when you're going in or out. Ji Yu said casually, then went back to continue refining pills. Ding. It has been detected that the master has begun to refine the inferior second-grade medicinal pill, profound gathering powder, and the success rate of alchemy has increased by 999 times. Seeing that Ji Yu was refining the medicinal pill, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but feel surprised. Because this was the first time that Jiang Yuechu saw Ji Yu refining medicinal pills. Are you an alchemist? Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but ask. N. Ji Yu replied while refining the medicinal pill. He was now refining a kind of inferior second-grade medicinal pill, which was very easy for him and could be easily distracted. In that case, Jiang Yuechu's eyes suddenly flashed, as if she thought of something, and then asked, the medicinal pill that was given to my mother last time was also personally refined by you? Before that, she didn't know that Ji Yu was also an alchemist. In addition, she was too excited at that time, so she forgot to ask her mother about these things in detail. She originally thought that those medicinal pills were obtained by Ji Yu from others. She never thought that Ji Yu would personally refine them. Exactly. Ji Yu nodded in response. Jiang Yuechu was so excited that she didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Ji Yu refined the second medicinal pill. Ding. Master has refined an inferior second-grade medicinal pill, profound gathering powder, alchemy attainments gained experience points, 200 by 999 times. Seeing Ji Yu take out a medicinal pill from the alchemy furnace, Jiang Yuechu was stunned for a moment and almost blurted out, this is the profound gathering powder? That's right. You can recognize this pill. Ji Yu nodded. I used it for cultivation, so I have some impression of it. Jiang Yuechu said. Now she didn't have the slightest doubt in her heart. She was sure that Ji Yu personally refined the medicinal pill to save her mother. At the same time, she was also very surprised. Although she didn't have much contact with alchemy, the profound gathering powder was a kind of inferior second-grade medicinal pill. It was really shocking that Ji Yu could refine it so easily and quickly. Next, Ji Yu didn't rush to take this profound gathering powder, but continued to refine medicinal pills. When all the materials were refined, he took all the medicinal pills at once. Ding. Master has refined an intermediate second-grade medicinal pill, alchemy attainments gained experience points, 300 by 999 times, ding. Master has concocted an inferior second-grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from alchemy attainment, 200 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully broken through to become an inferior third-grade alchemist. After more than half a day, Jiyu finally finished refining all the materials and barely promoted to an inferior third-grade alchemist. He refined some inferior second-grade and intermediate second-grade medicinal pills, because these medicinal pills were more convenient for him to refine. Compared to the superior second-grade medicinal pills, it was much faster. After refining all the medicinal pills, Jiyu glanced at Jiang Yuechu next to him and suddenly felt quite speechless. From the beginning until now, Jiang Yuechu had been sitting next to him and looking at him, as if she didn't feel bored or tired at all. He had to admire this guy's perseverance. If it were him, he couldn't sit and watch others refine medicinal pills for more than half a day, because it was too boring. "Aren't you going back?" Jiyu asked. "I won't go back before you fall in love with me," Jiang Yuechu said with an unwavering gaze. "Okay, then continue to work hard," Jiyu said with a helpless expression. He regretted saying "make me fall in love with you" before. Not only did he not persuade the other party to leave, but it also had the opposite effect. Gurgle gurgle, however, at this moment, a gurgling sound was suddenly heard. Jiyu looked in the direction of the rumbling sound in confusion. Jiang Yuechu covered her stomach with both hands, and a trace of shyness appeared on her fair face. "Indeed, it's getting late, I'll take you out for a meal," Jiyu said with a smile. "Okay," Jiang Yuechu nodded with a slightly bashful expression. However, she suddenly thought of something and said in a serious voice, "Wait, I'll cook it myself." "Do you want to cook by yourself?" Jiyu asked with some surprise. "Yes, mother said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture a man's stomach." Jiang Yuechu nodded and said with a serious look. "Your mother is really," Jiyu didn't know what to say for a while. Thousands of words turned into one word, awesome. "Where is the kitchen here?" Jiang Yuechu immediately got up and looked around the room. "Come with me." With that, Jiyu walked to the kitchen of this room. It's not that this room doesn't have a kitchen, it's just that he was too lazy to cook by himself. He prefers to eat directly in a restaurant. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he didn't prepare any ingredients here at all. He immediately said to Jiang Yuechu behind him, "It's fine if you want to try to cook by yourself, but I don't have any ingredients here. Why don't you go with me to buy them?" "Okay." Jiang Yuechu nodded blankly. "Then let's go." With that, Jiyu walked toward the door, and Jiang Yuechu immediately followed him. Later, Jiyu took Jiang Yuechu to the market that sells food. Many people can be seen setting up stalls in this market. This is the market? Looking at everything around her, Jiang Yuechu felt a little inconceivable. This place was far poorer and more shabby than she had imagined. As the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuechu has always been in charge of food matters. Moreover, she usually focuses on martial arts cultivation. She has almost never been in contact with things other than martial arts. If you want to compare, she, who is nearly 17 years old, has not seen as much as Jiang Yuexin since she was born. So she has never been to a place like a market, and she has never seen the life of ordinary people with her own eyes. "What do you want to eat, or what do you know how to cook? You can go and buy ingredients." At this time, Jiyu said to Jiang Yuechu. "All right." Jiang Yuechu responded and walked into the market. She came to a stall and squatted down to pick the ingredients. "What do you want?" The stall's vendor was a middle-aged auntie. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the girl in front of her looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. This was because Jiang Yuechu rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. She would only appear on the streets when she went to the Demon Beast mountain range to train. However, her beauty and strength were both outstanding. Most people had heard of her even if they had never seen her before. As a result, although everyone in Chaoyang Ancient City had heard of Jiang Yuechu's great name, they might not be able to recognize her. "Let me take a look first," Jiang Yuechu muttered to herself as she tried her best to select the ingredients. She had never come into contact with these things before, so even choosing ingredients was not easy for her. It took her quite a while to select the ingredients. This was because Jiang Yuechu kept recalling the dishes she had eaten and the ingredients used in those dishes. Otherwise, she didn't know how long it would take her to select the ingredients. "How many gold coins do these cost?" Jiang Yuechu asked the auntie. The auntie couldn't help but be stunned. She had never seen anyone buy food with gold coins. Jiyu couldn't help but speechlessly hold her forehead. Didn't this girl have any common sense? Most people used copper coins to buy groceries. For things like buying groceries, the value of gold coins was still too high. Little girl, these dishes only cost 80 copper coins in total. You don't need any gold coins. The auntie suddenly realized that this might be the first time the girl in front of her went out to buy food. She immediately said with a smile, "Or you can give me a gold coin, and I'll give you 20 copper coins." "Oh, okay." Jiang Yuechu was a little dazed as she replied. She immediately took out a gold coin and gave it to the auntie. The auntie then gave her 20 copper coins. "Do you still want to buy other ingredients?" Seeing that Jiang Yuechu had put away the 20 copper coins, Ji Yu immediately asked. "I'll take a look around." Jiang Yuechu stood up and went to look for other stalls. Some of the stall vendors recognized that this red-dressed young lady was the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuechu. They all prayed that this eldest daughter would not patronize their stalls. Because they were just ordinary people, if this eldest daughter came to buy ingredients, they definitely would not dare to accept money and could only give it to her for free. After a while, Jiang Yuechu finished choosing the ingredients. It could be seen that she did not choose many ingredients, but it was definitely enough for 2 people. "You're not going to continue? Then you can go back." Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu and said. "Okay, I'll show you my cooking later," Jiang Yuechu said with a face full of confidence. "Then I'll have to wait and see," Ji Yu said with a smile. In reality, he did not have high hopes for Jiang Yuechu. After a while, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu returned to the room. After returning to the room, Ji Yu sat on the bed. Jiang Yuechu, on the other hand, walked briskly to the kitchen, looking very excited. Ji Yu looked at Jiang Yuechu with a relaxed attitude. He did not expect Jiang Yuechu's food to be delicious, as long as it was edible. After all, Jiang Yuechu had high hopes for Jiang Yuechu since she was young. She had probably always focused on martial arts and rarely came into contact with other things. She did not even have the experience of buying ingredients, so how could he have delusions that Jiang Yuechu could make delicious food? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of chopping could be heard coming from the kitchen. However, these chopping sounds sounded very stiff and without any rhythm. Ji Yu was a little worried when she heard the sound that normal people couldn't make. She got up and walked to the kitchen to take a look. "Jiang Yuechu, Ji Yu said as she walked behind Jiang Yuechu. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the sound of chopping suddenly stopped. Ji Yu suspiciously walked forward to take a look. She saw Jiang Yuechu staring at her finger in a daze. There was a wound on her fair and slender jade finger, and blood was constantly flowing out from the wound. It seemed that his voice had distracted Jiang Yuechu, so Jiang Yuechu had accidentally cut her hand. "You actually cut your hand?" Ji Yu exclaimed in surprise. No matter what, being called by his name shouldn't hurt his finger, right? In his surprise, he immediately tore a small piece of white cloth from his clothes, intending to bandage Jiang Yuechu's wound. Seeing Jiang Yuechu in a daze, it was obvious that this was her first time trying to cut vegetables. "Hold the wound on your finger in your mouth first. I'll bandage it for you later," Ji Yu said. However, Jiang Yuechu didn't seem to have regained her senses, and her reaction was very slow. Seeing that Jiang Yuechu didn't have the slightest reaction, Ji Yu thought about it and decided to do it himself. Although this kind of small wound didn't have much effect on a martial cultivator, it would be more troublesome if the wound worsened. Ji Yu grabbed Jiang Yuechu's small hand, and gently sucked on the injured finger without any distracting thoughts. Jiang Yuechu suddenly felt a warm touch on her fingertip, and only then did she regain her senses. Seeing that Ji Yu was sucking on her finger, she suddenly became even more shocked. "You. What are you doing?" Jiang Yuechu asked in a daze. At this time, Ji Yu felt that it was about time, so he let go of her finger. Then he used a small piece of white cloth to bandage Jiang Yuechu's wound, and said, "Of course I'm treating your wound." "Yes. So it's like this." Jiang Yuechu gradually recovered from her shock. It turned out that she had a false alarm. Just now, she suddenly saw Ji Yu sucking on her finger, which really scared her. "Okay, this is all right. Soon, Ji Yu helped Jiang Yuechu bandage her wound. Thank you. Jiang Yuechu thanked him subconsciously. However, she was still concerned about what had just happened. Seeing you like this, why don't you let me do it myself? Ji Yu tried to dissuade her. She couldn't even hold a kitchen knife steadily and didn't know how to chop vegetables. Wouldn't it be worse when she cooked? No, I still want to do it myself. Jiang Yuechu said firmly. Ji Yu was speechless for a moment. Then you can continue. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this Jiang Yuechu could play. If he was not surprised, Jiang Yuechu was just stubbornly holding on. Jiang Yuechu's gaze was firm, determined to conquer Ji Yu with delicious food. However, half an hour later, Ji Yu sat in front of the table and looked at the plate on the table that was filled with all kinds of black food. His appetite suddenly disappeared. All of the dishes on this plate had been burned to a crisp by Jiang Yuechu without exception. Ji Yu was not particularly surprised by this. It was not surprising that a person who did not know how to cook insisted on cooking. Is this the legendary dark cuisine? Ji Yu complained in his heart. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head slightly, as if embarrassed to meet Ji Yu's eyes. She also knew that the dishes she made were impossible to eat. Why don't I throw away these dishes and make them again later? Jiang Yuechu said with a slightly complicated expression. I'd better try it first. After all, you worked hard to make it. Ji Yu sighed slightly. Jiang Yuechu lowered her head again and fell silent. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could see that Ji Yu was obviously taking her feelings into consideration, so she braced herself and chose to taste it. At the same time, a trace of gratitude appeared in her heart. After all, no matter what, she still had a little bit of hope that these dishes would taste good to Ji Yu. Although this little bit of expectation was close to zero. Ji Yu swallowed her saliva and took a deep breath. He picked up an indescribable object with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth with trembling hands. The moment that indescribable thing touched the tip of her tongue, Ji Yu immediately felt her scalp go numb. This was a taste that he had never tasted before. Not only was it burnt to the extreme, it was also salty to the point of exploding. In that brief moment, he felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. However, Ji Yu forcefully controlled her facial expression, so her expression remained calm. How is it? Jiang Yuechu asked softly with a hint of expectation. Looking at Jiang Yuechu's expectant expression, Ji Yu couldn't bear to tell her the cruel truth. She forced a smile and said, "It's okay." Really? Jiang Yuechu was overjoyed and asked in disbelief. Well, for a newbie like you, it's pretty good. Ji Yu nodded affirmatively. He admitted that he was speaking against his conscience. Then I'll try it too. Jiang Yuechu didn't show much emotion on the surface, but she was extremely excited inside. She was very eager to try the first dish she made in her life, so she picked up her chopsticks. However, just as she was about to reach out, she was suddenly stopped by Ji Yu with another pair of chopsticks. What's wrong? Jiang Yuechu asked in a puzzled tone. Ji Yu didn't know how to explain for a while. After thinking for a while, she came up with an excuse. I think these dishes are too delicious. I want to finish them by myself. Okay then, Jiang Yuechu nodded with a puzzled expression. She still had some doubts in her heart. Without saying anything else, Ji Yu began to wolf down the food. Anyway, his cultivation wasn't low now. Even if he ate 10 more plates of this dark cuisine, it wouldn't affect his body at all. Very soon, Ji Yu ate the entire plate of indescribable things with a sullen expression. Other than his tongue being a little uncomfortable, there were no other side effects. Ding! Master's body has been injured. Experience gained from the low-grade yellow rank thick earth armor, won by 999 times. Hearing the system notification, Ji Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. Even the system couldn't bear to see his tongue being injured. Then, he put the plate into the kitchen and sat on the bed to consume pills to cultivate. At this time, Jiang Yuechu was still a little concerned. She quietly walked to the kitchen. At this moment, Ji Yu was taking pills to improve his martial arts cultivation. Because he was too focused on cultivation, he didn't notice that Jiang Yuechu had run to the kitchen. Jiang Yuechu quietly walked into the kitchen and took out the plate that Ji Yu had just cleaned up. No matter what, she still wanted to taste the food she made. Xianxia used her fingertips to lightly scratch the black residue left on the plate, then put it in her mouth and took a sip. In the next moment, her eyebrows suddenly wrinkled together. Her first feeling was that she wanted to vomit. She had never eaten something so disgusting. The taste was completely indescribable. Xianxua's heart was very complicated. She recalled Jiyu's words and actions. She couldn't even bear such a small amount, but Jiyu endured and ate the entire plate. However, this was also related to the different habits of different people. As the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion, she had never had a bad diet. Jiyu had been taken in by a poor couple since she was young. Jiyu had suffered a lot more than Xianxua. Of course, Xianxua didn't consider this. Her heart was full of self-blame. She was still delusional to think that Jiyu would feel that it was delicious. Instead, Jiyu forced herself to eat this extremely disgusting food out of consideration for her feelings. She didn't even dare to use the word food to describe these things. However, in addition to this, Xianxua also had a good impression of Jiyu from the bottom of her heart. Because this was the first time she felt care from someone other than her mother. Xianxua looked at the plate in her hand in a daze. The corner of her mouth outlined a faint smile. This was the taste of happiness. But soon, her expression returned to normal. Xianxua put down the plate in her hand, walked out of the kitchen, and sat down next to Jiyu. She stared at Jiyu's face, which was immersed in cultivation, and couldn't help but gradually lose focus. Unknowingly, a thought began to form in her heart. If he really became Dao companions with Jiyu, it wouldn't be impossible. Halfway through her thoughts, Xianxua suddenly shook her head vigorously. No, 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 she forcibly suppressed the urge in her heart. I can't be so selfish. I have to wait until after that. Xianxua was in a dilemma. It's not too late to wait until after that. Currently, her first step was to make Jiyu fall for her. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiyu continued to consume pills to cultivate his martial arts. Ding. Master has consumed a medium grade 2 medicinal pill. Experience gained 4 martial arts cultivation, 7,000 by 999 times. Ding. Master has consumed an inferior 2nd grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from martial cultivation, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the mid-3rd level of the defensive profound realm. After taking all the pills, Jiyu's martial arts cultivation had only broken through a small level. However, he could clearly feel that he was about to reach the peak of the mid-3rd level of the defensive profound realm. Once completely saturated, he would be able to break through to the late 3rd level of the defensive profound realm. Given the current situation, it would not be difficult for Jiyu to break through to the late 3rd level of the defensive profound realm quickly. At most, he would need to take 1 or 2 pills or cultivate for a while more. After taking all the pills, he could leave the cultivation state. Jiyu immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that Xianxua was sitting opposite him, staring straight at him. Why do you keep staring at my face? Jiyu immediately asked. Nothing. Xianxua immediately averted her gaze, a hint of panic flashing through her eyes. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly remembered that Xianxua hadn't eaten anything yet. He immediately stood up and said, speaking of which, you haven't eaten anything yet. I'll bring you to eat something. No, Xianxua was just about to refuse when she saw that Jiyu had already walked out of the door. She had no choice but to follow him. What do you want to eat? Jiyu was worried about Xianxua's identity. You might not be used to the food around here. Why don't you go back to the city lord's residence? After all, Xianxua was the eldest daughter of the city lord's residence. She was probably used to eating all sorts of delicacies. It was very likely that she wouldn't be used to eating commoners' food. No need. Xianxua shook her head slightly and said, I can eat anything. She had just tasted her own masterpiece. Now, she really could eat anything as long as it wasn't too bad. Moreover, she really wanted to try what kind of food the commoners ate. Then come with me. Don't regret it when the time comes. Jiyu said. Okay, Jiang Yuechu nodded firmly. Soon, Ji Yu brought Jiang Yuechu to a tea house. He had been to this tea house before. It was the time when he was picked on by 3 ignorant men. When Ji Yu walked into the tea house, many people had already recognized him. Look, that's Ji Yu. He's here again. I heard that Ji Yu taught those 3 ignorant men a lesson last time. I don't know what those 3 men's brains are made of. How dare they provoke Ji Yu? Yeah, those 3 men are brainless. Ji Yu dared to make a move on Chen Yan in front of the Kanglan Empire Academy's teachers. He's a very ruthless person. Wait. There seems to be a young girl behind him. This young girl, isn't she the city lord's eldest miss, Jiang Yuechu? Everyone started whispering to each other. Especially when they saw Jiang Yuechu behind Ji Yu, their discussion became even more intense. F***ck, it's true. The eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion also came along. I've only heard that the relationship between the second miss of the city lord's mansion and Ji Yu isn't ordinary. I didn't expect that the first miss would also have a relationship with Ji Yu. Could it be that both sisters are together with Ji Yu? F***ck, Ji Yu really is a winner in life. Not only is her innate talent incomparably strong, she also has a pair of beautiful sisters accompanying her. I'm so envious. For a moment, the whole tea house was noisy. Ji Yu completely ignored the surrounding voices and said to Jiang Yuechu, "You can order what you want. I've already eaten, so there's no need." Although the things that she ate before were indescribable, she had eaten all of them. Naturally, she was full. It's better for you to order something for me. I've never been here before. Jiang Yuechu said in confusion. Then, Ji Yu thought for a moment and shouted, "Waiter, give me some light dishes." Okay, right away. When the waiter saw that it was the young expert from last time, he quickly acted. A few minutes later, a few dishes were served. Moreover, they didn't dare to take a single cent from Ji Yu. However, Ji Yu still casually threw a gold coin to the waiter. After all, he didn't have anything like copper coins on him. The waiter was flattered and thanked her repeatedly. Try it. If it's not to your taste, you can directly change it. Ji Yu said to Jiang Yuechu. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuechu used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable leaf and tried to taste it. After chewing for a while, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "I'm not used to it." In fact, Jiang Yuechu was more or less not used to it. However, as long as it didn't taste bad, she could eat it. Then it's fine. You can continue eating. Ji Yu looked like an old father looking at his daughter and said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Yuechu nodded obediently. Jiang Yuechu ate in small mouthfuls like a virtuous lady. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed as if she thought of something. Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks in her hand to Ji Yu. Ji Yu didn't understand what Jiang Yuechu meant. Then, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "You're feeding me," Jiang Yuechu said without any change in her expression. There wasn't the slightest trace of shyness on her face. "You have hands, why do you want me to feed you?" Ji Yu asked with a speechless face. "Of course it's to seduce you, so that you can be infatuated with me," Jiang Yuechu said seriously. Ji Yu was quite speechless. He wanted to ridicule, what's the use of saying it directly like this? But he didn't say it out loud. "Hurry up and feed me." Jiang Yuechu handed the chopsticks to Ji Yu again and said stubbornly. Okay. Then I want to see how you can seduce me." Ji Yu took the chopsticks in Jiang Yuechu's hand, picked up a piece of vegetable leaf and put it into Jiang Yuechu's mouth. Jiang Yuechu slowly closed her eyes and let Ji Yu feed her. Because Jiang Yuechu closed her eyes, Ji Yu's attention was completely focused on Jiang Yuechu's red lips. The red lips were like 2 dewy petals. Originally, Ji Yu didn't feel anything, but when he focused on Jiang Yuechu's lips, he couldn't help but gradually sink in. Looking at those exquisite and flawless facial features, he even had a faint impulse to kiss her. Fortunately, Ji Yu's willpower was strong, so he immediately suppressed this impulse. He couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Yuechu was really a femme fatale. He was really almost seduced. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely have been unable to control themselves long ago. Ding! Master has resisted the lowly's temptation. Basic willpower experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic willpower has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. How was that possible? Jiyu was stunned when she heard the system notification. This system was getting more and more ridiculous. It even came up with something like resisting the temptation of lowless. However, after the system's reminder, Jiyu realized that Jiang Yuechu was indeed a little lowly. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were about the same height. Both sisters were much shorter than him. Based on his visual estimation, the two sisters were no more than 1.5 meters tall. They were definitely lowly sisters. Jiang Yuechu continued to open her mouth slightly and wait for Jiyu to feed her. She looked like a little kitten waiting to be fed. This cute appearance might not have been deliberately made by Jiang Yuechu, but it was extremely lethal to ordinary men. Fortunately, Jiyu's willpower was strong enough to not be affected by Jiang Yuechu's unintentional action. Ding. Master has resisted the lowly's temptation. Basic willpower experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has resisted the lowly's temptation. Basic willpower experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Basic willpower has successfully broken through to the greater success realm. Ding. Basic willpower experience gained is full. It has automatically leveled up to bronze level willpower. As she fed, Jiyu's willpower was strengthened to bronze level. During this process, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu. Am I seeing things? Jiyu is actually feeding Miss Jiang. And Miss Jiang doesn't seem to be unwilling at all. I thought it was only second Miss Jiang Yuexin. I didn't expect first Miss Jiang Yuechu to fall for him so quickly. This is too awesome. I don't know where Jiyu learned how to pick up girls. There were even some uncles and aunties who sighed. Young people nowadays are really full of tricks. Done. After finally finishing feeding her, Jiyu let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that this little lowly's unintentional seduction was quite strong. Normally, he wouldn't think much of it. Then, have you been successfully seduced by me? Jiang Yuechu asked seriously. The men, you've successfully seduced me. Jiyu didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. Really? Don't try to trick me. Jiang Yuechu said doubtfully. Of course it's true. There's no need for me to lie to you about this kind of thing. Jiyu said calmly. Jiang Yuechu was still a little skeptical. She stared at Jiyu's eyes for a while, but didn't see anything strange in Jiyu's eyes. And then, at this time, the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. She seemed to be quite happy. Speaking of which, it's rare to see you smile. Seeing Jiang Yuechu like this, Jiyu couldn't help but say. He still remembered that from the first time he saw Jiang Yuechu until now, Jiang Yuechu had always had a straight face. She had almost never smiled. Today, however, she was smiling for once. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiang Yuechu had pretended to be sad in front of his room and said, speaking of which, you've been showing a lot more expressions recently. It should have something to do with your parents. It seems that you sisters and Manor Head Zhang's relationship has more or less eased up. Is that so? Jiang Yuechu's expression was a little blank. In reality, after suppressing and sealing her heart these past few years, she was now a little confused about her own personality. That's right. Your expressions have clearly become more varied recently. At least, you're not as cold as before. Jiyu said, at the very least, you're still very cute when you smile. In the future, if you smile more often, maybe I'll fall for you. So, cute, Jiang Yuechu lowered her head shyly and murmured softly. However, she didn't make it obvious, so Jiyu didn't notice her shyness at all. Alright, it's about time to go. With that, Jiyu stood up. Yes. The faint blush on Jiang Yuechu's face quickly disappeared, and her expression returned to normal. However, the subtle changes in her heart couldn't disappear. Along the way, it was already late. Seeing that Jiang Yuechu was still following her, Jiyu turned her head and asked, why are you still following me? Aren't you going back? However, he quickly thought about it. It was definitely useless to say these words to Jiang Yuechu. Without waiting for Jiang Yuechu to speak, Ji Yu said, "To be honest, I'm already a bit infatuated with you. You should go back first. Tomorrow, change into a more beautiful set of clothes. Maybe I'll be completely infatuated with you." Hearing Ji Yu's words, Jiang Yuechu, who originally wanted to continue following Ji Yu, immediately said, "Okay, then I'll come find you tomorrow." Then, Jiang Yuechu no longer followed Ji Yu. It seemed that she was heading in the direction of the city lord's mansion. "This little loli is finally going back," Ji Yu said somewhat helplessly. If he hadn't said those words, with Jiang Yuechu's stubborn personality, she would definitely have followed him back. She might even have stayed overnight. Although Lolis had 3 good points, a clear voice, a soft body, and easy to push down, he couldn't be such a beast, right? After returning home, Ji Yu had been cultivating the sky splitter technique. Cultivating the sky splitter could increase one's physique and talent, so he naturally wouldn't neglect this point. Ji Yu wanted to raise the first stage of the sky splitter to perfection as soon as possible. This way, his efficiency in cultivating martial arts would be higher. Once his profound chi was depleted, he would consume pills to recover it and repeat this cycle. Ding! Master has activated the first stage of the King Stage Technique Sky Splitter. King Stage Technique Sky Splitter First Stage, gained experience, 10,000*999 times. Ding! Master has consumed a great returning profound pill. The recovery effect of profound chi has increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the first stage of the King Stage Technique Sky Splitter has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. After an unknown period of time, Ji Yu finally broke through to the next stage of the technique. If nothing unexpected happened, his physique should have been upgraded to the 8th grade of the mortal body. Next, he tried to cultivate martial arts. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 8/999 times. As expected, as the realm of the sky splitter technique increased, the cultivation effect increased by a lot again. After that, until his cultivation broke through, Ji Yu kept cultivating. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 8/999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 8/999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of the 3rd level of the defensive profound realm. After successfully breaking through to the late stage of the 3rd level of the defensive profound realm, Ji Yu fell asleep. Early the next morning, Ji Yu was woken up by a series of knocks on the door. Dong dong dong, although the sound wasn't loud, Ji Yu's consciousness was more sensitive and he was immediately awakened. He had just woken up, so his mind was a little sluggish. After a while, he realized that other than Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, no one else would come here. Ji Yu got out of bed and stretched her body. Then, she went to open the door. Sure enough, the person standing in front of the door was Jiang Yuechu. The next moment, Ji Yu's eyes widened slightly. "Why are you dressed like this?" Unlike the past, Jiang Yuechu was dressed very cute today. Her hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and she was wearing a snow-white strapless dress. Especially those slender and smooth jade legs that were wrapped in white silk, they were extremely alluring. "It was Mother who wanted me to dress like this. She said that you would definitely like it." Being stared at by Ji Yu, Jiang Yuechu subconsciously felt a little bashful. What do you think?" Ji Yu rubbed his chin and carefully sized up Jiang Yuechu from head to toe. He nodded solemnly. "You do look very cute like this. Lolita, Beth, 2 ponytails." Ji Yu had to admit that this was really amazing. "That's good." Jiang Yuechu slowly let out a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she felt a burst of joy. Then, in order to achieve some goals, you're really willing to sacrifice yourself. Ji Yu couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, with Jiang Yuechu's personality, she probably didn't like to wear this kind of outfit and forced herself to wear it. Although he didn't know Jiang Yuechu very well. "So, are you infatuated with me now?" Jiang Yuechu asked very seriously. Well, let me think. It's about time. Ji Yu thought about it and said. I'll continue to work hard. As she spoke, Jiang Yuechu walked into the house. Ji Yu watched Jiang Yuechu walk in silently. Now, he was a little confused. Now that it had come to this point, should he agree to Jiang Yuechu or not? Was it better to agree to Jiang Yuechu? He even gradually couldn't tell whether the other party was sincere or not. Ji Yu pondered for a while and decided to say, instead of going through so much trouble, why don't you tell me why you're doing this? As long as it's something I can help you with, I'll try my best to help you. He felt that it was meaningless to continue like this, and it was easy to cause some unnecessary trouble. I definitely can't let you know about that kind of thing. Jiang Yuechu said to Ji Yu with a light smile. Jiang Yuechu's rare smile and those words immediately made Ji Yu more concerned about Jiang Yuechu's purpose. However, since Jiang Yuechu was unwilling to say, he could only give up for the time being. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Let nature take its course. Ji Yu gradually felt relieved and thought to himself. But at this moment, another voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sister, why are you here at Ji Yu's place? Ji Yu immediately recognized the owner of the voice. She turned around and saw that it was indeed Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuechu looked at Jiang Yuexin in surprise. Yuexin, you bastard, how dare you abduct my sister? Jiang Yuexin put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry at Ji Yu. Then, she muttered in an extremely soft voice, clearly, I alone am enough, don't misunderstand me. I've never abducted your sister. Although Ji Yu knew that she might not be able to explain it, she still tried to explain it. I won't be fooled by you. How could big sister take the initiative to look for you? You must have forced her, and, halfway through her sentence, Jiang Yuexin seemed to find it difficult to continue. She pointed at Jiang Yuechu's outfit and said shyly, you even let my sister dress in such a shameless manner. I'm really not lying to you. Ji Yu originally wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, it seemed that what she said yesterday really did work. That was why Jiang Yuechu was forced to dress like this by the manor head's wife. Sensing that Ji Yu was suddenly feeling a little guilty, Jiang Yuexin snorted and said, as expected, I didn't guess wrong. You were the one who abducted my sister. At this moment, Ji Yu was suddenly at a loss for words. No, Yuexin, I wanted it to be like this. Right at this moment, Jiang Yuechu suddenly spoke up. Sister, I'm already here. You don't have to care about this guy's threats anymore. Jiang Yuexin didn't believe Jiang Yuechu's words at all. She thought that Jiang Yuechu was still being controlled by Ji Yu. Ji Yu was speechless. What kind of person did this girl think she was? No, I'm telling the truth. I'm not joking. Jiang Yuechu shook her head. Seeing her sister's serious expression, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. She looked at Jiang Yuechu's expression and was dazed for a moment. Then, as if she was dreaming, she slowly muttered, Sister, you couldn't have also fallen for this guy, right? Ji Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. She frowned slightly and asked, Why did you say also? Also, could it be? After Ji Yu said this, Jiang Yuexin realized that she had just spilled the beans. However, how could she be so honest? She explained with a flustered expression, just now, it was a slip of the tongue. Also, I'm talking to my sister. Don't interrupt. Okay. Ji Yu didn't think too much about it and said in a perfunctory tone. That's right. I, your sister, have fallen for Ji Gongzi. Jiang Yuechu said with a sincere gaze. No. Sister, when will you? Jiang Yuexin had become incoherent. Before she could finish a sentence, Jiang Yuechu continued calmly, if Ji Gongzi is willing, I want to get engaged to Ji Gongzi in a few days. Ji Yu was suddenly full of question marks. What the hell did she mean by getting engaged in a few days? No. Suddenly, Jiang Yuexin was so excited that she almost blurted out. Why not? My engagement to Ji Gongzi doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Jiang Yuechu was very calm. How can it have nothing to do with me? I. Jiang Yuexin was so anxious that she couldn't even speak clearly. At this time, she couldn't care so much and simply threw caution to the wind. I came first. So, you admit it, right? Jiang Yuechu's mouth slightly raised a triumphant smile. Hearing Jiang Yuechu's sudden change of topic, Jiang Yuexin was stunned for a moment and didn't realize what Jiang Yuechu was talking about. Admit what? You admit that you like Ji Gongzi, right? At this time, Jiang Yuechu was like a little devil. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but there was a faint evil smile on his face. Jiang Yuexin was suddenly shocked and said with panic in her eyes, No, how can I like this guy? Only Ji Yu was confused and didn't understand what the two sisters wanted to do. The two sisters were fighting over and over again. Did they like him or not? Since you don't like him, why do you want to stop me from getting engaged to Ji Gongzi? Jiang Yuechu said with a slightly playful smile. I don't care. You can't get engaged. Jiang Yuexin made trouble for no reason. It's not up to you. Jiang Yuechu said flatly. Jiang Yuexin finally couldn't argue anymore. Her face turned red. I want to go back and tell my mother. After saying that, she quickly left the place. So, what are you two sisters doing? Seeing Jiang Yuexin leave as if she was escaping, Ji Yu asked Jiang Yuechu speechlessly. Can't you see it? Jiang Yuechu asked with an expressionless face. I can see something. I guess your goal should be related to your sister. Ji Yu thought for a moment and said. That's all you can think of? Jiang Yuechu's brow slightly frowned. That's the only way. Ji Yu nodded. Jiang Yuechu felt a wave of helplessness as he sighed in his heart. It had already reached that point just now, but the other party still couldn't see it. She simply didn't know how to describe the other party. This degree of dullness, in a sense, was unparalleled. At this time, Jiang Yuechu wanted to say to Ji Yu's face, You're really worthy of being called you. No matter what aspect, you're far superior to ordinary people. But in the end, she didn't say it. If it's really related to Jiang Yuexin, then I can cooperate with you. At this time, Ji Yu said, But I hope you can tell me the specific ins and outs of the matter. I won't say it. Work hard to comprehend it yourself. Jiang Yuechu said with a face full of disappointment. Comprehend what? Hearing Jiang Yuechu's words, Ji Yu was even more confused. He thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out what the two sisters wanted to do. Soon, he was too lazy to continue thinking. Instead of wasting his brain cells on this kind of thing, it was better to spend more time cultivating or improving his cultivation. Then I'll go buy some ingredients first. I've already learned a lot from Mother. Today's breakfast definitely won't be a problem. Jiang Yuechu said with a face full of confidence. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. Forget it, up to you. I'll be back in a while. You must wait for me to come back. Jiang Yuechu looked as if she was afraid that Ji Yu would secretly eat breakfast first. Okay, I got it. Ji Yu said perfunctorily. After that, Jiang Yuechu left with a little relief. But just as Ji Yu was about to sit down on the bed and cultivate, he suddenly saw a small head pop out of the door. Jiang Yuexin? Ji Yu knew it was Jiang Yuexin by looking at her hairstyle. Then, he asked, Didn't you go back? Why are you back? I forgot to tell you something. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin slowly appeared. She twirled two of her fingers in a bashful manner. Jiang Yuexin thought that Ji Yu already knew that she liked him, so she was extremely shy. What is it? Ji Yu asked in confusion. Why did you come here without saying anything? My father wanted to thank you properly. Seeing that Ji Yu's expression was normal, Jiang Yuexin gradually became less shy. However, she still unconsciously felt a sense of loss in her heart. There's no need to thank me. Ji Yu said politely. Father has already given me a thank you gift, so you have to accept it even if you don't want it. Jiang Yuexin took off the storage ring on her hand and forced Ji Yu to put it on. Only then did she suddenly realize that her behavior was a little too ambiguous. However, this time, Jiang Yuexin didn't run away halfway like before because she was afraid that Ji Yu would really be snatched away by her older sister. Not only that, but she also said shyly in a small voice, This storage ring seems to be a pair with me. Oh, it seems like it really is. After hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Ji Yu realized that the storage ring that Jiang Yuexin gave her was a pair with the one that Jiang Yuexin was wearing. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yu didn't continue to speak. Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have anything else to say?" "What else do you want to say?" Ji Yu asked in return. "Forget it," Jiang Yuexin suddenly felt lost. "Nothing." She finally mustered up her courage, but the other party didn't notice anything. "What's wrong?" Seeing Jiang Yuexin like this, Ji Yu became even more confused. "If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you can tell me." "I said nothing." After hearing that, Jiang Yuexin was even more furious and ran away without saying anything. However, she didn't run for long before she turned back and warned, "If you dare to force my sister to do anything bad, this young lady will definitely not let you off easily." After saying that, she snorted and left. Ji Yu was baffled. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy today. He thought about it for a while but still couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't be bothered to continue thinking about it. He sat on the bed and continued to cultivate. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 8 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 8 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 8 by 999 times. At the same time, in the Qin family's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wuheng, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhanshan, sat facing each other. The atmosphere in the room was very serious. Since the end of the entrance examination, Ji Yu had become famous in Chaoyang Ancient City. Naturally, they couldn't bear it anymore. "Brother Chen, I heard that Ji Yu is no longer in the mayor's mansion. Is this true?" Lin Zhanshan asked Chen Wuheng. "Yes, that guy ran to a hotel and stayed there." Chen Wuheng nodded. "Then what do you mean?" Lin Zhanshan asked. "Now that the guy is like the sun in the sky, we can't just sit and wait for death." Chen Wuheng's eyes flashed coldly. "Kill Ji Yu. But now that the guy has become a member of the Qianyuan martial house, we can't do it ourselves." Lin Zhanshan said worriedly. "You and I don't need to do anything. When that guy goes to the Demon Beast mountain range again, I will send someone to assassinate him." Chen Wuheng sneered. "Assassinate?" Lin Zhanshan's eyes moved as if he had just realized something. He sneered, "Brother Chen, I think that guy will definitely die this time." Not long after Ji Yu started practicing martial arts, Jiang Yuechu came back. However, Jiang Yuechu didn't bring any ingredients with her. She came back empty-handed. "Didn't you go out to buy ingredients?" Seeing Jiang Yuechu like this, Ji Yu immediately asked in confusion. I'm a little embarrassed," Jiang Yuechu said shyly in a low voice. When Jiang Yuechu said this, Ji Yu instantly understood. If she went out in this dress, she would definitely attract all kinds of attention. Anyone would feel embarrassed. "Why don't I go with you? Or I can go by myself." "You can stay here," Ji Yu said with a smile. "It's better for you to go with me." When it came to choosing ingredients, Jiang Yuechu still wanted to do it herself. After all, she only asked her mother about 1 or 2 specific dishes. Although she also felt embarrassed, it should be better with Ji Yu by her side. "Okay, let's go then." Ji Yu nodded. Along the way, Jiang Yuechu hid behind Ji Yu, trying not to be seen by passers-by. It was the first time that Ji Yu saw Jiang Yuechu so shy, and she found it quite interesting. Walking on the road, the rate of passers-by turning their heads was almost 100%, so no matter how Jiang Yuechu hid, it was useless. At most, she didn't let others see her face. In the end, Jiang Yuechu finally bought the ingredients and went back, both physically and mentally exhausted. After going back, she immediately started to cook. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yuechu walked out of the kitchen with a plate. Looking at the plate in Jiang Yuechu's hand, Ji Yu couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in her eyes. Today, Jiang Yuechu's culinary skills had really improved. The dishes she made looked much better than yesterday. Under Jiang Yuechu's expectant gaze, Ji Yu tasted it. He found that although it was still not very tasty, it had improved a lot compared to yesterday. How do you feel? Jiang Yuechu asked excitedly. Very good. I've improved a lot this time. Ji Yu praised. Yes. Jiang Yuechu nodded happily. By the way, I'll be leaving Chaoyang Ancient City for a few days. You don't have to come here. Ji Yu suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Jiang Yuechu. Where are you going? Jiang Yuechu asked subconsciously. I'm going to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to train for a few days. I hope you won't come with me. Ji Yu said honestly. Alright, I got it. Jiang Yuechu nodded. In fact, she was very clear in her heart. With Ji Yu's current strength, she wouldn't be able to help much even if she went to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. On the contrary, she would easily drag them down. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble for Ji Yu, she did not plan to go with them. Then, Jiang Yuechu said with concern, you have to be careful. Yes. Ji Yu nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Yuechu was a little relieved. After breakfast, Ji Yu set off and left the hotel. He originally planned to go to the Chaoyang branch to buy a higher-level storage ring. After all, his original storage ring was only a low-level first-grade storage ring. A low-level first-grade storage ring was completely not enough for him now. However, Ji Yu suddenly remembered the storage ring that Jiang Yuexin gave him before, so he dismissed the idea of going to the Chaoyang branch immediately. He wanted to see what the storage ring was like first. He activated his spiritual power and penetrated the storage ring. After that, Ji Yu roughly estimated that the space in this storage ring was more than 10 times larger than his original storage ring. From this, it could be seen that the storage ring that Jiang Yuexin sent over was at least of the first grade, or even the second grade. However, he didn't have a special understanding of storage rings, so he couldn't accurately determine the grade of this storage ring. After that, Ji Yu took another look and discovered that there were several mystic skill manuals lying inside this storage ring. A storage ring and several mystic skill manuals. Although there weren't many things, it was enough to show Palace Master Zhang's sincerity. Not to mention the mystic skill manuals, just the storage ring alone was enough to make Ji Yu very satisfied. Originally, he was in need of a storage ring with a larger storage space. Palace Master Zhang's actions could be said to be timely assistance. Let's see what kind of mystic skill manuals these 3 manuals are, Ji Yu secretly thought to himself and began to control his mental strength to flip through the 3 mystic skill manuals in the storage ring. Ding! Master has taken a look at the mystic rank inferior finger technique Limitless Finger, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Master has taken a look at the mystic rank inferior leg technique Rushing Thunder Leg, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Master has taken a look at the mystic rank inferior claw technique Blood Shadow Claw, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the mystic rank inferior finger technique Limitless Finger. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the mystic rank inferior leg technique Rushing Thunder Leg. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the mystic rank inferior claw technique Blood Shadow Claw. There were a total of 3 mystic skill manuals, namely Limitless Finger, Rushing Thunder Leg, and Blood Shadow Claw. Ji Yu only casually glanced at these 3 manuals and instantly learned them all. Although he didn't lack mystic skills now, it was always good to have one more trick up his sleeve. Currently, his biggest trump card was the mystic rank superior Blood Fiend Life-Ending Palm. Unless it was a life and death situation, he wouldn't easily use it. With nothing else to do, Ji Yu set off for the Monster Beast Mountain Range. This time, he planned to stay in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range for a few days and return when the alchemy conference was about to begin. However, not long after Ji Yu walked out of the city gates, she suddenly felt that someone was following her. His expression changed as he sped up and rushed out. Ding! Master has used the Mystic Middle-Level skill Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the Mystic Middle-Level skill Myriad Flash, 300 by 999 times. Ji Yu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the next moment, 3 men in black appeared. I actually lost him. Damn it. The black-clothed man standing at the front cursed inwardly. I really didn't expect this kid's speed to be so fast. He disappeared without a trace in an instant. We can't catch up at all. This is going to be troublesome. The other two men in black were also embarrassed. The leader was silent for a while and said helplessly, "There's no other way. Let's go back first and just inform family head Chen." "Do you really think I'm gone?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. The three men in black were shocked and turned around. They didn't know when the black-robed young man appeared behind them. "If I'm not wrong, you three should be sent by that old dog Chen Wuheng, right?" Ji Yu said coldly. Previously, he noticed that the three of them followed him out of Chaoyang Ancient City. In the entire Chaoyang Ancient City, except for the Chen family and the Lin family, there was no one who had a grudge against him. Just now, he heard the three words family head Chen from the men in black. He was sure that it was the Chen family without a doubt. The leader of the men in black was the first to calm down. "I was worried that I couldn't find you, but you delivered yourself to me. It seems that you want to assassinate me, right?" Ji Yu smiled faintly, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Then, don't think that you can go back alive. Kid, you're so arrogant." The leader of the men in black didn't panic. Instead, he sneered. "It seems that you haven't figured out your current situation." As he spoke, the man in black suddenly waved his hand. A scroll with a strange pattern on it floated in midair. In an instant, countless strange and dazzling lights bloomed from the scroll. The strange light shone from above and below, enveloping the entire area around Ji Yu. Looking at this scene, Ji Yu couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, a notification came from the system. Ding! Master has seen the lower grade 3 formation Xiaoxia Zhen and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the lower grade 3 array Xiaoxia Zhen. Following the system's notification, Ji Yu's mind was filled with information regarding Xiaoxia Zhen. For example, the method to create an array, and even the method to break Xiaoxia Zhen's array had all been mastered by him. I was wondering why I had never seen such a thing before. So it's a type of array. Thinking of this, Ji Yu's lips curled up slightly. Although he had never seen an array before, he had heard of it before. In this world, there was another profession that was as unique as the alchemist, and that was the array master. However, array masters were not very popular in the Kanglin Empire, and belonged to the very unpopular category. Thus, Ji Yu had never seen an array master before. Today, he had seen one with his own eyes, and three at the same time. The three black-cloaked men in front of him were the array masters who had cast Xiaoxia Zhen. "Brat, let's see how you're going to show off now, ha ha ha." The black-cloaked men laughed heartily, obviously unaware of what was about to happen. "Seeing that you've delivered yourself to me, I'll let you die with a clear understanding." Not only did the black-cloaked men not understand the situation, they were also very arrogant. "This is the grade 3 array Xiaoxia Zhen, and it is activated by us 3 array masters. Martial practitioners below the Tongxian realm will not be able to escape. You brat, even if you grow wings, you have nowhere to run." "Are you so sure that I can't escape?" Ji Yu said with an indifferent smile. Even at this time, you brat's tone is still not small. The black-cloaked man looked at him with disdain. "If you think you can escape from here, you can try." "That's what you said," Ji Yu said indifferently. He immediately began to read the method to break the array Xiaoxia Zhen in his mind. "I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 minutes, I will activate the array. Don't regret it when the time comes." The man in black laughed contemptuously. At this time, Ji Yu had already found out how Xiaoxia Zhen was going to break the formation. The Xiaoxia Zhen's only weakness was the eye of the formation. However, this eye of the formation was extremely well hidden. Most people would not be able to see it with their naked eyes. However, Ji Yu was not an ordinary person. He already knew the location of the formation eye through the method in his mind. Ji Yu didn't want to waste any more words with the man in black. She immediately took action. Ding! Master has used the Mystic Middle-Level skill Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the Mystic Middle-Level skill Myriad Flash, 300 by 999 times. Using her body movements, Jiyu instantly arrived at the location of the Xianxia array core. Ding. Master has used the low profound rank profound skill limitless finger. Experience gained from the low profound rank profound skill limitless finger, 200 by 999 times. The tip of Jiyu's right index finger quickly condensed a golden ray of light. With a light tap, the golden ray of light suddenly shot out. The golden ray of light hit the eye of the formation. The entire Xiaoshajian instantly collapsed. Ding. Master has broken the low third rank formation Xiaoshajian. Experience gained from the formation attainment, 600 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, formation attainment has successfully broken through to the low first rank formation Master. Ding. Congratulations Master, formation attainment has successfully broken through to the medium first rank formation Master. After successfully breaking the Xiaoshajian array core, Jiyu instantly broke through twice. He was directly promoted to the medium first rank formation master. In this instant, Jiyu grasped a large amount of knowledge regarding formations. However, he didn't have the time to care about these things. He still had important matters to attend to. At the same time, on the other side, the three men in black's eyes were filled with disbelief. They all stood there dumbstruck like wooden chickens. Especially the man in black who had been so arrogant just now. His entire body froze, and his mind went blank. The third rank formation Xiaoshajian that he was originally so proud of was actually so easily broken by the opponent? He simply couldn't believe that everything that was happening in front of his eyes was real. In the next moment, Jiyu's figure flashed and quickly appeared in front of the three men in black. I've said it before. Don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Looking at the three completely dumbfounded people in front of him, Jiyu laughed coldly. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu unleashed 3 limitless fingers at the 3 black-cloaked men. Ding! Congratulations Master, the low-grade mystic skill Boundless Finger has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. Although the Boundless Finger was not the most powerful mystic skill he had, it was fast and had a large range, making it more convenient to use. The men in black seemed to only have high attainments in formations, but not in martial arts. In addition, the 3 men in black were stunned on the spot, unable to resist at all. Their hearts were pierced directly. Until their deaths, they did not understand how Jiyu broke the Xiaoshajian. After dealing with the 3 men, Jiyu took the storage rings from their hands. Then, as if nothing had happened, Jiyu headed to the Demon Beast Mountain range with a calm expression. Ding! Congratulations Master, the mid-grade mystic skill Myriad Flash has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. On the way to the middle of the Demon Beast Mountain range, Jiyu's mid-grade mystic skill Myriad Flash had broken through to the next realm. After a few days, there were only 5 days left before the start of the Grand Alchemy Conference. Jiyu ended this period of training. In these few days, his martial arts cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the defensive mystic realm. In addition, his leg technique Thunder Rush Leg, claw technique Blood Shadow Claw, movement technique Myriad Flash, and fist technique All Sides Fist had all broken through to the mastery realm. After leaving the Demon Beast Mountain range, Jiyu went straight back to Chaoyang Ancient City. On the way, he saw many carriages entering the city gate, and they all looked quite luxurious, as if they were the children of rich families. But Jiyu did not care too much, and calmly headed to the Chaoyang branch. He wanted to sell all the demonic beast materials in his storage ring. Not long after, he arrived at the Chaoyang branch. But today's Chaoyang branch was a bit strange. Compared to usual, there were more people here, and he could even see many young men and women with strange clothes and unfamiliar faces. Jiyu walked around the lobby of the Chaoyang branch and accidentally bumped into someone. Which blind bastard is that? The other party seemed to be about to flare up, but for some reason, his voice suddenly stopped. Jiyu came back to her senses and realized that it was one of the people she met in the Monster Beast Mountain range. Why are you here? Jiyu didn't pay attention to the guy who bumped into her because he was so scared that he couldn't speak. His eyes were fixed on the veiled woman in front of him. We're just here for a walk. Could it be that you're also an alchemist? The calm man asked warily. Although he knew that he was being impolite, the strength of the young man in front of him was too terrifying, so he had to be careful. "That's right, I'm an alchemist," Ji Yu said casually, "but then again, you guys aren't from Chaoyang Ancient City, right?" Previously, when he was in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, he could tell that among the 4 people on the other side, 2 of them were defensive Profound Realm warriors. One was the veiled woman, and the other was the cautious man in front of him. Ji Yu should have recognized all the geniuses in Chaoyang Ancient City, but he had never seen the veiled woman before. Obviously, this group of people wasn't from Chaoyang Ancient City. "Yes, as you said, we're from Bright Moon Ancient City," the calm man said. "I see," Ji Yu pondered. Bright Moon Ancient City was one of the territories of the Kanglan Empire, just next to Chaoyang Ancient City. It was no wonder that he met these 4 people in the Monster Beast Mountain Range last time, because the Monster Beast Mountain Range was surrounded by several ancient cities, and Bright Moon Ancient City was one of them. At this moment, the veiled woman who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. "I'm Nangong Maching from the Nangong family in Bright Moon Ancient City. May I ask what's your name?" "What does my name have to do with you?" Ji Yu just didn't like this woman in front of him because he always felt a kind of temperament from this woman that kept people thousands of miles away. Although Yu Shiyun was also like an ice cube all day long, at least he wasn't as unapproachable as this Gong Sun Maching. Moreover, Yu Shiyun had a very big beneficial relationship with him. After saying that, Ji Yu bypassed the 4 people in front of him. The calm man's face became a little ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Needless to say, the other 2 young men didn't dare to say a word. Only Gong Sun Maching's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and no one could see the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. But no one noticed that her cold eyes flashed with a touch of excitement and a trace of fanaticism. Soon, Ji Yu came to the area where materials were traded. The people next to him looked at him taking out a large pile of demonic beast materials, and they seemed to be used to it. After getting a lot of gold coins, Ji Yu used these gold coins to buy alchemy materials. After that, he left the Chaoyang branch and returned to the hotel. Back in the room, Ji Yu immediately began to prepare to refine the medicinal pills. But when he took out the pill furnace from the storage ring, he suddenly remembered that there was still one thing that he almost forgot. A few days ago, he killed the 3 black-clothed men outside the demonic beast mountain range and took 3 storage rings from them. As a result, he forgot about it after entering the demonic beast mountain range, and only now did he suddenly remember it. Ji Yu decided to take a look at what was in the 3 storage rings first, and then refine the medicinal pills later. He opened the 3 storage rings one after another, and found that they were all a lot of gold coins and array diagrams, and nothing else. However, these things weren't bad. Needless to say, the effect of the gold coins was not small, and the array diagrams were also very useful to him. Now that Ji Yu had become an intermediate grade 1 alchemist, learning more array diagrams could improve his strength to another extent. Inferior Grade 2 Offensive Array Diagram Raging Fire Array, Inferior Grade 2 Defensive Array Diagram Rock Wall Array, Inferior Grade 2 Auxiliary Array Diagram Spirit Movement Array. Although there were not many array diagrams, their grades were not low. According to Ji Yu's understanding, formations could be roughly divided into 4 categories: offensive formations, defensive formations, auxiliary formations, and illusory formations. The 4 major categories were as their names suggested. For example, the offensive formations were powerful formations that could cause damage to the enemy. The defensive formations were to increase one's defensive capabilities. It was very simple to understand. No matter what kind of array it was, the array diagram had to be created first. Now that Ji Yu had several array diagrams in her hands, he wanted to try learning them all. Ding! Master took a look at the 2nd grade lower class offensive formation Blazing Fire formation and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the inferior grade 2 offensive formation, the Blazing Fire formation. Ji Yu really wanted to test the power of this formation, but there was no suitable place for him to test it now, so he could only give up for the time being. Then, he looked at the rock wall formation and the spirit movement formation and learned them all in an instant. After learning it, Ji Yu planned on continuing to refine medicinal pills. Because this room was too small, it was not suitable for him to set up any formation. He would find a spacious place in the future and try to set up formations. However, just as he was preparing the pill refining materials, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiyu, you're finally back. Jiyu didn't even need to raise his head to know that it was Jiang Yuexin. How did you know I'm back? Jiyu asked curiously. He had just returned from the Demon Beast mountain range. However, he quickly reacted. As the second daughter of the city lord mansion, Jiang Yuexin naturally had many means in Chaoyang ancient city. It was normal for her to be able to monitor his movements. What's so strange about that? As long as you're in Chaoyang ancient city, your every move is under this young lady's control. Jiang Yuexin said proudly. Don't randomly send people to monitor me. Be careful that I don't beat your little butt. Jiyu deliberately pretended to threaten her fiercely. He hated the feeling of being monitored. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Lu, hooligan. Hearing Jiyu's words, Jiang Yuexin suddenly blushed and said softly. You said I'm a hooligan? Then I'll say you're a fool. Jiyu was speechless. You deliberately sent people to monitor me. If you're not a fool, then what are you? This young lady isn't a fool. Jiang Yuexin retorted and whispered in a complaining tone. Can't you just stay in the city lord mansion? Why do you have to run around? Let's not talk about this first. Jiyu suddenly thought of something and changed the topic. When do you want to leave for Chanyuan ancient city? This is up to you to decide. I'm fine with it any time. Sister shouldn't mind too. Jiang Yuexin said. Then let's set the time to 5 days to half a month later. We'll decide when the time comes. Jiyu thought for a moment and said. The alchemy conference would begin in 5 days. It would probably end in a day at most. However, he wasn't sure if there would be anything else after the alchemy conference, so he would have to wait until the alchemy conference ended. Okay, then remember to tell us when the time comes. Jiang Yuexin said. Jiyu nodded. By the way, Jiyu, I have something to ask you. At this time, Jiang Yuexin suddenly became a little unnatural. Jiyu waited for Jiang Yuexin to speak. Are you really interested in my sister? Jiang Yuexin said embarrassedly. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiyu suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. He remembered that when he first met Jiang Yuexin in the Monster Beast mountain range, she had said the same thing, but her expression at that time was very different from now. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Jiyu pondered for a moment and asked. I want to hear the truth. Jiang Yuexin said seriously. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. If I say that I don't have any feelings for your sister, it would definitely be a lie. Jiyu said truthfully. This sentence was indeed the truth, but there was still a difference between having feelings for her and liking her. The reason why he was interested in Jiang Yuechu was purely because Jiang Yuechu was very cute in all aspects, and she was also very good-looking. This was the thinking of a normal man. That was all. If he said that he liked Jiang Yuechu, it would be a bit forced. However, he himself didn't quite understand what it meant to like her. Jiang Yuexin seemed to have already mentally prepared herself. She knew that Jiyu would say this, so she didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. Although her mood was a bit complicated, she quickly calmed down and continued to ask, then, compared to my sister, who do you like more? Hearing Jiang Yuexin's words, Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Jiyu didn't know what to say for a moment. Before Jiyu could speak, Jiang Yuexin added, this time, I still want to hear your true feelings. Truth, Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue thinking about it, so she simply said her inner thoughts, I think your share is more. Really? Jiang Yuexin's face immediately revealed a happy expression. Of course it's true. Jiyu nodded and said. Jiang Yuexin's heart was about to burst with joy. But soon her expression changed, and she turned her head with a red face and said, You don't misunderstand, I'm just confirming that you don't have any bad intentions towards my sister. Oh, so that's the case. Jiyu didn't think too much and nodded seriously. Seeing Jiyu like this, Jiang Yuexin immediately regretted it. Originally, there was going to be some improvement, but she ruined it. At the same time, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuexin didn't realize that Jiang Yuechu was secretly hiding outside the door and listening to everything that was happening inside. At this time, Jiang Yuechu was completely speechless. Why did her sister always drop the ball at the crucial moment? Ding. Detected that master has begun to refine a second-grade pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. At this time, Ji Yu had already begun to refine pills. Oh right, you can go back first, I might have to use the next day to refine pills. Ji Yu suddenly raised her head and said to Jiang Yuexin. Because there were a lot of ingredients this time, it would probably take at least an entire day to refine all of them. Oh. Then I'll bring some food for you later. With that, Jiang Yuexin left. Ding. Master has refined a second-grade middle-grade pill, alchemy attainment gained experience, 300 by 999 times. Ding. Master has refined a second-grade lower-grade pill, alchemy attainment gained experience, 200 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, alchemy attainment has successfully broken through to third-grade middle-grade alchemist. After an entire day, Ji Yu finally finished refining all the materials. Right now, I'm just one step away from becoming a superior grade 3 alchemist. When the time comes, I'll refine a 7 profound spirit-clearing pill to solve the problem of the mansion mistress. Ji Yu thought to herself as she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the rising sun outside the window, he realized that it was already the next morning. Because it was very early, the surroundings were quiet. It was precisely because of this that Ji Yu vaguely heard a soft snoring sound. Huff, 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 Ji Yu subconsciously turned to look at her bed. She was surprised to find that Jiang Yuexin had unknowingly fallen asleep on the bed, and she didn't even cover herself with a blanket. At this moment, he noticed a wooden basket on the table from the corner of his eye. It seemed to be filled with food. Ji Yu immediately understood something. Immediately, he smiled warmly and walked forward to help cover Jiang Yuexin with a blanket. Just as he leaned over to cover Jiang Yuexin with a blanket, Jiang Yuexin seemed to have had a dream and suddenly reached out to hug him. Ji Yu didn't expect Jiang Yuexin to make such a sudden move. Furthermore, he didn't have his guard up against Jiang Yuexin at all. As a result, he was directly hugged by Jiang Yuexin, lying in Jiang Yuexin's embrace. He immediately experienced the feeling of face washing. Unfortunately, it was only slightly better than an airport landing. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it also felt a little painful. It was really uncomfortable. Ji Yu struggled a little, wanting to escape from Jiang Yuexin's embrace. However, his struggle woke up Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin was still a little confused when she was suddenly woken up. After a while, she realized that Ji Yu was lying on top of her. For a moment, her head felt like it was being bombarded, and all kinds of messy thoughts appeared in her mind. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. In the end, she completely exploded like a steam engine. Ah! When Ji Yu saw that Jiang Yuexin had woken up, she already knew what was going to happen. She had already covered her ears and was prepared. Even so, Jiang Yuexin's scream was still a little harsh to his ears. Ji Yu covered his ears and helplessly moved away from Jiang Yuexin. This time, he didn't do anything. You bastard. Hooligan. Pervert. Jiang Yuexin's face was red as she hugged her chest and shouted angrily. Can I say that you suddenly wrapped around me just now? Ji Yu explained helplessly. You pervert, stay away from me. Jiang Yuexin didn't listen to his explanation at all. Calm down and think about it. If I really wanted to do something to you, why would I wait until now? Ji Yu said calmly. Jiang Yuexin thought carefully and felt that Ji Yu did make sense. However, she was even more unhappy. Then do you think that I'm not charming? Charm, Ji Yu's eyes involuntarily fixed on Jiang Yuexin's chest. Bastard, where are you looking at? Jiang Yuexin noticed Ji Yu's gaze and immediately said shyly. Let's not talk about this. I haven't eaten yet. Ji Yu changed the topic. Jiang Yuexin easily followed Ji Yu's topic. By the way, I brought you some food, but it's already cold. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as it's edible. Ji Yu walked to the table and took out the things in the basket. He found that it was some dumpling-like food. It looked fine on the surface. He picked it up and tasted it. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. Did you make this? Jiyu asked Jiang Yuexin curiously. No, I asked the servant to make this. Jiang Yuexin replied. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiyu thought about it. He was thinking too much. Jiang Yuexin and Jiang Yuechu were probably the same. They didn't know anything about cooking. It would be strange if Jiang Yuexin could make such delicious food. Do you want to eat the food I made? Jiang Yuexin seemed to understand something and immediately asked. Ah, forget it. I was just casually asking. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. He was already a little scared of Jiang Yuechu. He didn't want to start from the beginning again. Ah. I'm so sleepy. At this time, Jiang Yuexin gently rubbed her eyes and yawned. It seemed that she hadn't fully woken up. You didn't rest well last night. Why don't you go back and have a good rest? Jiyu looked at Jiang Yuexin and said with concern. Okay, then I'll go back first. You rest well too. I see that you haven't slept since last night. With that, Jiang Yuexin left. After Jiang Yuexin left, Jiyu immediately put the pills that he had just made on the table. He was going to use 70% of the pills to increase his cultivation. As for the remaining 30%, he planned to sell them at the Chaoyang branch in the future. This way, he would be able to earn a large amount of gold coins. Then, he began to use the pills to increase his cultivation. Ding! Master has consumed a medium grade 2 medicinal pill. The experience gained for martial arts cultivation is as follows, 7,000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has consumed an inferior second grade medicinal pill. Experience gained from martial cultivation, 5,000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, martial cultivation successfully broke through to the peak of the 4th level defensive profound realm. After consuming all the pills, Jiyu managed to increase his cultivation by a small level. However, he felt that he was only half a step away from reaching the 5th level of the defensive profound realm. He planned to try to break through to the 5th level of the defensive profound realm in one go. At this time, he immediately began to cultivate his mystical chi. After about half an hour, Jiyu finally broke through to the 5th level of the defensive profound realm. Next, he planned to attempt to concoct a second-grade high-quality pill and a third-grade pill. These second-grade low-grade and second-grade mid-grade pills were not very effective for him now. Consuming a lot of them would not increase his cultivation by much. However, before trying to make higher-grade pills, Jiyu had to earn enough gold coins first. Otherwise, if he could not even afford the ingredients for the pills, then it would be useless no matter how much he said. I'll go to the Chaoyang branch later and sell the rest of the pills. I should be able to get quite a lot of gold coins. Jiyu muttered to himself in a low voice. Without another word, he immediately set off for the Chaoyang branch. At this time, Jiang Yuexin was on her way back to the city lord's mansion. There were experts from the city lord's mansion secretly protecting her, so it was very safe for her to be alone. However, she seemed to be a little uneasy now. She lowered her head slightly and looked at her chest, as if she was still concerned about Jiyu's gaze just now. Why is it so small? Jiang Yuexin looked worried. She used her hand to support her chest and found that it was only a little bit. Suddenly, her eyes moved, as if she thought of something. She quickened her pace and ran back to the city lord's mansion. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, she went straight to look for her sister. Soon, Jiang Yuexin found Jiang Yuechu and said to Jiang Yuechu, "Sister, stand there and don't move." Although Jiang Yuechu had a puzzled look on his face, he still listened to his younger sister's words. Jiang Yuexin walked directly to Jiang Yuechu's back. Her hands were like devil's claws, reaching for Jiang Yuechu's chest without any warning. Yuexin, what are you doing? Suddenly being attacked, Jiang Yuechu couldn't help but cry out softly. Her face was slightly red. However, she didn't resist. After all, it was her sister. Not only that, Jiang Yuexin also used her hands to rub it twice. Phew. It's okay. After confirming her sister's size, Jiang Yuexin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister's size wasn't bigger than hers. However, at the same time, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little sad. Her mother's was obviously so big, so why were her and her sister so small? Sister, have you ever thought about why our size is different from mother's? Xianxia suddenly asked Xianxia with a serious face. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xianxia was puzzled. She couldn't understand why her sister suddenly asked such a question. Moreover, she didn't have much of an opinion on this kind of thing. It didn't matter to her whether it was big or small. Forget it, it's obvious that you don't understand these things. I'll go ask mother. After that, Xianxia ran away. Only Xianxia was left puzzled. What was wrong with her sister? At this moment, Jiyu had already arrived at the Chaoyang branch. Today's Chaoyang branch was still the same as yesterday. It was bustling with activity. Since there were only 4 days left before the alchemy conference, more and more people from all over the Kanglan Empire rushed to Chaoyang ancient city. Some people came to participate in the alchemy conference, but even more people came to join in the fun. As usual, Jiyu wore a black robe to cover his face. Although this style of dressing had become his classic image, there were also many young people who imitated it, so it was not so easy to recognize him. Soon, he walked into the Chaoyang branch and came to the front desk. He remembered that this was the place in charge of appraising and trading treasures. If he wanted to sell pills, he naturally had to come here. Mister, how can I help you? The staff at the front desk immediately asked with a smile. I want to sell some pills. Jiyu didn't try to hide his voice, so he spoke naturally. Once he heard Jiyu's voice, the staff immediately changed the way he addressed him. Mister, please take out your pills for us to appraise. After that, we will decide on the price. Okay. Jiyu immediately took out all the pills in his storage ring. Seeing that there were at least a dozen pills in front of him, the staff was shocked. He didn't expect this mister to be able to take out so many pills at once. Moreover, they seemed to be at least second-grade pills. Cough cough, seeing that the service staff was dumbfounded, Jiyu coughed lightly to remind them. The staff immediately came to his senses and quickly put away the pills. Mister, please wait for a moment. I'll take them to the treasure appraiser now. The results will be out soon. Not long after, an old man walked out from inside. The old man first took a look at Jiyu before he began to appraise the pills that Jiyu brought. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification rang out in Jiyu's mind. Ding! Master has watched the appraiser appraise the items. Treasure appraisal attainment gained experience points, won by 999 times. However, Jiyu was already used to it, so his emotions did not fluctuate much. Based on his knowledge of the system, if watching an alchemist refining pills could increase his alchemy attainment, it was normal that watching an appraiser appraise the items could increase his treasure appraisal attainment as well. At the same time, the old man seemed to have finished appraising the first pill. His muddy eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This was actually an inferior second-grade medicinal pill, and its quality was very good. Then, wouldn't the remaining pills be? At the thought of this, the old man could not wait to appraise the remaining pills. Jiyu stood at the side and watched the old man appraise the pills. The system notification rang continuously. Ding! Master has watched the appraiser appraise the items. Treasure appraisal attainment gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Master has watched the appraiser appraise the items. Treasure appraisal attainment gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, your treasure appraisal attainment has successfully broken through to an inferior first-grade appraiser. Soon, Jiyu became an inferior first-grade appraiser. Just like when he became an inferior grade 1 alchemist, a lot of knowledge about appraising treasures and various basic methods of appraising treasures instantly emerged in his mind. On the other hand, since Jiyu had refined many pills that were repeated, the old man quickly finished appraising all the pills. At this moment, the old man could not describe the shock in his heart. There were a total of 10 to 20 pills, and they were all inferior second-grade or middle-grade second-grade pills. The black-robed man in front of him seemed to be a young man. May I ask if you're an alchemist? The old man could not help but ask. That's right. Ji Yu nodded in response. As expected, young master should be an alchemy genius from somewhere else, right? The old man asked with a respectful expression. He asked this because he had never heard of any alchemy genius in Chaoyang Ancient City other than Miss Yu Shuyun who could refine a medium level 2 elixir pill. Ji Yu smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't need to reveal too much to a stranger. After the old man calculated the value of all the pills to Ji Yu put away a large pile of gold coins into her storage ring and left. However, Ji Yu was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, she wandered around the Chaoyang branch. Just as he was passing by a certain room, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the room. Ji Yu thought it sounded like Yu Shuyun's voice. He stopped in front of the door for a moment and glanced into the room. In the next moment, his pupils shrank slightly. Look at what he saw. Yu Shuyun was actually talking to Namgong Maching inside. What the F***CK, was this a F***king meeting between two ice cubes? Two ice sculptures. At the same time, Namgong Maching was the first to notice that someone was looking in from outside the door. However, she did not turn her head to look. Instead, she asked coldly, "Who are you?" As soon as Namgong Maching spoke, Yu Shuyun subconsciously looked outside the door and greeted, "Ji Yu, since you're here, come in too." Since Yu Shuyun said so, Ji Yu walked into the room. Namgong Maching heard that it was someone Yu Shuyun knew, so she turned around curiously. Turning his head to look, Namgong Maching's cold eyes suddenly flashed with an imperceptible surprise. "You're Ji Yu?" Namgong Maching subconsciously said. She did not expect that the person who came in would be the black-robed youth from before. "Yes." Ji Yu casually replied. "So you two know each other?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Yu Shuyun couldn't help but ask. "Not really, we've only met once or twice," Ji Yu said. "Then let me introduce you. This is Namgong Maching from the Namgong family in Bright Moon Ancient City. She is also one of the contestants who came to participate in this alchemy conference." Yu Shuyun introduced to Ji Yu. "So, she's also our competitor?" Ji Yu thought for a moment and said. "That's right, she's also participating in the duo competition like us, but the person who teamed up with her is not here right now." Yu Shuyun nodded. Namgong Maching listened to the conversation between the two in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. "Then what were you talking about here just now?" Ji Yu continued to ask. "I just happened to bump into Miss Namgong and had a simple conversation with her. There was nothing important," Yu Shuyun said. "So that's how it is." Ji Yu originally thought that these two ice sculptures were talking about something interesting, but it seemed that she was overthinking. At this moment, Namgong Maching suddenly said coldly, "Wait until the day of the alchemy conference, I'll let you see the difference between you two. You don't have the qualifications to make me see anything." Hearing this, Ji Yu did not have the slightest anger on her face. Instead, she smiled. "Then let's wait and see." With that, Namgong Maching stood up and left. At this moment, Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun did not see the trace of interest and fanaticism in Namgong Maching's cold eyes. In the room, Yu Shuyun didn't seem to care about what Namgong Maching had just said. She said to Ji Yu without changing her expression, "There are still 4 days before the Grand Alchemy Conference begins. You should be mentally prepared, right?" "Yes." Ji Yu nodded casually. Now that he had already reached the level of a medium tier 3 alchemist, why would he need to be mentally prepared to participate in an alchemy conference? He would just crush everyone along the way. If he hadn't agreed with Yu Shuyun to participate in the duo competition, he would have wanted to get first place in the singles competition. Your talent in alchemy is indeed not bad, but you'd better not be too arrogant. Although the experts are all gathered in the individual competition this time, there are still some experts who participated in the duo competition. Yu Shuyun said solemnly, "For example, that Moro Maching just now. Our chances of winning against her are not very high." Her impression of Ji Yu was still at the level of an inferior second-grade alchemist, so she had a slight tone of an elder lecturing a junior. "I know." Not wanting to listen to Yu Shuyun's nonsense anymore, Ji Yu's expression deliberately became more serious. "Okay, in 4 days, before the alchemy conference starts, come and find me here. At that time, I'll tell you some things about the rules of the alchemy conference." Yu Shuyun said. I got it. See you then. After saying that, Ji Yu waved his hand and left. Then, as usual, he bought a bunch of alchemy materials at the Chaoyang branch before leaving the Chaoyang branch. After returning to his room, Ji Yu immediately began to refine pills. This time, he brought back a lot of materials needed to refine superior second-grade and third-grade pills, which meant that he was ready to start refining these higher-grade pills. After spending a full day, Ji Yu finally finished refining all the pills. These pills were his first attempt at refining, so he was a little unfamiliar with them and his speed was very slow. Especially for the intermediate third-grade pills, it took him at least 2 hours to refine each one. He didn't bring back a lot of materials, so Ji Yu's alchemy skills had not improved to that of a superior third-grade alchemist, but he was not too far away. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the mid-stage of defensive profound realm level 5. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the late stage of defensive profound realm level 5. Ji Yu consumed all the pills one after another. Although there weren't many of them, they were of high quality and allowed his martial arts cultivation to break through 2 small realms. At this moment, he could clearly feel the surge in his strength. With my current cultivation and those mystic skills, it's not difficult for me to challenge a level 6 or 7 defensive profound realm martial artist. Ji Yu thought to himself and couldn't help but feel a little excited. It wouldn't be long before he could kill Lin Zhanshan, but it would probably be after he went to the Qianyuan martial house. After all, Lin Zhanshan was a veteran Tongxian realm martial artist. Before Ji Yu broke through to the Tongxian realm, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Then I'll cultivate the Sky Splitter next. Anyway, the Sky Splitter can only cultivate the first stage to perfection. Now, I'm only one step away from perfection. Previously, Ji Yu had only obtained the cultivation manual for the first layer of the Sky Splitter cultivation method. He didn't know where to obtain the rest of the manuals, so he could only cultivate the first layer to perfection at most. Ding! Master has cultivated the first stage of the King Stage technique, Sky Splitter. Obtained experience points, 10,000 * 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated the first stage of the King Stage technique, Sky Splitter. Obtained experience points, 10,000 * 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the first stage of the King Stage technique, Sky Splitter, has successfully broken through to the greater perfection realm. Ji Yu continued to cultivate the technique. Once his mystic chi was depleted, he would consume pills to recover mystic chi. After repeating this cycle for a long time, he finally managed to cultivate the Heaven Splitter technique to the perfection stage. If there were no accidents, Ji Yu's physique talent should have increased to the 9th grade of the mortal physique, which was the highest level of the mortal physique. Then, he immediately started to cultivate his profound chi. However, not long after, Jiang Yuechu came again. Why do you come here every day? Sensing that Jiang Yuechu had barged into the room, Ji Yu said helplessly. No, I didn't come yesterday. Jiang Yuechu said seriously. Ji Yu was speechless for a moment. Alright, you win. The two of them were silent for a while before Jiang Yuechu spoke first. You should be participating in the alchemy conference in a few days, right? After all, you're also an alchemist. That's right. Ji Yu nodded. This kind of small matter was not considered a secret, and there was no need to deliberately hide it. Yes, Yuexin and I will be there to cheer for you. Jiang Yuexin looked at Ji Yu and continued, if I'm bothering you, I'll go back now. You're not bothering me, but I do need to cultivate next. You can see for yourself if you want to stay or go back. Ji Yu thought for a moment and said. Then I'd better go back first. On the day of the alchemy conference, I'll go to the Chaoyang branch with Yuexin to look for you. With that, Jiang Yuechu left. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of defensive profound realm level 5. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Martial Arts Cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of Defensive Profound Realm Level 5. With his 9th rank mortal physique, Jiyu had broken through 2 small realms in less than a day. He was 1 step away from Defensive Profound Realm Level 6. However, Jiyu did not plan to continue cultivating his celestial chi. Instead, he planned to find a spacious place to try setting up a formation. Jiyu set off without another word. There was a barren land outside of Chaoyang Ancient City. It was a very suitable place for Jiyu to try setting up a formation. The first thing he did was to take out the support formation diagram, spirit movement formation, from his storage ring. Because he had already learned this formation before, he subconsciously activated the spirit movement formation. Ding. Master has cast the inferior grade 2 formation, spirit formation, formation attainment, experience gained, 200 by 999 times. In the next moment, a strange pattern formed under Jiyu's feet. The entire pattern emitted a faint green light. At that moment, he felt his entire body become much lighter. He felt like he was about to float when he took a few steps. To put it simply, this spirit movement formation greatly increased Jiyu's movement speed, so it was a type of support formation. Of course, the support formation did not only increase one's movement speed. Other than that, there were also various support formations that could strengthen one's strength, continuously restore celestial chi, and even temporarily increase one's comprehension. Jiyu had more or less tested out the ability of the spirit movement array. She then put away the spirit movement array. He then took out the defensive formation, rock wall formation. Just like before, he began to cast the rock wall formation. Ding. Master has cast the defensive formation rock wall formation, formation attainment experience gained, 200 by 999 times. In the blink of an eye, a brown barrier appeared within a few meters of Jiyu. The rock wall formation floated in midair and enveloped Jiyu like an indestructible rock wall. This kind of defensive formation was fundamentally different from a defensive mystic skill. For example, Jiyu had the defensive profound skill thick earth armor, but no matter what, she could only use the thick earth armor on herself. However, the defensive formation was different. This rock wall formation covered a radius of a few meters. It could accommodate many people and not just protect him. In comparison, this defensive formation, rock wall formation, had a much wider range of uses, but under normal circumstances, it was still more convenient to use defensive profound skills. After all, the casting time of a defensive formation was relatively long, and only defensive profound skills could be released in an instant, which was more convenient for emergency situations. It could be said that each had its own advantages and disadvantages, but there was no conflict. However, Jiyu didn't plan on using the blazing fire formation as an offensive formation. You could tell what kind of formation it was just by looking at its name. Furthermore, the surrounding area was completely desolate, so it wasn't suitable to use this kind of formation. However, Jiyu suddenly thought that it would definitely be very exciting to use this kind of formation in the Lin family mansion. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved that he didn't use the blazing fire formation here, because these formations were equivalent to one-time use items. For example, the spirit movement array and rock wall array had already been used, so there was no way to use them a second time. After all, if this kind of thing could be used indefinitely, it would be too much of a bug. Now, I'll go back and raise my cultivation level. I'll go to the Lin family mansion and use the blazing fire formation on the day before the alchemy conference. Jiyu thought to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After returning to his room, Jiyu continued to raise his cultivation level by cultivating his profound Qi Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the defensive profound realm. On the day before the alchemy conference, Jiyu finally raised his cultivation level to the 6th level of the defensive profound realm. At this time, the sky was already dark, so it was time for him to set off. Ding. Master has used the mystic middle level skill Myriad Flash. Experience gained from the mystic middle level skill Myriad Flash, 300 by 999 times. Using his movement technique, Jiyu silently arrived at the Lin family mansion. At this time, he was standing outside the walls of the Lin family mansion. A formation scroll appeared in his hand. It was the blazing fire formation. Ding! Master has used the lower second rank formation blazing fire formation, martial arts cultivation experience gained, 200 by 999 times. The formation scroll directly floated in the air above the Lin family mansion. After casting the blazing fire array, Jiyu didn't even stay to take a look before she slipped away. In the next moment, he could hear shouts coming from the Lin family mansion. There was no need for Jiyu to stay behind and watch. This blazing fire formation was only a second-rank formation. At most, it would only cause the Lin family to lose a lot of money. Once the experts of the Lin family arrived, this formation would be quickly dealt with. However, as long as she could make the Lin family suffer, Jiyu would have achieved her goal. Soon, he returned to the inn and continued to cultivate as he waited for the next day. The next day, the alchemy conference was about to begin. Early in the morning, Jiyu left for the Chaoyang branch to look for Yu Shiyun. Ding! Master took a step forward. The experience gained from the mystic rank middle level skill Myriad Flash, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step forward. The experience gained from the mystic rank middle level skill Myriad Flash, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The mystic rank middle level skill Myriad Flash has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. When she arrived at the Chaoyang branch, Jiyu's Myriad Flash had also broken through to the next stage. Today, the Chaoyang branch was even more crowded than before. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. This was because the Kanglan Empire's annual grand event, the Alchemy Conference, was about to begin here. Jiyu finally managed to pass through the crowd and enter the Chaoyang branch, heading to the room from last time. When he arrived at the room, he found that Yu Shiyun seemed to have been waiting for him. "I'm here." Jiyu greeted her. Yu Shiyun looked up and saw Jiyu. She said, "You came at the right time. I'll tell you the rules of the alchemy conference now." Jiyu nodded slightly and listened quietly. When the alchemy conference starts later, the single competition will be held first. We won't talk about the rules of the single competition if we don't participate. Yu Shiyun explained in detail. The single competition will end in the morning, and the double competition will start in the afternoon. As the name suggests, the double competition is a competition between two people in each group. The rules are very simple. All groups will start refining pills at the same time. The time limit is 4 hours. If you exceed the time limit, you will fail. Finally, the rankings will be based on the grade, quality, and success rate of the pills. The top 10 will not only be able to study in the main association, but they will also be rewarded handsomely. After listening to Yu Shiyun quietly, Jiyu realized that the rules of the alchemy conference were much simpler than he thought. "Do you have any questions?" Yu Shiyun asked. "No." Jiyu shook his head slightly. "Alright, then you can watch the alchemy skills of the alchemy geniuses in the morning. You can perform as usual in the afternoon. There's no need to be nervous," Yu Shiyun said. Jiyu smiled but didn't say anything. It was a joke that he would be nervous. The so-called alchemy conference this time was just for him to casually play around. "Let's go now. The alchemy conference is about to start." As she spoke, Yu Shiyun led the way in front. Jiyu silently followed behind Yu Shiyun. Her mood was relaxed the entire time. Soon, Jiyu arrived at an open-air alchemy venue under Yu Shiyun's lead. The entire venue was huge. At this time, thousands of people had already gathered here. They were all watching from all directions. In the middle was a spacious flat ground with a pile of alchemy furnaces. It was obviously prepared for the competition. Other than Jiyu, no one else had noticed that there was an invisible barrier between the arena and the audience. Not only could this barrier not be touched, it was also impossible to see it with the naked eye. Jiyu only discovered this barrier because she heard the system notification. Ding! Master has viewed the superior third-grade support formation, sound concealment formation, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the superior third-grade support formation, the sound concealment formation. Just like the time when she comprehended Xianxia, Jiyu instantly understood everything related to this soundproof array. This was a superior third-grade support formation. Its function was to isolate all sounds that came from outside the range of the formation. This sound concealment formation had an extremely effective soundproofing effect. It was capable of isolating almost all of the voices of the spectators. Even a Tongxian realm expert would find it difficult to pass through this formation. However, a Tongxian realm expert would not purposely disturb the competition for no reason. Furthermore, the alchemy conference was jointly organized by all of the alchemy association branches in the entire Kanglan Empire. No one dared to offend them. Jiyu could not help but sigh. This was indeed a grand event organized by all of the alchemy association branches. They were so generous that they even used a superior third-grade support formation to isolate sounds. However, at this time, the sound concealment formation was not fully activated. It would probably only be activated when the competition officially started. Jiyu and Yu Shuyun were both participants, so they directly entered the arena to rest. This was also the best VIP area to watch the competition. The individual competition will begin in a while. You can watch it first. Yu Shuyun sat beside Jiyu and said. The alchemy geniuses from all over the place were all trying to get close to each other. Only Yu Shuyun and Jiyu didn't talk to anyone and just sat there quietly. Yu Shuyun might have a personality problem, but Jiyu had no interest in talking nonsense with others. Although I may not have the qualifications to say this, but don't you want to get to know those alchemy geniuses? Seeing that Jiyu was still unmoved, Yu Shuyun couldn't help but say, it's always good to get to know more geniuses. Not interested. Jiyu said casually. Hearing this, Yu Shuyun didn't continue this topic. Since the competition hasn't started yet, I'll tell you who our main competitors are this time. First, let's talk about the most powerful enemy this time. You know her too, it's Nangong Maching. She comes from Bright Moon Ancient City, which has an extremely high level of alchemy. Moreover, she's the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. It's said that her alchemy skills have already reached the superior second grade. Not only that, she also mastered the Nangong family's unique skill, which is a superior second grade alchemy hand seal. Therefore, she's our #1 competitor. Yu Shuyun said very seriously, but Jiyu didn't care at all. A mere superior second grade alchemy master couldn't attract his attention. Oh right, have you learned the cyan light seal I gave you last time? At this time, Yu Shuyun suddenly thought of something and asked. I've learned it. Jiyu replied. Very good. Yu Shuyun's eyes immediately revealed a trace of satisfaction and praise. She really didn't misjudge him. He actually learned the superior second grade alchemy hand seal so quickly. He really deserved the title of genius. One had to know that when she had learned the azure light seal, she had spent no less time than the other party. However, Yu Shuyun definitely couldn't have imagined that Jiyu had learned the cyan light seal just by looking at it. Other than Nangong Maching, there are also the two Zhao brothers from the Bright Moon Ancient City. They are twins, and when refining pills, they have telepathy. Their threat level is not much lower than Nangong Maching. Lu Ling from the ancient city of Brilliant Light is also a top figure. His alchemy skills are not much inferior to Nangong Maching's. Yu Shuyun introduced all the stronger opponents to Jiyu one by one so that Jiyu could be mentally prepared. Although Jiyu wasn't particularly interested, she still listened casually. What made him a little concerned was that when Yu Shuyun mentioned that guy called Lu Ling, there seemed to be a trace of disgust in her tone. From his guess, it should be that Yu Shuyun and that Lu Ling had some unpleasant things in the past. I'll tell you about the opponents that are more threatening to us. As for those alchemy geniuses in the individual competition, we won't meet them, so there's no need to talk about them. Yu Shuyun said. Jiyu nodded and didn't say anything else. Not long after, the organizer of the alchemy conference, as well as all kinds of so-called alchemy masters, talked nonsense for a while before the alchemy conference officially began. The morning's individual competition immediately began. All the participants participating in the individual competition appeared on the stage. Almost all of them were alchemy geniuses from all over the Kanglan Empire. The surrounding audience immediately cheered. However, at this time, the sound concealment array seemed to have been activated. Ji Yu gradually couldn't hear what was coming from the audience. This was just right. He could fully concentrate on watching the competition. After all, he could improve his own alchemy skills by watching the alchemist refine pills. This time, there were over 100 participants refining pills at the same time. This was a rare opportunity for him to quickly improve his alchemy skills. How could he waste this opportunity? The rules of the individual competition and the duo competition were basically the same. In terms of time, there was also a time limit of 4 hours. In these 4 hours, almost all the contestants were trying their best to surpass their limits. Among them, there were a few outstanding alchemy geniuses who had already finished refining their elixirs. Ji Yu could see that the young man who was the fastest was also one of the contestants. The elixir he refined was the best among the superior grade 2 elixirs. If there were no surprises, he should be in the top 10 or even the top 3 of the individual competition. Ding! Master has watched an alchemist refine an elixir. Alchemy attainment gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has watched an alchemist refine an elixir. Alchemy attainment gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Master has successfully broken through to become a superior grade 3 alchemist. As the alchemy competition came to an end, Ji Yu had also obtained a lot of experience points and successfully broke through to become a superior grade 3 alchemist. After the individual competition ended, the organizer of the alchemy conference began to announce the rankings. At this time, there was no need for Ji Yu to continue staying. She directly said to Yu Shiyun, "There's nothing else to see now. Let's go." Okay. Yu Shiyun also had no intention of continuing to stay here. She stood up and left with Ji Yu. "Where are we going next?" Ji Yu asked. "Coincidentally, I have an elder who wants to meet you. I'll bring you there." Yu Shiyun thought for a moment and said. "Okay." Ji Yu did not think much of it and replied. Soon, Ji Yu followed Yu Shiyun to a hall. Here, there were many big shots with extraordinary auras. They all looked like grandmasters in the alchemy world. "Seiju, this is the kid who wants to team up with you?" At this time, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble walked over with a bold tone. Yu Shiyun frowned slightly, but she still nodded at the middle-aged man. Then, she explained to Ji Yu in a low voice, "This is an alchemy grandmaster from some alchemy guild. His character is like this, I hope you don't take it to heart." "I understand." Ji Yu nodded in a low voice. Regardless of whether the middle-aged man's personality was like this or not, he didn't take him seriously. To put it bluntly, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "You brat, are you really a second-grade alchemist?" At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Ji Yu with a questioning gaze. Before Ji Yu could say anything, Yu Shiyun couldn't hold it in any longer. "Senior, please have some self-respect." After saying that, she grabbed Ji Yu's wrist and left. "Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting." In response, the middle-aged man merely smiled. "I made a fool of myself just now." Yu Shiyun's tone was slightly apologetic. "It's all right." Ji Yu said lightly. "I'll take you directly to my father and the others." Yu Shiyun said. Ji Yu nodded slightly and remained silent. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to describe it. They just turned a corner in the hall and seemed to have arrived at their destination. Ji Yu was led by Yu Shiyun to a middle-aged man with a dignified face and sword-like eyebrows. Obviously, this man with sword-like eyebrows should be Yu Shiyun's father, the current president of the Chaoyang branch, Yu Lingfeng. "I'm Ji Yu, nice to meet you, senior." Ji Yu said respectfully. "Not bad." Yu Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. "I've heard that you're very talented in alchemy. Seeing you today, you're really talented." "Senior is too kind." Ji Yu said modestly. "Let's not talk about this anymore. It's useless to talk about it now. Just perform as usual in the competition this afternoon." Yu Lingfeng said, "You and Shiyun should go and rest. It's better to recharge your energy." Junior understands. Ji nodded calmly. Ji left with Yu Shiyun. However, just as he walked a few steps out of the hall, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Yu Shiyun, is the one who teamed up with you this little brat? A young man with a feminine face walked over. His tone was sharp and had a trace of disdain. Lu Ling, what does it have to do with you who I'm teaming up with? Yu Shiyun's tone clearly revealed a trace of displeasure. To be honest, you teamed up with this kind of trash and still want to have the opportunity to go to the main association to further your studies. Aren't you too naive and ridiculous? Lu Ling mocked, if you're willing to leave the Chaoyang branch and join this young master's team, then you'll have hope. At the end of his words, Lu Ling's eyes flashed with a touch of greed. Seeing Lu Ling's unscrupulous eyes, Yu Shiyun couldn't help but feel disgusted. At this time, there were many people around, and almost all of their attention was attracted. Isn't that the #1 alchemy genius of the ancient Radiant City, Lu Ling? And Yu Shiyun is also here. What's going to happen? It is said that Lu Ling has been lusting after Yu Shiyun's beauty since a long time ago. Although Yu Shiyun is the #1 alchemy genius in our Chaoyang ancient city, she is still lacking compared to Lu Ling. That is why this happened. The one in the same team as Yu Shiyun seems to be Ji Yu, right? Isn't he a martial arts genius? Why is he participating in the alchemy competition with Yu Shiyun? That's right. That's a little strange. Could it be that Ji Yu also dabbled in alchemy? The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Lu Ling's expression became more and more complacent. If I'm trash, then wouldn't you be worse than trash? However, at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Damn, did I hear wrongly? That guy actually said that Lu Ling is worse than trash? There's really no one who has the guts. Many alchemy masters in the Chaoyang branch have to respect Lu Ling when they meet him. No one dares to be as arrogant as Lu Ling, isn't that normal? That guy is Ji Yu. Even Qin Yan, who has awakened his acquired spirit body, was defeated by him in 3 punches. But this is a place to compete in alchemy. No matter how strong Ji Yu is in martial arts, what does it have to do with alchemy? At the same time, even Yu Shiyun was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ji Yu to suddenly say such words. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Lu Ling's face immediately darkened. Brat, what did you say? Are you deaf? Do you need me to repeat myself? Ji Yu said coldly. You. Just as Lu Ling was about to flare up, a black-robed old man beside him suddenly whispered a few words to him. Then, Lu Ling actually forcefully suppressed himself. He chuckled and said, no wonder you dare to be so presumptuous in front of this young master. It turns out that you're a martial arts genius. However, no matter how strong your martial arts are, it's meaningless in front of this young master. You better understand that this is a place to compete in alchemy. At this moment, Yu Shiyun felt that things were getting worse and worse. She felt that if this continued, it wouldn't be good for her or Ji Yu. Just as she was about to softly advise Ji Yu not to be rash, she heard Ji Yu say with a calm expression, I'll say it again. Even in alchemy, you're still worse than trash. As soon as Ji Yu said this, the crowd burst into an uproar again before they could calm down. Holy sh*t, Ji Yu is really King awesome this time. She's planning to fight Lu Ling to the end. She's really awesome. I guess only Ji Yu has the guts in the entire Chaoyang ancient city. She's indeed the genius who killed Qin Yan with the acquired spiritual body in 3 punches. I think it would be best if Ji Yu could really make Lu Ling suffer. That's right, I think so too. Lu Ling still wants to covet Yu Shiyun's beauty. He's definitely not a good person. At this time, the crowd around them had all kinds of opinions. Good, very good. Lu Ling was so angry that he laughed and said, since you keep saying that I'm worse than trash, let's see who's worse than trash this afternoon. I'm happy to accompany you. Ji Yu said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take this guy seriously, so naturally, he wouldn't have any mood swings. At the same time, he also got ready to leave. However, Lu Ling was right in front of him. He said coldly, get lost. These 2 words made Lu Ling take 2 steps back involuntarily. After all, strength was the real king. Lu Ling knew very well that his strength was far inferior to Ji Yu's, so he was subconsciously afraid of Ji Yu. Ji Yu is really amazing. You made Lu Ling admit defeat just like that. That's right. After all, Ji Yu's martial arts strength is there. No matter how arrogant Lu Ling is, he wouldn't dare to joke about his life. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that there's a follower behind Lu Ling? He's definitely not weak. However, without that follower, I think Lu Ling would be scared witless. Ha 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 ha, hearing the surrounding voices, Lu Ling's face suddenly became very ugly. However, just as he was about to save some face for himself, he realized that Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun had already left. At this time, Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun were already far away. On the way, Yu Shuyun couldn't help but ask, "You just wanted to argue with Lu Ling. Do you even need to ask? He scolded me, so how could I let him go?" Ji Yu said matter-of-factly. Yu Shuyun was slightly taken aback, then laughed at herself in her heart. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. However, Yu Shuyun's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and her mood quickly returned to normal. She continued to say to Ji Yu, "No matter what, don't let this matter affect your mentality. Your mentality is very important. I won't be affected. Don't worry," Ji Yu said in a calm tone. How could a lowlife who was so arrogant just because he had a little bit of ability affect his state of mind? In the afternoon, he would let Lu Ling know what despair was. It won't be the best. After saying that, Yu Shuyun sighed softly in her heart. Obviously, she was still a little worried. Although Ji Yu's alchemy talent was very high, she had only just reached the level of a second-grade alchemist. Even if she added the second-grade mid-grade alchemy handprint cyan light seal, at best, she could only be comparable to an ordinary second-grade alchemist. As for Lu Ling, although she hated that guy very much, she had to admit that that guy's alchemy attainments were indeed amazing. Not only was he a second-grade superior alchemist, but he also mastered the cyan light seal alchemy handprint. The gap between Ji Yu and Lu Ling was still too big after all. Reality was like this. After the farce ended, Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun went to eat lunch together. Because of the alchemy conference, the Chaoyang branch specially set up a spacious hall as a dining hall for everyone to eat. Ji Yu and Lu Qinghui casually found an empty seat and sat down. However, not long after he sat down, he suddenly heard two familiar voices. Ji Yu? Ji Yu? These two voices were almost at the same time. Ji Yu immediately thought of the two sisters, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. He subconsciously looked back and found that it was indeed Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin sitting not far behind him. They seemed to be eating. "You're actually here?" Ji Yu said, slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet the two sisters, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, here. "Why can't we be here? Didn't we say that we would cheer for you today?" Jiang Yuexin said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Then, she continued, "Speaking of which, why didn't I see you this morning? Aren't you going to participate in the alchemy competition?" "I'm going to participate in the 2-on-1 competition. I only had a single competition this morning, so of course you couldn't see me," Ji Yu explained. "I see," Jiang Yuexin nodded. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Ji Yu, who was beside Yu Shuyun. "Are you going to participate in the 2-on-1 competition with this woman?" "Yes," Ji Yu casually replied. Yu Shuyun didn't say a word from beginning to end. She didn't seem to care about Jiang Yuexin's hostile gaze at all. "Why do you want to participate in the 2-on-1 competition with this woman? Can't you participate in the single competition by yourself?" Jiang Yuexin questioned with an alert look in her eyes. Ji Yu didn't know how to explain. Before he could think of what to say, Jiang Yuexin, Jiang Yuechu, who was sitting next to Jiang Yuexin, suddenly spoke. She said slowly with a hint of mockery in her tone, "He must have some unspeakable relationship with Miss Yu." "An unspeakable relationship?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuexin immediately muttered to herself. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable in her heart. "What are you all thinking? I don't have any secret relationship with her." Ji Yu was a little speechless. "Really?" Jiang Yuexin had a look of disbelief. "Believe it or not." At this time, the food was served. Ji Yu continued, instead of thinking about these boring things, it's better to eat quickly. No. Jiang Yuexin felt that she couldn't sit like this, so she got up and walked to Ji Yu. I'll sit with you and eat. Jiang Yuechu also stood up and walked over. Ji Yu didn't say anything about this. After all, this was a 4-person table, so there was no problem with the two sisters sitting together. Yu Shiyun didn't say a word from beginning to end. During the meal, Jiang Yuexin glanced at Yu Shiyun with hostility from time to time. However, Yu Shiyun still didn't move at all and enjoyed her lunch. A few minutes later, the meal was over. Ji Yu, you have to do your best in the afternoon. Although Jiang Yuexin was still a little concerned about what happened between Ji Yu and Yu Shiyun, she couldn't keep pestering Ji Yu about it at this time. Do your best. Jiang Yuechu said softly. Okay, I'll do my best. Ji Yu gave them a reassuring expression. Then, Ji Yu left with Yu Shiyun. When they were far away, Yu Shiyun finally said, you have to recharge before the competition. Let's go have a rest first. Where are we going to rest? Ji Yu asked. Just come with me. Yu Shiyun didn't answer the question directly. Ji Yu didn't think much about it and continued to follow Yu Shiyun. Not long after, Ji Yu followed Yu Shiyun to the door of a room. At this time, he felt that something was wrong. Why did this room look like a woman's boudoir? Let's go in. Yu Shiyun said as she pushed the door open. Although Ji Yu felt that something was wrong, he still followed Yu Shiyun into the room. Because he didn't think that Yu Shiyun would do anything bad to him at this time, he just had a trace of suspicion. Go to bed and have a rest first. Yu Shiyun said. Hearing that Yu Shiyun's voice was as cold as usual, Ji Yu didn't think much about it. Entering the house, Ji Yu immediately caught a whiff of a faint fragrance in the air. The interior of the house was luxurious yet elegant. Obviously, this should be Yu Shiyun's boudoir. He followed Yu Shiyun's words and walked to the bed and sat down. This was an expensive mahogany bed. When he thought that the owner of this bed was Yu Shiyun, he couldn't help but feel a little strange sitting on it. Then he didn't lie down to rest. Instead, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he began to cultivate his qi. In fact, this also had the effect of recharging his energy. However, at the same time, what Ji Yu didn't notice was that Yu Shiyun was undressing and undressing. Not long after, Ji Yu suddenly felt that he was pushed down by a pair of cold and soft hands. His whole body fell back on the bed. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that Yu Shiyun was actually on top of him. His eyes were instantly filled with shock. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Ji Yu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Yu Shiyun suddenly push him onto the bed? At this moment, Yu Shiyun was lying on Ji Yu's body with her clothes disheveled. Her soft breasts were pressed against Ji Yu's chest, and her cleavage could even be seen. However, Ji Yu was so stunned that he couldn't feel anything. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be hiding your true strength, right? Yu Shiyun raised her head and looked at Ji Yu's shocked eyes expressionlessly. It seemed that she didn't care about her terrible state at all. Being in close contact with Yu Shiyun, Ji Yu could almost feel Yu Shiyun's cool and fragrant breath. However, how could he care about that now? His secret had already been seen through by Yu Shiyun. How did I hide my true strength? I just took the recruitment test a while ago. Right now, his brain was all over. His brain was almost about to stop thinking, so he naturally couldn't think before speaking. I'm not talking about martial arts. I'm talking about your alchemy skills. Yu Shiyun was still staring straight at Ji Yu. Oh, so you're talking about my alchemy skills. At this moment, Ji Yu's brain cleared up a little. He smiled awkwardly and said, I did hide it, but you never asked me before. Yu Shiyun went silent for a moment when she heard this, and then she said, as expected, your natural talent in the Tao of pills has far exceeded my expectations. That. How did you find out that I was hiding my alchemy skills? At the same time, Ji Yu wanted to push Yu Shiyun off him. However, he realized that Yu Shiyun was sticking to him and wasn't willing to get up. He couldn't use force and was worried that he would accidentally hurt Yu Shiyun. From your conversation with the City Lord's Mansion's second miss, she asked you why you didn't participate in the individual competition. Yu Shiyun spoke her inner thoughts without hiding anything. As the second young miss of the City Lord's Manor, it's only right for her to know how intense the competition in the Grand Alchemy Conference's individual competition is. This means that she knows that your alchemy skills are far greater than what I know. Is that all? Ji Yu couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Isn't it a little too hasty to conclude that I've concealed my Pildao strength just because of this small detail? Sometimes, a little intuition is enough. Yu Shiyun shook her head slightly. Intuition, Ji Yu shook her head slightly and smiled. Forget it, I'll be frank. My Pildao skills are indeed not low, but you don't have to push me down like this, right? Yu Shiyun's figure was really too good. He felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't you like it? Yu Shiyun asked. It's a lie to say that I don't like it. Ji Yu said honestly. However, if this continued, he might not be able to hold back and cook the rice. If he really did that, wouldn't he be torn apart by Yu Shiyun's father? It's good that you like it. Yu Shiyun said seriously, if you want, I can also give my body to you. The only condition is that you have to display your true strength in the upcoming competition. Hearing Yu Shiyun's words, Ji Yu suddenly fell into silence. He couldn't understand, this guy. What's wrong with him? Just because she wanted him to show his true strength, she was willing to give her precious first time to him, a stranger that she had barely met. You want me to display my true strength because you want to get the opportunity to join the Alchemist Association, right? Ji Yu was silent for a while before he spoke. That's right. Yu Shiyun nodded sincerely. Why are you so eager to get that opportunity? Ji Yu continued to ask. Because that's my dream and pursuit. Yu Shiyun said. Although his tone was cold and flat, it was mixed with a trace of uncontrollable longing and yearning. Looking at Yu Shiyun's incomparably serious and sincere eyes, Ji Yu couldn't see the slightest lie in them. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. You don't have to trample on your dream like this, I will definitely let you get that opportunity when the time comes. Ji Yu said. Yu Shiyun couldn't help but be stunned, and his eyes revealed a touch of surprise. Don't you want to get my body? It's not a question of whether I want to get it or not. I'm also a man, of course I like beauty, but I don't want to do that kind of thing to you in this way. Ji Yu chuckled and said, and your first time in life is not a joke, you can't just casually give it to others, no matter what, you have to give it to your other half who will accompany you for the rest of your life. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Yu Shiyun's eyes couldn't help but have a trace of emotion, her heart also had some subtle changes. She was silent for a while, and then said, I understand, thank you Ji Yu. Finally, Yu Shiyun got up from Ji Yu's body. She then sat on the bed and tidied up her clothes. At the same time, Ji Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if it was a few seconds later, he really wouldn't be able to hold it in. Then Ji Yu also sat up, but the atmosphere in the room was still a bit strange. He simply continued to practice martial arts to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation, gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation, gained experience, 10 by 999 times. At this time, Yu Shiyun had already tidied up her clothes. She looked back at Ji Yu, her eyes couldn't help but be a bit confused. She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling that this young man in front of her would be her other half in the future. Time quickly passed quickly, the afternoon's 2-on-2 match. When entering the arena, Ji Yu and Yu Shiyun bumped into Lu Ling again. But this time, Lu Ling seemed to be scared, other than giving Ji Yu a few provocative looks, he didn't say a word. Ji Yu still couldn't be bothered with him, he walked straight into the arena, not even looking at him. But what he didn't notice was that not far away, Nangong Maching was staring at him. There was an extremely rare look of excitement in his cold eyes. Ji Yu and Yu Shiyun entered the arena together and began to draw lots. Because of their positions, they had to draw lots. Then, they walked to the position they had drawn. The two of them shared an alchemy furnace. This was also the rule of the two-person competition. 2 people in a group would work together to refine pills. Next to the alchemy furnace, there were all kinds of alchemy materials. Ji Yu took a quick look at the list. From Tier 3 pills to Tier 1 pills, there were materials to refine almost all of them. What kind of pill are you going to refine? Now that Yu Shuyun already knew that Jiyu's alchemy level was very high, she first asked for Jiyu's opinion. Just choose a 3rd grade lower or 3rd grade middle level pill. Jiyu seemed very casual. Anyway, whether it was 3rd grade lower or 3rd grade middle level, he was almost sure to win. Yu Shuyun was surprised for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, then let's refine the soul recovery pill." The soul recovery pill was a 3rd grade lower level pill. Although she was surprised by Jiyu's strength, she decided to refine the 3rd grade lower level pill, the soul recovery pill, to be on the safe side. Later, you will be the leader, and I will support you. Is that okay? Yu Shuyun asked again. Now she was only a 2nd grade middle level alchemist. At most, she was close to a 2nd grade upper level alchemist. It was a little difficult for her to refine a 3rd grade lower level pill. But if she just supported by the side, it was not a big problem. Okay, you just need to support me according to the situation. Jiyu nodded and said. Originally, he wanted to tell Yu Shuyun that there was no need at all. He alone was enough. But considering Yu Shuyun's feelings, he did not say it. While Jiyu and Yu Shuyun were talking, all the contestants around them also found their positions. Then, not long after, the 2-person competition officially began. Everyone was racing against time to start the alchemy process. Only Jiyu was not in a hurry. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all as he chose the ingredients needed to refine the soul recovery pill. Only then did he begin to refine the pill. Ding! It has been detected that Master has begun to refine the 3rd grade lower class pill, soul recovery pill. The success rate of refining pills has increased by 999 times. At the same time, although the venue was isolated from the surrounding noise, the audience was still in high spirits. The double round has finally begun. Why don't we make a guess? Which team will win first place? I think it should be the Namgong family's team. I heard that Miss Namgong Maching has already mastered the Namgong family's secret technique. This time, she'll definitely be able to suppress everyone. I'm more optimistic about Lu Ling's team. After all, Lu Ling is the #1 alchemy genius in the ancient city of Brilliant Radiance. Speaking of which, what do you think of the fellow who clashed with Lu Ling at noon? What else can we do? I heard that fellow is very strong in martial arts, but in terms of alchemy, he's definitely not as good as Lu Ling. There's no need to even think about it. Many people also nodded. They didn't think highly of Jiyu at all. At this moment, Jiyu obviously couldn't hear the voices from the outside world. However, even if he could hear them, he wouldn't care at all. Right now, Jiyu was concentrating on refining the soul recovery pill. However, with Yu Shuyun's help, his refining speed became even slower. This was because the two of them were too far apart in terms of alchemy and alchemy skills. They were the kind of people who couldn't cooperate at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiyu's alchemy skills had already reached the 3rd grade upper class alchemist level, he might even fail because of Yu Shuyun's help. However, he didn't have any intention of blaming Yu Shuyun. He just quietly refined the pill. However, right at this moment, Jiyu's eyes suddenly flashed as if he thought of something. He immediately used the Cyan Light Seal. This way, he should be able to cooperate with Yu Shuyun a little. Ding! Master used the Level 2 Intermediate Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal. Level 2 Intermediate Alchemy Hand Seal, Cyan Light Seal. Experience gained, 300 by 999 times. As expected, the cooperation between Jiyu and Yu Shuyun was much better now. In less than an hour, a soul recovery pill was successfully refined. If Yu Shuyun was not there to help, Jiyu's refining speed would be much faster. Ding! Master has successfully refined an inferior grade 3 medicinal pill, soul recovery pill. Pill Dao attainment experience gained, 600 by 999 times. At the same time, some people in the audience were puzzled. That's strange. That's Yu Shuyun's team, right? Why did they stop so quickly? Yu Shuyun? I remember that Yu Shuyun was in the same team as Jiyu, so it's not strange. Maybe they only refined a level 2 inferior alchemy pill or even a level 1 inferior alchemy pill. It's possible. After all, refining pills is not a joke. It's only been an hour. It's impossible to refine a level 2 intermediate alchemy pill or above so quickly. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's interesting. I think Yu Shuyun is regretting it now. She actually teamed up with a layman. Many people began to laugh at them. However, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were standing in the crowd. When they heard the laughter around them, they were very unhappy. Especially Jiang Yuexin, she couldn't help but shout, "All of you, shut up. Don't talk bad about Ji Yu." Immediately, many people in the crowd were stunned by the shout. Hey, who's that little girl who was shouting just now? Shoo, lower your voice. I heard that she's the second miss of the city lord's mansion in this ancient city. It's better for outsiders like us not to casually provoke her. This girl's looks are not bad. I didn't expect that other than Yu Shuyun, there would be such a little beauty protecting Ji Yu. Yeah, martial arts is indeed the king. Low alchemy skills don't hinder people from picking up girls. I'm so envious. After Jiang Yuexin's shout, most of the people in the crowd did indeed settle down. Only a small number of people were still pointing fingers at Ji Yu in private, but they didn't dare to say it too loudly. However, at the same time, Ji Yu had already begun to leisurely watch other people's matches. Ding! Master has watched an alchemist refine a pill, alchemy attainment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has watched an alchemist refine a pill, alchemy attainment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Other than Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun, everyone else had not finished refining their pills. Ji Yu watched others refine their pills leisurely, as if victory was already in her hands. This was also because of the rules of the competition. Before the end of the 4 hours of the competition, no contestant was allowed to leave their position. Once the rules were violated, it would be considered a failure. After all, the biggest taboo for an alchemist in the process of refining pills was to be disturbed by external factors. If someone casually walked around during the competition, it would easily disturb the other contestants. Whether it was intentional or not, it could not be tolerated. At the same time, Yu Shuyun glanced at Ji Yu beside her with a complicated expression. Just now, she had vaguely realized that she seemed to be a burden to him. Not only did she not help Ji Yu, she even dragged Ji Yu down. Now, Yu Shuyun clearly realized how big the gap was between her and Ji Yu. So she made up her mind that she must go to the main alchemist guild to study hard. At the very least, she couldn't be a burden to Ji Yu in the future. At this moment, Yu Shuyun's eyes were full of determination, and she was even more determined to achieve her dream. Ji Yu, who was wholeheartedly watching others refine pills, naturally didn't notice Yu Shuyun's strange behavior. Ji Yu constantly watched others refine pills and gained a lot of alchemy experience. However, on a high platform not far away from him, there were 4 respected elders sitting on it. They were all important figures who had organized the Grand Alchemy Conference this time. One of the gray-robed elders stared at Ji Yu and whispered to the other elders beside him, "I wonder if you found out what kind of pill that black-robed youth refined." What kind of pill? It should be a low-grade or mid-grade second-grade pill. Why are you suddenly asking this, Elder Yuan? I guess it's also a low-grade second-grade pill. I know the girl next to him. She's only a mid-grade second-grade alchemist. In just half an hour, even if she has someone to cooperate with, she can only refine a low-grade second-grade pill at most. I also have some impression of this girl. She seems to be Yu Lingfeng's daughter. I remember that this girl has a deep obsession with our main association. Unfortunately, she seems to have chosen the wrong partner. The other 3 elders responded one after another. Obviously, they didn't carefully watch Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun's refining process. Otherwise, they wouldn't have not known what kind of pill it was. The gray-robed elder who was addressed as Elder Yuan shook his head slightly. No, that youth is holding the soul recovery pill in his hand. When Elder Yuan said this, the other 3 elders were stunned. Then, they exclaimed in unison, "Soul recovery pill?" How could they not know that the soul recovery pill was a kind of low-grade third-grade pill? Moreover, the difficulty was higher than ordinary low-grade third-grade pills. Elder Yuan, you must be joking. How could those 2 little fellows be able to refine an inferior third-grade soul recovery pill? That's right. Yu Shuyun, that little girl, is only a level 2 alchemist. It's impossible for her to come into contact with a level 3 medicinal pill. Unless that other youth has the ability to easily refine the soul recovery pill. I've heard of that young man before, but he's extremely strong in martial arts. It's rumored that he defeated an awakened spirit body, but I've never heard of him in terms of alchemy. After hearing what the three of them said, Elder Yuan couldn't help but laugh and say, hearing you say that, it seems that this young man is an incredible super genius. If these three old fellows hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have known that the youth he had never met before was so stunning. In terms of martial arts, he was able to defeat an awakened postnatal spiritual body cultivator. In terms of alchemy, he was able to help an intermediate grade 2 alchemist refine an inferior grade 3 medicinal pill. In terms of martial arts, there was no need to say much. The words acquired spirit body were enough to prove everything. As for alchemy, for example, a level 2 alchemist wanted to refine a level 2 medicinal pill with the help of a level 1 alchemist. The difficulty was much higher than that of a level 2 alchemist refining a level 2 medicinal pill alone. Not to mention the current situation, it showed that the young man's alchemy level was at least above the intermediate grade 3 alchemist. Otherwise, it was impossible to achieve this level. The other three elders were still confused. Elder Yuan didn't explain much. He just looked at Ji Yu with a smile, as if he had found a rare treasure. However, even if Elder Yuan explained, the three elders probably wouldn't believe it. After all, to possess monstrous strength in both martial Dao and alchemy, it was practically impossible for this kind of prodigy who was skilled in both martial Dao and alchemy to appear. Ji Yu watched the other contestants refine pills for a full 3.5 hours before the competition finally ended. When the bell rang, the surrounding sound concealment array also gradually lost its effect, and one could hear the clamor of the spectators around them. At this time, most of the contestants had already completed their pill refining, and a small number of teams seemed to have encountered some accidents. All of them were dejected. It was normal for there to be joy and sorrow in a competition. Especially that Lu Ling, who seemed to have performed exceptionally well in this competition, with a face full of arrogance. At this moment, Elder Yuan on the stage slowly opened his mouth and said, "All contestants, please hand over the pills that you have refined to this old man." Although his voice was not loud, all the contestants in the arena could hear it clearly. Hearing the old man's words, everyone followed the rules, and Ji Yu was no exception. A few minutes later, everyone returned to their original positions. During this time, Lu Ling continued to provoke Ji Yu with his eyes, but he was completely ignored by Ji Yu. Next, this old man will announce the results of the competition. Elder Yuan continued, 10th place winner, Chiling Ancient Cities Zhao Ke and Zhao Kong, 9th place winner, Falling Snow Ancient Cities Wu Xinran and Li Jing. Starting from the 10th place, Elder Yuan announced the results one by one. At first, most of the audience did not pay much attention to it, but when Elder Yuan announced the 3rd place, almost everyone began to listen attentively. 3rd place winner, Lu Ling and Lu Tong from Brilliant Ancient City. As soon as Elder Yuan said this, many people around him were shocked. What's going on? Why is Lu Ling only in 3rd place? Shouldn't he be at least in the top 2? Yeah, I thought I heard wrong. With Lu Ling's alchemy skills, even if he isn't first, he should be second, right? Then I guess the 1st place is that beauty from the Nangong family, and the 2nd place is probably a dark horse that came out halfway. Yeah, I just don't know where this dark horse came from, to actually be able to suppress Lu Ling. Not only that. In the arena, Lu Ling was even more surprised. He never thought that he would end up in 3rd place. He could understand why Nangong Maching was at the top of the list, but he could not figure out who was at the 2nd place. Before the start of the alchemy conference this time, Lu Ling practically knew the information of all the participants like the back of his hand. Only Nangong Maching's group's alchemy level was on par with his group. There was no second person who was better than him in alchemy, not to mention that he had performed exceptionally this time. Even the 3 old men sitting next to Elder Yuan were very surprised. They originally thought that Lu Ling would be either 1st or 2nd. They didn't expect that he would be ranked 3rd. While everyone was still in shock, Elder Yuan announced the 2nd place. 2nd place goes to Nangong Maching and Nangong Kuei from Bright Moon Ancient City. At this moment, the crowd was once again in an uproar. F***ck, what's going on with this competition? Even Nangong Maching didn't get first place? This is too strange. Nangong Maching should be firmly at the top of the list, right? Since Nangong Maching is in second place, then who is in first place? Other than Nangong Maching, I really can't think of anyone else who can occupy first place. For a moment, the crowd was filled with discussions. Only Jiang Yuexin's beautiful eyes were filled with joy, because she knew that first place was definitely Jiyu. Although Jiang Yuechu's face did not change, she couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in her heart because Jiyu had won first place. On the other side, Lu Ling was stunned again. He was stunned on the spot, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Nangong Maching was ranked second, which was once again beyond his expectations. Including Nangong Maching himself, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. A rare trace of emotion appeared on his cold and emotionless face. Elder Yuan paused for a moment, and his tone became much more solemn as he announced, "Finally, the first place goes to Jiyu and Yu Shuyun from Chaoyang Ancient City." At this moment, the scene completely exploded, and everyone was suffocating. After being stunned for a while, everyone came back to their senses one after another. I didn't hear wrongly, right? The first place is actually Jiyu and Yu Shuyun? F***ck, Yu Shuyun is only a second-grade intermediate alchemist, and that guy called Jiyu is even more so. How could they possibly win against Nangong Maching and Lu Ling? I think they can barely make it into the top 10, right? Cheating. They definitely cheated. I think so too. With Yu Shuyun and Jiyu's team, it's impossible for them to win against Nangong Maching and Lu Ling's teams under normal circumstances. Sigh. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen in this year's alchemy conference. Very soon, more and more people on the scene suspected that Jiyu and Yu Shuyun had cheated, and they all claimed that they wanted to seek justice. Lu Ling couldn't hold it in anymore and said to Jiyu in a sarcastic tone, "I really didn't expect you to actually dare to cheat in the alchemy conference." However, Jiyu didn't care about the voices coming from the surroundings. He didn't even look at Lu Ling and directly ignored Lu Ling. Realizing that he was being ignored, Lu Ling was instantly even more furious and kept mocking Jiyu. Silence. However, at this moment, Elder Yuan suddenly shouted, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Everyone's gaze returned to Elder Yuan once again. According to my judgment, the medicinal pills that Jiyu and Yu Shuyun refined are third-grade inferior medicinal pills, soul recovery pills. Moreover, the color of the pills is extremely good, and they deserve to be the first place, Elder Yuan said calmly. Elder Yuan said indifferently, also, this old man is personally overseeing this competition. If you have any objections, you can confront this old man face to face. Following these words, everyone was completely dumbfounded. All of them were extremely astonished and speechless. The inferior third-grade medicinal pills, soul recovery pills, had extremely good color. They were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe that Yu Shuyun and Jiyu had not only refined a level 3 pill, but also used only half an hour to do so. At the same time, Lu Ling was also dumbfounded. Nangong Maching stared at Jiyu, who was not far away. Not only was there not the slightest bit of unwillingness in her cold eyes, there was even a faint flush on her delicate face. Especially the three old men sitting next to Elder Yuan, they were all extremely shocked. Recalling what they had discussed before, a thought appeared in their minds. Could it be that this young man named Jiyu was really a level 3 intermediate alchemist? If it was true, then this talent was too terrifying. If there are no more questions, let's continue. At this time, Elder Yuan glanced around and continued, the first place reward is 100,000 gold coins and the qualification to study at the Master Alchemist Association. The second place reward is 50,000 gold coins and the qualification to study at the Master Alchemist Association. The third place reward is 30,000 gold coins and the qualification to study at the Master Alchemist Association. The fourth and fifth place rewards. Hearing Elder Yuan mention the rewards, Jiyu was instantly delighted. He remembered that Yu Shuyun promised to give all the rewards to him. This also meant that he could get all 100,000 gold coins. This was 100,000 gold coins. He didn't even know how many demonic beasts he had to kill to earn this much gold coins. After getting these 100,000 gold coins, Jiyu wouldn't have to worry about not having enough gold coins for a long time. After the alchemy conference ended, Ji and Yu Shiyun received the first place reward and left the venue together. After that, Yu Shiyun didn't want a single gold coin. All 100,000 gold coins went to Ji. I'm preparing to leave for the Master Alchemist Association tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? At this time, Yu Shiyun suddenly asked. Ji thought for a moment and replied, I don't plan to go to the Alchemist Guild for the time being. You should go first. Okay. Yu Shiyun didn't act coquettishly. See you then. Just as Ji was about to say something, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in front of her. The owner of this figure was Lu Ling. Lu Ling looked dejected and lifeless, as if he was about to die. Seeing this, Ji's lips curled up slightly, then she said mockingly, Yo, isn't this the famous young Master Lu? How did you become like this? Hearing this voice, Lu Ling finally noticed Ji in front of him. His face was gloomy, and he quickened his steps to go around Ji. However, just as Lu Ling was about to go around her, Ji said calmly, Remember, in my eyes, you'll always be trash. Hearing this, Lu Ling's face instantly turned extremely ugly, but he couldn't refute. At this moment, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. After that, Ji and Yu Shiyun said goodbye. On the way back to Ji's residence, not sure if it was a coincidence or not, she bumped into Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Congratulations, Ji, you've won first place. Jiang Yuexin skipped over and said cheerfully. Ji nodded, then said, Speaking of which, you haven't gone back yet. I thought you guys had gone back long ago. How could we go back so quickly? Jiang Yuechu smiled and said, Yuexin and I are going to cook dinner for you later to reward you. You. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Yuexin turned her face away and said shyly, I just saw that you were tired the whole afternoon, so I wanted to let you relax. Ji's face suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This? I think we should forget about it. There's no need to trouble you guys. How was this king reward? This was simply torture. If it was just Jiang Yuechu alone, it would be fine. After all, her cooking skills had improved a lot. However, with Jiang Yuexin, it would definitely be an unsightly dark cuisine. Let's go back quickly. However, Ji didn't care about Ji's opinion. She reached out and hugged Ji's left arm, then pulled Ji directly. You. Seeing this, Jiang Yuexin became anxious and hurriedly chased after him. She forcefully suppressed her shyness and snatched Ji's other arm. Just like that, Jiang Yuechu hugged Ji on the left, and Jiang Yuexin on the right. Along the way, they attracted countless envious gazes. Damn, isn't that Ji? He's even being hugged by the two sisters from the city lord's residence? Looks like those two sisters are jealous of each other. I really have to give it to them. *CK, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Not only is he inferior to him in terms of martial arts, but his attainments in alchemy are also inferior to him in terms of picking up girls. However, Ji couldn't feel happy at all, because what lay ahead was hell. Ding. Master's body has been injured. The experience gained from the yellow rank inferior profound skill thick earth armor, won by 999 times. Ding. Master's body has been injured. The experience gained from the yellow rank inferior profound skill thick earth armor, won by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the yellow rank inferior profound skill thick earth armor has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. After being tormented by the two sisters, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, Ji's thick earth armor had been raised to the perfection realm. Now that she was finally free, Ji was somewhat speechless. All right, I'll write a list. When you go back, help me inquire about these materials. As Ji spoke, she wrote on the paper, These materials are used to refine a pill that can completely cure the poison in your mother's body. Hearing that it was about their mother, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's expressions immediately turned serious. After a while, Ji wrote down all the rare materials on the paper and handed it over to the two sisters. At the same time, Jiang Yuechu's eyes suddenly flashed with a light, as if she had an idea. She snatched the paper from Ji's hands and walked out of the door. I'll go back and inquire about these materials first, you guys continue. Jiang Yuechu turned around and said, and even gave Jiyu a look. However, Jiyu did not understand the meaning of this look, and even after thinking for a while, she still could not understand. Jiyu, are you really confident in refining the 7 profound spirit-clearing pill? At this time, Jiang Yuexin asked. Of course. Jiyu replied. His current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy had already reached the 3rd grade of Alchemy Master, and adding the 999 times success rate, he was definitely able to refine the 7 profound spirit-clearing pill. And Jiang Yuexin nodded happily. However, the two of them soon ran out of topics to talk about. The atmosphere in the room couldn't help but become a little awkward. By the way, do you know what your sister's gaze meant? Jiyu was the first to break the awkwardness. How would I know what that means? Just now, Jiang Yuexin didn't notice Jiang Yuechu's eyes at all. Furthermore, at this time, Jiang Yuexin pursed her lips, as if she was throwing a tantrum. You're still thinking about my sister at this time, and you still say that you're purely interested in her. Indeed, it's only a little interesting. What else could it be? Jiyu said. If that's the case, then prove it to me. Jiang Yuexin said. Jiyu was just about to ask what she wanted to prove when Jiang Yuexin raised her head slightly, closed her eyes slowly, and stood on tiptoe. Seeing Jiang Yuexin like this, Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he realized that this was, oh, you want me to touch your head, I understand. Jiyu nodded as if he understood. As he spoke, he reached out and touched Jiang Yuexin's head. Even though Jiang Yuexin's tiptoes were so high, the little lowly was still a little lowly, and it was still very easy to touch her head. Jiang Yuexin suddenly opened her eyes, and her whole person was stunned. Soon, her eyes gradually revealed a look of anger, and she shook off Jiyu's hand with a face full of shame and anger, and said coquettishly, "You big idiot." Immediately, she ran away angrily. Jiyu was puzzled, and he didn't understand why he was being scolded. Now that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had returned, Jiyu could focus on his own matters. Currently, my martial arts cultivation is not particularly lacking, and my alchemy attainments are also sufficient. However, in terms of formations, I'm only a 1st grade formation master. It's time for me to focus on improving my formation attainments. Jiyu considered for a moment and decided to improve his formation attainments. He immediately set off to buy materials. As the materials required for drawing formation diagrams were rather one-sided, he had to go to various shops to collect them. After a long time, Jiyu finally collected some materials that could be used to draw formation diagrams. These materials were not much, only enough to draw 3 or 4 1st-grade formation diagrams. However, this was enough for him. After all, this was just a preliminary attempt. Soon, Jiyu returned to his residence. He took out these materials and immediately began to draw formation diagrams. Ding! Detected that master has begun to draw 1st-grade formation diagrams. The success rate of drawing formation diagrams has increased by 999 times. Not only did the success rate of refining pills increase by 999 times, but the success rate of drawing formation diagrams also increased by 999 times. However, this did not exceed Jiyu's expectations, so he was not too surprised. After half an hour, although his technique was very rusty, Jiyu had successfully drawn a defensive formation diagram. Ding! Master has successfully drawn a 1st-grade defensive formation diagram. Formation attainments gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Then, Jiyu began to draw the 2nd formation diagram. After the first attempt, Jiyu's technique was clearly much more proficient this time. His speed was much faster than before. Ding! Master has successfully drawn a 1st-grade offensive formation diagram. Formation attainments gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Now that he had drawn 2 formation diagrams, the remaining materials were only enough to draw a support formation diagram. Jiyu did not stop for long and continued to draw the 3rd formation diagram. Ding! Master has successfully drawn a 1st-grade support formation diagram. Formation attainments gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. After drawing the 3rd formation diagram, Jiyu's formation attainments also had a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your array formation mastery has successfully broken through to become a superior first-grade array master. In Chaoyang Ancient City, and even in the entire Kanglan Empire, array master was a very rare profession. As a result, the materials required to draw the formation diagram were very obscure. At least in a small place like Chaoyang Ancient City, it was impossible to collect many of these materials. Only by leaving Chaoyang Ancient City and reaching the royal city would they be able to find more array materials. Therefore, Jiyu could only temporarily give up on improving her formation skills and wait until she arrived at the royal city. Not long after, Jiang Yuechu arrived. Didn't Jiang Yuexin come this time? Not seeing Jiang Yuexin, Jiyu asked curiously. I also want to know, did you do something to Yuexian? Jiang Yuechu asked in confusion. I didn't do anything. Jiyu said innocently. He really did not know what he did to make Jiang Yuexin so angry. Alright, let's get down to business first. As she spoke, Jiang Yuechu took out a piece of gauze. This contains the materials you need for alchemy. However, the materials on that piece of paper are too rare. We have mobilized the entire Castellan Mansion's forces, but we still haven't found 2 of the materials. Jiyu took the gauze and flipped it open to take a look. Indeed, 2 materials were still missing. It's okay, I'll find these 2 materials myself. Thank you for your trouble. Jiyu said. What are you talking about? We're the ones who need your help. We can't even thank you enough. Jiang Yuechu smiled faintly. It's good to smile more like this. Jiyu nodded. Jiang Yuechu was slightly stunned by Jiyu's sudden praise. Then, a faint bashful expression appeared on her face with a hint of joy. Jiang Yuechu nodded shyly. Then I'll go find the remaining 2 materials now. Do you want to come with me or go back directly? Jiyu said. Can I go with you? Jiang Yuechu asked in surprise. Jiang Yuechu was worried that with her strength, she would drag Jiyu down. Although she also wanted to be with Jiyu, she didn't want to be a burden. Of course, you don't have to worry so much. Jiyu replied. Okay. Jiang Yuechu said happily. Without saying much, Jiyu immediately left the residence with Jiang Yuechu. First, Jiyu took Jiang Yuechu to collect information about the 2 missing alchemy materials. Most of the information was almost the same, and only a small part of the information had some discrepancies. Jiyu used most of the overlapping information as the basis. One of the materials was called Cyan Mystic Vine, which generally grew on a steep rock in the Monster Beast Mountain range. It was very rare and needed to be searched very carefully. The other material was called Green Firefly, which was a strange and precious insect that only grew in medicinal fields. It was also very rare. In layman's terms, this kind of green firefly was very picky and wouldn't appear in all kinds of medicinal fields. Only those large medicinal fields with dense Xianxia and heavenly treasures could be seen everywhere could possibly attract them. Where can we find such a big medicinal field? At this time, Jiang Yuechu asked. I'm not particularly sure. At least there shouldn't be such a big medicinal field in the Chaoyang Ancient City, so it's impossible to have green firefly. Jiyu said in a deep voice, we can only go to other ancient cities to have a look. It is said that the Bright Moon Ancient City is the most prosperous ancient city in alchemy. There should be such a big medicinal field there. Bright Moon Ancient City? Jiang Yuechu thought for a moment and said, you mean the ancient city near our Chaoyang Ancient City? Yes, that's the Bright Moon Ancient City. Jiyu nodded and said, it's not far away. Let's set off now. We'll go to the Monster Beast Mountain range to find the Cyan Mystic Vine, and then go to the Bright Moon Ancient City from there. Based on his understanding of the terrain near the Monster Beast Mountain range, the Monster Beast Mountain range was not far from the Bright Moon Ancient City. As long as he found the right exit of the Demonic Beast Mountain range, he would soon reach the Bright Moon Ancient City. Speaking of Bright Moon Ancient City, Jiyu couldn't help but think of that ice sculpture, Nangong Maching. She seemed to have a very high status in Bright Moon Ancient City. However, he didn't really want to ask that guy for help. At this time, Jiyu and Jiang Yuechu arrived at the Monster Beast Mountain range. As soon as they entered the Demon Beast Mountain range, they were attacked by demon beasts. However, the demon beasts in the outer region were very weak. All of them were easily dealt with by Jiyu. Ding. Master has used the Mystic Intermediate Level Mystic Skill Fist suppressing all directions. Experience gained, 300*999x. Ding. Master has used the Mystic Intermediate Level Mystic Skill Fist suppressing all directions. Experience gained, 300*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, the Profound Rank Mid-Level Profound Skill Fist suppressing all directions has successfully broken through to the initial success stage. The fist suppressing all directions was a fist technique with a very wide range. It could cause damage to all targets in the range at the same time. However, in terms of dealing with a single enemy, its power was not as good as the low Profound Rank Mountain Shaking Fist, so Jiyu rarely used the fist suppressing all directions. However, in the current situation where they could encounter many low-level demon beasts at any time, it was naturally the most effective to use the fist suppressing all directions fist technique to clean up the demon beasts. After killing countless beasts, Jiyu and Xianxia finally arrived at a steep mountain rock. You go over there, I'll go over here. We'll split up to search, it'll be faster this way. At this time, Jiyu said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and immediately went to one side to search. She didn't have the chance to help Jiyu when they were cleaning up the beasts just now. Now she had to help no matter what. At the same time, Jiyu walked to the other side. Although the green profound vine was rare, it wasn't particularly difficult to find. Less than an hour later, Xianxia found a green profound vine. Very good, since the green profound vine has been found, let's set off to the Bright Moon Ancient City. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. Alright. Finally being able to help Jiyu, Xianxia was in a very good mood. Next, Jiyu didn't continue to walk slowly, but used her movement skill to bring Xianxia to the Bright Moon Ancient City. Ding. Master has used the Intermediate Profound Rank Profound Skill Myriad Flash, Intermediate Profound Rank Profound Skill Myriad Flash, gained experience, 300/999 times. Ding. Master has used the Intermediate Profound Rank Profound Skill Myriad Flash, Intermediate Profound Rank Profound Skill Myriad Flash, gained experience, 300/999 times. Not long after, Jiyu brought Xianxia to the nearest exit of the Demon Beast Mountain Range to the Bright Moon Ancient City. However, not long after they walked out of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Jiyu and Xianxia immediately looked back and saw a group of carriages heading in this direction. On the other side, the leader of the carriage team was a middle-aged man. He also saw the young man and woman not far away. He immediately said to the carriage behind him, "Miss, there seems to be a pair of siblings not far ahead." The next moment, a cold and elegant voice came from the carriage. "Let them come up." Yes. The middle-aged man seemed to have obeyed the order and signaled for the carriage to stop slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiyu was still minding her own business when she heard the sound of the horse's hooves gradually slowing down. Just as he was feeling perplexed, a voice sounded. "May I ask if the two of you are heading to Bright Moon Ancient City?" The middle-aged man in the lead jumped down from a luxurious carriage. "That's right. What is the meaning of this?" Jiyu asked with narrowed eyes. An unfamiliar group of carriages suddenly stopped for them, which made him feel a little strange. "It's like this. Our miss wants me to ask you if you're willing to go with us," the middle-aged man said. Seeing that this middle-aged man didn't put on any airs, Jiyu was a little surprised. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but it's not convenient for me to travel with you, so I'll pass." Jiyu declined politely. Right now, he was rushing towards Bright Moon Ancient City. How could he have the time to accompany this slowly moving carriage team? At this moment, a trace of imperceptible displeasure flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. At this time, a young man stood out from the group of hired martial artists. "Brat, you better not fail to appreciate kindness. Xianxia saw that you were pitiful and wanted to take you in out of goodwill." The young man berated Jiyu. "So?" Jiyu said indifferently, "So I have to go with you?" "You." However, when the young man was halfway through his sentence, a cold voice interrupted him. "That's enough, Wu Feng." As the cold voice rang out, the young man called Wu Feng actually obediently shut his mouth. At that moment, a young woman walked down from the carriage. She looked to be around 18 years old. She had a pretty face and a thick layer of makeup. All the mercenaries looked at this woman and exclaimed in surprise. However, Ji Yu didn't think that this woman was very pretty. Her face aside, the thick makeup made him feel a little uncomfortable. Ji Yu only took a few glances and didn't continue to pay attention to that woman. Wu Feng, how many times have I warned you not to call me Yunxin? At that moment, the woman said to Wu Feng with a displeased expression. Okay, then I'll call you Miss Yunxin. Wu Feng looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Seeing Wu Feng like this, the woman with the heavy makeup also showed a trace of helplessness. Although we're no longer in the Demon Beast Mountain range, there are many bandits and bandits here. We're the Nangong family's carriage team. You'll be safer with us. She didn't want to pay attention to Wu Feng anymore and said to Ji Yu. The reason why she was so kind was because she saw that this young man had a younger sister. She was worried that the bandits would take a fancy to that younger sister. Looking at such a contrast in attitude, Wu Feng lightly clicked his tongue, and his face was full of displeasure. Nangong family? Ji Yu muttered. He didn't expect this carriage team to be from the Nangong family. Ji Yu, why don't we go with them? The Nangong family might have the large medicinal field that we want. At that moment, Jiang Yuechu whispered to Ji Yu. Ji Yu thought about it and nodded. Okay, then I'll go with you. Ji Yu then said to the woman with the heavy makeup. Ji Yu's sudden change of heart caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. Previously, this brat had said that it was inconvenient, but now he suddenly wanted to go with him. Then, young master, please. However, when Nangong Yunxin was halfway through her sentence, she suddenly noticed a badge on the black-robed youth. This was the badge of a superior grade 1 alchemist? After clearly seeing the badge on the black-robed youth's chest, Nangong Yunxin's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with a trace of surprise. She was very surprised to see such a young superior grade 1 alchemist in this desolate area. This youth looked to be around 16 years old at most, which showed that his talent in alchemy was very outstanding. Nangong Yunxin's eyes flickered slightly as if she was thinking about something. Why don't the two of you sit in my carriage? Nangong Yunxin said softly. Miss, are you joking? Hearing Nangong Yunxin's words, the middle-aged man was stunned and could not help but ask. The young miss actually allowed two strangers to sit in her carriage. At that moment, Wu Feng naturally heard Nangong Qingma's words. A sinister look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ji Yu. This guy who came out of nowhere was actually sitting in the same carriage as Nangong Yunxin? What's going on? Why would Miss Nangong Yunxin invite a stranger into the carriage for a chat? Yeah, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Miss Nangong is interested in this young man? That's even more impossible. Nangong Yunxin is the daughter of an elder in the Nangong family. How could her standards be so low to fancy a little brat who came out of nowhere? At the same time, the surrounding mercenaries also began to discuss. Is there anyone else here who's a superior grade 1 alchemist? Nangong Yunxin asked faintly when she heard the discussion around her. Superior grade 1 alchemist? Everyone was astonished when they heard Nangong Qingma's voice. They all looked at the black-robed young man stiffly. Only then did they notice that there was indeed a badge on the black-robed young man's chest. However, most of it was covered by the black robe and only a small part was exposed. This was why they didn't notice it before. They couldn't imagine that this young man who looked to be at most 16 years old was actually a superior grade 1 alchemist. However, the one who said that this young man was a superior grade 1 alchemist was Miss Nangong, so they had to believe it even if they didn't. While all the mercenaries were astonished, the middle-aged man was also surprised. Wu Feng's expression was even more gloomy. However, Ji Yu couldn't be bothered with these people and silently led Jiang Yuechu into Nangong Yunxin's carriage. After getting into the carriage, Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu sat together while Nangong Yunxin sat opposite them. I'm Nangong Yunxin. You two should be siblings, right? Nangong Yunxin politely brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Ji Yu and Jiang Yuechu. Jiang Yuechu was about to deny it when she heard Nangong Yunxin's words. However, Ji Yu spoke first. That's right, we're siblings. Jiang Yuechu was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand why Ji Yu said that. I'm Yu Yu, and she's Yu Chu. Ji Yu said with a smile. In fact, he didn't deliberately want to hide his identity. It was just a temporary bad taste of his. The identity of brother and sister was quite interesting. I see. Nangong Yunqi nodded and said, fortunately, the two of you are willing to travel with us. Otherwise, with Miss Yu Chu's beauty, it would be very easy for her to be targeted by bandits and villains. She hadn't noticed it before, but now that she was so close, she could see clearly that the girl in front of her was so beautiful. In comparison, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. If such a little sister were to fall into the hands of villains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ji Yu only smiled at Nangong Yunqin's words. With his strength, did he need to be afraid of those so-called bandits? Speaking of which, looking at the badge in front of young master, you should be an alchemist, right? Nangong Yunqin's gaze landed on the badge on Ji Yu's chest again. That's right. Ji Yu said casually. Could it be that young master just participated in the alchemy conference and just returned from Chaoyang Ancient City? Nangong Yunqin asked after a moment of hesitation. Ji Yu nodded again. Seeing Ji Yu nod, Nangong Yunqin's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. End of chapter 138. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.